Chapter 92. The Crow wants to be the underground emperor. Mysterious behind the scenes. Surrender. Chun Huimin gave a bitter smile and suppressed 2 words. Who doesn't know that he is the best at hitting the double flower red stick with 14k? But in front of Barney, he couldn't hold on to the 3 moves, was so defeated that he took his clothes and lost his temper. 3 days have passed. Under the dominance of Eastern Star, 14k prefix clubs such as Yangzijui and Yizidui either surrendered or withdrew from their strongholds. In the end, it still alarmed Gu Zhixiong. Gu Zhixiong chose to negotiate with the Crow. No backbone restaurant. Crow, what do you mean? Are you going to be the underground emperor of Hong Kong Island? As soon as Gu Zhixiong walked in, he was furious. He has been in the limelight on Hong Kong Island for decades. Harmony has always been precious, to avoid too much trouble. Even too lazy to manage other prefixes. But now multiple prefixes have been taken down by Crows. He had to step forward as he was fighting against 14k's face. The underground emperor? The Crow stood up, lit a cigarette, and grinned. It's not impossible either. So, there's nothing to talk about. Gu Zhixiong's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Barney walked over and held on to Gu Zhixiong's shoulder, saying, "We can talk. I just wanted to ask who instructed you to disrupt the Miss Asia competition. I said you can leave today, and 14k will also be safe and sound." Miss Asia. Gu Zhixiong's pupils slightly narrowed. "Are you Mr. Lei's people?" Barney took out a dagger and said coldly, "It's not important. What's important is whether you say it or not." Gu Zhixiong's expression paused. He hesitated for a moment, and finally revealed the truth. "Okay." Barney got up and left alone. "Crow, no wonder your Eastern Star has risen so quickly. So there is a big tree." Gu Zhixiong took a sip and stared at the Crow, suddenly enlightened. Since the beginning of this year, the momentum of Eastern Star has been very strong. Continuously joining multiple large clubs without defeat is unstoppable. The first club on Hong Kong Island, truly deserving of its name. He thought it was the Crow leading the way. It turns out that there are experts behind the scenes helping the Crow. Let's not talk about these things, and it's not something we can talk about. Come on, drink. The Crow raised its glass. When the camel was there, he taught him some things to say. Some things should not be said, and Thunder Dragon should not be discussed. Soon, Barney arrived at the villa. "Mr. Lei, we have figured it out. It was arranged by Xiang Huaqiang and Lei Jukin for 14k to do it." Barney reports. "Well, I got it." Lei Long nodded. "By the way, Mr. Lei, the ambition of the Crow is getting bigger and bigger. He wants to destroy Dongxing, Hongxing. Be the underground emperor of Hong Kong Island. Should we give him a wake-up call?" Barney's eyes turned cold. As Dongxing grows bigger and stronger now, the Crow has already drifted away. To be the underground emperor of Hong Kong Island? Lei Long sneered. "You ask him if he can withstand the gunfire of the Hong Kong government and how many bullets he can take. If he thinks it's okay, let him go and die. I won't stop him." Back in the day, as a Chinese chief detective, Lei Luo held a high position and had the support of 4 major families including the Chaozhou gang. He had guns, and no one had ever worked for the Hong Kong government. Just crows? He's just an old-fashioned guy carrying an iron rod. How can we compete with the Hong Kong government? As the saying goes, there is only one thing that sets the world's fairness and justice: truth. What is truth? Within the range of the canon, there is truth. Furthermore, as a member of the British Empire, how can the Hong Kong government allow you, a small thug, to take advantage of your position? The empire that never sets is not blown out, but fought out by others. Barney nodded and turned to leave. "Xianghua Wall, Lei Jukin." Lei Long squinted his eyes and said that it was not unexpected, and even if it was not unexpected, it was quite unexpected. Making trouble is a normal means of commercial competition. However, the use of human bombs is a bit excessive. At night, in the luxurious suite, Xiang Huaqiang and Lei Jukin were in the private room, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Most likely guessed the purpose of Lei Long's invitation. Originally, they weren't afraid, mainly because the Miss Asia competition ended a few days ago, and the police reported the deaths and chair bombs, which shocked them greatly. This was not arranged by them. They are also grateful for the excellent global security and advanced X-ray machines, which have eliminated these 2 major risks and prevented any incidents. Otherwise, they would have already served their sentence in prison. At this moment, Lei Long walked in, his face indifferent and even cold. "Mr. Lei." The 2 of them stood up and respectfully called out. "Sit." Lei Long said calmly, "I don't like to beat around the bush. I don't have much time. You know what you're here for. Tell me." Xiang Huaqiang heard this and immediately stood up, anxiously saying, "Mr. Lei, it's like this. An official talked to me 10 days before the Miss Asia competition. Let me cause trouble in the competition and disrupt the Miss Asia event. I arranged for 14k people. However, we did not arrange for chair bombs and dead soldiers. I'm sorry, Mr. Lei. I have already prepared 10 million, and I hope Mr. Lei has a large amount." Speaking, he opened the box on the table. Lei Jukin also stood up and took out 5 million in cash. Without even glancing, Lei Long lit a cigarette and asked, "Who is the official?" Xiang Huaqiang quickly replied, "This official is very cautious. He passed on the message to the 2 of us through a compartment. We haven't seen him before, and we don't know his position. Are you sure? Lei Long's tone softened slightly. Lei Jukin immediately said, sure, we really don't know each other's identity, but judging from their tone, they may come from a high-ranking official in the Hong Kong government. Lei Long didn't bother to be polite and said directly, I'll give you 3 choices. Firstly, I will notify the police that if the fish die, the net will be broken. No, if the fish die, the net will not be broken. Secondly, transfer 51 of the local equity to me, and everyone can live in peace and earn rice together. Thirdly, if you let 14K mess with me, I will retaliate with the same force. Choose one. Let's choose the second one. The two of them exchanged a glance and immediately said, Lei Long's strength is too strong. The first person under the ship king. Previously, they dared to cause trouble because they all thought that Hong Kong government officials could protect them. But now, the Donchuan incident has occurred, with multiple entrances of 14K being destroyed by the Eastern Star Alliance. Officials have even lost contact. If they don't keep a low profile in front of Lei Long, they are really afraid of being a neat family. Okay, I'll have someone connect with you tomorrow, he said before leaving, without even glancing at the cash on the table. Returning to the car, Lei Long exhaled smoke and furrowed his brow for a moment. At this point, the clues are gone. However, Lei Long is not in a hurry either. This time he didn't kill himself, and next time, this mysterious official will eventually show his tricks again. Chapter 93, The Flood. I am a time traveler. The secretary of the provincial government is causing trouble. As September commenced, President Wang personally visited the Thunder Group. Last year, Lei Long had mentioned the impending flood, and initially, Wang found it utterly laughable, deeming Lei Long to be fabricating lies out of sheer ignorance. In early March of this year, Lei Long reached out to him again, proposing an investment of 400 million for the construction of dams and other defensive projects. Recognizing the sincerity in Lei Long's approach, Wang ultimately chose to report it. As anticipated, those in higher authority were skeptical, for after all, Lei Long was merely a youthful figure, hardly worthy of consideration. Moreover, such endeavors necessitate vast resources. How could they possibly agree so readily? It was not until August, when rainfall surged dramatically, that emergency protocols were activated, propelling them to the front line. Susan, equipped with funds and a construction team, hastily commenced the construction of dams and other protective measures. Fortunately, the relevant personnel have since been safely evacuated, although losses were incurred. They paled in comparison to the potential catastrophe that could have unfolded. Mr. Lei, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Were it not for your repeated warnings, we would not have been prepared, and the consequences would have been unthinkable. You have rendered a tremendous service to your hometown. Lei Long gestured for him to take a seat, his demeanor calm. President Wang, you flatter me. We are all part of the same family, bound by blood. When we unite our efforts, we can overcome any challenge. It is my honor to contribute to my hometown. This was no mere formality. He understood the future potential and brilliance of this land, and he felt the same blood coursing through his veins. The ancestors had paved the way through hardship, and how could the descendants forget their roots? One must not forget the well digger when drinking water, he mused, as the essence of this truth resonated deeply within him. President Wang smiled in satisfaction, feeling fortunate to encounter a young man like Lei Long in contemporary Hong Kong. Mr. Lei, I wish to inquire further. How were you so certain last year? It's as if you possessed foresight. Lei Long chuckled at the remark. What if I told you that I am a traveler from the future? Would you believe me? President Wang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha! You're quite the character. I can't help but ask, what is our future like? Upon uttering these words, he felt a twinge of absurdity. Yet he inexplicably yearned for an answer. In the future, the Dragon Kingdom will flourish with skyscrapers sprouting like forests, high-speed rail networks more intricate than a spider's web, and bridges spanning the seas. Our astronauts will reside in space, while our naval vessels patrol the deep blue. Online shopping will facilitate global commerce. Rural areas will have direct delivery services, and the mountains will be imbued with 5G connectivity. No one will dare to bully us again. Young people will stroll in Hanfu, proudly embracing their cultural heritage to the core. Peace and prosperity will reign. These words struck President Wang like bullets, hitting the deepest recesses of his hopes and imagination. He gazed at Lei Long, momentarily at a loss for how to continue the conversation. It's getting late. I must take my leave, President Wang said. His eyes slightly reddened. Allow me to see you off. Lei Long stood, offering a gentle smile. The steadfastness and valor of the older generation were indeed commendable. Meanwhile, in the government building, McLeod was sorting through routine documents when Secretary Simon Barkley knocked and entered. Your Excellency, I have matters to report. What is it now? McLeod inquired, setting down his glasses and rubbing his temples. It concerns Lei Long, Simon Barkley replied. McLeod rose, turning to the wine cabinet to pour 2 glasses of red wine, which he offered to Simon Barkley. Simon, you seem quite concerned about this Hong Kong individual. Why is that? Simon Barkley replied sternly, Your Excellency. Lei Long has absorbed multiple British enterprises, and our businessmen have lodged complaints. He continued, Lei Long's approach to business is unscrupulous and despicable. They have even escalated their grievances to London, accusing us of enabling Chinese capital and betraying imperial interests. If we do not rein in Lei Long, it will be a severe dereliction of duty for our government and a disgrace for the empire. Currently, the King of Chartering has targeted HSBC, which cannot withstand much longer. The next might be Swire. If Swire collapses, there will be no survival for British enterprises in Hong Kong. Your Excellency, I implore you to save British interests. MacLeod furrowed his brow, taking a sip of whiskey. Save? What do you mean by that? The current progress of Hong Kong, ranking first among the Asian tigers, is not reliant on any single British enterprise or even local capital. It is the result of mutual cooperation and collective effort. Our government's responsibility is to maintain stability in Hong Kong. Do not forget your own duties, as long as business dealings are legal and compliant. We must not intervene unnecessarily and jeopardize the entire business environment. Simon Barclay gritted his teeth, insisting, Your Excellency, I understand your point. But the reality is that Lei Long's expansion has already shaken the market's balance. If our British enterprises, MacLeod set down his glass, replying meaningfully, market balance is measured by the laws of the market and legal standards. The competition between businessmen, as long as it remains within legal bounds and does not violate EU standards, our government has no justification to intervene or selectively suppress any enterprise or individual. That would be the most egregious act of undermining the business environment. If you suppress Lei Long, it equates to disrupting the business environment. Which international capital would dare to invest in Hong Kong thereafter? The current prosperity of Hong Kong is founded upon the free flow of capital and talent. Protected by stringent credibility, destabilizing this foundation is the gravest betrayal to Hong Kong and the empire's interests in the Far East. Simon, as a secretary of the provincial government, you should be responsible for the entirety of Hong Kong, not serve as a shield for anyone. As the governor, he had fostered unprecedented prosperity in Hong Kong and had no desire to favor either local or British capital. As long as they paid their taxes honestly and contributed to the overall economic GDP of Hong Kong. Simon Barclay, though internally discontent, dared not voice further objections. Very well. I understand your haste for immediate results, but I hope you achieve it through merit, not by targeting Hong Kong individuals for your own ambition. MacLeod was well aware of Simon Barclay's intentions and offered this sincere advice. Yes, Your Excellency. Simon Barclay nodded, downing his glass of red wine, his eyes darting. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. Due to the flooding incident, Lei Long has pledged 1 billion Hong Kong dollars to the Dragon Kingdom. This is clearly an attempt to forge closer ties with the Dragon Kingdom. His stance is abundantly clear. Chapter 94, The Insights of Hua Ingdong, The Emergence from the Shadows. MacLeod expressed his dissatisfaction. Natural disasters are not a topic for negotiation. Mutual assistance is to be expected. Do you lack even the most fundamental kindness as a human being? Simon Barclay fell silent at that moment. All right, in a few days it will be the birthday of the King of Chartering. You will represent me at the celebration. At that moment, the entire capital of Hong Kong Island would converge, and I hope you can adeptly rally the support. Governor MacLeod emphasized. Indeed. Simon Barclay nodded with a somber expression. Days passed, and Lei Long, accompanied by Li Jiasin and He Chaoqiu, made their way to Victoria Peak for a banquet. As the sun descended, twilight enveloped the landscape. Victoria Peak stood like a checkpoint, obstructing the path for ordinary individuals. The summit was adorned with lanterns. The air filled with the sounds of firecrackers and a ceaseless display of fireworks. Luxurious vehicles ascended towards the peak. The 19 bends of Yunnan, here symbolized by the 9 bays, represented supreme authority. It is no wonder that during this era, geomancers and charlatans thrived. Alongside the elite and dignitaries, police personnel, personally escorted by Li Wenbin, ensured the event's security. The wealthiest individual in Hong Kong Island, any mishap could lead to significant consequences. Soon, Lei Long and his companions arrived at the entrance, presenting the invitation and offering congratulatory gifts. Upon entering the grand hall, they found a considerable gathering of esteemed individuals. Beneath the crystal chandeliers, dignitaries congregated. Scanning the room, one could see many renowned figures of high status. HSBC's chairman, Shen Bai, was engaged in conversation with Shi Ert, Nubi Ken, and others. These magnates were animatedly discussing business, women, and exchanging business cards. The arrival of Lei Long immediately drew the attention of numerous attendees. As he was the youngest and one of the most affluent tycoons on Hong Kong Island, with such accolades, he stood out among the crowd. Many young women cast lingering glances in his direction, seemingly eager to captivate him. Despite their poised and glamorous appearances, they were, in reality, far more adventurous than anyone might presume. After all, their husbands wielded wealth, power, and influence. What manner of woman could they not attract? They were inevitably susceptible to the charms of outside temptations, leading them to a state of neglect. In truth, most of these unions were merely for show, while privately, everyone pursued their own desires. A few young women, unable to contain their excitement, approached with intentions to strike up a conversation. Li Jiaqing, Li Zhaoji, and others arrived, encircling Lei Long to exchange pleasantries. Lei Long signaled to Li Jiaxin and He Chaoqiang, indicating for them to depart. Moments later, after concluding the polite exchanges, Lei Long turned around just as Hua Yingdong waved him over. "Brother Lei, come here for a moment." Lei Long took a seat on the sofa, offering a faint smile. "Brother Hua, why so reserved today? It's uncharacteristic of you." Hua Yingdong took a sip of champagne, gazing into the crowd, with them around. "I feel like cursing. If it weren't for old Bao's sake, I wouldn't even be here." Following Hua Yingdong's gaze, Lei Long spotted a group of foreigners, including the chairman of Swire Group, Shiryati, along with various British officials and high-ranking members of the Hong Kong government. It was no wonder Hua Yingdong felt this way. Ever since he declared his stance, he had faced oppression from these foreigners. Moreover, Lei Long noted that while these foreigners engaged in jovial conversation, they occasionally made crude, lewd remarks in English about a certain woman in the crowd. They were exploiting the language barrier to their advantage. Yet, it was disheartening to see some women misinterpret their comments as compliments, stepping forward to flaunt their figures in hopes of garnering attention from these foreigners. Such naivety was almost tragic. It seemed the hotel would be fully booked tonight. Some women, akin to ethereal beings, indulged in their current situations while yearning for the foreign allure. How lamentable. "Oh, Brother Hua, let us not be like that. Let us focus on having a good time. Cheers." Lei Long shifted his gaze, raising his glass. Hua Yingdong sipped his drink, surveyed the surroundings, and cautiously remarked, "There is something I didn't get to tell you earlier. When you reported the Miss Asia pageant, Simon Barkley, the chief secretary, mobilized several key departments to conduct a large-scale joint inspection of your business, ostensibly to rectify market order and verify compliance. At that moment, old Bao and I sensed something amiss. It was too forceful, exceeding normal limits. So we seized an opportunity to meet with Governor Macleos. He was quite accommodating and managed to suppress the matter. Brother Lei, I'm not trying to take credit. As someone who has been through it, I know they harbor ill intentions towards you. So, I wanted to give you a heads up. The chief secretary might strike at any moment. You need to be vigilant. The Miss Asia pageant, surprise inspections, disruptors, human bombs, diehard agents, chair bombs, the mysterious officials mentioned by Xiang Huqiang and Lei Jukin. All the clues and events suddenly interconnected, becoming clear. Chief Secretary Simon Barkley. This individual wields significant influence, second only to the governor, a powerful figure on Hong Kong Island, capable of commanding the winds and rain. A truly enigmatic official, hidden within the upper echelons of the Hong Kong government, more insidious and lethal than the blades of any gang. Thank you, Brother Hua, for the warning. I appreciate it. Lei Long suppressed the turbulent chill and anger within. However, do not act too impulsively. After all, they have not yet taken any concrete actions against you. Furthermore, he is the chief secretary, a position of great power. We cannot afford to provoke him. Sensing Lei Long's sudden shift in demeanor, Hua Yingdong immediately urged him. I understand. Lei Long nodded. Hua Yingdong patted Lei Long's shoulder, speaking earnestly. In truth, you need not be overly concerned. Earlier this year, didn't we issue a joint announcement? We now have backing, so do not fear. One day, they will be driven out of Hong Kong Island. Just then, a lively conversation erupted in the center of the hall. A group of business leaders, including Old Lee and others, gathered around Simon Barkley. He raised his glass to the crowd, declaring, the Hong Kong government is committed to maintaining the finest and most equitable business environment for all law-abiding enterprises contributing to Hong Kong's prosperity, be they British, local, or international. We shall provide unwavering support. In the future, we will further optimize regulatory services, ensuring everyone can flourish under stable rules. Well said. A commendable insight from the chief secretary. A chorus of agreement and applause erupted around him. Simon Barkley surveyed the room, clearly satisfied. At that moment, his gaze crossed with Lei Long's, and both exchanged smiles. Excuse me for a moment. Simon Barkley smiled slightly at the crowd, then approached Lei Long. You must be Lei Long, the youngest tycoon of Hong Kong Island, Mr. Lei? Simon Barkley scrutinized him. Your Excellency, Simon, it is truly an honor to catch your eye. Lei Long stood, offering a subtle smile. Simon Barkley nodded as he took a seat, lighting a cigar. Indeed, seeing you in person is far more impressive than mere hearsay. You are truly young and accomplished, exuding remarkable charisma. No wonder such achievements have been attained at such a young age. The island truly abounds with talent. Lei Long ignited a cigarette, reclining on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. The chief secretary is too kind. The prosperity of the island relies on its regulations. I merely conduct my modest business in accordance with the rules, and have been fortunate. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lei. You are being humble. The island needs young entrepreneurs like you, who possess both vision and capability. Simon chuckled heartily, his gaze turning steely as he swiftly changed the subject. However, being overly arrogant in one's dealings can lead to trouble. Much like a vehicle, it is safer to proceed slowly. Even if it crashes into a wall, one may survive. Yet, should speed increase beyond control, a mere stone could spell disaster. Lei Long exhaled 2 puffs of smoke from his nostrils. Thank you for your concern, Chief Secretary. I am always cautious when driving, possessing all the necessary licenses, adhering strictly to the designated lanes and traffic regulations. However, should anyone deliberately set obstacles on the road, I shall not only clear them, but also deal with those who create such hindrances. Simon Barkley narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lei Long deeply before raising his glass. Wishing you a prosperous future and safe travels. Lei Long lifted his cup in return. I appreciate your kind words and likewise wish the Chief Secretary smooth sailing and continuous advancement. The clinking of their glasses resonated clearly as they both took a sip and exchanged knowing smiles. Although neither spoke it outright, the initial skirmish of their meeting had already commenced, both acutely aware, yet choosing to remain unspoken. Watching Simon Barkley's retreating figure, Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze contemplative. The significance of a chief secretary is substantial, indeed a formidable opponent. Have you concluded your discussion so swiftly? Hua Ingdong appeared beside him, his eyes filled with curiosity. This was not typical behavior for a foreigner, far too placid. He had long been aware of their temperament. Lei Long inquired, what is the background of this fellow? In truth, Lei Long was quite ignorant of this individual's identity. He appeared relatively young, perhaps in his 30s. Hua Ingdong seated himself. He is of the Barclays family. The Barclays Bank in London is under their control, with significant backing. It is best to avoid unnecessary conflict. Lei Long nodded, realizing why he spoke with such authority, even more so than Yen Zhu. His background was indeed formidable. However, that was all there was to it. If pushed too far, he would simply overturn the table. What is going on with you two? At that moment, the king of charter boats approached with a glass in hand. Hua Ingdong quickly waved his hand. Nothing, just finding these foreigners displeasing. Lei Long rose, raising his glass. Brother Bao, all is well. Wishing you a happy birthday. May you live long and prosper. Thank you, the king of charter boats beamed, downing his drink, then added with a grin. By the way, I heard you've taken Mr. He.'s daughter as your secretary? You're a lucky man. Alas, my daughter is already married, Sai. Lei Long rubbed his nose, hesitant to respond. Currently, he had no thoughts of matrimony. Flings were fine, but marriage was out of the question. First, the phobia from his previous life, the demands for a car, a house, and an exorbitant dowry, alongside the need to treat her well. These were merely the prerequisites. As for the future, he dared not even contemplate it. Without a certain level of strength, marriage could become a calamity. Secondly, women are merely a luxury, not a necessity. Lastly, he had not yet had enough fun. Binding one's life to a woman was not worth it. Just then, Shunbai approached, fixing his gaze on Lei Long. Mr. Lei, long time no see. Do visit my office sometime. Lei Long nodded. Sure, no problem. At this juncture, amidst the crowd, a young foreigner noticed the stunningly beautiful Li Jiasen, the winner of Miss Asia, a title well-deserved. He promptly approached her with flirtation. Li Jiasen politely responded, intending to join Lei Long once their conversation concluded. Beautiful lady. I am Shi Mingluan, son of the chairman of Swire Shipping. Grant me the honor of dining together this evening, and I shall treat you. Shi Mingluan boldly stepped forward, blocking her path, his gaze shamelessly roaming over Li Jiasen. He had come to indulge in the hunt for beauty, finding ordinary socialites and wealthy women around him rather tedious. Among the crowd, the most radiant was undoubtedly this woman before him. She was exactly to his taste, and he was determined to have her tonight. He was confident that, with his good looks and status as the chairman's son, there was no woman on this island he could not win over. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not available. Li Jiasen slightly furrowed her brow. Previously, she had indeed entertained thoughts about foreigners, considering that in present-day Hong Kong, they typically wielded power and wealth. Securing one could guarantee a blissful future. However, since being with Lei Long, her perspective had shifted dramatically. Not to mention the son of a mere director. Even if his father, Shi Yadi, were present, what would he amount to in Lei Long's eyes? Shi Mingluan's expression soured, his pride and inebriation surging as he attempted to grasp Li Jiasen's wrist. Don't be so ungrateful. Suddenly, a massive hand, like a vice, seized his neck from behind, applying pressure. Shi Mingluan found himself bent over, utterly humiliated. Touch my woman, and you shall face dire consequences. Shi Mingluan struggled. But Lei Long's grip was akin to steel, rendering him completely immobile. It should be noted that Lei Long's physique had been enhanced through serum. He was already at the pinnacle of human capability. This young man was weak as a kitten. Even 100 of them would not suffice to challenge Lei Long. FK, who are you? How dare you touch me? Do you wish to die? Do you know who I am? Remove your filthy hands this instant, or I will ensure you regret it in Hong Kong. Shi Mingluan's face turned beet red, his anguished roar shattering the air. And as he caught the gaze of those around him, his once proud facade crumbled. Lei Long pressed harder. Apologize, or I will make sure you leave Victoria Peak horizontally tonight. The foreigner's eyes turned bloodshot, gasping for breath, his vision blurring. I apologize. Upon raising his hand, Shi Mingluan staggered to his feet, gasping heavily, and upon realizing Lei Long was merely a yellow-skinned monkey, he swung a punch at him. Lei Long's eyes narrowed as he sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick to Shi Mingluan's abdomen, sending him flying backward with a scream. Brother Lei, wait. He is Shi Yadi's son, Shi Mingluan. Hua Ingdong appeared, restraining the enraged Lei Long. Lei Long halted his advance, turning to the visibly shaken Li Jiasen. Are you all right? Li Jiasen's eyes reddened as she embraced Lei Long, sobbing. Mr. Lei, I'm fine. Chapter 96. A Rage for the Fair Lady. Who did this, FK? At that moment, several foreigners entered the venue, and upon seeing Shi Mingluan's disheveled state, one among them glared menacingly around. This individual before us is Shi Di, the esteemed chairman of Swire Group. What are my actions? Are you dissatisfied? Lei Long turned around, spotting Shi Di, and approached him with an air of superiority. Due to the matter of reverse listing, this scoundrel had previously colluded with the three major trading houses regarding his own affairs, and Lei Long had long harbored a grudge against him. Had it not been for the funds from oil not arriving, he would have already taken action against Swire Group. A tortoise shell? Once listed, the notion of an absolute tortoise shell becomes irrelevant. In the future, even the Federal Reserve will be rendered powerless by unreliable circumstances. Just a mere Swire. What audacity! When the time comes, I shall deal with you. What do you mean, Lei Long? You struck my son at Mr. Bao's birthday banquet? Upon seeing Lei Long, Shi Di's pupils constricted. He initially presumed it was some indiscreet fool, only to discover it was that audacious Lei Long. This man is formidable. Your son attempted to make advances toward my woman. What is wrong with my actions? Or do you have peculiar preferences, enjoying playing the role of the incompetent husband? Lei Long spoke in a low voice. Father, kill him. I want him dead. Before Shi Di could respond, Shi Mingluan, filled with rage, approached. Lei Long retaliated with a swift slap, sending Shi Mingluan crashing to the ground. When adults are speaking, what right do you have to interject? You uncouth wretch. Shi Di's body trembled. Despite his experience, he nearly failed to contain his fury. Lei Long, are you being excessive? Yet Lei Long calmly patted Shi Di on the shoulder, a look of satisfaction on his face. It's fine, since he did not apologize to my woman. This slap serves as a lesson for him. Now we are even. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Lei Long truly dared to act. For the sake of a woman, he offended a major capital entity. Only Lei Long would be bold enough to do such a thing in the entirety of Hong Kong. A quintessential guardian of his wife, indeed. Shi Mingluan rose, eager to retort, but Shi Di suddenly stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to his own son's face, leaving Shi Mingluan bewildered. Is this truly his father? Not only did he neglect his own son, but he also assisted in delivering a slap. How disgraceful! Is this not chaotic enough? Shi Di scolded. Take him away. Soon, the atmosphere returned to calm. Mr. Lei, my son was at fault from the outset. I hope this suffices. Shi Di turned back, forcing a strained smile. Today, as events were witnessed by many, it was clear that his son was in the wrong. If he were to confront Lei Long head-on, he would not only lose his composure, but could also become a target for media scrutiny, jeopardizing the company and stirring market turbulence. The only solution was to admit fault, sacrificing familial ties for the greater good and establishing a precedent. Furthermore, he was well aware of the kind of person his son was. Should the matter escalate, it would not simply be a question of face. Satisfactory. Mr. Shi, you truly are a businessman. I commend you. Lei Long taunted. The implication in his words was not lost on Shi Di, who chose not to elaborate further. He departed, feeling embarrassed after the humiliation of the day. As the minor farce concluded, the atmosphere resumed its lively ambience. The following day, headlines emerged. A furious outburst for love. Lei Long defends his beauty, slapping the heir of Swire. A guardian of his wife? Lei Long boldly confronts Swire Group for the sake of Miss Asia champion Li Jiasen. The Shi family's son disgraced at the banquet. The fierce Lei Long protects his flower. Li Jiasen suddenly became the envy of all women in Hong Kong, the only one likely to be proposed as the legitimate partner. Women across Hong Kong mourned their missed opportunities, as if they had lost billions. Behind the sensational headlines, discussions arose regarding the brazen behavior of Shi Mingluan, the heir of Swire. At Thunder Group, Lei Long was sipping tea to sober up. Chow was organizing some documents. Just then, Gao Jin entered with a shifty-looking man resembling a rat. So, you are the paparazzo du Zitong? An amusing name. Lei Long set down his tea. sizing him up. Speak, what do you have? Mr. Lei, the contents herein are a compilation of dark events I and a few colleagues have gathered over the years. Concerning Shi Mingluan and his father, Xia Di, involving matters best left in the shadows. Lei Long raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting. It seemed he had stumbled upon something of interest. However, he did not immediately accept. Why give this to me? What reason do I have to trust that what you provide is unique? Du Zitong sat down, sincerely stating, Mr. Lei, to be candid, we have held on to this information for quite some time. However, Swire's influence is substantial, with connections in both legitimate and illegitimate circles. As a mere journalist, exposing this could lead to unfortunate consequences. But this time is different. You publicly slapped Shi Mingluan, creating animosity with Xia Di, and the entire Hong Kong is aware. You possess the power to withstand them. I believe you will find this useful. I can guarantee that this original material will be solely yours. Lei Long took the documents, examining them closely. Inside were numerous photographs, videotapes, recordings, and data. Most pertained to Shi Mingluan's scandalous affairs and acts of violence. There were also details regarding Swire Group's underhanded dealings in project bids, land approvals, and the facilitation of benefits to certain officials. The evidence, while not perfect, bore a high degree of authenticity. Particularly, the photographs were clear, capturing Shi Mingluan's face distinctly. Just a fraction of this could ignite a devastating fire for Swire. Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke, casually inquiring. The material is indeed impressive. What is it that you desire? In his original plan, he intended to undermine Swire Group through a direct short sale of the lucrative oil funds. However, Du Zitong had conveniently placed a weapon in his hands. It would be a shame not to utilize it. Stirring the waters early seemed advantageous. At the very least, it would cause Xia Di considerable distress. Lei Long had never fancied himself a paragon of virtue. Effective means to eliminate enemies were simply good methods. Du Zitong raised a finger. 10 million? Lei Long queried. No. 100 million. I assure you, we will not reappear in Hong Kong, nor will we disclose this matter. Du Zitong replied. I can offer you a maximum of 50 million. Lei Long retorted coldly. 100 million? Are you jesting? You couldn't even burn that much at a grave. Fine. Du Zitong smiled. In reality, he merely sought 30 million. The figure of 100 million was merely a feint. It required Lei Long's generosity. Chapter 97, Revelations. A stirring storm. Ajin, bring over 50 million in cash. Lei Long stated coolly. Gao Jin departed. Lei Long stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Du Zitong. I can offer you 50 million. However, I still do not trust you. What now? Paparazzi are not only morally questionable, but also notoriously unreliable. In pursuit of greater profit, a single piece of information could be disseminated numerous times, even leading to the direct betrayal of the buyer. Previously, Lei Long was indifferent to such matters, but now, with numerous publicly listed companies under his purview, even a minor scandal could yield unimaginable repercussions. Cold sweat beaded on Du Zitong's forehead as he hastily vowed, Mr. Lei, though I, Du Zitong, may be a petty man, I am aware of the gravity of the situation. Having received your payment, we shall vanish immediately, departing from Hong Kong Island tonight, never to return. Should I utter a single insincere word, may heaven strike me down. Very well, Lei Long nodded. An hour swiftly passed. Du Zitong, having quenched his thirst, appeared increasingly anxious. He timidly inquired, Mr. Lei, is it not yet ready? Lei Long once more offered a high-quality cigar, stating, 50 million is no trifling sum. It requires time for circulation. Please bear with me a moment longer. Du Zitong accepted it with both hands, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lei. In the next instant, Gao Jin arrived, accompanied by two disheveled young men, Du Zitong's colleagues. Du Zitong was momentarily stunned, his complexion drained, realizing that Lei Long was far more ruthless than he had anticipated. This was a clear intent to eradicate all. Mr. Lei, we have secured all documents from their hideout, Gao Jin reported. Good, Lei Long acknowledged with a nod, gesturing for him to proceed. Gao Jin produced an unsigned check and handed it to the three men, stating, take this, and do not cause any trouble, otherwise, I will annihilate your entire family. Yes, we understand. The trio assured him repeatedly. Now go. Lei Long resumed his tea. The three were nothing more than insignificant insects. Soon after, Lei Long summoned Susan. Expose everything regarding Shi Yadi's son, Shi Mingluan. The more uproar, the better. Lei Long stated nonchalantly as he tapped the armrest of the sofa. The Tycoon Trading Company is indeed impeccable. However, Shi Mingluan is not. His gaze turned icy. The first course of the banquet for Shi Yadi can now be served. Understood. Susan took the material and, upon reading, remarked that Shi Mingluan was nothing short of a beast. Nay, worse than a mere beast. That evening, Susan contacted major newspapers and media outlets, including TVB and Asia Television, to publicize the disgraceful deeds of Shi Mingluan on Hong Kong Island. For instance, he bullied women, and when they resisted, he orchestrated their family's ruin, even leading to the annihilation of entire households. One affluent merchant's daughter, having spurned Shi Mingluan's advances, saw her family's business suffer mysterious setbacks, ultimately resulting in bankruptcy and separation, with the woman herself collapsing into a mental breakdown and requiring hospitalization. In a high-end club's private room, Shi Mingluan not only indulged in illegal substances but also coerced accompanying women to partake, resulting in one person collapsing on the spot and subsequently dying in the hospital, with a cover-up of accidental death. Following this, it was revealed that anyone who had offended Shi Mingluan either faced physical assault or fatal accidents. In summary, various reports painted Shi Yati's son, Shi Mingluan, as a vile creature. As public outrage swelled, the police apprehended Shi Mingluan that very night. Shi Yati's camp initiated emergency public relations efforts to mitigate the situation and minimize the impact on Tycoon Trading Company. Yet, he was up against the formidable Lei Long, who wielded the influence of both TVB and Asia Television, along with the vast resources of the Thunder Group. His public relations efforts amounted to nothing. Late at night, in Causeway Bay, Shi Yati, clad in pajamas, held a glass of red wine, his deep-set eyes betraying a mix of gravity and alarm. The very scenario he had dreaded most had come to fruition. Given the evidence emerging from the outside world, it seemed his son would not escape unscathed. Moreover, the conflict with Lei Long had erupted just before everything was laid bare. Surely, Lei Long was orchestrating this chaos. Damn it. He shattered the glass in a fit of rage upon contemplating the sequence of events. Shi Yati promptly dialed Simon Barkley's number. "Hello, Chief Secretary. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but the matter is urgent, and I wish to meet with you." Shi Yati spoke courteously. Simon Barkley replied coolly, "I am already aware of the situation. The evidence is too compelling, and public sentiment is spiraling out of control. Mr. Shi, it's time to concede. Even the most powerful cannot save your son this time." Shi Yati felt a sinking sensation in his heart, his tone becoming frantic. "Chief Secretary, is there truly no solution?" "We can," Simon interrupted, his voice growing slightly colder. "There is none. Your only recourse now is to act in the interest of justice. First thing tomorrow, hold a press conference to publicly distance yourself from your son's criminal actions and support judicial fairness. This is the only way to safeguard Tycoon Trading Company and your own reputation." "But he is my son." Shi Yati's voice trembled, torn between anguish and defiance. "Your son? Or a liability?" Simon retorted sharply. "Mr. Shi, you are an intelligent man. You must know how to make the right choice." It was not that he didn't wish to assist. In days gone by, such a matter would have posed little issue. But times had changed. It was no longer a realm where they could act with impunity. Furthermore, the evidence was irrefutable, and the implications were far-reaching. Shi Mingluan could not evade accountability. Yet, Shi Yati was unwilling to accept this reality, his visage one of torment. Regardless of Shi Mingluan's heinous actions, he remained his son. "There is no room for negotiation," Simon Barkley coldly stated. "Think it over yourself, and refrain from disturbing me further." With that, he abruptly hung up. Shi Yati slumped against the sofa, trembling all over. His eyes shut tight as a tear slid down his cheek. It was a sorrowful night indeed. The following day, the financial market for Tycoon Trading Company experienced turmoil far more intense than anticipated. The stock prices of its listed companies plummeted at the opening, with a deluge of sell-offs. Numerous investors and partners inundated the board of directors with calls, demanding reasonable explanations regarding the scandal involving Shi Yati's son, Shi Mingluan, and the associated potential legal risks, reputational damage, and financial losses. The board convened an emergency meeting. The atmosphere was frigid. Shi Yati lay in his chair, stoically inhaling cigars, his expression a mix of solemnity and fury. The shareholders were vociferous, showing him no respect whatsoever. An English shareholder with slicked-back hair was the first to speak out. "Mr. Sure, it's not that I lack respect for you. I have repeatedly emphasized the need to send your son back to the British Empire. But did you heed my advice? Look where we are now. Since the scandal broke, how much market value has evaporated. The entire city's newspapers are proclaiming that we, Tycoon, have raised a murderer and a drug addict. What about our reputation? Over a century of prestige has been tossed into the gutter because of your son. Moreover, the entire company could face investigations from various departments. If any issues are uncovered, what then?" Shi Yati replied coldly. At that moment, a more seasoned foreign shareholder stood up, unrelated. "He is your son, bearing the Shi surname. The money he spent and the power he wielded, how could they possibly be disconnected from Tycoon? If your family matters adversely affect the company's reputation and result in significant losses for the shareholders, we are entitled to propose to the board the consideration of a more suitable candidate for the chairmanship." One by one, shareholders began to call for Shi Yati's accountability. In the face of self-interest, emotions and loyalties are rendered insignificant. Shi Yati's countenance darkened with discontent, yet he refrained from showing anger. Unlike Lei Long, who possessed absolute authority as a major shareholder. He was merely the largest shareholder without such power. Very well, I will provide an explanation to everyone, he declared. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a press conference was summoned at the tycoon headquarters. A multitude of journalists had gathered, their flashing cameras blinding. Shiati stepped onto the stage, approached the microphone, and took a deep breath. I, Shiati, as the chairman of Tycoon Company and as the father of Shiminglan, am profoundly shocked, pained, and ashamed by the serious allegations recently revealed by the media regarding my son, Shiminglan. As a father, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility for my failures and upbringing. Before the law, all are equal. I respect and support the independent investigation by the judicial authorities of Hong Kong. Should the allegations against Shiminglan be substantiated, he must bear the full legal consequences of his actions. I will not offer protection nor interfere with the judiciary. I extend my sincerest apologies to all those harmed and their families, and I shall compensate for the corresponding losses. I am willing to accept the oversight of the board and shareholders and will fully cooperate with any related investigations to uphold the legitimate rights of Tycoon. Having spoken, Shiati attempted to leave, but the media would not relent, bombarding him with questions. Chairman, does this imply that you acknowledge knowledge of your son's crimes? Will Tycoon implement internal reforms because of this incident? Will you personally resign? Shiati's face turned ashen. Shielded by bodyguards, he entered the hall, refusing to answer these questions. Meanwhile, Lei Long observed the scene of Shiati sacrificing his son for the greater good. This old man indeed had a certain stature. Are you certain, Fuguai? Lei Long asked, turning to Wang Fuguai after turning off the television. Absolutely, replied Wang Fuguai, his voice hoarse, bloodshot eyes fixed on the photograph on the table, his deceased wife. Portrayed in terror and despair. It was Shiminglan, this beast, who had caused her suffering years ago. This man, now one of Hong Kong's top lawyers, was ultimately just a frail son in this moment. After so many years, the true culprit had finally surfaced. Once Shiminglan is imprisoned, I will ensure he does not live to see the light of day, Lei Long promised, placing a reassuring hand on Wang Fuguai's shoulder. It's merely a matter of taking care of someone in prison. Such a trivial task can be delegated. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Wang Fuguai, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt in gratitude. Without Lei Long, he would not have achieved today's success, nor would he have identified Shiminglan as the true culprit. All right, rise. I grant you a month's leave. Go enjoy yourself. Lei Long assisted him in standing. Wang Fuguai was indeed capable, and under Annie's guidance, had become one of Hong Kong's top lawyers. The future held even greater promise. Nodding earnestly, he wiped away his tears and bowed deeply before departing. Days passed, and the trial concerning Shiminglan concluded. He received the punishment he deserved, multiple sentences leading to life imprisonment. Regrettably, it was not the death penalty, but rather life behind bars. This was within Lei Long's expectations. With the Shi's influence, it was possible that this scoundrel might see the light of day again after a few years in prison. While Ma Lihao showed no leniency, other politicians might not be so resolute. As long as money and connections were in place, the rules could always be bent. However, Shiminglan would not live to see that day. Crows had already arranged for someone to enter the prison. Shiminglan was destined to perish in Hong Kong. Even Jesus could not intervene. Indeed, just 2 days after Shiminglan's imprisonment, news of his demise surfaced. The police dared not disclose the true cause, only stating that Shiminglan could not bear the pressure and committed suicide. Upon receiving the news, Lei Long remained unfazed, feeling an immense satisfaction within. Individuals like Shiminglan, who had committed numerous heinous acts, were worse than beasts. His demise was too lenient a fate for him. Lei Long could only imagine Shiati's reaction upon learning of his son's death. It must have been quite a spectacle. Simultaneously, a satellite phone call came through from the Dark Dragon organization, which had not been in contact during the lunch break. The gist of the message was that conflict was about to erupt in the Middle East. They had secured a significant contract for the assassination of Israeli officials. Lei Long did not intervene. As for the Israelis, they were nothing but squids. He had always been curious why the little mustache had decided to eliminate this group. Until his previous life, the actions and character of the Israelis were well known. Of course, that was all in the past. In this life, Lei Long would ensure the squids were thoroughly drained of their power, preventing them from committing further atrocities. At the same time, this clarified a fact for Lei Long. Oil prices were bound to rise. On the night of September 21st, in the Middle East, war erupted suddenly and without warning. By the evening of the 22nd, news spread like an explosive shockwave, sweeping across major global news headlines. The world was once again taken aback. What was the cause this time? While intelligence agencies scrambled to investigate the source of the conflict, the international crude oil market began to soar. It is worth noting that the world's largest oil-producing countries were located in the Middle East. When war broke out in that region, it naturally affected oil production, leading to fluctuations in global supply, and oil prices would inevitably change. Overnight, The price of oil surged from 20 per barrel to 22 per barrel, marking a 10 increase in a single day. For the average market, this was a significant fluctuation. A single stock could yield an additional $2. However, in the face of leverage in futures, such amounts were trivial. Even with 10 times the leverage, one could still enjoy a substantial profit. For a futures investor like Lei Long, who operated with 20 times the leverage, it was an absolute windfall. Wealth was just around the corner. Chapter 99. A pure profit of $8 billion. King of Wall Street Finance. At the top of the Solomon Building, Levi rushed into John Gutfreund's office like a bear, trembling with urgency. Chairman, war has broken out in the Middle East. The price of crude oil has surpassed 22. We hold a long position of $4 billion in futures for Mr. Lei. John Gutfreund, holding a wine glass, remained silent. However, his expression revealed that he was utterly astonished. No, not just shocked. He was completely flabbergasted. With a principal of $4 billion and a leverage of 20 times, this maneuver has leveraged an astonishing market of $80 billion. A mere $10 rise in oil prices signifies an astounding floating profit of $8 billion, achieved overnight. Dare we dream, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle? This audacious gamble has catapulted a bicycle directly into the realm of an aircraft carrier. Very well, I understand. Let the employees put in extra hours these days. I shall confer with Lei. John sipped his red wine and promptly picked up the satellite phone. On Hong Kong Island, Lei Long was leisurely sipping tea. A call came in, and Lei Long answered. The voice of John Gutfreund resonated with surprise. Lei, congratulations. What brings about this joy? Lei Long inquired knowingly. War has erupted. Oil prices have surged. Your profits from crude oil futures are quite substantial. At the current 10% margin, you stand to gain $8 billion. John Gutfreund replied after taking a sip of wine. Oh, that's quite impressive. Lei Long nodded. Lei, will you continue to hold? I suggest you cash out. In my experience, the conflict in the Middle East will not last long. It is likely to conclude in a week, or even within days. John Gutfreund cautioned. I trust your judgment. Let us liquidate. Lei Long declared. The market has gone berserk. Capital from all corners has descended upon the scent of blood. The first bite of the juiciest meat has already been taken. Let others scramble for the remaining scraps. $8 billion is more than sufficient to secure. Greed can lead to choking. 3 days passed, and Lei Long once again brought Chow to Wall Street, to Solomon Company. After exchanging pleasantries with Levi, he instructed Chow to liaise on business matters. At the top floor, John Gutfreund's mind was consumed with thoughts of Lei Long's remarkable $80 billion profit. Having navigated Wall Street for most of his life, he had witnessed countless storms, leveraged buyouts, junk bond frenzies, Black Monday. Yet, he had never encountered anything as bizarre as this. For billion in principal, 20-fold leverage. Betting on crude oil for 2 months, and amidst a winter conflict, he had placed the right bet. Overnight, floating gains of $80 billion. The question remained, how did he know? John had investigated. In fact, when Lei Long invested the $4 billion in crude oil, he had dispatched someone to assess the situation in the Middle East, which appeared peaceful and normal. He had even confirmed with high-ranking officials from the Eagle Empire. They had revealed nothing. They had not even hinted at controlling the Middle East. What does this imply? It implies that Lei Long possessed no insider information whatsoever. He was purely gambling, wagering $40 billion in real cash on a conflict that even the most elite intelligence agencies could not foresee. This transcended the realm of financial maneuvering, approaching the miraculous. This was no longer a matter of audacity or luck. It felt as if he had glimpsed the script of fate. John suddenly recalled the mysterious legends of divination and feng shui from the East, taking another sip of whiskey. Mr. John, long time no see, Lei Long entered. His expression as composed as ever. John Gutfreund turned around. Lei, welcome. Take a seat. Just wait for the funds to arrive. You shall inscribe a remarkable chapter in the annals of Wall Street finance, with an unprecedented operation. The title of King of Wall Street Finance shall be yours alone. He refrained from excessive exaggeration. This was an irrefutable fact. Once the funds were confirmed, the transaction amount would be unveiled to the entire world. This operation, netting $80 billion, would become a legendary tale in the financial community, achieving the pinnacle of miraculous feats. Simultaneously, Lei Long would shatter the myth of 9 losses out of 10 in finance. Ahem, Lei Long settled onto the sofa. It's merely good fortune. Please don't elevate me too high, Mr. John. Fortune? John nearly burst into laughter. Your luck surpasses even winning the lottery in the district. John turned to the liquor cabinet, retrieving the finest Macallan, pouring 2 glasses. Lei, I understand the rules. I shall not pry. However, I am genuinely curious. Did you have prior knowledge of something, or were you simply bold enough to gamble such a vast sum? Lei Long accepted the drink, taking a sip. I traveled back from the future. Do you believe me? At these words, John paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. Ha! Lei, that answer is more shocking than earning $80 billion. He had envisioned numerous responses, but never anticipated such a reply. For a moment, he was at a loss for how to respond. Just then, Levi burst through the door, panting, "All positions have been closed. Net profit of $83 million. And the funds have been confirmed." At that very moment, uproar erupted in trading halls across the globe. In New York, at Morgan Stanley's trading floor, a trader, fixated on crude oil futures, leaped up, knocking over his chair. "What the hell? Look at this closing volume, this profit. Oh my God, how is this possible? Net profit of $80 billion. Who's responsible? Investigate. Find out whose account it is." In London, at the metal exchange, New York has exploded. Someone heavily invested in crude oil before the conflict in the Middle East just raked in $80 billion. $80 billion? Who is it? The account is extremely secretive. Currently, we only know it is Solomon Company handling it. Something has gone awry in crude oil. Someone just liquidated an astronomical figure. Hurry and find out who it is. In Tokyo and across various global financial hubs, similar shock and chaos erupted almost simultaneously. Oh my God. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. 80 billion could buy our entire exchange. Mobilize all resources. I want to know who it is. Is it a new fund from South? Or the prince from the Middle East? Or the leaders of the Eagle Empire? Immediately convene an emergency meeting. Reassess all risk windows. At this moment, the global financial community was ablaze with excitement, shock, and wild speculation. They were all eager to uncover the identity of the enigmatic figure. That evening, on Wall Street, in a restaurant, Lei Long, John, Levi, and Chow were enjoying a fine dining experience. "Lei, congratulations. You've reached a new pinnacle in your life." Levi raised his glass, sincerely and enviously declaring, "With an $80 billion profit, not only in the world but even within the Eagle Empire, you would be considered a formidable tycoon." Chapter 100. The Rise of the New King. The World Watches. "Thank you for your congratulations." Lei Long raised his glass, clinking it in camaraderie. "Lei, what are your plans moving forward?" John inquired as he savored a bite of salad. He held Lei Long in high regard. Having him join Solomon Company would be akin to inviting a titan into their midst. "I don't have any immediate plans," Lei Long replied. "Lei, don't settle in Hong Kong. Come to the Eagle Empire, join Solomon Company. Unleash your talents. I firmly believe you will reach the pinnacle of the world." John exclaimed with palpable excitement. Upon hearing this, Lei Long set down his cup, flashed a faint smile, and politely declined, saying, "I have my own matters to attend to. If the opportunity arises in the future, we may collaborate then." Indeed, the Eagle Sauce Empire stands as a paragon of a first-rate developed nation, with advancements surpassing those of any other country in terms of living conditions and investment environments. Few can resist its allure. Yet, Lei Long harbors his own aspirations and obligations. Home is where the heart is. No distant paradise can rival the comfort of one's own abode. As for investing in the Eagle Sauce Empire, there is no rush. Progress will come step by step. The future is replete with opportunities. All right, John conceded with a hint of regret, but did not press further. Each person has their own choices. 3 days passed, and the Wall Street Journal, London Daily, New York Times, and Tokyo Daily all reported a singular event: the emergence of a new king on Wall Street. Lei Long from Hong Kong had deftly capitalized on the turmoil in the Middle East, netting an astonishing $8 billion in a single day. Lei Long's life story also made headlines. The founder of Thunder Mobile, chairman of Thunder Group and Thunder Technology. He is a 25-year-old billionaire, a Hong Kong native and the new tycoon of the island, poised to become Asia's wealthiest individual and possibly the world's richest. Many across the globe are fervently supporting Lei Long, youthful, handsome, and a billionaire. He embodies the ideal man in the eyes of women and a role model for men. Once overlooked by aspiring models, today they come knocking at his door. On the grand path of life, what constitutes truth? Wealth is the ultimate truth. In the grand halls of the British Empire, London, within the opulent confines of Buckingham Palace, Queen Elizabeth II and Margaret Thatcher were engaged in quiet contemplation. A man entered the hall to report on Lei Long's exploits. Lei Long, a Hong Kong native? Upon hearing this, Lady Thatcher opened her eyes and furrowed her brow in rare surprise. She had not anticipated that such a formidable financial genius hailed from Hong Kong. The troubling part was that she had received no prior information about him. This was a grave oversight on the part of the Hong Kong government. "Give me the phone," Lady Thatcher commanded softly. "Your Majesty," came the respectful voice of Sir Murray MacLehose over the line. Without pleasantries, Lady Thatcher delved straight into the matter. "Sir MacLehose, what is your assessment of this Lei Long?" After a brief pause, Sir MacLehose replied, "Lei Long is a young talent with remarkable achievements in Hong Kong's business landscape. He oversees several publicly listed companies and is a model taxpayer, contributing significantly to the local economy." Lady Thatcher's tone turned icy. "A model businessman? A man who can earn $8 billion in finance? Sir MacLehose, why has London received no reports regarding Lei Long until now?" Sir MacLehose quickly explained, Your Majesty. Lei Long's rise has been astonishingly swift and aggressive, and his recent maneuvers against British enterprises like Jardine Matheson and Swire have sparked considerable controversy. We believe a more cautious evaluation is necessary to avoid impacting Hong Kong negatively. After all, he has his own agendas, especially with his term nearing its end. It is prudent to avoid unnecessary conflicts at this delicate juncture. Upon hearing this, Lady Thatcher chose not to confront Sir Macleho's intentions, but instead fell into deep contemplation. A person capable of stirring the global financial center undoubtedly possesses ambitions and energies that cannot be confined to the shores of Hong Kong, especially at such a young age. Now, with his international fame, he is a remarkably valuable commercial prodigy that must be courted. From this moment forth, we must express our intentions and win over Lei Long, Lady Thatcher asserted. And, should the need arise, if we cannot win him over, let us not sever ties. A subtle warning may suffice should such a scenario unfold. Your Majesty, I understand what must be done, Sir Macleho's responded with a nod. Meanwhile, Lei Long was enjoying tea with Levi, who had profited significantly from this venture and was exceedingly cordial. At that moment, Lei Long received a call from Lei Luo. As soon as the line connected, Lei Luo's exuberant, booming voice burst forth, filled with incredulity. My goodness! Are you aiming for the stars, my boy? In truth, Lei Luo had seen an article in the Wall Street Journal that morning about a young man named Lei Long and initially thought his eyes were deceiving him. His own son? He immediately inquired for details. The investigation revealed a shocking truth. It truly was his son, with a net profit of 8 billion, something he had never dared to dream. Calm down, Dad. It's just a small affair. In a few days, I'll earn a few more billion for us to enjoy. Lei Long replied nonchalantly. Lei Luo was momentarily taken aback. A few billion just like that? What audacity! Others rely on their fathers, but here, it seems I am relying on my son. While others may be second-generation rich, he had somehow become a first-generation wealthy individual. All right, you little brat. Now that you've struck gold, things must feel different. Lei Luo said with a hint of sarcasm before shifting the conversation. Lei, with so much profit, why not simply take a step back? That's enough for several lifetimes. In the past, he would have wished for Lei Long to amass as much wealth as possible. But after experiencing so much in Hong Kong, he had learned a crucial lesson. It is lonely at the top, and sometimes, it is wiser to know when to withdraw. Having too much wealth can sometimes bring more trouble than fortune. It is better to hold on to what is rightfully and lawfully earned. I understand, Dad. I have to go now. I have matters to attend to, Lei Long said before ending the call. He comprehended Lei Luo's sentiments. For an ordinary person, it would indeed be a time to rest, yet his goals stretched far and wide. This was merely the beginning. Lei, have you truly considered developing in the Eagle Sauce Empire? Levi sighed. We will think about it later. I'm leaving for Hong Kong tomorrow. We shall catch up next time, Lei Long said, handing the satellite phone to Chow Anna. All right, no problem, Levi replied with a slight smile. The following day, Lei Long and Chow Anna boarded their flight back to Hong Kong. Chapter 101. Hong Kong erupts. A new tycoon is born. The Hong Kong government is in a flurry. Just as Lei Long boarded the plane, major reports reached Hong Kong. The king of Wall Street, Lei Long. Television stations led by TVB and Asia Television began broadcasting, primarily discussing Lei Long's staggering 8 billion financial triumph. However, they all concluded with a defining phrase: Hong Kong's wealthiest. The new king has risen, while the ship king retreats. These words are particularly striking, igniting the entire island. On the island, at the airport, the aircraft of Lei Long has just glided onto the tarmac. Outside the windows, a sea of people has already gathered. Such a scene could only have been orchestrated by someone who had already leaked the news of his return. As Lei Long steps out of the airport, throngs of reporters rush forward, broadcasting live. With a gleam in his eye, Hai Mima enthusiastically exclaims into the camera, "This is not merely an unprecedented investment triumph. It signifies the emergence of a new tycoon on our island. A new king ascends the throne, a legend unfolds, a king without a crown." Lei Long, however, merely shows his face briefly before departing. In Central, at the headquarters of the Changjiang 10 Industries, Li Jiaqing gazes intently at the image of Lei Long on the screen, a knowing smile crossing his lips, perhaps out of admiration, perhaps envy. 8 billion US dollars, 640 billion Hong Kong dollars. This is pure profit, not mere asset scale or market valuation. It is a figure that the entire island must look up to. Mr. Li, should we curry favor with the female secretary for inquiries? No hurry, Li Jiaqing replies indifferently. The new king has ascended. Yet whether this throne is secure remains to be seen. Lei Long has indeed reaped rewards, but the forthcoming tempests will only grow more formidable. The external pressures and the government are akin to an unfathomable whirlpool. To seek favor now, when one has not before, not only reveals a lack of vision but also diminishes one's own stature. This is a cardinal sin in the realm of business. Indeed, the devoted female secretary, Upon hearing this, hesitates to speak further. She understands Li Jiaqing's perspective all too well. However, from her viewpoint, she believes Li Jiaqing is overly concerned with appearances, enduring unnecessary hardships. What harm is there in lowering one's stance? At Victoria Peak, the King of Charters is practicing calligraphy in his study, cultivating his spirit. The butler enters to report, "Sir, Mr. Lei has returned to the island, having amassed 80 million in finance, becoming the new tycoon of Hong Kong." "I am aware." The King of Charters responds, gently setting down his brush. He has known of this development for quite some time. The title of Hong Kong's new tycoon is indeed well-deserved. The king merely offers a smile, albeit one tinged with complexity, both contentment and a hint of melancholy for heroes in their twilight. The butler wishes to add more. But the King of Charters interrupts, "I am growing old. The future belongs to the youth. His success is his own merit." However, with such towering accomplishments, one cannot help but wonder how many will be envious and how many will feel threatened. Inform those below that, regardless of what transpires in the future, we must staunchly support Lei Long. This is both a declaration and an investment. Offering assistance in times of need is rare. Enhancing one's fortune is also a form of posture. On the streets, in tea restaurants, and at the stock exchange, the buzz is palpable. Wow, 80 million US dollars, wealth that rivals nations. Mr. Lei is truly remarkable. He brings glory to our people. A change in the title of tycoon. The King of Charters has stepped down. A flurry of citizens rush to Lei Long's company, eager to work under the newly crowned tycoon. Meanwhile, at the government building, McLeod is watering plants, seemingly unperturbed by the external tumult. Yet, some are unable to remain composed. In front of the expatriate officials at the government building lies a stack of daily reports. Hong Kong's Lei Long, 80 million US dollars, the new tycoon of Hong Kong. Several expatriate officials gasp in astonishment. Just then, high-ranking officials, including the Secretary for Administration and the Financial Secretary, enter the building. Secretary Simon casts a cold glance. "Return to your posts immediately." Though some express dissatisfaction, they must disperse, constrained by the authority of their positions. Simon and his party swiftly ascend the stairs. Upon seeing the group arrive, McLeod offers a faint smile. "Your Excellency, how shall we address the matter of Lei Long?" Simon inquires first. When he first received the news, he was utterly taken aback. How could a person be so formidable? To earn 80 billion in one fell swoop, in the realm of finance no less. Even the internationally renowned Soros would concede defeat. What does 80 billion signify? It is no exaggeration to say that the entire island's foreign exchange reserves do not amount to such a sum. At this juncture, Lei Long has supplanted the King of Charters, becoming the new face and emblem of the island. Initially, they had plans to undermine Lei Long, but now, with his burgeoning strength and status, any move against him must be carefully weighed. What are your thoughts? McLeod does not rush to voice the Queen's demands, but instead poses the question to the group. The Queen is the Queen, yet Hong Kong is Hong Kong. No one understands the situation here better than he does. As a governor, one must manage the affairs above while also assuaging those below. This is the fundamental skill of leadership. The assembly exchanges glances, uncertain of how to advise. Many have been in Hong Kong for years, some for decades. They are a steadfast presence. While the governors come and go, they have some understanding of the rapidly shifting landscape of Hong Kong. The British Empire's intention has always been to assimilate the local populace and suppress the Hong Kong people, ensuring no individual in any industry could monopolize success. Previous governors adhered strictly to this strategy. However, McLeod's policies and joint statements have left them somewhat bewildered. In the current climate, such a scenario would not have unfolded decades ago, let alone becoming a tycoon. Even the matter of Thunder Technology going public via Dato's shell would have led them to suppress Lei Long without hesitation. I believe, since Lei Long is now the new tycoon, we need not take further action, support where needed, and build alliances where necessary. Peace is paramount. The financial secretary opines after a moment of contemplation. While that may be the case, I fear he may not adhere to the rules. This young man is flourishing across various sectors: film, real estate, highways, subways, and even half of Hong Kong's electricity lies within his grasp. This is not merely a matter of him challenging British interests. He is systematically consuming the economic lifeblood of the entire island. Consider this, with 80 billion entering the island. How many businesses must he monopolize? At that point, the economic lifeblood of Hong Kong would rest solely in his hands. What, then, would be the purpose of our government? We would merely be led by the nose. Simon, his face flushed, speaks vehemently. Chapter 102, the press conference. You make a valid point. The others are indeed swayed by Simon's rhetoric. At this moment, McLeod and the financial secretary exchange glances, the latter understanding the unspoken communication. However, he can also bring prosperous economic growth to Hong Kong. As for the economic lifeblood, we can impose restrictions. Wouldn't that resolve the issue? Simon finds himself momentarily speechless, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. A great deal has been said just now, and it is all quite clear to me. Michael took a sip of red wine and said, "Let us do this, Simon and Chad. You two shall personally extend an invitation to Lei Long. We shall also organize a press conference in the name of the Hong Kong government regarding Lei Long, to demonstrate our emphasis on and recognition of talent. Of course, while we seek to win him over, we must also gauge his attitude. I trust you know how to proceed with that?" He held a deep admiration for Lei Long. With someone of Lei Long's caliber, the economy of Hong Kong Island is destined to flourish. However, Simon was right. Lei Long's methods could indeed be somewhat extreme. His various businesses are moving towards a monopolistic direction. Such monopolistic practices are not merely frowned upon. They are strictly forbidden in any empire. Governance will never allow any wealthy merchant to manipulate them, let alone rise above them. With such sentiments in mind, his admiration for Lei Long had to be tempered. While benefits must be extended, it is equally important to probe and, if necessary, to give a gentle admonition. Of course, if Lei Long were to align himself with the British Empire, that would not pose a problem. "Yes, Your Excellency," Simon and Chad replied respectfully. On Lei Long's side, he did not rejoice at the external rumors. He was acutely aware of his current predicament. Numerous pitfalls awaited him ahead. In the eyes of those who truly wield the power to set the rules, even the most illustrious businessman is merely a pawn on the chessboard. When one is a dog, one may jump within the squares. Should one become too conspicuous, it is but a matter of a single word before the chessboard is overturned, casting one into the refuse. Some might argue that the king of chartering vessels has faced no issues. However, that is far from the truth. The king has maintained his position for so many years due to profound knowledge and wisdom. His foundation is firmly laid upon the vast oceans. Possessing a colossal fleet that serves as the lifeblood connecting the free port of Hong Kong to the world, the Hong Kong government, London, and indeed many more places rely on this vital artery to circulate prosperity. To disturb him would impact the entire trade network of Hong Kong Island. A single thread pulled could unravel the whole tapestry. This serves as one of his protective charms. Furthermore, the king's international connections have been meticulously cultivated over decades, maintaining a delicate balance with the City of London, major global financial conglomerates, and even with the North. Additionally, the king's rise coincided with the golden era of Hong Kong's economic boom, and the government required a local exemplar to soothe and inspire the local elite, proving that under the British Empire, anyone could achieve success. It is all about maintaining appearances. This could also attract greater capital to invest in Hong Kong Island. Yet what of Lei Long? His ascent has been too rapid, too glaring, and thus unsettling. His accumulation of wealth is not the result of decades of steady industrial growth. Rather, it is marked by opportunism that shatters the conventional understanding of profit in tangible businesses, and it is only natural for some to be wary. In other words, if the Hong Kong government can tolerate the existence of the king of chartering vessels as a deliberate act, then Lei Long's emergence is indeed a variable. A variable inherently implies a potential threat. To whom does this threat point? The Hong Kong government will undoubtedly probe its own boundaries. At this moment, the Secretary for Justice, Simon, and the Secretary for Finance, Chad, arrived. Lei Long welcomed them into the reception area, where the two wasted no time in articulating their purpose, to invite Lei Long to participate in the press conference organized by the Hong Kong government in 3 days' time. Lei Long did not decline. The following day, at the Hong Kong government headquarters, by around 2 in the afternoon, a large crowd had gathered outside. Numerous reporters from various companies were present, cameras lined up, and the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. Outside, many members of the public also came to join the spectacle, eager to catch a glimpse of Hong Kong's new tycoon, Lei Long. The scene was more vibrant than a celebrity meet and greet. The Commissioner of Police, Li Wenbin, personally attended to oversee the situation, ensuring order was maintained and that the press conference would conclude smoothly. At precisely 3 o'clock, a black Rolls-Royce, flanked by a convoy of over a dozen formidable vehicles, glided down the street. The motorcade was grand. The doors opened, and Lei Long emerged. Clad in a sleek black suit, his hair slicked back, shining even brighter than Gao Jin's. He was undeniably handsome. Women were captivated, while men looked on with a mix of envy and admiration. In an instant, reporters swarmed around him, their questions sharp as daggers. "Mr. Long, what are your thoughts on becoming the new tycoon? How do you plan to utilize your $8 billion as a new capital representative of Hong Kong? Will you be targeting companies like Swire and HSBC?" Lei Long did not respond, but strode purposefully towards the stage. Simon Barclay, acting as the host for the Hong Kong government, promptly stepped forward, presenting a standard official smile. "Mr. Long, welcome. Congratulations on your astonishing achievement of $8 billion in the international financial market. This is not only your personal glory, but also a point of pride for all of Hong Kong." Lei Long nodded slightly. "The Secretary for Justice is too kind. It is merely good fortune." He then exchanged pleasantries with the other officials before Simon guided him to the podium. The two stood side by side. As Simon took the microphone from the host, cleared his throat, and the audience fell silent, the various reporters turned their cameras towards the duo. Simon began his address, filled with polite platitudes, extolling the spirit of Hong Kong's entrepreneurs, congratulating Lei Long, and expressing hopes for the continued prosperity of Hong Kong's economy. However, overall, Simon emphasized that Lei Long's current success was due to the support of the government, essentially gilding his own image. As for Lei Long, he remained reticent. Soon, it was Lei Long's turn to speak. Taking the microphone from Simon, he surveyed the crowd, exuding calmness before the cameras. Today, I am fortunate. I extend my gratitude to the Hong Kong government for their support and to all of you for being here today. The accolades from the outside world are but a facade. In my view, this is merely a new starting point. The road ahead is long, and there is much to be done. I hope to witness a better tomorrow for Hong Kong alongside all of you. Thank you. He too delivered a grandiloquent speech filled with formalities. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. As Lei Long prepared to step down, Simon grasped his arm. Mr. Long, please stay. Chapter 103, A Chain of Events. Free competition. Lei Long halted his steps, playing along with Simon's performance. Simultaneously, the reporters and media below instinctively fell silent. The atmosphere returned to one of anticipation as they awaited Simon's next move. While the general public may be unaware of Simon's true nature, the journalists were all too familiar. Simon was not only an ostentatious and arrogant foreigner, but also operated with the guile of a smiling tiger. He appeared congenial on the surface, yet he was capable of delivering a dagger from behind. Specifically, what was today's inspection could lead to tomorrow's closure for a company. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as the foremost elder of Hong Kong Island. Indeed, Simon took the microphone. Facing the audience with a harmonious smile, Mr. Lei spoke exceptionally well. Let us all strive together. Today is a day worthy of being recorded in history. I, Simon, would also like to pose a few questions to Mr. Lei. Might Mr. Lei be willing to respond before everyone present today? Lei Long narrowed his eyes. When the chief secretary himself inquires, I shall certainly oblige. I shall speak candidly and without reservation. Simon nodded. Mr. Lei, as the wealthiest individual on Hong Kong Island, your every action influences not only the economic market of Hong Kong Island, but also that of Asia as a whole. However, given the rapid expansion of your business ventures, it is inevitable that interactions, and perhaps conflicts, may arise with some long-established British enterprises and the burgeoning local capital. As the Chief Secretary, my sole focus is on the citizens of Hong Kong Island, and I have undertaken a thorough investigation to understand their sentiments. Mr. Lei, do you envision a future of coexistence and mutual prosperity with British enterprises, or do you have other intentions? As Simon posed his question, an even deeper silence enveloped the room. The audience instinctively held their breath. From a side seat, Yadi and others revealed faint smiles, while the likes of the shipping king wore solemn expressions. Even the police officer Li Wenbin furrowed his brow in concern. All eyes were fixed on Lei Long. The question was indeed a clever one. On the surface, Simon appeared to be seeking Mr. Lei's business strategies from a public perspective, yet beneath, he was laying a trap. A misstep in his response could lead to magnified interpretations, potentially igniting turmoil in the capital markets of Hong Kong Island and beyond. Should he endorse coexistence and mutual prosperity, it would amount to a public commitment, under intense scrutiny, against further targeting British enterprises, thereby binding his own hands. Moreover, as a representative of local capital, it could be construed as kneeling before the Hong Kong government and British interests, pleading for favor. Conversely, if he harbored other plans, it would paint Lei Long as a tycoon intent on suppressing British capital, jeopardizing the prosperity and stability of Hong Kong Island. Regardless of the choice, a pitfall awaited. Simon, with a smile concealing daggers, handed the microphone back to Lei Long. Lei Long took it once more, speaking with conviction. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to the Chief Secretary for his concern and attention towards the capital of Hong Kong Island. This is a free market, and our current prosperity is founded upon fair competition under the rule of law. The Chief Secretary has consistently emphasized distinctions between British and local capital. I believe such differentiation is unnecessary. In the realm of business competition, all are investors, whether British, local, or international capital. As long as they adhere to the laws of Hong Kong Island, respect market regulations, and contribute valuable enterprises to our community, they are all commendable investors. Furthermore, I would like to assert that every industry is inherently competitive. In a landscape of free competition, the principle of survival of the fittest prevails. There is no targeted approach. Chief Secretary, what is your view? Simon chuckled. Mr. Lei's insights are indeed profound. Free competition is the cornerstone of Hong Kong Island. May all enterprises thrive in a fair environment. At this juncture, Simon refrained from further inquiries. The mere mention of free competition left him momentarily speechless. Engaging in a battle of wits with Lei Long seemed futile. Soon after, Simon uttered a few concluding remarks, declaring the end of the press conference. Yet, he would not easily let Lei Long slip away. He arranged for a special media interview, conducted by the official media of the Hong Kong government. This meant that the content had been meticulously orchestrated in advance, laying a trap for Lei Long. In the lounge, as Lei Long took his seat, Simon watched with barely concealed glee. The foreign host began. Mr. Lei, on behalf of the Hong Kong government, I would like to pose a few questions. Please answer truthfully. Very well, Lei Long nodded. Firstly, Mr. Lei, you have achieved so much in just 2 years since arriving in Hong Kong Island. How did you manage this? Lei Long replied with a faint smile. Luck, talent, and capability. The host was momentarily taken aback. Could you elaborate? Lei Long frowned, his expression growing cold. Do you require me to repeat myself? The host smiled awkwardly. All right, moving on to the next question. During your acquisition of TVB, the founder Li Xiaohua and Xiao Yifu both passed away in succession. Might this be related to you? Lei Long adjusted his attire. May I ask, are you a journalist or a police officer? If you are a police officer, you may investigate. If you are a journalist, please pose relevant questions. Is that understood? The host managed an awkward smile, glancing towards Simon. Simon, sensing the tension, retreated upstairs. He realized that Lei Long was currently brimming with arrogance, completely disregarding the Hong Kong government and facing reporters with an air of invincibility. Attempting to ensnare Lei Long was indeed a fanciful notion. While Lei Long was undergoing the interview, Simon knocked on the door of Macleos. Your Excellency, this young man is too glib. I cannot extract any information from him. Simon exclaimed in frustration. Macleos chuckled, finding this entirely predictable, given Lei Long's current achievements and his ability to topple companies like Jardine Matheson and Dedong. Even garnering the staunch support of figures like the Shipping King, he was no ordinary individual. Using methods suited for common people to deal with Lei Long would be akin to drawing water with a sieve, futile and self-directed. Why not ask him yourself? Teach him a lesson, Macleos suggested. Simon, with a piercing gaze, inquired. Today, who possesses the absolute leverage over Lei Long? Perhaps it is you, Macleos. Very well. Once his interview concludes, have him come see me, Macleos contemplated. His communication with Lei Long had always been conducted over the phone. Now seemed an opportune moment for an in-person meeting. Excellent, Simon exclaimed, rising to leave, an uncontainable smile gracing his face. Half an hour later, the interview finally came to an end. Just as Lei Long attempted to leave, Simon obstructed his path, brandishing the invitation from Macleos. Lei Long appeared somewhat speechless. This elaborate web of entrapment seemed tiresome. In the office, as Lei Long entered, he wore a smile. Your Excellency. Mr. Lei, please have a seat. Macleos offered with a slight smile, turning to Simon. You all may leave. No one is permitted to enter without my command. Your Excellency. Are you not keeping even the bodyguards? Simon hesitated. Macleos turned back, uninterested in Simon's concerns. Simon managed an awkward smile, gritting his teeth as he led his entourage out. Your Excellency, Simon does not resemble a chief secretary. Rather, he seems like. Lei Long began, only to pause mid-sentence. What does Mr. Lei think he resembles? Macleos inquired, pushing a glass of red wine toward Lei Long, raising an eyebrow expectantly. Lei Long accepted the wine glass, swirling it gently, and responded naturally. A supervisor. Overseeing your actions. Simon's background was formidable, a prominent family even within Great Britain. Individuals like Macleos, operating beneath the weight of power and wealth, had to tread carefully. Should a mistake occur, Lei Long was confident that Simon would not hesitate to escalate matters, reporting directly to the royal family. Macleos chuckled. It would be a pity for you not to hold an official position. He neither acknowledged nor denied it. Official? As a mere commoner. How could I dare to touch such a thing? Upon hearing this, Lei Long couldn't help but laugh aloud. In the business world, there are second-generation and third-generation wealthy individuals, and their performance in the political arena often surpasses that of mere mortals. After all, since ancient times, power has been an alluring force. How many heroes have shed blood and sacrificed their lives solely for the sake of power? As for the ordinary folk, they can be disregarded. There is a saying that goes, studying hard for over a decade is no match for having a father in government. Aspiring to rise to great heights is never a simple endeavor. Macleos wished to exchange a few more pleasantries, but Lei Long, taking a sip of red wine, interjected, Your Excellency. The governor, perhaps it would be best to speak candidly. Macleos rose, gazing intently at Lei Long. Her Majesty the Queen holds you in high regard. She wishes to invite you to invest in the British Empire. The Empire promises to provide you with the best support and resources. Please consider it. Upon hearing this, Lei Long pondered for a moment, surprised by the suddenness of such fortune. Sure, why not? He readily agreed. The British Empire is a formidable power within the alliance and one of its leaders. If he could forge connections through the British Empire, it would be a choice that would yield countless benefits without any drawbacks for Lei Long. The alliance profits from rice, and Asia flourishes. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? Moreover, the essence of commerce lies in global competition and coexistence. While globalization of business may not yet be fully realized, the trend is undoubtedly toward a global marketplace. For Lei Long, as long as profits can be made, he would invest in any empire, except for Black State. For in Black State, there is only $0 purchases and no guarantees. Macreho's gaze shifted slightly. Very well. I shall personally report this matter to Her Majesty the Queen. When there is news, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Lei Long nodded. Thank you for your efforts. Macreho waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. To be favored by Her Majesty is your honor and a testament to your hard work. Lei Long rose and smiled faintly. Please sit. Noticing Lei Long's intention to leave, Macreho gestured for him to remain. Once Lei Long was settled, Macreho continued. Mr. Lei Long, our government treats every businessman with fairness and justice. Lei Long poured himself a glass of red wine, quietly observing Macreho boast. Fairness and justice, he mused, were not always the case in the past. Of course, the past should not be dwelled upon. It is impossible for one to live their life anchored in the past. However, all of this is predicated upon legal frameworks. Our government has always adhered to the standards of the alliance, one of which is to prevent monopolies. No industry or individual may cross that red line. As Macreho spoke, his throat became dry, and he took a sip of wine. His meaning was quite clear. Just as in a syndicate, various factions may flourish in Hong Kong, but no single entity may dominate. Whoever is too powerful will be dealt with, just like the former Lei Luo. Lei Long responded dismissively. Your Excellency, I completely understand your point, and I thank you for the reminder. I will heed your advice today and adjust my company's future business direction to fully cooperate with the government to ensure the smooth operation of Hong Kong. Isn't it all about attitude? As a 21st century individual who had traversed time, he was adept at navigating myriad situations. He could easily adjust his demeanor, maintain order, and deliver toasts and gifts with grace. He spoke freely, expressing whatever came to mind. As for the execution of plans, that was another matter entirely. Seeing Lei Long's agreeable demeanor, Macreho paused for a moment, surprised at how accommodating this young man had become. Macreho nodded and inquired further. One last question. What are your thoughts on the Dragon Nation? The Dragon Nation? Lei Long contemplated for a moment. This must be Macreho's intent today, to gauge his stance. Your Excellency, I am a businessman, and as long as there are profits, I will invest. I can invest in the British Empire, in the Eagle Nation, or in the Dragon Nation. Macreho nodded in agreement, but his expression turned serious. I know you are a businessman, but if I were to ask you to take a stand now, would you choose the Dragon Nation or the British Empire? Lei Long's gaze sharpened. This man was indeed pushing boundaries. Had it not been for the fact that 80% of his assets were in Hong Kong, he would have long since severed ties and turned his back. He would not be here, bending over backwards and smiling. Your Excellency, your question is quite pointed. I can only say, I will choose what my bloodline dictates. That is an innate trait, unalterable. If you wish for me to kneel before you like others, I'm afraid that is out of the question. I would rather be a shattered tile than a complete jade. Lei Long adjusted his suit, responding deliberately. Of course, I reiterate, I am merely an inconsequential figure. My choice matters little to the Dragon Nation or the British Empire. What is important is the economic value I can create for you. That is all. In terms of political stance, as a commoner, I have no voice and am unable to speak. What do you think? Macreho nodded expressionlessly. Well said. Before long, Lei Long exited the government administrative building. He was keenly aware that the government was quite anxious about his sudden rise. However, to Lei Long, these individuals were merely making a mountain out of a molehill. Must they delineate positions? Is that truly necessary? Peaceful coexistence and wealth creation are the true paths forward. Of course, Lei Long was also aware of the looming crisis. If he continued to establish core industries in Hong Kong, he would inevitably be at the mercy of the government. Conducting business is akin to maintaining a mistress. One must never invest all in a single entity. Chapter 105. The New King and the Old King. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lei Long found himself surrounded by reporters. Mr. Lei, you just mentioned survival of the fittest. Have you already identified your target? May I ask? With your ample cash flow, will Thunder Group be making any significant moves next? Questions came one after another, with the reporters eager to thrust their microphones into Lei Long's face. Fortunately, Michael had anticipated this, bringing along global security personnel to block the frenzied journalists. Lei Long surveyed the scene, paused, and smiled faintly. Since everyone is so concerned about the future direction of Thunder Group, I would like to take this opportunity to announce a piece of news. I will be fully acquiring Swire Group. With that statement, he departed amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The reason for disclosing this information was twofold. Firstly, to divert attention from himself, Secondly, to eliminate Swire Group. To drive British capital out of Hong Kong entirely and re-establish the position of local capital. Let them understand who truly holds authority in Hong Kong. With the recent incarceration of Shi Mingluan, the timing has become opportune for a relentless assault on Swire Pacific. In a word, capitalize on his vulnerability to strike a decisive blow. Acquiring Swire? A complete takeover? Am I hearing correctly? This is headline news, undoubtedly tomorrow's front page. Quickly, relay this information back to the company. The journalists present were in a frenzy. No one anticipated that Lei Long would unleash such a bombshell capable of upending the capital landscape of Hong Kong. Indeed, by the following morning, the entire discourse in Hong Kong erupted. The richest man, Lei Long, confronts the century-old enterprise, Swire Pacific. Hong Kong capital versus British capital. The new king unsheathes his sword, declaring war on the century-old Swire. Hong Kong capital against British capital. The new monarch versus the old. Everyone was eagerly anticipating, speculating on one answer. Would Lei Long emerge victorious, or would Swire falter? Would Hong Kong capital prevail, or would British capital decline? At the headquarters of Swire, in the chairman's office, Shi Yadi's eyes were bloodshot as he watched the television screen before him, where financial commentators were analyzing the potential outcome of this battle. The consensus was grim for Swire Pacific. In truth, Shi Yadi was acutely aware of this reality. Although Swire Pacific appeared as steadfast as a turtle, impervious to threats, the recent turmoil instigated by Shi Mingluan had already shaken its foundation. Now, a formidable strike was imminent. An $8 billion cash flow. Who could compete against that? Faced with such a titan, Swire, in its current state, stood little chance of victory. It would be a fatal blow to Swire Pacific. He understood that he had only two choices. First, to cut his losses and sell the ancestral business directly to Lei Long, thus preserving a century's worth of accumulation. Or second, to confront Lei Long head-on, risking everything and potentially ending in ruin. The weight of these thoughts filled Shi Yadi with despair. He could hardly have imagined that the new king's first act would be to target Swire directly. Had he known, he would never have provoked this harbinger of doom. But it was too late for regrets. At that moment, the general manager hurriedly burst through the door. Chairman, today the stock market has plummeted by 5. Institutional investors and major shareholders have been calling, inquiring about our strategy. Shi Yadi, stifling his frustration, bellowed, strategy? What strategy could I possibly have? Get out. The general manager recoiled, hastily exiting. Shi Yadi exhaled a heavy sigh, picked up his phone, and dialed Simon, his voice tinged with desperation. Secretary, are you aware of the situation? I am, Simon replied coolly. The Hong Kong government cannot stand idly by while Lei Long seeks to obliterate Swire and our British capital. We must save Swire. Simon's gaze was icy. Why panic? If he wishes to play, then play along, both light and dark. I will fully support you in the light. As for the dark, you must devise a strategy to outmaneuver Lei Long. Shi Yadi's eyes sparkled with determination. Understood. I know what to do. At the Hong Kong government building, in the secretary's office, Simon ended the call, his gaze fixed on the newspapers strewn across the desk, anger surging within him. While others might not comprehend Shi Yadi's turmoil, Simon, as the heir of a financial dynasty, certainly could. The sight of a yellow-skinned monkey flaunting before him was intolerable, especially since the Shi and his family had close ties. He was committed to assisting. Lei Long was deliberately undermining the stability of Hong Kong's economic market. He was targeting our British interests, and he could not be allowed to succeed. Shia, is there a way to stop him? Simon lit a cigarette, his expression grave. Shia adjusted her glasses, her red lips parting slightly. Mr. Simon, remain calm. Lei Long has merely announced his intentions publicly. He has not yet taken any direct commercial actions against Swire. This is standard business conduct. Legally, we cannot intervene at this stage. Even if Lei Long were to act against Swire in the financial or physical realm in the future, as long as it remains within the legal framework, it is not considered malicious acquisition. We have no grounds to target him. Simon's anger persisted. Just yesterday, he spoke of fair competition. And today he begins deliberately targeting Swire, an obvious slap in the face to me and the Hong Kong government. This is a blatant disregard for our British interests. We must stop him. Seeing Simon's fury, Xia pondered for a moment. I will immediately investigate his sources of funding. Additionally, should he take any action against Swire, I will remain vigilant. If any illegal conduct arises, we can then act against Lei Long. Simon's expression darkened. Precisely. Investigate his financial transactions. Scrutinize every associated account. Notify all departments to conduct the strictest compliance checks on all companies under Lei Long's purview. I want to be informed of any anomalies at the earliest opportunity. Go. At 9 a.m., within the stock exchange, Swire Pacific's market value opened with a staggering 5 drop, triggering market turbulence. The sell-off was fierce, with a deluge of orders flooding the market. Simultaneously, Chow, acting on Lei Long's directives, took control. Regardless of quantity or price, all offers were accepted. The fear was not of a lack of orders, but rather of an abundance. Goodness, there really are market makers buying in. It must be Lei Long's people. He is starting to accumulate shares. The knife has already been drawn against Swire. The ensuing chaos is inevitable. Many investors, inundated with extensive news coverage, instantly recognized that Lei Long was not merely making idle threats. He had already begun his assault. Chapter 106, Swire's Inflated Value. The Stance of Hong Kong Capital. Days passed, and Swire Pacific stock price soared to unprecedented heights, shattering records. In a clash of titans, the smaller creatures reaped the spoils. Over these days, numerous individuals intentionally inflated the prices. Yet, regardless of the set price, as long as there were sales, buyers were readily available. This led to an inflated market value for Swire Pacific, surging past the 35 billion mark. However, this was not a boon for Swire. Rather, it was a perilous predicament. After all, they were embroiled in a conflict with Lei Long. The higher the price climbed, the greater the cost to stabilize the stock market. Moreover, if this continued, it would lead to a market value surpassing their asset scale, exceeding their actual worth. Eventually, Swire's market value would resemble a bubble, ready to burst upon the slightest disturbance. The critical concern was if Lei Long were to cash out at a high point in the future, the losses for Swire Pacific would be catastrophic and potentially fatal. However, both sides were poised to strike, unwilling to back down. Each party continued to invest heavily in the stock market. On Shiryadi's end, he directly contacted key figures in the underworld, such as Wu Qiao, Deng Bo, and Jiang Tiansheng, proposing numerous conditions to orchestrate large-scale disruptions to Lei Long's enterprises. As long as the tangible industries faced significant damage, Lei Long's companies would inevitably be affected. Who knows, his calculations are quite impressive. However, his requests went unanswered. The Crow conveyed this information to the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon felt a wave of displeasure. How dare he play such games right at the outset? Since that is the case, he would not hold back his own wrath. Thunder Dragon retrieved a file box from his drawer, containing some damaging information about Shiryadi, sufficient to ruin his reputation entirely. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in." Susan stepped inside, bearing an unusual expression, and said, "Mr. Lei, Mr. Hua Ingdong, Mr. Bao Chuan Wang, Mr. Li Jiaqing, and Mr. Li Zhaoji are here to visit. I have already arranged for them in the reception room." Thunder Dragon furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have they stated their intentions?" Susan shook his head. Not a word. Thunder Dragon nodded. It was peculiar that these individuals had arrived as a group without even a phone call. Most likely, they were there to act as intermediaries for Shiryadi. After a moment's contemplation, Thunder Dragon straightened his suit and rose to head toward the reception room. Regardless of their purpose, basic courtesy must be observed. In the reception room, Thunder Dragon pushed the door open, and the four men stood up. What followed was a round of pleasantries. Hua Ingdong took his seat and immediately remarked, "Brother Lei, you've returned from your trip and now stand atop the pinnacle of Hong Kong Island. I admire you greatly." Reflecting on how he had vehemently opposed Thunder Dragon's venture into Wall Street gambling, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Thunder Dragon passed the high-quality liquor to the gathering and settled back into his chair. "Brother Hua, you flatter me. It's merely a stroke of luck." Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting envy. "Luck? How is it that fortune seems to perpetually favor you, Thunder Dragon? Are you the protagonist while we remain mere NPCs? Here to serve you?" Bao Chuan Wang, feeling a pang of frustration, cut to the chase. "Let us set aside the matter of the 8 billion for now. Let us discuss the situation with Tycoon." Li Jiaqing rubbed his nose and tentatively asked, "Mr. Lei, are you truly intent on confronting the British capital?" Thunder Dragon replied calmly, "Indeed. The British capital has dominated the economic lifeline of Hong Kong for decades, riding on the backs of the locals. Their good days are numbered. I shall draw the line, and it is I who will bring their glory to an end. If you are here to advocate for Shiryadi on behalf of the Hong Kong government, the door is that way. I shall not see you out." The four exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of joy and concern. Li Jiaqing responded, "We are not here to act as intermediaries." Bao Chuan Wang set down his teacup, his eyes glinting with insight. "Brother Lei, your ambition is commendable, but Tycoon's roots run deep, and the ramifications are extensive. Have you truly thought this through? Last time, when you held the Miss Asia beauty pageant, the Chief Secretary Simon attempted to create trouble. This time, the stakes are considerably higher. The Hong Kong government will not remain passive. Frankly speaking, while they support your endeavors to take on Tycoon, they are also wary of the potential consequences. After all, no matter how strong a fist, it cannot withstand a bullet. This is our concern." Thunder Dragon smiled. "I have thought it through. I will bear the consequences alone. If I fail, so be it. I shall leave this island behind." Hua Ingdong laughed heartily and began to applaud. "Excellent. That is precisely what I wanted to hear. I will be the first to express my support. Along, I'm backing you." I've already made arrangements for 500 million to be transferred immediately. If we profit, we shall share according to our stakes. If we incur losses, consider it my share, not for any other reason, but to reclaim our dignity and show these foreign devils the tenacity of Hong Kong people, who never concede. Bao Chuanwang added, I will provide you with 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Li Jiaqing was not to be outdone. I will contribute 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Zhaoji adjusted his glasses. I shall also put forth 500 million. Let us gamble it all. The combined funds from the four amounted to 5 billion Hong Kong dollars, a substantial sum when Thunder Dragon had just returned to Hong Kong Island. Simultaneously, it signified that these four had placed their hopes firmly in him, with Thunder Dragon poised to wield the sword against British capital. Thank you all for your support, Thunder Dragon said with a smile. Though Hong Kong had been infiltrated for decades, there were still those who understood reason. He had mistakenly assumed the intentions of these men earlier. Hua Ingdong declared with bravado, Brother Lei, this time you are the spearhead. We can only serve as your support. When the time comes to rally the troops, we still hold some weight. Indeed, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Thunder Dragon nodded. After bidding farewell to the four, his spirits were considerably lifted. In truth, recent events had exerted considerable pressure on him. Numerous Hong Kong businesses had publicly issued statements in support of Xia Di, claiming that Thunder Dragon was undermining the business environment, as if they belonged to an entirely different realm. Moreover, many citizens had gathered outside his company, demanding protests against him, accusing him of ingratitude, of maliciously disrupting the market environment, and of endangering the economic prosperity of Hong Kong. Are we not human beings, who can remain devoid of feelings and responsibilities? Thunder Dragon was indeed concerned about these accusations. He had been reflecting on whether his actions and steadfastness were justified. Was his approach toward Tycoon perhaps too hasty and extreme? He questioned whether he ought to create opportunities for Hong Kong capitalists, or if he were merely being overly sentimental. Would it not be simpler to take his resources abroad and spend them, sparing himself the burden of these criticisms and slanders? Nevertheless, the arrival of Bao Chuanwang and the others today solidified his resolve. Chapter 107, Granting Opportunities. The Assassin Organization. The following day, Thunder Dragon placed a call to Xia Di, inviting him to the Thunder Group for a detailed discussion. Xia Di did not refuse and promptly agreed. The reason was simple. Last night, he had received a box containing several photographs of himself colluding with officials, engaging in violence against the Hong Kong people. In this sensitive moment, should these images be released, the repercussions would be dire. Moreover, he was uncertain if Thunder Dragon possessed any additional leverage against him. Soon, Xia Di arrived alone at the Thunder Group. In the top-floor office, he entered under Su San's guidance. Mr. Lei, Xia Di greeted politely. Have a seat. Thunder Dragon gestured toward the sofa. Xia Di sat down. Rather stiffly, Thunder Dragon tossed the documents from his drawer across to him. Chairman Sure, do you believe these materials are sufficient to land you a few years behind bars? Could they tarnish the century-old reputation of Tycoon throughout Hong Kong? Xia Di picked them up and examined them closely, revealing a collection of long-forgotten scandals, some of which he himself could scarcely recall. Where did you acquire these? Xia Di asked, intrigued. 2 years prior, Thunder Dragon had just returned. It was implausible that he could have left behind any surveillance or records. That is of no concern to you. Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette. I have no intention of putting anyone in an awkward position. I present you with two options. First, I can have these documents delivered to the police and left at the doors of major media outlets. Second, I can purchase your shares in Tycoon 32 at the current market price. Choose one. Sure Yadi remained obstinate. You are despicable and shameless. Tycoon has been managed by my family for a century. I cannot simply relinquish it to you. Lei Long replied coldly. I am not here to negotiate. Sure Yadi's eyes blazed with fury. Lei Long, are you truly going to resort to such ruthless measures? Lei Long stated matter-of-factly. It is not ruthlessness. It is simply the end of your era. Whether Tycoon falls or I take the lead, you know the stakes better than I do. Your reluctance to transfer is merely an indulgence in past glories. Yet, times have changed. Instead of engaging in a destructive struggle with me, where both fish and net perish, why not acknowledge your defeat? Is that truly so difficult? Sure Yadi exhaled deeply, a look of resignation on his face. Such a significant matter. Could you grant me some time? Lei Long pondered before responding. Very well, I will give you 3 days. If I do not receive the answer I seek within that time, these documents will be made public. Farewell. Sure Yadi rose and departed, his weary silhouette trailing behind him. The stock market was thriving, yet he felt the weight of Lei Long's grip on his vulnerabilities. Frankly, he was beginning to buckle under the pressure, yearning for resolution. However, he could not bring himself to accept defeat. After all, he was a Westerner, bearing the blood of the world's most noble lineage. To be brought down by a yellow-skinned monkey would be a source of ridicule upon his return to the British Empire. Upon returning to the Tycoon Shipping Group headquarters, Sure Yadi had no intention of considering the transfer of shares, Rather, he was preoccupied with the amount of capital amassed in recent days. As soon as he entered, he inquired of the general manager, "How is the fundraising going?" The general manager's expression was grim. "Many Hong Kong investors and our associates have lent us funds. So far, we have raised 500 million. However, HSBC is refusing to lend." "What?" Triads exclaimed, both shocked and furious. What nonsense was Shunbai up to? At such a critical juncture, why was there still talk of you and I? If tycoon collapses, HSBC would be next in line. Did he not understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold? The general manager sighed. Yesterday, the king of shipping attended the HSBC board meeting with a 35 stake. Additionally, he and Hoi Dong have lent Lei Long too. 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Now, the four major shipping firms, Chung Kong and Jardine Matheson, are already under Lei Long's control, and with HSBC falling to the king of shipping, only tycoon remains. The current situation at tycoon was dire. If they were up against the king of shipping, a fight could be waged. The problem was, they were facing Lei Long. Triads was taken aback. The king of shipping, Hua Dong, Li Jiaqing. This group had evidently colluded to deliver a fatal blow to tycoon. Very well. Triads' eyes gleamed with madness. Have you arranged for the people I instructed to arrive? In fact, while arranging the gang on Hong Kong Island, he had already contacted an international assassin organization. His plan was that even if he were to perish, he would take Lei Long down with him. Mutual destruction. The general manager replied, "They will arrive tonight. We can arrange the mission for tomorrow." "Mr. Sure, are we really going to escalate things this far?" Triads bitterly smiled. "He has forced my hand." "Very well, I will make arrangements immediately." The general manager left, and Triads picked up his phone to call Simon. He recounted his earlier conversation with Lei Long. In the chief secretary's office, Simon smashed a flower pot in a fit of rage. Tycoon was in a perilous situation. And if things took a turn for the worse, it could collapse overnight. If he could help Tycoon weather this storm and keep Lei Long in check, it would be a monumental achievement. Simon picked up the landline and instructed his secretary, "Xia, immediately connect me to my family's residence in London. I need to speak with my father." The call was quickly connected, but the content left Simon utterly stunned. The current head of the Barclays family, Simon's father, spoke in a frigid tone. "Simon, we are already aware of the situation with the Sure family. They have communicated with us. What you need to do now is to immediately cease all personal actions against Lei Long on Hong Kong Island and sever ties with Triads and tycoon." Simon exclaimed in disbelief. "Father, why? Can't our two families unite to take down Lei Long? Restraining Hong Kong capital, especially someone like Lei Long, would surely enhance my political standing." "Enough," Simon's father snapped. "To be frank, the Sure family is not prepared to support tycoon. After all, there are only a few years left, and they are unwilling to invest heavily in Hong Kong. They do not care about their own affairs. Why should we? Therefore, for the overall benefit of our family, you must withdraw immediately and distance yourself to avoid drawing fire upon yourself. Tycoon must be left to fend for itself." "All right. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye." Simon was left in a daze. Previously, during his time in the empire, these people had always looked down upon Hong Kong. Yet now, just over a decade later, they had all become so cowardly. It shouldn't be like this. Go. Prepare my vehicle immediately. I will personally visit the Thunder Group. Chapter 108. Simon's Warning. The Storm Brews. At the headquarters of Thunder Group, Simon's official vehicle drove directly into the underground parking garage. Avoiding all media, accompanied by his secretary and bodyguards, he entered the elevator without delay. The group confidently approached the conference room door. But Chiodi attempted to block their path. "Mr. Chief Secretary, Mr. Ray is in a meeting. Step aside," Simon coldly commanded, pushing open the conference room door. Lei Long was listening to Susan report on the stock market situation. Upon seeing Simon burst in, Lei Long rose. "What an unexpected honor, Mr. Chief Secretary. Why didn't you give me a heads up? I would have been better prepared." "Continue. You must eliminate tycoon within a short time." As he spoke, Lei Long walked towards Simon. "Mr. Chief Secretary, let us go upstairs to discuss." Upstairs, Lei Long poured 2 glasses of wine, pushing one towards Simon. He was not surprised by the unexpected guest's arrival, knowing that Simon would eventually resurface after failing to bring him down with the Miss Asia incident. Simon's gaze was icy, embodying his official authority, as he coldly stated, "Lei Long, have you had your fill of games?" Lei Long chuckled. "Games? Mr. Chief Secretary, what brings you to such a conclusion?" Simon gritted his teeth. "Triads has informed me that you are using blackmail to threaten him into selling his shares." "Blackmail?" Lei Long feigned surprise. "What blackmail?" "Mr. Chief Secretary, please refrain from making baseless accusations. I am a legitimate businessman. How could I engage in such illegal activities? If you believe it to be true, you can have him report it to the police or file a complaint with the Securities and Futures Commission. I am always ready to cooperate with an investigation. After all, everything must be substantiated with evidence, right? But it is you, Mr. Chief Secretary, as a high-ranking official. who barges into a private enterprise without evidence to accuse a legitimate businessman. That would not bode well if it got out, would it? Unbeknownst to him, he initially believed that the Hong Kong government intended to overtly favor British capital while suppressing local businesses. After expressing this thought, Lei Long calmly sipped his tea. He was feeling quite displeased. You, Sure Yachty, present one persona in public and another in private. You. Simon was taken aback. The accusation of collusion between officials and businesses to oppress local capital was a weighty charge he could not bear. Simon's face darkened with rage as he retorted. Lei Long, do not presume that a little wealth allows you to act recklessly in Hong Kong Island. Do not forget, we are the kings now. You are but a yellow-skinned monkey, incapable of making a difference. The warning was both stark and realistic. However, Lei Long remained unfazed, asking, Simon, I must inquire whether you are speaking to me in your capacity as the chief secretary or as an individual. Rising, Simon's gaze turned steely. Lei Long, do not attempt to entrap me here. I simply ask, can you cease all actions against Swire? Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Long replied, I am sorry. But that is impossible. Swire is a substantial prize, and I intend to claim it. Upon hearing this, Simon suddenly chuckled. You may not fully grasp the extent of my authority as chief secretary. I can delay every document and approval concerning your acquisition of Swire for 3 months, even 6. I can instruct the Monetary Authority, the Securities and Futures Commission, the Tax Department, and the Labor Department, every department you can think of, to conduct routine inspections at each of your companies. I can freeze your funds and ensure your new projects never receive construction permits. A blend of arrogance and madness danced across Simon's face. I can render you powerless on Hong Kong Island. Do you believe it? It was evident that Simon had lost his composure, shedding the facade and revealing the haughtiness of a foreigner. As chief secretary, you certainly have the power to do so. However, you would do well to consider the implications. I have numerous publicly listed companies under my purview, employing hundreds of thousands. If you send inspectors daily, disrupting operations and causing power shortages, what will happen when the unemployed workers rise in protest? Can Hong Kong's economy withstand such turmoil? My acquisition of Swire adheres to all legal procedures. If you insist on obstructing it, so be it. But once the news spreads, how will international capital perceive Hong Kong's investment environment? I am no longer a businessman you can manipulate at will. Should I fall, the economy of Hong Kong will collapse. Rising to his feet, Lei Long towered over Simon. Chief Secretary, times have indeed changed. Your tactics may intimidate the businessmen of your, but they hold no sway over me. Simon's expression flickered. You very well. Lei Long, we shall see. With that, he departed. He understood that he had lost this confrontation. Defeated by the fact that his opponent held no fear and articulated concerns that even the government itself was apprehensive about. Seeing Simon retreat in disgrace, Lei Long couldn't help but chuckle. As the saying goes, one is merely at the end of their rope. Nonetheless, caution was warranted. Lei Long summoned Annie and her associates, instructing them to conduct a thorough self-audit of the financial, tax, legal, and personnel records of the group and its affiliated companies, ensuring no incriminating evidence remained. Even if any existed, it must be trivial and not entangled with significant issues. It was a precarious balance to maintain. At times, he envied the elder He Hongshin, who could maneuver freely in Macau. The authorities there would never dare to offend him. The following day, major media outlets, led by TVB and Asia Television, reported extensively on Sure Yachty's past, including incidents of assault against Hong Kong employees, complete with detailed photographic evidence. The news broke, and the entire Hong Kong island erupted in uproar, with the intensity and speed of the reaction surpassing Lei Long's expectations. Many citizens took to the streets, holding banners, causing traffic chaos across the island as they rallied for justice on behalf of the locals. The fervor of the crowd was ignited not only by the sensational revelations, but also by the previous actions of Sure Yachty's son, which had already stoked public anger. Now, with Sure Yachty's misdeeds exposed, the flames of indignation were further fueled. In the office of the chairman of Swire, Sure Yachty was taken aback. How could this happen? He stared at the television reports, utterly bewildered. Weren't they supposed to grant him 3 days? Mr. Lei, what is the meaning of this? Are you truly attempting to drive me to the edge? Sure Yachty immediately called Lei Long to demand answers. Mr. Sure, the 3 days I granted you were intended for you to devise a solution regarding the transfer of shares, not to file complaints. Just yesterday, Chief Secretary Simon personally came to me, alleging that I threatened you with evidence to force the transfer of shares. If you were in my position, what would you do? Lei Long responded flatly. What? Simon came to see you, and he? Sure Yachty's words were cut short as Lei Long hung up the phone. Sure Yachty could no longer contain his frustration, throwing the television remote in anger. Simon, you absolute fool. How can one be so dim-witted? Chapter 109, A Team of Swine. Sure Yachty's final desperation. After hanging up on Sure Yachty, Lei Long remained momentarily stunned. Damn, This chief secretary has lost his mind. Truly foolish. Reflecting on Lei Long's earlier words, he felt genuinely weary. I fear not a godlike opponent, but rather a team of swine-like allies. He never anticipated that the esteemed chief secretary would take such a direct approach. After all, such matters often lack tangible evidence. How could the other party possibly acknowledge them? To act rashly was utterly unwise. Boss, the public outcry is becoming quite intense. I suggest you leave Hong Kong Island immediately. The general manager promptly advised. We shall indeed depart, but before we do, I must ensure that Lei Long lies lifeless. Shiryati rose, casting a reluctant glance around before forcefully pushing open the secret door behind the bookshelf, revealing a narrow passage. He and the general manager slipped inside. Simultaneously, at the government headquarters, the exterior was besieged by reporters and throngs of citizens brandishing placards, creating a cacophony of chaos. Inside the top-floor conference room, Governor MacLehose, Chief Secretary Simon, the Secretary for Justice, the Secretary for Security, and other senior officials were assembled. Before them lay the morning's freshly printed newspaper articles detailing Shiryati's collusion with former Commissioner of Police Curie and the exploitation of the local populace. The reports accused Shiryati of deliberately assaulting Hong Kong employees, denigrating the locals as less than beasts, lazy swine. The article spoke of land monopolization, manipulation of contracts, labor exploitation, discrimination, and the persecution of Hong Kong residents, an overarching narrative of Swire's history steeped in the suffering of the local people. Simon feigned gravitas as he proclaimed, "This matter is far from simple. I suspect that Lei Long is orchestrating these events from the shadows, fabricating charges against Shiryati in an attempt to leverage public opinion and incite the masses, aiming to employ a knife to eliminate him and completely dismantle Swire. He has crossed the line into unfair competition." MacLehose rubbed his temples, his demeanor weary and fatigued. How could he possibly be unaware that this was a deliberate act? Yet, there is a saying that rings true: where there is no wind, there are no waves. A fly does not buzz around an egg without a crack. The newspapers are now replete with accusations against Shiryati. What significance does it hold to discuss improper competition? Ma Liao fixed his gaze on Li Wenbin and others. Can the situation outside be controlled? Li Wenbin, with a solemn expression, replied, "Currently, it is manageable. But should the situation continue to escalate, it may well become a significant incident. If necessary, we may have to resort to force to suppress it directly." Ma Liao sighed, his eyes sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on Simon, his tone grave. "Simon, it is no longer essential to investigate who instigated this. What truly matters is that Shiryati, as a public figure, has become the focal point of public outrage due to the allegations against him. Our government now faces a crisis of trust. Henceforth, we shall establish an independent investigative committee to thoroughly examine Shiryati and any associated officials for illegal conduct, including those within the Swire Group. We must leave no stone unturned to provide the citizens with an explanation." Simon, visibly agitated, interjected, "We cannot allow the Thunder Dragon to lead us by the nose. This is a dirty business war, a malicious siege by Hong Kong capital against British interests. If we publicly announce an investigation now, it would imply that the unfounded accusations against Shiryati hold truth, playing right into Thunder Dragon's hands. Should Swire fall, what of the other British enterprises? Our decades of accumulation in the British Empire would be in vain. Your Excellency, please reconsider." Ma Liao, rarely displaying anger, was about to speak when the Secretary of Justice interjected. "Are you suggesting that we withstand the public's fury and openly support Shiryati, who has been embroiled in such numerous scandals? Simon, do not forget that our government's responsibility is to uphold the stability and dignity of law in Hong Kong. The officials of our government serve as a shield for business interests. Can you bear the burden of the colonial shadows?" Simon was rendered speechless by this retort. Ma Liao waved his hand, silencing the debate. "We shall proceed, as I have stated. Our primary objective is to apprehend Shiryati and quell the storm of public opinion." "Yes, Your Excellency," the others responded, rising and departing. At 2 p.m., outside the Swire Group building, countless police vehicles surrounded the area, leaving no room for escape. "Director Li, are we really going to take action against Shiryati, the chairman of Swire?" Chen Guozhong approached, somewhat apprehensive. A figure of such wealth influences the interests of various factions across Hong Kong. It is not a matter to be taken lightly. Even Li Wenbin, the head of the police force, cannot act without caution. "Act!" Li Wenbin snapped, donning his police cap with a fierce gaze. "This is an order from the governor. We must act swiftly yet with discretion." Chen Guozhong led his team directly to the chairman's office on the top floor. Soon, they burst through the door, only to find it empty. "Search!" Li Wenbin's heart sank, and he immediately commanded the officers to investigate the lounge, restroom, and study, leaving no corner unchecked. Yet, it was as if Shiryati had vanished into thin air. "Where is he?" Li Wenbin turned to question Shiryati's secretary. I don't know, Director Li. Chairman sure did indeed arrive this morning and has been in the office ever since. I haven't seen him leave, the female secretary stammered, visibly shaken. Li sir, we have a discovery, an officer announced, having pushed open a bookcase to reveal a hidden door. He fled? Li Wenbin frowned, realizing the gravity of the situation. The order had just been given, and he had already prepared an escape route. This was no spur-of-the-moment decision. It was premeditated. Yati had likely anticipated this scenario long before. Li Wenbin bellowed, notify headquarters to issue an internal warrant for Yati, elevating its priority to the highest level. Seal all exit routes from the port, particularly private docks and helicopter landing sites. Yes, Li sir. Chen Guozhong nodded in agreement. At Thunder Group, Lei Long was resting when his phone rang. Li sir, Mr. Lei, Yati has escaped. He is nowhere to be found, and we are conducting a citywide search. Yati had always been meticulous. Now that he was cornered, it was likely he would make one last desperate attempt, possibly aligning with an eye. Be cautious. Li Wenbin advised promptly. The rise of Lei Long was unstoppable. It was necessary to form alliances. Lei Long's gaze sharpened. Thank you for the warning, Li sir. I will be vigilant. Just as Lei Long hung up, another call came through. This number. It belongs to the Dark Dragon organization. Hello? Mr. Lei? Yati has hired us to eliminate you. Initially, we thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be you, Mr. Lei. We have just arrived on Hong Kong Island. Yati wants us to act tonight. The leader of the Dark Dragon reported. Lei Long narrowed his eyes, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 110, Burying Yati. The livelihoods of 600,000 people at the mercy of the government. Yati financed an international assassination organization to eliminate himself. And this organization turns out to be his own Dark Dragon? What a twist of fate. How intriguing. How much did he pay? Lei Long inquired with curiosity. The current standing of the Dark Dragon organization in the international arena is no longer in the hundreds. They are capable of ranking among the top 20. $2,000 The Dark Dragon leader replied. $2,000 amounts to 16 million Hong Kong dollars. This fee is quite substantial. Where is he? Lei Long pressed. He will meet us tonight. All right, let us meet at Kwai Chung Pier tonight. Bring Yati to me. Lei Long stated flatly before hanging up. That evening, at Kwai Chung Pier, within the warehouse, Lei Long sat in a chair, exhaling smoke. Shortly thereafter, over a dozen members of the Dark Dragon organization arrived, escorting Yati. Mr. Yati, it has been a few days. I never expected you to become a destitute dog, a rat hunted by all. How pitiable, Lei Long approached, pulling off Yati's mask with a hint of mockery. Upon seeing the familiar face before him, Yati's pupils constricted, displaying a startled expression as if he had seen a ghost. What is happening? Yati suddenly directed his ire towards the leader of the Dark Dragon. Is this your organization's credibility? If word gets out, who would still collaborate with you? Lei Long chuckled lightly. To be honest, the Dark Dragon is under my command. You sought to have my people assassinate me. How amusing. Yati was left dumbfounded, utterly astonished. What? The Dark Dragon is yours? How can that be? In the matter of assassinating Lei Long, he chose the Dark Dragon for a simple reason. It was a newly risen power within half a year, unlikely to involve many people, with a clean background. Moreover, the reputation and strength of the Dark Dragon organization were well established. Who would have thought it belonged to Lei Long? This was not merely a case of flooding the Dragon King's temple. It was a pure act of self-sabotage. Tears of despair filled his eyes. Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke, disdainfully remarking, there is nothing impossible. I harbor countless secrets that you could never fathom. Yati's face had turned ashen. His last glimmer of hope extinguished, and he rasped, Lei Long, do you truly wish to annihilate me completely? You promised 3 days, and this is only the second. In response, Lei Long swiftly turned and delivered a resounding slap to Yati's face, exclaiming, Mr. Sure, you simultaneously pledged to transfer your shares while dispatching assassins to take my life, and even sent the Secretary of State to intimidate me. Is this not exceedingly unscrupulous of you? Yati clenched his teeth, acutely aware of his culpability and the lack of options remaining to him, and immediately capitulated. Is it not your desire to acquire my equity? I shall sign the transfer agreement this very instant. I will relinquish everything to you. All I ask is for you to spare my life. I will return to the British Empire and never set foot on Hong Kong Island again. I implore you. The general manager nearby had already collapsed in fear, his trousers soaked, trembling, and unable to articulate a word. Lei Long chuckled. A transfer agreement? Given the current state of Tycoon Company, do I truly need such a document? Yati, to be frank, I have afforded you ample opportunities for a dignified exit. Yet you have squandered them all. Moreover, you have chosen the most foolish path. For decades, you have rampaged across Hong Kong Island, disregarding human lives. Building a century-old enterprise on the blood of its people, it is time for you to pay your dues. Lei Long seemed to be pronouncing Yati's crimes. Yati lifted his head, desperate tears welling in his eyes, and he even contemplated pleading. Lei Long strode toward the door. Make it clean. That very night, Triads and his general manager were eternally entombed within this warehouse. Those who have been involved in the underworld know this as cementing the corpse. The following morning, personnel from various departments arrived at the Thunder Group, Thunder Technology, and other companies to conduct extensive investigations. We are from the Tax Bureau. Please cooperate with our inquiry. Produce your ledgers. All qualification documents. Provide them immediately. Safety facilities are non-compliant. Cease operations for rectification at once. We will audit taxation, review documentation, and verify compliance certificates, among other matters. In summary, everything stipulated within the legal framework must be scrutinized. Furthermore, the posture was one of thorough investigation. The atmosphere was aggressive, as if they were intent on unearthing a scandal within every company under Lei Long's banner. Normal business activities within the company had to be halted, instilling a sense of unease among the employees. At the Thunder Group headquarters, Su San reported the situation to Lei Long, his brow furrowed with concern. Mr. Lei, we are in deep trouble. Dozens of departments are conducting simultaneous investigations. This is clearly orchestrated, an intentional provocation. They will not rest until they uncover several scandals within our ranks. This is an attempt to shift the public outrage directed at Triads onto us. Lei Long scoffed. Redirect? I fear they may misdirect their ire. Su San was taken aback. Mr. Lei, do you mean? Lei Long leisurely rose, hands in pockets. Notify everyone. Effective immediately, all companies, factories, and projects under the Thunder Group operating within Hong Kong Island are to cease operations. The unified statement, to fully cooperate with the Hong Kong government's comprehensive and meticulous investigation until its conclusion. The resumption of work will be announced later. Since yesterday's public sentiment was not sufficiently fervent, let us stoke the flames further. Su San gasped. Cease all operations? Mr. Lei, that amounts to over 200,000 employees under our banner, including direct hires and associated contractors. A sudden halt to operations. Lei Long interjected. 200,000 equates to 100,000 families, impacting the livelihoods of 600,000 individuals. Who do you think they will seek out? Su San quickly grasped the strategy, a tactical retreat, turning the tables. By employing a reasonable pretext, they would incite greater social unrest to counteract the administrative repression. They would leverage the power of the populace against the judicial system. What about the acquisition of Tycoon Company? Su San inquired. Cease that as well, Lei Long nodded. Initially, he had little desire to engage in such maneuvers, but given the blatant targeting against him, he would not extend any leniency. Understood, Mr. Lei. I shall attend to it immediately. Su San no longer hesitated and promptly exited. By noon, all projects under Lei Long's companies had come to a standstill, forcing workers to return home. The timeline for resumption remained uncertain. It could be a day or perhaps never. Consequently, a new wave of protesters surged onto the streets. Why target Mr. Lei? If you wish to investigate Triads, then do so. Why involve Mr. Lei? We are waiting to return to work and earn our livelihoods. Is the Hong Kong government discriminating against our local enterprises? We demand an explanation. Restore operations immediately. The clamor of protests surpassed that directed at Triads, becoming more grandiose and direct, even threatening the stability of Hong Kong Island. Chapter 111. The Choice of Macleos. If yesterday's outrage over the mistreatment of the Hong Kong populace by Triads was the spark, today marked the commencement of genuine warfare. The scale of yesterday's protests was merely a few tens of thousands, primarily students and elderly citizens indignant at the oppression of Hong Kong by foreign entities. Today's turnout, however, exceeded 100,000 and continued to swell at an observable rate. Streets, squares, overpasses, and subway stations were filled to capacity. It was evident to anyone with discernment that this momentum was becoming uncontrollable. If mishandled, it could escalate further. Yet, it was unprecedented for tens of thousands to march in righteous indignation, occupying the moral high ground. Moreover, it is human nature to flock to a spectacle. As the situation intensified, those seeking to ride the wave of fervor and join the commotion swarmed in. A black sedan found itself ensnared within the throng. Unable to advance even an inch, with the government secretary on board, drenched in sweat, unable to proceed. Simon, en route to work, was hindered by the dense crowd on every street leading to the government building. Realizing the impossibility of driving through, he resolved to walk. Triads, too, had no choice but to rise and exit. The scene was chaotic, with SWAT teams and riot police present, yet it proved futile. The people's fury would not be easily extinguished. Banners were unfurled, and shouts echoed, refusing to relent in their demands. Are you police officers? Do you dare to open fire? Clearly, this was not an option. Firstly, the British Empire had a reputation to uphold. Secondly, in light of the joint statement, certain actions were no longer permissible as they had been decades prior. Thirdly, given the current level of information dissemination, Any violent actions would be broadcast internationally by the following day. Lastly, with merely a decade remaining before their impending departure, maintaining a positive reputation was crucial for future negotiations. After all, decades of efforts could not be easily discarded. In summary, they could not resort to forceful suppression. Simultaneously, within the Hong Kong government building, Murray's expression was more sorrowful than if he had consumed excrement. Ordinarily, he could leisurely sip a glass of red wine, but now, even drinking water felt like a chore. The call from the British Empire and Longhua had just come through, demanding a plausible explanation from him while ensuring the stability of public order on the island and swiftly resolving the current crisis. Gritting his teeth, Murray felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He was on the verge of exiting with the distinguished title of an accomplished governor, yet he now faced such dire circumstances, akin to missing out on a feast only to be struck by a knife at the last moment. With a steely gaze, Murray immediately picked up the dedicated landline, his tone dripping with fury. What is taking Xia D so long? Is he not here yet? Damn it. The commissioner, trembling with anxiety, responded, Your Excellency. The Secretary for Administration is caught in traffic and will arrive shortly. To be honest, he had never witnessed Murray in such a state of rage. Have him see me within 10 minutes. If he takes any longer, let him resign. Murray issued a military command, hanging up the phone without hesitation. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, he pondered the current situation outside, fully aware of how it had unfolded. The scandal surrounding Xia D was undoubtedly orchestrated by Lei Long, a fact he was acutely aware of. As for Simon's mobilization of several departments to investigate the Thunder Group, he was already privy to Simon's intentions. He had merely turned a blind eye, allowing Simon to reprimand Lei Long, hoping to temper the latter's arrogance. Who could have predicted that Lei Long would retaliate by halting operations and inciting a worker strike? The ensuing financial losses, even for a single day, were incalculable. Furthermore, the pressure of livelihood for hundreds of thousands now rested squarely on his shoulders. Thus, it was imperative for someone to take the fall. And that person would not be him. Simon was the orchestrator. If he did not shoulder the blame, who would? 9 minutes elapsed, and Simon, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, entered the office. Your Excellency. Murray rose, glaring at Simon. You imbecile. The scandal involving Xia D remains unresolved. And you gather so many departments to investigate Lei Long's enterprises? Have you lost your mind? Simon gritted his teeth, steeling himself to explain. I have thoroughly investigated. The Xia D affair was deliberately manipulated by Lei Long. My intention in mobilizing various departments to scrutinize Lei Long's companies was to return the favor in kind. This way, Lei Long would be too preoccupied to focus on acquiring Swire, granting Swire the time to safeguard itself. Murray exhaled deeply, a disdainful smile crossing his lips. And then? Has reality unfolded according to your wishes? Simon faltered, feeling helpless. Your Excellency, I did not foresee that Lei Long is a madman, indifferent to profits or market value, willing to abandon it all. Lei Long's current actions were akin to self-inflicted wounds, harming himself while attempting to damage his adversary. In the realm of business, such occurrences had less than a 1% probability, unless one was truly desperate. Yet, Lei Long was far from that point. Damn it, Lei Long was unlike other businessmen. From Kowloon warehouse to amassing $8 billion in finance, he had always been a gambler. Furthermore, this time he had wagered $8 billion, despite relinquishing all his interests on the island. He still possessed the capital to rise again. You underestimated your opponent and Lei Long's propensity for risk. You also overestimated yourself. In the harsh reality of winners and losers, you must recognize your failure. Murray approached Simon, placing a hand on his shoulder. Just now, Her Majesty the Queen and both sides from Longhua called me, demanding we promptly rectify the situation outside. Simon's shoulders trembled. At this juncture, if he still failed to grasp Murray's intent, he would be truly foolish. What should I do? Simon hesitated before speaking. A group of yellow-skinned monkeys had turned the tide, and he was understandably displeased. Yet, he had no choice but to accept reality. After all, no matter how obstinate he was, he could not outmatch the Queen, could he? First, I want Lei Long to come here, and you must personally apologize to him. Second, regarding the Xia D incident, I have already dispatched Li Wenbin and the others to investigate. We will have results by noon and directly assign culpability. Third, Lei Long's acquisition of Swire does not violate market regulations or relevant ordinances. You must not interfere further. These are assurances you must provide to Lei Long, Murray articulated emphatically. Chapter 112, Simon's Apology. What? You want me to apologize to Lei Long? Simon sat up in shock, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Murray. With the situation surrounding Xia D and Swire reaching this point, he no longer cared. However, the matter of apologizing was beyond him. After all, he was the Secretary for Administration, with noble blood coursing through his veins. Apologizing to a yellow-skinned monkey? Absolutely out of the question. If it came to that, he would rather resign. What? You created this mess and now do not wish to resolve it yourself. Should I make a call to your father or Her Majesty the Queen? Murray's tone turned icy. Was he truly granting Simon face? I am not a puppet. Do you think I became governor for nothing? Fine, I agree. Seeing Murray's furious demeanor, Simon ultimately acquiesced. If this incident tarnished his family's reputation, even returning to the British Empire would not spare him from dire consequences. All right. Murray rubbed his temples, contemplating the situation. He would personally call Lei Long, inviting him to the government office. Lei Long, for his part, did not decline Murray's invitation. After all, the losses incurred from an hour of halted operations were substantial. If the problem could be resolved swiftly, it would benefit everyone. However, Lei Long had one prerequisite. He demanded that the government send a convoy to pick him up. This would serve both to embarrass the government and to indicate that it was the government that had personally invited him, ensuring that no one dared to act against him. The government certainly needed to maintain some dignity. Moreover, as long as the issue was resolved, he would be seen as a champion for the people of the island, enhancing his stature. Soon, the government convoy arrived at the entrance of the Thunder Group building. The government's elite guard was present, led by Murray's secretary, presenting a grand display. The spectacle left onlookers astonished. Such honor was rarely bestowed upon anyone on the island. At that moment, Lei Long, flanked by Su San, Lu Ruyan, and others, made his way to the entrance. Mr. Lei, please. The secretary, unconcerned with the surrounding cameras, addressed Lei Long as he approached the door. Understood. Lei Long advanced alone, embodying boldness. In full view of the public, he proceeded toward the government building. This time, the convoy encountered no obstructions, the protesting crowd, upon learning that Lei Long was headed to the government building, instinctively parted to clear a path, knowing that Lei Long was advocating for their interests. He is currently the only individual on Hong Kong Island who dares to openly stand up for the people of Hong Kong. Shortly thereafter, atop the government building, Mr. Lei Long arrived. This was not his first visit, but rather his second, with merely a few days having elapsed since his last appearance. Inside the office, both McLeod and Simon rose simultaneously, wearing smiles. Mr. Lei, it's a pleasure to see you again. McLeod approached and shook hands with Lei Long, exuding warmth and amiability. His demeanor was quite pleasant. Your Excellency, Lei Long replied with a smile. Simon stood awkwardly to the side, waiting for Lei Long and McLeod to exchange pleasantries before reluctantly extending his hand. Mr. Lei. However, Lei Long completely ignored Simon and made his way to the tea table. This son of a gun had been scheming against him repeatedly, and Simon had harbored resentment for quite some time. He wouldn't even touch him if he could help it. Simon's hand hung suspended in the air, uncertain whether to withdraw or not, as if he had been publicly slapped. His complexion turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, eyelids twitching. His anger had reached a boiling point. At that moment, McLeod patted Simon on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Simon suppressed his inner turmoil, forcing a strained smile as he took his seat. Allow me to introduce you. This is the Chief Secretary, Simon. Just as McLeod was about to make the introduction, Lei Long interjected with a smile. I'm already acquainted with him. Just a few days ago, he visited my company and accused me of employing illegal competitive tactics against Xia Di. He even threatened to have all departments of the Hong Kong government conduct inspections if I did not cease my acquisition of Swire. Indeed, just as the Chief Secretary had stated, early this morning, they had come knocking. The tax department, the business registration office, the fire department, the labor department, and the environmental protection agency, all in a grand procession, banging on the doors of all my companies. As a powerless, insignificant businessman, how could I possibly contend with the likes of the Chief Secretary? I had no choice but to lay low and endure. I couldn't provoke him, could I? I hereby declare that the unrest outside was not orchestrated by me, so don't pin any hats on me. Lei Long's righteous demeanor caused McLeod's smile to falter for a moment. It left Simon dumbfounded, his back teeth grinding audibly. What the hell is wrong with you? Coming in right away to file a complaint, and doing so with such audacity. Cough, cough, cough. McLeod cleared his throat. I didn't expect such matters to arise. Simon, this is where your fault lies. Our power is meant to serve the people and uphold the rule of law in Hong Kong, not to suppress legitimate businessmen. Simon, you must apologize to Mr. Lei immediately. Simon was truly unaware of the commotion he had caused. However, seizing this opportunity, McLeod insisted on Simon's apology. Upon hearing this, Lei Long remained unperturbed, lighting a cigarette. He had intended to take the initiative and prevent the blame from falling on him. But he had anticipated McLeod would request an apology from Simon right off the bat. At that moment, Lei Long perceived that his two adversaries were rather feeble. The disruptions outside were merely beginning. Were they really frightened? How dull. Simon sniffed, having initially prepared himself to simply issue an apology. But upon seeing this young man, his anger flared. Apologize? Damn it. He felt a surge of resentment. Your Excellency, this is... Simon began. Mr. Simon is the Chief Secretary. It would be too damaging to my standing to apologize to a mere businessman. Mr. Simon, there's no need for such formality, Lei Long replied with a slight smile. Exhaling a puff of smoke, his expression exceedingly amiable. It appeared that an apology was hardly necessary. Mr. Lei, you truly are magnanimous. Just as Simon was about to compliment Lei Long, McLeod shot him a cold glare, fixing him with a stern stare. Simon, apologize to Mr. Lei immediately. Do I need to repeat myself for a third time? With gritted teeth, Simon glared at Lei Long, his eyes bloodshot. I apologize. His voice was barely louder than a mosquito's. Lei Long cupped his ear. What? Simon replied. I said I apologize. My prior handling of the situation was inappropriate. The matter concerning Shia D has been resolved. I will no longer interfere in the disputes among you businessmen. Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette. The chief secretary is being overly modest. You were merely fulfilling your duties, which I can understand. However, is that all? Simon was perplexed. Lei Long continued. Let me offer you a word of caution, Miss Asia, a human bomb. You have always sought to eliminate me. I am genuinely curious. I have no grievances against you. So why do you target me so relentlessly? Chapter 113, The Final Showdown. Smash. Strike with all your might. Mr. Lei, please refrain from making baseless accusations, and certainly do not ascribe unfounded charges to me. Do you have any evidence? Simon shot up in anger. You've received an apology. And yet you still scowl? Mr. Simon, there's no need to be anxious. I'm merely inquiring. If it's not you, I shan't pursue the matter further. Lei Long replied with a calm smile. He was simply speaking out in front of McLeod so that the governor would be aware. He had never intended to condemn Simon. After all, he was one of their own, and held the position of chief secretary, which was no mere decoration. McLeod's gaze shifted slightly. Mr. Lei is magnanimous. Simon, you must think twice in your future endeavors. Such abuse of power cannot occur again. Simon sat down, nodding. Yes, Your Excellency, I will bear this in mind. Lei Long did not pursue the matter any further. He understood the importance of knowing when to stop. The apology had been made, face had been given. And now it was time to discuss the real issues. McLeod evidently understood this as well, offering Lei Long a high-quality cigar. Mr. Lei, the matter concerning Shia D has reached a conclusion, and Simon has apologized to you. Shall we consider this settled? Lei Long nodded. Indeed, Your Excellency, your discernment is commendable. McLeod continued to emphasize. As for your ongoing competition with Swire, as long as the acquisition process is lawful and compliant, the Hong Kong government will not intervene. I can assure you of this. However, should you violate the rules, we will deal with you according to the law, without compassion. Lei Long nodded in agreement. This was the answer he had been waiting for. Meanwhile, both men were staring intently at Lei Long. Come on, our stances are quite clear. Why are you being so evasive? Lei Long extinguished his cigarette, rising to his feet. Your Excellency is busy with official matters, so I shall not impose further. The workers outside are awaiting the commencement of their tasks. Now that the misunderstandings have been clarified, the Thunder Group will resume normal operations this afternoon. McLeod stood up. Smiling, Mr. Lei prioritizes the greater good. The Hong Kong government is deeply grateful. I shall arrange for a convoy to escort you. Excellent. Lei Long nodded and departed. Simon clenched his teeth, his heart a tumult of emotions. Simon, how many times have I told you that times have changed? Do not always think of exploiting the people of Hong Kong for your political achievements. I hope this will be the last time. Leave now. I need some time to myself. McLeod sat down, issuing a cold warning before promptly closing his eyes. He was utterly exhausted. The previous governors had all tacitly allowed their own to target the people of Hong Kong. Even now, the prevailing notion has yet to be reversed. He finds himself at a loss. That afternoon, Lei Long convened a press conference, succinctly outlining 3 key matters. First, Simon appeared to clarify that various departments conducted a large-scale investigation into Lei Long's company under the direction of a certain leader, who naturally is the scapegoat Simon has put forth. Second, Lei Long announced the restoration of factory operations and the continuation of all company projects. Third, Li Wenbin stepped forward to solidify the charges against Shiryati. This not only quelled the unrest on the island, but also elevated Lei Long's name to prominence across the entire region, where over 6 million inhabitants, at the very least, recognized him. It was not merely wealth that distinguished Lei Long, but his audacity to gamble everything. His reputation and renown surged. Yet, Tongzi still refrained from issuing a new assessment, which left Lei Long feeling quite vexed. The following day, Lei Long arrived at CITIC Bond Company, meeting with Xiao Anna and the company's chairman. In essence, CITIC Bond Company had been acquired by Lei Long, now one of his many enterprises. He made his way to the investment room, where a massive screen displayed the financial K-chart for Swire Group. Initially, Lei Long's short selling resulted in a sea of red, followed by a surge of green upon the exposure of Shiryati's misdeeds. Compared to Lei Long's initial announcement to acquire Swire Group, the latter's market value had plummeted by over a quarter, now merely standing at 22 billion. The trading volume remained alarmingly high, with tens of thousands still engaged. The losses incurred by shareholders were either absorbed by Lei Long or by Swire Group itself. In layman's terms, until a victor emerged from the two titans, ordinary individuals could profit from the chaos. Those bold enough could amass wealth overnight, becoming millionaires or even billionaires without difficulty. It resembled the gold rush of the 21st century, where prices soared from over 300 to above 1,000. This was an opportunity. Those willing to invest recklessly could reap substantial rewards, though the risk of ruin loomed large. Mr. Lei, we have already invested 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Shall we continue? Xiao Anna inquired, handing him a cup of tea, unable to restrain her curiosity. This 5 billion had secured a 20 stake, yet, to be frank, most of it was tied up in the stock market, akin to casting stones into water. Should they persist with Swire, the worst-case scenario would require an additional investment of at least 5 to 8 billion to overcome them. Of course, this was contingent upon Swire being able to inject such funds into the market. Nevertheless, it was merely 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Lei Long took the tea casually and replied, "Their momentum is too feeble. Let's strike them hard. Bring them to their knees." With that, Lei Long wrapped his arm around Xiao Anna and exited the office to pursue his desires. With Triads, the backbone of Swire and its largest financial supporter, now deceased, or, according to police reports, missing, the atmosphere at Swire was undoubtedly fraught with anxiety. Even should reinforcements arrive from London, what difference would it make? The once impenetrable shell had cracked. Time was of the essence. The next day, events began to unfold in a more conventional manner. However, within the conference room of the Swire building, the expressions of the foreign executives were grim. Some, unable to contain their agitation, erupted into accusations against Triads. "Damn it!" An irate, bald-headed elder slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "This fool Triads has created a mess," and simply walked away, leaving us to clean up after him. Another corpulent foreigner chimed in, "Indeed, one is a beast, and the other a fool. Of all people to offend, they chose Lei Long. Now look where we are. He's coming at us with $8 billion, and Triads has vanished. What are we to do? Our market value has evaporated so drastically. Given our current cash flow, how many days can we sustain this?" Lei Long had poured another 500 million in last night. 500 million. We are left with no alternatives. The second largest shareholder of Swire surveyed the room and coldly remarked, "Enough. Will shouting resolve our predicament?" The bald foreigner gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine, no more curses." As the acting chairman of Swire, with Triads missing, what does London have to say? If we do not receive answers, I will withdraw my investment. The acting chairman forced a smile, pushing a freshly received fax to the center of the table. The Sure family has made its position clear. They will no longer involve themselves in Swire's affairs and will not assume any shared responsibility. They respect the market's fluctuations. As for Triads, his current whereabouts remain unknown. A collective gasp filled the room. After waiting all this time, they received such a response. To hell with market choices. Damn it. The conference room erupted in chaos. Yet, amid the cacophony of curses, no one could offer a solution. Despite their outward appearances, each had their funds tied up in Swire Group, effectively placing them in a state of loss. To withdraw their investments would guarantee failure. Just then, with a resounding bang, the door swung open. A woman rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, "I couldn't stop them." Everyone turned, their vitriol abruptly silenced. The newcomer was none other than Lei Long, who surveyed the room with an unperturbed demeanor and a slight smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, are we in the midst of a meeting?" Yet, no one uttered a word. Upon encountering their adversary, tensions escalated. "You, Mr. Lei, this is an internal board meeting of Swire Group. You have no right to intrude." The bald elder shouted. "Right?" Lei Long chuckled lightly. "I hold a 20 stake in Swire, making me the second largest shareholder. Is that not sufficient to warrant my presence?" The bald foreigner fell silent. The acting chairman, gritting his teeth, said, "Mr. Lei, even as a shareholder, there is no justification for such an uninvited intrusion. This is our private meeting. Please leave." Lei Long strode directly to the head of the table, declaring, "Spare me the pleasantries. Stand up. This seat is not for you." The acting chairman's eyes reddened. Yet he rose, not wishing to offend Lei Long. After all, prejudice aside, Lei Long's power was evident, and he likely understood the purpose of Lei Long's visit. Taking his seat, Lei Long propped his legs on the conference table, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and began, "You are all well aware of Swire's current predicament. Triads has fled, stock prices have collapsed, and London will surely not remain indifferent. I suspect your cash reserves will only last about 4 days. So, why not be straightforward? You can either deliberate on a dignified exit, or I shall intensify my efforts until Swire is delisted. At that point, the shares you hold will hardly suffice for your retirement, let alone wipe your behinds. Either way, the Thunder Group's entry into Swire has brought about a collective sense of relief. The choice has been made. In a single sentence, The last vestiges of pretense and resolve among the crowd were shattered. Simultaneously, it provided everyone with an opportunity to choose. At that moment, the conference room was as silent as a grave. The balding gentleman rose, hesitated briefly, and then resolutely declared, "I wish to sell. I am done. I'm going home." "Very well. You are called Good, correct?" Lei Long glanced over, accepting the documents handed to him by Susan. "You hold a 10 stake in Swire, currently valued at 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Here is the contract. Have your associates review it. If all is in order, please sign. And the 2 billion will be transferred to your account by afternoon." As he spoke, Lei Long handed over the prepared contract. "Good. You must possess a modicum of ambition. You cannot sign this." A female voice erupted in anger as she stood. However, after reviewing the document once more, Good signed without hesitation. "All my assets are tied here. I have invested in Hong Kong Island for over a decade. I cannot afford to lose everything. I have a family to support. I cannot let them down." Good set down his pen, returned to his chair, and lit a cigarette, explaining his stance. "I wish to remain." The acting chairman did not opt to withdraw, but rather chose collaboration. Subsequently, two factions emerged. One chose to stay, while the other, with prideful hearts, opted to divest their shares. They all recognized a fundamental truth. Without intervention from London, Swire could not withstand Lei Long's onslaught in its current state. It was better to acknowledge reality. After a morning of negotiations, Lei Long had amassed a 52 stake. Among these, he directly acquired Triads shares, signifying that from this moment forth, Swire would no longer be a British enterprise, but rather a Hong Kong enterprise under Lei Long's direct control. The defeat of British interests had become inevitable and was now a matter of the past. Simultaneously, Lei Long's ascent seemed unstoppable. 3 days passed, and news of the Thunder Group's entry into Swire spread like wildfire. Major media outlets clamored to report on the event, triggering a media frenzy across Hong Kong Island. The 4 venerable century-old trading houses, once powerful on the island, were now wholly dominated by local interests. The glory of British capital had vanished irretrievably, signifying the complete rise of Hong Kong capital. Lei Long had also secured 3 firms, earning him the title of the Light of Hong Kong among locals, a legendary figure. To this matter, the Hong Kong government had remained utterly silent, choosing a path of reticence. In kind, Lei Long opted for discretion, delegating all activities to Susan and others while he traveled to Tseung Kwan O to inspect the progress of construction. Currently, the entire development in Tseung Kwan O had reached 80 completion, with the relevant fortifications and underground passages finished. Only the surface runway and some concluding works remained. The efficiency of the construction was commendable. At that moment, a phone call came in from Macau. The gist was that the Queen of the British Empire had extended an invitation for Lei Long to visit the United Kingdom to discuss investment matters and would also bestow an honor upon him. Macau would accompany him personally. Naturally, Lei Long accepted. It was a momentous occasion of double joy. The level of the honor remained uncertain. It was well known that the British Empire awarded medals to outstanding individuals in Hong Kong. GB, Knight Grand Cross, the highest rank, rarely conferred. BB, Knight Commander for men KB. Women DB, such as Sir Bao, a rare KB, and others like Li Jiaqing and Xiao Yifu. CBE, Commander. OBE, Officer. MBE, Member. JP, Justice of the Peace, commemorative medals, etc. In essence, it represented a form of honor, albeit one that served as a facade for the British Empire's policies, compared to the true nobility within British territories. These titles, while prestigious, held little substantive value, essentially a means of winning favor. Chapter 115. The Queen bestows the GB knighthood. The following day, Lei Long met with He Chaoqiong and Macau at the airport, embarking on a flight to the United Kingdom. The choice of He Chaoqiong was twofold. Firstly, it was a matter of face, as she was the daughter of the Macanese king Ho Hong Sen. Secondly, it was a gesture to sell a favor to Ho Hong Sen. Despite his current standing, which paled in comparison to Lei Long's, with a mere 30 billion Macanese patakas in assets, the future was uncertain. The future gambling king was not guaranteed. Before long, the trio arrived at London Airport, where a considerable number of officials and media had gathered outside, creating a robust atmosphere. "Governor Macau, welcome home. Thank you for your hard work." The leading official approached and shook hands sincerely. The British Empire holds numerous colonies worldwide, particularly in Africa, regions that many officials would rather avoid. Indeed, serving the empire is a duty, Macau replied with a subtle smile, refraining from elaboration. The official nodded and then directed his attention to Lei Long. "Ah, you must be Mr. Lei?" Macau promptly responded, "Indeed, this is Lei Long, the new tycoon of Hong Kong Island, the king of Wall Street finance, and the individual whom Her Majesty wishes to meet." Fearing that these officials might harbor prejudices against Lei Long, Macau took care to highlight his significance. "Ah, understood." The official beamed. "Mr. Lei, It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you. Lei Long raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You are familiar with Gongjin? I have a keen interest in the culture of Longhua and have conducted some research. The official gestured for them to proceed. The car is ready, Mr. Lei, please. With a nod, Lei Long stepped forward, followed closely by He Chaoqiong, her high heels clicking steadily behind him. Soon, the trio followed the convoy into London. Presently, London appeared to be thriving. After all, it remained one of the few developed empires. Of course, this was not Lei Long's admiration or flattery. He was merely assessing the investment climate. While developed, there was still much ground to cover in comparison to the future. In this context, Lei Long saw an opportunity for substantial profit. Upon arriving at the hotel, it was already 11 p.m. McLeho, accompanying them, chose not to visit family but instead stayed next door. Lei Long and He Chaoqiong shared a room. Initially, Lei Long intended to separate them, adhering to the principle of modesty between the sexes. However, He Chaoqiong insisted on staying together. He Chaoqiong approached with a glass of red wine, gazing at Lei Long, and softly said, Mr. Lei, thank you for choosing me this time. As Lei Long's personal secretary, she was well aware of his numerous female acquaintances, yet he had selected her for this significant occasion. The implications are manifold, deserving of this heartfelt gratitude. Lei Long scrutinized He Chaoqiong, a mere youth, yet already possessing an elegant stature, much like a supermodel, and at the tender age of 18, truly remarkable. No need for thanks. I made a promise to your father to nurture your potential. My visit to London presents a splendid opportunity for your education. With a faint smile, Lei Long patted He Chaoqiong's head, adding, It's getting late. You should rest early, while I shall take the sofa. Observing Lei Long reclining on the sofa, He Chaoqiong hesitated, then murmured, With that, she made her way to the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, the sound of water echoed through the room. Lei Long stole a glance back, swallowing hard. This presidential suite is truly ingeniously designed. A special one-way mirror allows for a complete view from the outside, while concealing the interior. Goodness. Lei Long turned back, attempting to compose himself, closing his eyes to force sleep. She is merely 18, a flower of this world. One must not act recklessly. The following day, at 10 in the morning, the royal carriage arrived promptly at the hotel entrance. Although it was not the highest specification with 6 white horses, the gilded carriage and the escorting royal mounted police were impressive indeed. This grand display was quite formidable. At the Palace of Buckingham, Lei Long, accompanied by He Chaoqiong and the aide MacLeod, entered. The palace was resplendent, exuding an air of dignity and sanctity. The surroundings were filled with ceremonial personnel, along with numerous officials who scrutinized Lei Long. He maintained a calm demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant, with a youthful vigor as he strode towards the red carpet. At the end of the carpet sat a woman, none other than Queen Elizabeth II. Beside her stood 2 military attendants, one bearing a ceremonial sword and the other a cushion for it. As Lei Long ascended the steps, he paused after 3 strides. The Queen rose, her gaze resting on Lei Long, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Mr. Lei, please receive your honor. Lei Long stepped forward, nodding as their eyes met. According to MacLeod, he was expected to kneel on one knee. However, how could Lei Long possibly do so? This scene caused the onlookers to furrow their brows. Had it not been such a solemn occasion, they would have expressed their disapproval vocally. Bestowing upon you, Lei Long, the prestigious medal, and yet you do not kneel? The Queen regarded Lei Long intently, but made no further comment as she accepted the ceremonial sword offered by her attendant. The blade was drawn 3 inches, glinting coldly in the light. The sword lightly tapped Lei Long's right shoulder, then moved to his left shoulder for another touch. With the basic formalities concluded, the Queen set aside the sword and carefully retrieved a medal from a box held by another attendant. The medal bore the inscription of the British Empire in English, with a portrait at its center surrounded by 4 blue embellishments. This was the Knight Grand Cross of the Order of the British Empire, GB. Upon seeing the GB, the surrounding individuals expressed envy and jealousy. It was undeniable that Lei Long was exceptionally accomplished. Yet, one might have anticipated only a KB at best. No one expected the Queen to grant him the GB directly. This distinction was akin to a prestigious business card within the British Empire, reputed as the pinnacle of honor. Recipients of such an accolade are exceedingly rare worldwide. The Prince of Wales maintained a steady gaze on Lei Long, seemingly lost in thought. In the audience, He Chaoqiong stared in awe, her eyes glistening with admiration. In that moment, Lei Long seemed like a deity in her eyes. Meanwhile, MacLeod exhibited a blend of envy and pride. Lei Long receiving the GB medal brought considerable prestige to him as the governor. Journalists hastily recorded this globally significant moment. The Queen, unfazed by the murmurs around her, smiled warmly at Lei Long. Mr. Lei, you have made remarkable contributions to Hong Kong. I shall bestow upon you the Knight Grand Cross of the Order of St. Michael and St. George. Sir Lei Long. Lei Long nodded, accepting. Thank you, Your Majesty. Soon, the formalities concluded, paving the way for the next phase, facing the press, or rather, facing the world. Chapter 116, Negotiations. Roots unmoved. Lei Long donned the GB medal and posed for photographs alongside the Queen and Prince Charles. MacLeod leaned in and whispered, "That must be quite heavy to wear, huh?" Lei Long paused before responding, "It's manageable." MacLeod withdrew his gaze, remaining silent. Though his expression seemed impassive, he was undeniably envious. The photo session lasted a full 10 minutes, involving a myriad of angles, stances, and arrangements. Being a celebrity can indeed be exhausting. At last, the ceremonial officer approached to announce the end of the photography session. Soon, major media outlets reported on the event. That evening, Lei Long received a private invitation from the Queen to her exclusive estate. The drawing room was opulent, the fireplace crackling with logs, and the room's temperature was most comfortable. The Queen sat in a single armchair by the fireplace, gesturing to the sofa opposite her. "Mr. Lei, please take a seat." Lei Long nodded, settling down and savoring a cup of coffee. "Mr. Lei, I have been closely following your endeavors in Hong Kong. Companies like Wharf, Jardine Matheson, HSBC, Swire. You have acquired several century-old British enterprises in Hong Kong," the Queen enumerated, her tone even, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lei Long. With a composed demeanor, Lei Long replied, "In business, competition reigns, the victor claims the spoils, and the vanquished is left wanting. All my actions have been conducted within the bounds of legality. Surely, Your Majesty would not wish to complicate matters for me?" The Queen responded, "Of course not. MacLeod has informed me that your dealings are legal and adhere to market regulations. I respect the facts. By the way, you have ventured into numerous sectors in Hong Kong: real estate, finance, technology, media, and energy." "Indeed," Lei Long affirmed. "The Thunder Group encompasses a broad array of businesses, all of which are primary ventures. For instance, the Thunder mobile phone is produced by my company." The Queen smiled. "You are truly a commercial prodigy." "Your Majesty flatters me," he replied. "You are far too modest. I believe your capabilities are vast. They merely await discovery." Lei Long set down his glass. "What does Your Majesty imply?" The Queen rose, gazing out at the scenery. "Our nation currently has several key industries earmarked for development, and the government is actively seeking foreign investment, biomedicine, finance, technology. If you have an interest, you could invest." Lei Long smiled. The GB was a gesture of goodwill. The climax was yet to come. "Your Majesty, regarding investment, Governor MacLeod has already discussed this with me. The Thunder Group is always on the lookout for opportunities for overseas expansion. The British Empire, as one of the most mature capital markets globally, offers a plethora of possibilities. As long as the conditions are suitable, the projects reliable, and the profits promising, I, Lei Long, would be willing to invest." The purpose of Lei Long's visit was simply to penetrate the Western market through the British Empire, realizing the fundamental principle of earning in the West while spending in Asia. The British Empire, as one of the developed empires, holds vast potential. Regardless of domestic policies or the standing within the Commonwealth, the situation is quite favorable. Much like Oxford and Cambridge, which are renowned havens for the world's intellectual elite, London stands as a paragon in the realm of financial technology, boasting a prestigious financial sector recognized globally. In essence, opportunities abound. The Queen expressed her satisfaction, stating, "Very well, I shall personally facilitate your connections tomorrow. You are welcome to remain and explore various avenues, and we shall extend our utmost cooperation." Lei Long nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, dinner was served. However, the cuisine was decidedly unpalatable to him. Lacking an appetite, he resorted to drinking copiously to mask his discomfort. During the meal, the Queen inquired, "Mr. Lei, have you ever contemplated relocating the headquarters of Thunder Group to London?" Lei Long paused momentarily, acknowledging, "London is indeed an exceptional place, a global financial hub with robust legal frameworks and a mature market, home to numerous multinational corporations." "Precisely," the Queen replied proudly, then shifted her tone. "Your Thunder Group is more than qualified to join their ranks." Lei Long narrowed his eyes, responding, "Your Majesty, the headquarters of Thunder Group is situated in Hong Kong Island. It is my foundation, as well as that of the company." The Queen countered, "A foundation can flourish anywhere there is soil, water, and sunlight. It can also be relocated. Some are born in Rome, and I wish for your descendants to experience the same. Frankly, should you choose to join the British Empire, suitors will line up like sheep. Moreover, you are someone who has risen from the valleys to the peaks. Why cling so tightly to your roots?" Lei Long set down his glass, contemplating her question with great insight. The Queen's assertion held validity. Roots can indeed be relocated. However, not all roots are inclined to move. For me, Hong Kong Island is more than just a place of business. It is my home, where I have grown up and built relationships. Many presume that merchants are solely motivated by profit, which, while undeniably important, without profit, there can be no enterprise. There are elements that surpass mere profit, such as sentiment and conviction. The queen nodded in acknowledgement, but remained undeterred. I comprehend your reluctance to relocate your headquarters to London. However, resources. This world's resources are concentrated in the hands of a select few. The world is vast, and the resources of Hong Kong Island cannot compare to ours. What do you think? Lei Long felt a silent frustration. Despite the clarity of his stance, the queen seemed unyielding. Your Majesty, one's homeland will always be the most beautiful place. Later that night, as their conversation concluded, Lei Long departed. Upon returning to the hotel, Chow eagerly inquired, "How did the meeting go? This is the British Empire, and you were in the presence of the queen. I worry that you might have inadvertently offended her." Lei Long reclined on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. "It went well. I discussed several collaborative ventures. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to establish connections. In the future, you may need to engage personally in these matters." Chow handed Lei Long a cup of freshly brewed tea. "Of course, Mr. Lei, I will not let you down. I will strive to expand your commercial empire and create a magnificent legacy." Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Your silver-tongued flattery. Who did you learn it from?" "Self-taught," Chow replied playfully, turning to enter the bathroom. "Mr. Lei, I shall take a shower." Lei Long raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you just bathe last night?" Bang. Chow closed the door. "I am not acclimatized." Half an hour later, Chow emerged, wrapped in a towel, exuding a delightful fragrance. Goodness! Which official can withstand such a test? In the following days, Lei Long, accompanied by Chow and relevant officials, inspected the pertinent industrial chains within the British Empire. The high-end industries were indeed advanced, markedly ahead in various sectors, from energy to pharmaceuticals, and from shipbuilding to finance. Each sector represented the pinnacle of global excellence. For instance, the North Sea oil and gas sector, pharmaceuticals, high-end shipbuilding, and maritime equipment, particularly London's financial sector, stands as a top-tier global financial center. With foreign exchange trading volumes and bond issuance scales ranking among the highest in the world, Lloyd's is recognized as a premier insurance market. Lei Long had invested in all of these. Initially, he had considered investing in aerospace and aircraft engines, yet he found that participation was not welcomed for someone of his ethnicity. Though perturbed, Lei Long recognized that this was to be expected. The two most troublesome groups in the world are the Squid people and the Anglo-Saxons. At his current capacity, he could not rival them, and it was not yet time to overturn tables. As a month passed, Lei Long concluded his journey. In the suburbs of London, at the residence of MacLeod, November in London fell dark early. Even at 6 o'clock, the outside world was shrouded in darkness. MacLeod's home, while not opulent, was part of a picturesque neighborhood, a serene escape from the confines of urban life, undoubtedly a dream dwelling compared to a prison-like abode. MacLeod personally welcomed him. "Mr. Lei, please come in." "Very well." Lei Long and Chow entered. A bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses were already set on the coffee table. MacLeod's wife peeked from the kitchen, offering a greeting. "Please, have a seat. I have asked my wife to prepare some dishes from Hong Kong Island. I hope you enjoy them." Lei Long seated himself. "Thank you." As MacLeod poured the whiskey, he inquired, "What have you gained from this past month?" Lei Long lit a cigarette. "It went reasonably well. I invested a bit." "Reasonably well?" MacLeod chuckled. "Mr. Lei, you are being too modest. I have heard that you invested $200 million US in the North Sea oil and gas sector." Lei Long smiled. "I initiated a preliminary investment to see if I could turn a profit. Your Excellency, to be candid, I felt a bit apprehensive about risking my capital on my first venture here, considering I am an outsider." His words carried significant weight, and MacLeod immediately understood, handing him a glass of wine and solemnly stating, "You need not worry about that. The Queen has personally declared it, and no one in the country would dare tarnish her reputation. Furthermore, the economy of the British Empire is on a downward trajectory, necessitating the infusion of investors. If they dare to target you, it would be tantamount to courting disaster." MacLeod spoke with confidence and certainty. He comprehended Lei Long's concerns and was aware of the numerous formidable wealthy individuals and families within the British Empire. However, no matter how powerful a tycoon may be, they must ultimately submit to the might of the gun. Lei Long accepted the red wine. MacLeod's assertions were indeed sound. Presently, tycoons, whether from the Eagle Empire or the British Empire, could not influence the regime. The intent behind his words was merely to ensure that MacLeod would relay this sentiment to the Queen. Convey the Queen's concerns to Lei Long. Once these are addressed, he shall be inclined to invest further. A fine wine. Lei Long took a sip and offered his praise, though he typically shunned red wine. The glass before him was undeniably to his palate. My Li Hao savored a sip, a look of enjoyment crossing his face. 30-year-old Macallan. This was the last bottle. "In celebration of today, it shall be consumed." Lei Long expressed his surprise. "Such a grand affair?" My Li Hao chuckled. "You have no idea how much gold you have adorned us with. This is but a trifle. Moreover, I shall retire next year. As for you, having become quite the tycoon, our opportunities to meet will dwindle." Lei Long smiled. Congratulations. Congratulations? My Li Hao laughed lightly. You congratulate me upon my retirement? Lei Long clarified. Retirement is indeed a blessing. No longer burdened by trivialities, free to sleep until one awakens naturally and pursue one's desires. The Western mindset diverges from the Eastern. Easterners eagerly anticipate retirement, basking in pensions, while Westerners prioritize values, often blending work with leisure, exhibiting less fixation on retirement. My Li Hao fell silent, grasping Lei Long's perspective. Your assertion bears merit. Lei Long raised his glass. Your Excellency, there are but a few months left. Do not be so sorrowful. The citizens of Hong Kong will eternally remember your contributions. My Li Hao laughed heartily. I understand, as you aptly put it, since ancient times. Who has not faced death? One seeks to earn renown in life and after, indeed. Lei Long nodded, acknowledging that this elder had not wasted his time in Hong Kong, having even learned a few classical poems. My Li Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, reflecting, in my decade on Hong Kong Island, I've encountered many businessmen, some striking it rich overnight, others losing it all just as swiftly. Yet, I've never seen anyone quite like you. You operate without adhering to conventional rules, yet you never break them. Truth be told, if you had not ascended to the status of King of Wall Street before acquiring Swire, we would not be where we are now. Lei Long raised an eyebrow. Your Excellency, you speak with wisdom. The essence of mutual existence between individuals lies in value. Fortunately, I possess it. My Li Hao nodded, neither affirming nor denying. Swire could be considered the last bastion of British capital. Lei Long's burgeoning influence could not be overlooked. Else how could he remain passive while bestowing upon Lei Long the GB? A fanciful notion. Soon, my Li Hao's wife entered, bringing forth the dishes, roasted beef and kung pao chicken. By the time Lei Long departed, it was already deep into the night. My Li Hao, slightly inebriated, escorted Lei Long to the door, grasping his arm. There is a question I have long wished to pose to you. Lei Long turned back, curiosity evident on his face. You, a governor, questioning yourself? Are you not afraid? Afraid of what? Afraid of losing, my Li Hao replied. What if one day you ascend too high, and when you fall, no one will be there to catch you? The implications of his words were profound. Lei Long paused for a few seconds before responding with a serene smile. Mr. My Li Hao, from day one, I have never contemplated defeat. My Li Hao was taken aback. Such audacity. Very well, Your Excellency. Until tomorrow at the airport. We must return to Hong Kong Island. Good night. Upon Lei Long's plane landing, the tarmac was already thronged with people. The governor and the wealthiest individual of Hong Kong Island were returning simultaneously, a momentous occasion indeed. The area outside the airport was densely packed with onlookers. However, Lei Long had no inclination to engage. He walked straight through. Poor My Li Hao, on the other hand, bore the brunt of the crowd's attention. As a governor, responsibilities weighed heavily upon his shoulders, and he shared some details of their journey with the masses. Chapter 118, The Shadow Governor. Particularly, he emphasized the Queen's conferral of the GB upon Lei Long. GB? The highest honor bestowed. The Queen personally conferred it to Lei Long? When such news emerged from others, it might have been met with skepticism. However, hearing it from My Li Hao transformed the atmosphere. The following day, the city buzzed with fervor. From tea houses to office buildings, everyone conversed about the same topic. GB. Within a tea house, numerous patrons gathered as the news played on the television. GB. What is it? Is it impressive? A young man could not help but inquire. Impressive? Those who have previously received this honor were all formidable figures. Lei Long is the first in business. Would you not consider that impressive? Furthermore, this medal was personally bestowed by Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What is GB, you ask? I cannot say. All I know is that Governor My Li Hao himself stated it is the highest commendation. At that moment, a returning doctoral student entered, expounding. GB stands for the Grand Cross of the Order, one of the highest honors of the British Empire. In the past 150 years, only 4 Chinese individuals have received it. And globally, there are fewer than 30. 4? Who are they? The first 3 are the last one, Lei Long. A collective gasp echoed. Incredible. Does that not place him on par with the governor? The speaker paused, realizing his volume may have been excessive. Your comment is intriguing. Quite perceptive. The doctoral student adjusted his glasses. Presently, there exists a He Hong Shun in Macau, colloquially referred to as the crowned governor. Mr. Lei is a tier above him. I would prefer to call him the shadow governor. The term shadow governor spread across Hong Kong Island, soaring like wings. Reactions varied. Some deemed it exaggerated, others fitting. While some accepted it as fact, the city buzzed with speculation and fervor. Atop Victoria Peak, in a manner, the King of Charters and Hua Ingdong sat together sipping tea. The King of Charters took a sip, a mix of envy and astonishment crossing his face. That Lei Long lad, when silent, is unremarkable, yet when he speaks, he astonishes. I had thought he was merely examining the environment for investment. Little did I expect him to return with the honor of GB. Truly unforeseen. He was well acquainted with the GB, a title he had yet to attain himself. Though this title bore little tangible weight at their level, it transcended to the realm of the esteemed and powerful. Money and women were trivial concerns. Honor and face were what they pursued. Much like Jinggu, who, now affluent, returned home yearly to buy gifts for his fellow townsfolk. What was his intention, if not for fame and honor? Huangdong's expression grew slightly cold. Indeed, this honor has grown excessively grand. Old Bao, what do you think his intentions are? What intentions? The king of charters chuckled, the literal interpretation. The queen conferred the honor upon him, and he accepted it. The Hong Kong government granted him respect, and he accepted it. What's the issue? Hua Ingdong hesitated. I am not suggesting he has erred. I merely feel. Feel what? The ship king immediately discerned Ho Ingdong's subtle intentions. All right, old Ho. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. People naturally aspire to ascend, just as water flows downward. Even if he has aligned himself with the Hong Kong government, or with the British Empire, it is merely the way of the world. How many years have we known each other, old Ho? Ho Ingdong paused before responding. Over 30 years. The ship king gazed nostalgically. In these 30-plus years, we have witnessed Hong Kong Island undergo several transformations, with governors coming and going, and local capital rising from being trampled upon to now standing shoulder to shoulder with British interests. Do you know what my greatest realization has been in these 30 years? Ho Ingdong remained silent. No one is obligated to sacrifice for others. No one must contribute for the empire, nor for sentiments, and certainly not for our mutual expectations. Both of us have built our fortunes from small enterprises. Who have we relied upon? It has always been ourselves. Now, with Thunder Dragon having gained the means, he is entitled to his own choices. Ho Ingdong still said nothing. The ship king looked at him and sighed. Old Ho, I understand your thoughts. You believe that since Thunder Dragon is a Hong Konger, he ought to side with his own. Do you think that because he has received the GB, he has betrayed us? But have you considered that he merely invested a bit in London? He hasn't moved all his assets there. The Queen wishes to bestow honors upon him. That is a mark of distinction, something few in the world can claim. Could he possibly refuse? If it were you, would you turn it down? Ho Ingdong raised his teacup and drank it in one gulp. I would. Forget it. Let us not discuss it further. The ship king patted Ho Ingdong's shoulder. You are just too burdened with thoughts. Remember, you are you, I am I, and Thunder Dragon is Thunder Dragon. None of us lives for the other. We all live for ourselves. We cannot stand on the moral high ground and impose our ethics upon others. Ho Ingdong forced a bitter smile. You are right. I have overthought it. I have become too entangled. At this moment, the butler brought in the newspaper. The ship king glanced at it habitually. His expression suddenly shifted. Whoa. The title of Shadow Governor is quite significant. Shadow Governor? Ho Ingdong took the newspaper and was momentarily stunned. People appeared dazed. This title is no trivial matter. To stand on par with the governor? This is a bold affront. Eliminating Taku may be merely dissatisfaction leading to minor actions. However, the title of Shadow Governor is akin to courting disaster. Ho Ingdong set down the newspaper, took a deep drag of his cigarette, revealing a look of concern. This title is not just significant, it is monumental. I fear the Hong Kong government may act recklessly. The ship king placed his teacup down and smiled softly. Whether the title is significant or not depends on who bears it. I believe Thunder Dragon can carry it. Does he Hongshan not wear it as well? And has he not thrived? Ho Ingdong replied. The backgrounds are different. Our Hong Kong island is part of the British Empire, while Macau's background is merely that of a small grape. How can they be compared? The strengths differ vastly. The ship king fell silent for a moment. The current Thunder Dragon is not the same as the Thunder Dragon of the past. Just the honor of the GB is something the Hong Kong government must weigh carefully. What do you think? Ho Ingdong sniffled and ceased speaking, pouring red wine. Glass after glass. The ship king watched, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 119, A Dominant Family. In the upper echelons of the Thunder Group, Thunder Dragon sat in his office, displaying no emotion upon seeing the contents of the newspaper. He Chowchiong spoke softly. Mr. Lei, should we issue a statement to clarify the matter regarding the Shadow Governor? Thunder Dragon lifted his teacup and took a sip. No need. How others choose to label me is their affair. What I do is mine. Clarification? Wouldn't that be like saying there is no silver here? It would only serve to provide them with leverage. He Chowchiong nodded, choosing not to elaborate. By the way, Mr. Lei, the ship king has an appointment tonight and has reportedly invited President Wang of the Dragon Kingdom. Thunder Dragon nodded. All right. I understand. You may return to your work. He Chowchiong departed. Ding. Family system scoring in progress. Family, Thunder Dragon. Family level, Thunder Group, Hutchison Whampoa, Thunder Media, Thunder Technology, Hong Kong Electric Group. Influence, reputation, honor, and various aspects have significantly improved. Comprehensive assessment, dominant level. A regional overlord, overlooking multiple domains with self-defined rules. Family level upgraded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30 million points. 30 million points. Thunder Dragon felt quite satisfied. The current points were more than sufficient. It was time to expand his personal military capabilities. After all, no matter how formidable a businessman may be, he ultimately remains at the mercy of the might of the gun. To take charge, one must possess sufficient power. Moreover, the military industry is highly lucrative. Top-tier weapons, such as aircraft carriers, fifth-generation fighters, and missile systems, are rare treasures. Those who can control them, or rather, the empires, are few and far between. Contemplating this, Thunder Dragon began to exchange for relevant technologies. Light weaponry technology, exchanged. Man-portable air defense missile technology, exchanged. Drone technology, exchanged. Radar technology, exchanged. Communication encryption technology, exchanged. Soon, a variety of military technologies that surpassed the era were acquired. The technology was in place. The current challenge lay in manufacturing. After all, Hong Kong Island is the domain of others. It is utterly impossible to manufacture military weapons there. Therefore, one must venture into other empires. Moreover, it must be in a place where laws do not apply. Looking across the globe, the only suitable area for Thunder Dragon's conditions is the Golden Triangle, not far from Hong Kong Island, making operations convenient. The key is that the Golden Triangle is lawless. As long as one possesses sufficient firepower, they are the authority. Although the Golden Triangle is dark, Thunder Dragon is fully confident in establishing a vast military enterprise within. With this thought, Thunder Dragon contacted the Dark Dragon organization, instructing them to scout the terrain and establish a military force to seize some territory. In addition to military endeavors, Thunder Dragon also exchanged for numerous technological advancements. For instance, automotive engine technology and electronic displays from the small sun nation. There is a saying that goes, technology is the primary productive force. This facet of business is what Thunder Dragon focuses on developing, following the path of the small sun nation, leaving them with no alternative. That evening, at Victoria Peak, at precisely 8 o'clock, Thunder Dragon arrived punctually at the estate entrance. The Ship King personally came out to greet him. Upon entering the estate, tea was already prepared in the living room, and another individual was seated on the sofa. This person was none other than President Wong. Upon seeing Thunder Dragon enter, President Wong stood, smiling as he extended his hand. Mr. Lei, long time no see. Thunder Dragon returned a smile. President Wong, it's good to see you well. President Wong chuckled softly. The last time we met, you were still a new money figure in Hong Kong. Now, you are a knight bestowed by the Queen herself. Congratulations on having forged a path to greatness. The humble response from Lei Long was, it is merely a hollow title, not worth mentioning. A hollow title? President Wong chuckled. Mr. Lei is being too modest. The GB medal is not something one can simply wish for. Lei Long chose not to elaborate, for it seemed somewhat inappropriate to boast about the GB in front of others. The Ship King interjected to smooth things over. All right, both of you. Let us take a seat and enjoy our meal while we chat. The endeavors you have undertaken on Hong Kong Island have not gone unnoticed. Kowloon Warehouse, Jardine Matheson, HSBC, Swire. Each and every one of them has been duly observed. The higher-ups believe that Mr. Lei is a rare talent, and his presence on Hong Kong Island is indeed a blessing. President Wong remarked with a flush of excitement. To be acknowledged by the higher-ups is my honor. Lei Long replied, lifting his glass with a serene demeanor. The higher-ups have asked me to convey that the Dragon Country welcomes patriotic Hong Kong merchants like Mr. Lei to continue investing in the mainland, whether in ports, energy, high technology, or other fields. If Mr. Lei is interested, discussions can certainly be arranged. After downing a glass, President Wong continued. In the next moment, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The Ship King remained quiet, yet wore a subtle smile. His thoughts were straightforward, freedom of choice. The world is vast, and no one mandates that Hong Kong people must invest in the Dragon Country. Furthermore, to speak candidly, the current development of the Dragon Country is indeed at a low ebb. Investing here carries uncertainty, and no one dares to guarantee profits. In other words, the odds of success in investing in other empires are greater than in the Dragon Country. As businessmen, they prioritize profit. Who would willingly watch their own rice go to waste? Hua Ingdong also remained silent. After several days of contemplation, he admitted to himself that he had been overly aggressive and excited. The Ship King was right. Lei Long is Lei Long, and he is he. If someone chooses to depart with their wealth and settle in the Eagle Empire, so be it. President Wong, the higher-ups have shown interest. I have always been keen on investment. My companies are planning to expand capacity, and the mainland market is crucial. Real estate, technology, heavy industry, finance, all are fields I wish to invest in and will invest heavily. Lei Long declared earnestly as he savored a piece of beef, setting aside his own sentiments. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the immense and immeasurable potential of the Dragon Country's future market. While others hesitated to invest, he was eager to dive in fully, Previously, Lei Long had made investments, albeit not on a grand scale. Now that the opportunity had arisen, things would become more manageable. Haha, splendid. Rest assured, Mr. Lei, the doors are wide open for you. Conditions are negotiable, policies can be favorable. As long as you desire it, we can support you. President Wang exclaimed, smiling broadly. He had not anticipated Lei Long's willingness to engage so readily. After all, the current situation in the Dragon Country was indeed precarious. Even with policies to attract investment, many were reluctant to venture forth unless offered significantly better incentives. Thank you, President Wang, Lei Long responded with a smile. In this exchange, both parties felt satisfied. Observing the pleasant conversation between the two, the Ship King's eyes flickered, though he refrained from saying much more. Huangdong's smile was visibly brighter. Realizing that his initial support for this young man had not been in vain, he had always believed in Lei Long's capabilities. The earlier concerns dissipated like mist. Chapter 120, a profit of 30 billion. Half an hour passed swiftly, and the meal came to an end. Mr. Lei, come spring next year, we will hold an economic work conference and would like to invite you to attend, to get acquainted with our policies and plans. What do you think? President Wang inquired. Pausing at the door, Lei Long nodded. President Wang, your invitation is most gracious. I would be honored to accept. President Wang beamed. Excellent. It's settled then. He then extended the invitation to the Ship King as well. Take care, President Wang. Everyone bid farewell as he departed, subsequently returning to the living room for tea. You're remarkable, Huangdong exclaimed, draping an arm around Lei Long, his eyes sparkling with joy. You're behaving like a mischievous child, Lei Long chuckled helplessly. Since his investment in the Eagle Empire and his return from the Great Britain Empire, Huangdong had shared various thoughts with him, urging him to remain calm. However, Lei Long would not concede. After all, he recognized that Huangdong was a man of sentiment, and having certain expectations of him was only natural. I agree. I was too hasty. The Ship King chimed in, casting a sympathetic glance. Huangdong awkwardly rubbed his nose. All right, I admit my fault. I was judging your intentions with a petty mindset. Soon after, the three engaged in further conversation. Both the Ship King and Huangdong expressed their concerns regarding the shadow of the Hong Kong governor hanging over Lei Long. Yet, Lei Long remained unfazed. With his current reputation and standing, MacLehose would not dare to act against him. After all, he was considered one of MacLehose's proudest talents. Why would he slap his own face? MacLehose was not foolish enough to act so unreasonably. Time flew by, and the year-end approached rapidly. In the expansive conference room of Thunderbolt Group, the annual summary meeting was underway. All heads of the group's subsidiary companies were present, including Hutchison Whampoa, Thunderbolt Technology, Thunderbolt Media, Hong Kong Electric, and Swire, showcasing a mix of familiar and new faces, both local and foreign, all brimming with joy. After all, dividends were on the horizon. What are dividends? It's rice. Given the current financial scale of Lei Long's enterprises, everyone could expect a substantial share. Lei Long sat at the head of the table, flanked by Su San, Xiao Anna, and others. He Chow Chuan sat to one side, notebook in hand, ready to take notes. Hello everyone. Some of you may know me, while others may not, but that is of little consequence. Today marks our annual general meeting. Over the past year, everyone has worked diligently. However, all efforts have proven worthwhile, as we have achieved remarkable results and garnered significant benefits. Lei Long addressed the assembly with confidence. He then proceeded to discuss various matters concerning the companies, aiming to foster familiarity and perhaps showcase a bit of flair. The attendees were quite accommodating, applauding enthusiastically. I must say, this feeling is indeed delightful. It's no wonder that in my previous life, everyone, be they mortal or spirit, enjoyed meetings. The vanity meter was off the charts. Thank you all for your contributions and efforts. I hope everyone will continue to strive for greatness in the coming year and create further brilliance. As Lei Long finished his speech, thunderous applause erupted once more, with smiles illuminating every face. It seems that the great boss Lei truly has a way with words. Lei Long raised his hand to signal for each company head to report on their respective situations. Thunder Technology reported revenues of 40 billion and a net profit of 26 billion, with the primary growth stemming from its smartphone products, achieving annual sales surpassing 10 million units. In the Hong Kong market, it commands a 30% market share, and its expansion into Southeast Asia has been smooth, establishing distribution channels in the Kingdom of Siam, Malaysia, and several other nations. Next year promises exponential growth. Lei Long nodded in acknowledgement. Although Thunder Technology has collaborated with numerous companies this year, foreign firms are still in the process of constructing base stations, resulting in less than stellar sales figures. It is only when 2G base stations achieve global coverage that true profitability will be realized. Next up was the representative from Swire Pacific, a middle-aged man in his 40s. Impeccably dressed in a suit, Swire Pacific was integrated into the Thunder Group system 2 months ago, completing a management restructuring. The shipping sector achieved annual revenues of 15 billion and a net profit of 2 billion. However, due to prior stock market turbulence, Swire did not record profits this year. Despite the lack of profit, Lei Long remained unperturbed and refrained from further comment. After all, tackling the formidable Swire had required considerable investment. Additionally, adversaries like Triads had also expended significant resources in opposition, making the absence of profit understandable. The next report came from the Hong Kong Electric Group, which recorded revenues of 2 billion and a net profit of 800 million. With a stable 40% share of the Hong Kong power supply, a new substation project in the Eastern New Territories has been completed, with a projected 15% increase in power supply capacity next year, contingent on the completion of the second phase of the Lamma Island project. The representative from Hong Kong Holdings then stood up. Hong Kong Holdings reported revenues of 18 billion in 1985 and a net profit of 4 billion, with its retail division, Watson's and Park & Shop, opening 28 new stores throughout the year, maintaining the top market share in Hong Kong. Wang Jing, head of Thunder Films, then rose. Thunder Films produced 12 movies this year, generating a total box office of 400 million Hong Kong dollars, with a net profit of 80 million. As the report concluded, Lei Long lit a cigarette. He was already familiar with most of these figures, but hearing them articulated one by one was a different experience. His sense of accomplishment reached its zenith. In the next moment, the projector illuminated and the screen displayed the words, Annual Business Summary and Dividend Conference. Susan stood up, cleared his throat, and announced, Hello everyone, I am Susan. The total annual revenue of all business sectors under the Thunder Group reached 80 billion Hong Kong dollars, with a net profit of exactly 30 billion Hong Kong dollars. The conference room fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into enthusiastic applause. 30 billion. What does that signify? Last year, Hong Kong's fiscal revenue was only a little over 400 billion. Thunder alone earned more than half of the government's revenue for that period. This truly validates the adage, wealth can rival nations. Susan concluded, in accordance with the dividend plan established at the beginning of the year, 30 of the net profit will be distributed as dividends, amounting to 9 billion Hong Kong dollars, of which Mr. Lei, as the major shareholder, will receive 12 billion. The remaining 18 billion will be distributed among the various companies. Applause erupted once more. Lei Long approached the front of the room, surveying his most vital subordinates, those who had fought to build this empire for him. The reports he had just heard were all commendable. The 30 billion in profits was the result of their hard work over the past year. They would receive every cent they were owed, but this was merely the beginning. Next year, all industries must be integrated and expand into international markets. The retail and port sectors must continue to grow, and the power supply network of Hong Kong Electric needs to extend into the new territories. In short, the directive is simple: pursue greatness with vigor. The company will always provide you with financial security. This is your objective for the coming year. Chapter 121, 3 billion in dividends. Simultaneously, I will allocate 2 billion for the benefit of the company's employees. As Lei Long's words echoed, the conference room fell silent. They were all capitalists, and they understood the implications of Lei Long's decision all too well. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood up. This individual was a seasoned capitalist, the director of the Eastern Telegraph Company, known for his cautious demeanor and meticulous nature. Mr. Lei, I have something to say, but I am uncertain if I should. Lei Long leaned back in his chair and nodded. Speak. Director Zhou adjusted his glasses, contemplating his words. Mr. Lei, while I fully appreciate the good intentions behind the idea of benefiting the employees, the reality is that these employees possess no equity in the company. According to commercial norms, they receive salaries and bonuses, having already completed their value exchange. Now, to allocate an additional 2 billion is another matter altogether. Moreover, the employee base is vast. With the Hong Kong headquarters, branches, factories, and docks, there may be around 200,000 people. If we distribute this 2 billion, each person would receive merely 10,000. While 10,000 may seem insignificant to you, it is a small fortune for the average worker. What about the future? Quite simply, as long as the company remains profitable, I will continue to distribute dividends. If not, then that is that. This 2 billion is a bonus for this year, not a promise for the next. Do you know what the greatest asset is for a company? Lei Long paused here, surveying the crowd. Silence enveloped the room. Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke. Factories may age, equipment may fail, and technology may become obsolete, but as long as the hearts of the people remain, these things can be rebuilt. Conversely, if the hearts are lost, even the mightiest empire is but a castle of sand. My allocation of 2 billion is not charity. It is an investment in goodwill. Director Zhou stood up to continue the debate. Mr. Lei, it cannot be denied that you make a valid point. Yet goodwill is founded on self-interest. Without incentives, they will not work for us. There is a saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. At this, The surrounding individuals stared incredulously at Director Zhou. Was he perhaps under the influence today? Are you rambling aimlessly to curry favor with Thunder Dragon? Have you lost your mind, or simply given up? Thunder Dragon, upon hearing this, did not exhibit anger. In our respective positions, we must fulfill our duties. Now that we possess this capability, let us engage in actions within our means. If one day we falter, it will be due to our own inadequacies, unrelated to our employees. Director Zhou, fixating on trivialities is mere sophistry. If everyone were to dwell on such minutiae, the very fabric of our world would unravel. Would you not agree? Upon hearing this, Director Zhou, with a countenance tinged with shame, took a seat. Mr. Lei, your words are worth more than a decade of study. I have been hasty and I apologize. He was indeed swayed by Thunder Dragon's rhetoric. This world is essentially a vast makeshift stage, be it law or order. If one were to obsess over minor details, no principle could stand firm. It is akin to the duality of black and white. What defines black and white? Merely the declarations and rules set forth by the victors. A silence enveloped the conference room for a few seconds before applause erupted. This time, it was more fervent and enduring than before. They, too, were persuaded by Thunder Dragon's discourse. Mr. Lei, Thunder Technology will contribute $200 million to benefit the employees. Zhu Suasua rose to express her stance. As the president of Thunder Technology and Thunder Dragon's right hand, her declaration stirred the others into action. The newly appointed head of Tycoon Shipping stood up. Tycoon Shipping will contribute $1.5 billion. The representative from the Hong Kong Electric Group rose next. Hong Kong Electric will contribute $100 million. A delegate from Hutchison Whampoa followed suit. Hutchison will contribute $200 million. The young director from Thunder Film leapt to his feet. Thunder Film will contribute $30 million. In mere seconds, an additional $1 billion had been pledged. Subsequently, various departments from each company began coordinating with human resources to accurately tally the numbers. No one could be overlooked or included in excess. Let us commence the counting. Thunder Dragon stated solemnly as he gazed at the crowd. Understood, Mr. Lei. The assembly nodded in agreement. Counting the numbers indeed constituted a significant undertaking, fraught with complexity. After all, many employees had not been entered into the system, and others had departed for various family reasons. In short, it can be said that plans are perpetually outpaced by the speed of change. Achieving precise figures was undoubtedly a challenge. However, within a few days, the relevant numbers were compiled. Astonishingly, the entire Hong Kong island boasted a population of 88 million. While it fell short of 200,000, it was still a considerable sum. In the context of the 21st century, such a scale of numbers would be on par with state-owned enterprises. Nevertheless, Thunder Dragon was aware that among these individuals, the true core personnel numbered only in the tens of thousands. The remainder comprised ordinary workers. The scale of numbers may have been considerable, yet I still hope that you extend benefits to every individual without exception. No one is permitted to treat this lightly. Should I discover anyone failing to comply with my demands, I will have no hesitation in saying, regardless of your capabilities or how much equity you hold in the company, you are to leave immediately. There is no room for negotiation. Thunder Dragon stated sternly, his gaze unwavering. He feared neither the magnitude of the project nor potential losses, but he had zero tolerance for corruption. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, all nodding in unison. No one dared to defy Thunder Dragon's intentions. Chapter 122, Common Prosperity. The next day, the news spread. Thunder Group's founder, Thunder Dragon, announced a distribution of 3 billion Hong Kong dollars to benefit employees. And the information soared through Hong Kong as if it had wings. In the central office buildings, white-collar workers buzzed with excitement. 3 billion. I calculated that, with nearly 200,000 people, that averages out to 150,000 per person. Incredible. I've worked at our company for 10 years. And getting an extra month as salary in a year is considered a blessing. Yet Thunder casually bestows 150,000 as a bonus to each employee? Unbelievable. I'm a proud Ritterney graduate. This is my dream company. Have you applied to Thunder? Do they even want you? Sure. I'm submitting my resume tomorrow. With my abilities, I refuse to believe I can't get in. Many employees from various companies, upon hearing about Thunder Dragon's generous distribution, were filled with envy. For workers, the fear of labor isn't the burden of hard work, but the stark reality of comparison. The disparity is what stings. In Sham Shui Pe, at a certain tenement building, a woman was preparing dinner when a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, she found her neighbor. Afong, has your husband Ah Chang returned? Not yet. I heard he is working overtime tonight. It's unusual for them to work late, but with the year-end approaching, it seems he has to. The neighbor, clearly displeased, handed her a newspaper. You misunderstand. Your husband isn't working overtime. Mr. Lei has announced a distribution of 3 billion for all employees. Your Ah Chang has been with Thunder for several years. He is bound to receive a substantial share. The woman took the newspaper, read a few lines, and was momentarily stunned. How much could Ah-Chang possibly receive? At the very least, it would be a considerable sum. Isn't your son preparing for university? This should alleviate the tuition concerns. The neighbor remarked enviously. Ah, what a pity that my son doesn't work under Mr. Lei. The woman, upon hearing this, paused. Glancing back at her home, where a photo of her son in his school uniform hung on the wall, Mr. Lei is truly a benevolent person. In the upper echelons of Hong Kong Holdings, Li Jiaqing was rendered speechless upon hearing the news. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. 3 billion. Leaning back in his chair, his mind buzzed with disbelief. That's an entire 30 billion. To put it bluntly, Hong Kong Holdings' annual net profit doesn't even reach that figure. Is Thunder Dragon out of his mind? Why would he distribute such a fortune rather than keep it for himself? Investing, or expanding, or even saving it in the bank for interest would be far more prudent. The thought of 3 billion vanishing just like that sent a surge of frustration coursing through him. Truly, it's infuriating to compare oneself to others. He, Li Jiaqing, toiling tirelessly for a year, yet his profit doesn't even amount to the casual bonuses that Thunder Dragon dispenses. As if that wasn't enough. Thunder Dragon's actions left him wondering how to justify this to his own employees. If the staff at Hong Kong Holdings caught wind of this, he would undoubtedly have visitors knocking on his office door the very next day. Indeed, the next moment, the deputy manager entered, knocking on the door. Mr. Li, Thunder is distributing money. Should we do the same? The office was abuzz with discussions surrounding this matter. Distribute? With what funds? Where would I find that kind of money? And if we don't distribute, what will the employees think? Li Jiaqing gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. What nonsense. I'm struggling to make ends meet myself. Just act like we're oblivious to it. At New Hong Kong, in the conference room, Li Zhaoji was in a meeting when his secretary entered, handing him a newspaper. He cast a glance, stunned for a full 5 seconds. Then he slammed the newspaper onto the table. Is that Lei Long out of his mind? The few executives present exchanged looks. Have you lost your senses? Insulting the richest man in Hong Kong? If he hears this, you might as well be signing your own death warrant. Li Zhaoji took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to regain his composure. He turned to the CFO. What was our net profit last year? The CFO swallowed hard. 1.8 billion. Li Zhaoji instinctively fell silent. 1.8 billion, less than the amount he casually distributed as a red envelope. Well, let us continue the meeting. Yet, he absorbed none of the subsequent discussions. His mind consumed by the figure of 3 billion. Hengji Zhaoya, Zheng Yutong's office. Zheng Yutong was sipping tea, and after hearing the report, wiped the teacup clean. This kid really dares to play the game. Where does he place us? Damn. The secretary quietly inquired. Mr. Zheng, what do you think Lei is trying to achieve? I believe he has lost his mind. No, he is buying hearts, Zheng Yutong replied, reclining on the sofa, his tone placid, and also reinforcing the image of Hong Kong's allegiance. But there are many ways to win over people, and he chose the most extravagant one. This is a whopping 3 billion. It's somewhat akin to putting on a facade. The secretary dared not respond. Zheng Yutong took a puff of his cigarette. However, this tactic is effective. 3 billion to secure the loyalty of 200,000 people. Lei Long knows how to calculate. In the government building, the senior officials were also apprised of the situation. Their mindset was intriguing. From their perspective, Lei Long's actions were highly beneficial for the peace and stability of the entire Hong Kong. They would welcome more individuals like Lei Long. This Lei Long is fascinating. Ma Lihao sipped his red wine, tapping his fingers on the sofa, revealing a satisfied smile. It seems Lei Long's trip to the British Empire was not in vain. A financial secretary leaned in. Your Excellency, what is your take? Ma Lihao chuckled. This is a good thing. 200,000 people receiving money will spend it. And spending will stimulate consumption, driving the economy. He single-handedly accomplished what we should have done. The financial secretary nodded. At that moment, his perception of Lei Long underwent a complete transformation. Meanwhile, the secretary for administration, Simon, appeared visibly distressed. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Moreover, with Ma Lihao's favorable attitude towards Lei Long, he dared not continue his antics. The next day, the media in Hong Kong exploded, all praising Lei Long. The front page of the Oriental Daily, Lei Long's 3 billion red envelope benefits 200,000 employees. The front page of the Ming Pao, the largest employee bonus in Hong Kong's history. The front page of the Sing Tao Daily, 3 billion to win hearts? Lei Long's bold gamble. Lei Long pioneered a new era in Hong Kong's business world, with 200,000 employees sharing in the corporate development dividends. This is true common prosperity. Chapter 123, Annual Meeting. TVB Group. When Hai Mimi received the call, she sprang up from her chair. Mr. Lei wants me to do an exclusive interview? Just the two of us? He Chaoqiong's voice was calm. Yes, tomorrow at 3 p.m. at Mr. Lei's office. Prepare yourself. I will prepare. I will definitely prepare well. Hai Mimi's voice trembled. Once, she could spend a night with Lei Long. But now what status did he hold, and what was hers? It had been a long time since they had been together. After hanging up, Hai Mimi paced her office 3 times, then dashed into the restroom to gaze at herself in the mirror for 10 minutes. Tomorrow. Exclusive interview. Hong Kong's richest man. Alone. These 4 phrases spun around in her mind all afternoon. She had to make this program exceptional. The next day, at the top of Thunder Group, at precisely 3 p.m., Hai Mimi appeared at Lei Long's office door. Dressed in a deep V outfit, hair styled up, and makeup impeccable, she exuded the essence of a mature woman. Lei Long sat on the sofa, gesturing for her to sit. Hai Mimi took her seat, her eyes filled with melancholy. Mr. Lei, let's do the interview first. In the evening, I'll treat you to dinner. Upon hearing this, Hai Mimi's face flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Mr. Lei, I will ask directly. With you distributing $3 billion to benefit employees, there are many opinions from the outside. Some say you are buying hearts, others say you are putting on a show, and some even say you have lost your mind. What are your thoughts? Lei Long smiled faintly. I did not present $3 billion to seek praise. I want those who work with me to know that while I, Lei Long, enjoy the meat, they too can have a share of the broth. This is not charity. It is sharing. As long as I, Lei Long, earn a dime, there is a portion for everyone. Hai Mimi continued her inquiry. What impact do you believe this distribution will have on other enterprises in Hong Kong? Lei Long replied, I do not concern myself with what standards other companies follow. My enterprise has my own standards. I use my own rice to share with my own employees. It is not illegal, and since it is not illegal, no one can stop me. Hai Mimi pressed on. Some say that your actions undermine employees' ambition and may disrupt the market environment. Lei Long retorted. Let those who utter such words experience for 365 days the life of earning 100 Hong Kong dollars on a construction site, exposed to the sun and wind, before they come to discuss it with me. The interview lasted 40 minutes and finally concluded. In the evening, Lei Long and Hai Mimi were seen at a hotel. 2 days later, the interview aired. During prime time on TVB, Hai Mimi's interview program aired punctually. In the footage, Lei Long sat on the sofa, composed and engaging. That night, the program's viewership shattered records. Wow, this Lei Long is truly audacious. He has the capital to be audacious. If you can do it, then go ahead. Who was the scoundrel who said that high wages would hinder employees' ambition? Damn him. If I find out who he is, I'll smash a shovel over his head. Days passed. The fervor surrounding Lei Long's interview had yet to fade, and preparations for the Thunder Group's annual meeting began. This time, Lei Long was going all out. He booked the largest convention center in Central, capable of accommodating 3,000 people, primarily inviting key personnel from the company. After all, inviting everyone would result in an overwhelming turnout. Almost 200,000 people. Even with ample resources, it would be unmanageable. Ma Lihao received a personal call from Lei Long. Your Excellency, will you join us for the annual meeting? Ma Lihao replied with a smile. If Mr. Lei extends the invitation, I will certainly attend. However, this should be my last time attending your annual meeting in my capacity as governor. Lei Long chuckled. Haha? Then you must come even more. Ma Lihao nodded in agreement. All right. The shipping magnate, Pak Chuan Wang, was also personally called by Lei Long. Brother Pak, would you do me the honor of joining for a drink? Pak Chuan Wang laughed heartily. If you're hosting, I will definitely be there. No need to invite old Hua. He is with me, and we'll go together. We'll ensure the event is lively for you. Lei Long smiled. Thank you, brother. On the day of the annual gala, in the afternoon, the first vehicle arrived. It was the Rolls-Royce of the shipping magnate. As the door swung open, the shipping magnate and Ho Ingdong stepped out. Journalists immediately surged forward, the sound of camera shutters creating a cacophony. Shortly thereafter, Li Jiaqing's car arrived, followed by Li Zhaoji, Zheng Yutong, and others. At least over 80 of Hong Kong's elite had gathered. The reporters' fingers were sore from pressing the shutter, yet none paused. Goodness, have they invited all the wealthy individuals in Hong Kong? Almost, but just take a look at who the main guests are today. Who wouldn't show respect to the Dragon Lord in Hong Kong? How impressive. If only I could become someone like the Dragon Lord one day. Beauty, status, everything one could desire. Alas, get lost, you think you stand a chance? You wouldn't even be worthy to carry Mr. Lei's shoes. Do you think? With such a grand annual meeting, the government officials will attend? I believe so. However, it's certain that His Excellency Governor Maclehose will not be present. Indeed, no matter how formidable the Dragon Lord is, he is merely a businessman at the end of the day. The governor is akin to a local emperor. A few secretaries from the government would suffice as a gesture for the governor to attend personally. That's wishful thinking. At 6 o'clock sharp, Maclehose arrived. Several black official vehicles lined up, exuding an aura of authority. The Royal Army was also present, ensuring the governor's safety. The crowd immediately parted to make way. The venue fell silent. Maclehose stepped out, impeccably dressed in a suit, a medal adorning his chest, radiating dignity, with a faint smile gracing his lips. The financial secretary followed suit. The Secretary for Justice also alighted. The Secretary for Security, along with several foreign dignitaries clad in suits, appeared, exuding an air of at least senior official status. A gasp echoed through the throng of journalists. Goodness, it's Macleos, the governor. It really is the governor. What did I just say? You were just saying how formidable the Dragon Lord is. Even the governor has come to show his support. Unbelievable. Our Hong Kong people have truly made progress. My word, the governor has arrived? Who just said he wouldn't come? Step forward and take your punishment. The Dragon Lord's prestige is unparalleled. The governor's personal attendance. What a display. How many businessmen since the opening of the port have achieved such a feat? Along the red carpet, the already present tycoons turned their gazes, astonished, their attention fixated on Macleos. This scene ignited envy and admiration among them. The shipping magnate, standing at the entrance, saw Macleos approach and smiled slightly. Old Ho, I told you, the government would certainly show respect. Ho Ingdong nodded, his expression somewhat complex. To outsiders, it seemed merely a courtesy from the government. Yet, he understood that it signified the government's earnest attempt to court the Dragon Lord. This young man has truly managed to invite the governor. A glimmer of something unusual flashed in Li Jiaqing's eyes. Li Zhaoji and Zheng Yutong exchanged knowing looks. Henceforth, the business world in Hong Kong will be dictated by the Dragon Lord. Li Jiaqing remarked. Old Li, your words carry a hint of bitterness. Li Zhaoji exhaled a puff of smoke. No, it is excitement. It is joy. The more powerful the Dragon Lord becomes, the more opportunities we will have, will we not? Indeed. Li Jiaqing nodded. From this day forth, no one shall oppress our Hong Kong capital and citizens any longer. Moreover, he has brought down the 4 major trading houses. His contributions are monumental. The Dragon Lord is a worthy opponent to be respected. Enough of this idle chatter. Zheng Yutong interjected darkly. Previously, my targets and rivals were the 4 major trading houses, the British capital. Now, it is the Dragon Lord. Let us all strive together to engulf him, and we shall all reap immense wealth. We could enjoy such treatment today. Hearing this, the group fell silent. Though the words were somewhat harsh, they were indeed a reflection of reality. After all, in the realm of business, it is merely a contest of interests. In the heat of competition, there will inevitably be bloodshed. Today we are friends. In the future, we may become enemies. The Dragon Lord personally stepped forward to greet. Macleos smiled slightly. Mr. Lei, this gathering of yours is even grander than a banquet at Government House. The Dragon Lord replied. It is an honor to have your excellency grace us with your presence. They exchanged a knowing glance, both smiling. The journalist's shutters clicked with fervor. This shot must be captured. The governor shaking hands with the wealthiest. Tomorrow's front page is guaranteed. What a grand occasion. The reporters were frantic, while the public buzzed with speculation. Do you think the governor's presence today is a gesture of respect for the Dragon Lord, or for that 3 billion? What matters is that he came, another person remarked. Yes, just his presence is sufficient. In the vast banquet hall, 300 tables were set. The Dragon Lord, Macleos, the shipping magnate, and others toasted with champagne. Just these few could cause an earthquake throughout Hong Kong. Many gazes were directed their way. Yet, no one dared to approach. After all, they all knew their status did not grant them the right. Once everyone was gathered and the dishes were served, the Dragon Lord took to the stage. The lights dimming, a spotlight illuminating the stage. The entire room fell silent. 3,000 pairs of eyes were solely focused on him. The Dragon Lord took the microphone and surveyed the crowd. Thank you all for attending today. I, Lei, am immensely grateful. This is my inaugural annual meeting, and I hope everyone enjoys themselves, drinks aplenty. As the Dragon Lord stepped down, the exclusive performances of the evening began. The first to take the stage was the hottest female star, Li Jiaqing. Her appearance captivated countless gazes. Li Jiaqing is truly stunning. Of course, she is the champion of the Miss Asia pageant. You must trust Mr. Lei's taste. On stage, Li Jiaqing radiated beauty, exchanged a few pleasantries, and began her performance. She was to deliver a piano solo. Seated at the grand piano in the center of the stage, a spotlight shone upon her. The flowing red gown under the lights enhanced her beauty. As the melody of Wedding in a Dream began, it was both beautiful and melancholic. The once boisterous banquet hall quieted down, many drawn in by the enchanting piano sound. As the piece concluded, applause erupted. Li Jiaqing rose and bowed to the audience before descending the stage. As she passed by the Dragon Lord, he complimented her. Well done. Li Jiaqing smiled. Following her were song and dance performances from TVB artists, followed by magic and acrobatics. One act followed another, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. The banquet continued. The Dragon Lord returned to the hall, toasting at each table. The first table was occupied by government officials. Before the Dragon Lord could speak, Macleos raised his glass. Smiling. Mr. Lei, I toast to you, thanking you for your contributions to Hong Kong over the years. The Dragon Lord lifted his glass, Your Excellency, you are too kind. It is I who should toast you, thanking you for your support over the years. Two individuals clinked their glasses together. At the second table sat the esteemed shipowner. Lei Long remarked, "Thank you all for your support." The shipowner replied, "Along, what are you saying? Everyone is here today solely for you. You are the pride of our harbor island." "Oh, it is my honor to be graced by all of you," Lei Long responded. Li Jiaqing and a few others also raised their glasses, offering a simple nod towards Lei Long. He reciprocated the gesture. As they reached the tables of ordinary employees, the atmosphere shifted entirely. A middle-aged man in work attire stood up, his eyes slightly red. "Mr. Lei, I toast to you. I have worked at Thunder for a year and never dreamed of such a day. My wife advised me to work hard and not bring shame to Mr. Lei." Lei Long patted the man's shoulder and said, "Keep up the good work. There will be more opportunities next year." At a nearby table, several young girls stood up, trembling with excitement as tears streamed down their faces. "Mr. Lei," Lei Long embraced one of the girls, saying, "Do not cry. Thunder Group will always be your home. Work hard, and the future is bright." After toasting several tables, Lei Long returned to the main table and sat down. Chow Anna handed him a glass of water, saying, "Mr. Lei, that should be enough." Lei Long took the water, sipped, and asked, "How many people are left to toast?" "Almost done. It's mostly the staff below." "No need to toast them," she replied. Lei Long shook his head, insisting, "If I say to toast, we must toast everyone." He stood up and walked out again. At precisely 11 o'clock, the annual meeting concluded, and the crowd began to disperse. As my Li Hao left, Lei Long personally escorted him to the door, saying, "Your Excellency, take care." When the shipowner departed, he patted Lei Long on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Lei, see you next year." "See you next year," Lei Long echoed. As the crowd thinned, the banquet hall fell silent. Lei Long stood at the door, gazing at the empty street, feeling not joyous but rather fatigued. Perhaps it was the facade of forced smiles from mingling with others, making him embody the very persona he despised. At that moment, Chow Chiong approached and offered him a coat, saying, "Mr. Lei, it's windy. You should put this on." Lei Long accepted the coat and draped it over himself, replying, "You should head home and rest as well." Just then, Li Jiaqing came over, assisting Lei Long into the car. "You come along," Lei Long said. Li Jiaqing looked stunning that evening, and Lei Long certainly did not want to miss the opportunity. "All right, that sounds wonderful," she replied, her excitement evident. After all, if she pleased Lei Long, who knows what the future might hold, perhaps she could become a wealthy lady. Chapter 124, Dominating Headlines, Hot Topics. The Golden Triangle. The following day, news of the annual meeting graced the front pages of all newspapers. Thunder's annual meeting shines bright, with the governor in attendance and a gathering of affluent individuals. Lei Long boldly proclaimed, "Next year, we shall achieve even greater heights and create more brilliance." Li Jiaqing made a stunning appearance, captivating the audience with a piano performance. Mr. Lei is the pride of the harbor island, the pride of Hong Kong people, and a pioneer of Hong Kong capital. Accolades poured in from all directions. Essentially, for the past month, headlines in harbor island news had been monopolized by Lei Long. Each headline followed another, leaving no room for others, a true embodiment of what it means to be a hot topic. As the events unfolded, the stock market experienced significant fluctuations. Stocks of all publicly listed companies under Thunder Group surged collectively. Up, 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 they soared to new heights. Swire Properties rose by 10, Thunder Technology by 8, Hutchison Whampoa by 4, and Hong Kong Electric by 4. Countless financial experts in Hong Kong reported and predicted these developments, contributing to the market's substantial rise. In truth, this was all expected. Thunder Group's massive dividend of $3 billion not only enhanced employee cohesion and the company's reputation, but also significantly boosted the confidence of market investors. It was entirely reasonable for investors to be optimistic about the future of Lei Long's companies. On one hand, outsiders speculated that as Lei Long grew stronger, the Hong Kong government would act against him as before, even attempting to undermine him. However, my Li Hao's attendance at Lei Long's annual meeting, alongside various high-ranking officials from the government, spoke volumes, alleviating investors' concerns. This led to a dramatic surge in orders across major bond exchanges. Retail investors were particularly fervent. "Buy Thunder. Buy Swire. Let us feast alongside Mr. Lei. I just invested my year-end bonus yesterday, and today I've made a 10 profit. Mr. Lei, I love you. You need a wife? I'm ready to bear your children. I could have 10. Someone exclaimed. "Uft, look at you. You're practically a grandma, dreaming big. Aren't you?" Another retorted. "Hey, what are you talking about? 30 is the age of a wolf, 40 a tiger, and 50 can still move mountains. I'm just 38, in my prime. Mr. Lei, a girl like me is a treasure he has never encountered," another interjected unabashedly. While the outside world was in a frenzy, Lei Long sat in his office, observing the fluctuating numbers on the screen with a calm demeanor. Everything was within expectation. 3 billion was not easily acquired, and my Li Hao was not invited without reason. If this didn't instill confidence in investors, the economy of Hong Kong would be doomed. Susan reported from the side, Mr. Lei, our market value has increased by approximately 5 billion today. Lei Long nodded, acknowledging the information. Susan hesitated before asking, Mr. Lei, why are you not the least bit excited? Recalling his initial thoughts about siphoning off a portion of Thunder Group's funds to retreat from the scene, he now realized how foolish that decision had been. 2 billion? In the face of the current group, that was mere pocket change, insignificant. Lei Long chuckled. One must remain humble in victory and resilient in defeat. That is the mindset of a true businessman. What does this amount to? In the future, we shall earn even more. As a time traveler, he understood what the future world economy would entail. What were a few billion Hong Kong dollars compared to the true giants? The likes of Musk, with fortunes in the thousands of billions, were his targets. This current rise was trivial. Susan nodded thoughtfully. I'll get back to work then. Lei Long waved him off. With the annual meeting concluded, dividends distributed, interviews aired, and market values skyrocketing, the next focus was preparing for the Spring Festival. The streets of Hong Kong had begun to adorn red lanterns, and shopping malls played festive songs on a loop. With the atmosphere of the new year growing stronger by the day, an increasing number of Hong Kong citizens emerged to shop, enveloped in the spirit of the season. In Lei Long's villa, Li Jiesin and other women busily cleaned, hung spring couplets, and arranged auspicious oranges, bustling about with satisfied smiles adorning their faces. Yet, Lei Long's thoughts were far from the New Year celebrations. In his study, 2 phones lay before him, one for regular use, the other an encrypted satellite phone. The satellite phone rang. Mr. Lei, came the voice of Ague, the leader of the Dark Dragon. What is the situation? Lei Long leaned back in his chair, lighting a cigarette as he inquired with a calm demeanor. The Golden Triangle, after all, is a realm where the boundaries between man and beast blur. The Dark Dragon Commando had scarcely arrived in the Golden Triangle for a fortnight when it found itself embroiled in military confrontations with various armed factions. Most of these adversaries were mere insignificant ants. However, they did encounter a formidable opponent, a notorious figure named Sunny Pa, one of the infamous drug lords of the Golden Triangle. Based in the Kachin Mountains, adjacent to the town of Good and bordering the Kingdom of Siam. Initially, the Dark Dragon Commando intended to establish a factory on the outskirts of Good, but to their surprise, this fellow insisted it was unacceptable. Thus, conflict erupted between the two parties. There was movement on Sunny Pa's side, resulting in casualties on both ends, though the Dark Dragon Commando evidently suffered far fewer losses. What was this movement? He sent a messenger to propose negotiations. Lei Long chuckled. Negotiations? What could a drug lord possibly negotiate with me? I'm not sure. Ague replied casually, but the messenger came bearing considerable gifts. Could it be a sign of capitulation? Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke, sneering. Capitulation? A person who has thrived in the Golden Triangle for 20 years would not yield so easily. Ague hesitated momentarily. I also sensed something amiss. But the messenger was indeed quite courteous, stating that Sunny Pa wishes to invite you to his stronghold for discussions regarding territorial matters. Do you believe him? Ague queried. I do not, Lei Long replied. He seeks to lure us into his territory for a trap. Ague gritted his teeth. I've considered that too. But while Sunny Pa's military might may be lacking, he commands a multitude. If we continue to engage in battle, given our current military strength, annihilating them entirely would still require helicopters and manpower. I have already expanded our personnel. After contemplating, Lei Long responded, very well. Ague was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting we play his game, but instead of going to his stronghold, we invite him to our territory for discussions? Ague gasped, will he come? Lei Long smiled. He is presently uncertain of our capabilities and likely feels anxious. I suspect he is merely testing the waters this time. After a brief pause, Lei Long continued, I shall pay him a visit tomorrow. The Golden Triangle is indeed a challenging place to establish oneself. Although the Dark Dragon is formidable, we are merely a handful of men. Our numbers are but a fraction, and furthermore, we lack heavy weaponry. He added, moreover, I indeed need to personally deliver the weaponry technology to them. Let us make do together. Understood. I will make the arrangements, Ague exclaimed, elated. Before hanging up the phone, after briefing Susan on some matters, Lei Long set off for the Golden Triangle with Gao Jing. Chapter 125. The Drug Lord Sunny Pa of the Golden Triangle. Negotiations. In the Golden Triangle, at the Dark Dragon camp located 10 kilometers outside Good, Ague set up a table and 2 chairs, placing tea and fruit upon it. The surroundings appeared tranquil, yet at least 30 men lay in ambush, with several snipers occupying concealed vantage points. Furthermore, reconnaissance troops were deployed within a radius of several kilometers. Lei Long and Gao Jin had already arrived at the camp and gathered substantial intelligence. Overall, the situation was manageable. Although Sunny Pa commanded a larger force, his weaponry was inadequate. After several encounters with the Dark Dragon Commando, he had met with nothing but failure. Currently, the Dark Dragon Commando boasted a strength of 140 personnel, 100 from the Dark Dragon and 40 elite international special forces. They had lost 2 special forces members in previous skirmishes, leaving them with 138 personnel remaining. In the next moment, 200 Dark Dragon members emerged from the woods, each fully armed, an air of lethal intent enveloping them. Simultaneously, 6 Apache attack helicopters and 1 CH-47 transport helicopter appeared, circling a few times before landing on an open field. At this juncture, Lei Long opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within. Go, Gue, bring the men to unload the equipment. An hour later, heavy weaponry was offloaded. RPG rocket launchers, 40mm grenades, howitzers. The firepower configuration was exceptionally fierce, rivaling that of Imperial forces. The disparate armed groups of the Golden Triangle were but trifles in comparison. Notably, the Apache attack helicopters were rare among the armed factions in the entire Golden Triangle. Mr. Lei, with these weapons and personnel, we can easily eliminate the opposition. Gue exclaimed excitedly as he approached, carrying an RPG rocket launcher. Had we possessed this configuration earlier, Sonny Pa would not have dared to be so arrogant. We would have long since obliterated his stronghold. Lei Long, unfazed, replied, Patience. If we can negotiate, we shall do so. If not, we will take action. Understood, Mr. Lei. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, within the camp, Gue led his men to the meeting location. Upon his arrival, the distant sound of engines could be heard. 3 off-road vehicles traversed the mountain road, accompanied by several rugged motorcycles. As the doors opened, a middle-aged man disembarked, clad in a floral shirt and adorned with gold chains, his face beaming with a smile. It was evident he was a seasoned veteran of the Underworld. This man was not Sonny Pa, but rather his second-in-command, Kai Wong. Gue stepped forward, a smile gracing his face. Mr. Kai Wong, welcome. Kai Wong responded with a grin. Brother Gue, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Boss Sonny Pa has sent me to discuss matters with you. We all strive to make a living in this territory, and there is no need for hostilities. Gue nodded, and both parties took their seats at the table. You speak the truth. Harmony begets prosperity. Come, let us share some tea. Kai Wong raised his cup to his lips, taking a sip while his gaze wandered about. Gue's expression grew slightly colder. Where is Sonny Pa? Wasn't he the one who wanted to negotiate? Is he afraid? Kai Wong scoffed. Isn't your boss also absent? Is he frightened? Gue chuckled lightly. Our boss is not someone whom Sonny Pa can simply summon at will. Does he even measure up? Kai Wong's expression darkened, his teeth clenched. Remembering the formidable and enigmatic strength of the Dark Dragon, far surpassing that of the Imperial forces, he refrained from responding. Gue remarked, enough of this idle chatter. What message does Sonny Pa wish to convey? Kai Wong set down his teacup and sighed. Brother Gue, to be candid, Boss Sonny Pa holds you in high regard. You managed to secure Kunshan and withstand our assaults. You are indeed capable individuals. Sonny Pa has stated that this territory can be divided, granting you half. Gue raised an eyebrow. Half? Yes, half. The river will serve as the boundary. The east bank belongs to you, while the west bank remains ours. We will coexist peacefully, each pursuing our own business. Gue laughed. How generous of Boss Sonny Pa. Kai Wong chuckled in return. Boss Sonny Pa believes that having more friends opens more pathways. We acknowledge your capabilities. However, you must also recognize one fact. In the Golden Triangle, we are the local powers. If you wish to establish yourselves here, you must abide by our rules. Gue furrowed his brow. What rules? Kai Wong raised a finger. First, your business must not involve drugs. Second, you are required to pay us 30 of your annual profits as a form of protection fee. Thirdly, your men are not permitted to cross the Central River. Mr. Sanapa has stated that as long as you agree to these 3 conditions, we shall all be friends. At this juncture, he paused, and the subsequent implication was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Gue deliberated internally. Mr. Kai Wong, I cannot decide on these 3 stipulations. I must consult our boss. Kai Wong nodded in agreement. Very well, go and inquire. I shall await your return here. Gue rose from his seat, stepped aside, and picked up the satellite phone. In the camp, Lei Long listened to Egue's report, somewhat at a loss for words. This was nothing short of an ultimatum. The second condition, in particular, was unacceptable to him. Forcing him to relinquish 30 of the business profits was simply out of the question. Once the arms trade was fully operational, the profits would be unimaginable. How could he possibly concede? Half the territory and 3 stipulations? Who did he think he was? Gue, on the other end of the line, inquired. Mr. Lei, what shall we do? Lei Long pondered for a moment. Inform him that the first and third conditions are negotiable, but the second is non-negotiable. If he agrees, then so be it. If not, we will eliminate them. Gue nodded. I understand what must be done. Returning to the table, Gue sat down again and fixed his gaze on Kai Wong. Mr. Kai Wong, Our boss has conveyed that the first and third conditions are negotiable. However, the second is not. Saiwang's smile faltered. Not possible? Is your boss certain? Agui's demeanor was resolute. Indeed, it is non-negotiable. Why should we agree to give you 30 of our profits? The business we conduct is beyond your capacity. My suggestion is that we adhere to the first and third conditions alone. Saiwang's expression darkened. Brother Agui, your words are misguided. The Golden Triangle has been painstakingly secured by our leader Sanapa over the course of a decade. You have only just arrived and expect to take half for free? Chapter 126. Unable to reach an agreement? Strike directly. Agui scoffed. A decade? To be frank, if I disregarded casualties, I could annihilate you within 3 days. Perhaps even within a single day. Do you believe me? Shall we wager? Kowloon gritted his teeth. Fine, fine, let us not discuss this further. I will consult with Leader Sanapa to see if we can make any concessions. Brother Agui, we shall converse another day. Just as Kowloon intended to rise, Agui interjected coldly. Make the call now. We must negotiate. If we reach an agreement, we conclude. If not, we shall commence direct strikes tomorrow. Kowloon, about to stand, froze at Agui's words. Such audacity? Agui's confidence surged. Make the call now. We must negotiate. Saiwang's complexion shifted multiple times as he slowly resumed his seat. Staring at Agui, Brother Agui, what do you mean by this? Agui lifted his teacup and took a sip. It means we must achieve a resolution today. If we reach an agreement, we can wrap up and celebrate the new year. If not, we will commence direct strikes tomorrow. Do you take my words lightly? Or are you simply deaf? Kowloon clenched his teeth, the muscles in his jaw tensing. Are you forcing me? Agui rose, his gaze icy. Forcing you? Kowloon, when you and your hundreds of men, armed with mortars, come to harass us every few days, did you not consider that you were forcing us? Now, make the call and let Sanapa speak directly to confirm whether this second condition can be waived. Kowloon dialed the number, exchanged a few words, and then handed the phone to Agui. Leader Sanapa wishes to speak with you. Agui took the phone. Hello? A raspy voice emerged from the other end. You are Agui? It is I. Sanapa replied coldly. Young man, do not be too ruthless in your dealings. I have fought for over a decade for this territory in the Golden Triangle. And you think you can take half of it for free after only a few days? There is no such logic in the world. You indeed possess some strength. But I am not to be trifled with. My discussions with you are merely to prevent others from reaping the benefits. Do you genuinely believe I, Sanapa, am afraid of you? Agui chuckled coldly. Sanapa, I respect you as a senior and shall address you as leader. However, the 3 stipulations you proposed, while the first and third are acceptable to us, the second is not open for discussion. 30 of the profits? Do you understand what business we are engaged in? Sanapa replied dismissively. Regardless of the business, you must adhere to my rules. These are the regulations of the Golden Triangle. Agui countered. So, is this the end of our negotiations? Sanapa let out a light laugh, his tone resolute. There is nothing to discuss. You either accept or leave. Agui nodded. Very well, we shall not negotiate. We will fight. Agui abruptly hung up the phone and tossed it back to Kowloon. Saiwang's face turned pale. Brother Agui. Agui replied. Kowloon, you may leave now. Return and inform Sanapa that before dawn tomorrow, there will still be an opportunity. Otherwise, I will annihilate you. Kowloon wished to say more, but Agui had already turned away. Several members of the Dark Dragon approached. Kowloon gritted his teeth, gathering his men and departing in haste. At the Dark Dragon camp, Agui returned and headed straight to Lei Long's tent. Mr. Lei, the talks have collapsed. Lei Long, who had been studying a map, raised his head at the remark. What do you mean? The second condition is non-negotiable. Sanapa stated it is either accept or leave. Lei Long chuckled. Very well. Then we shall fight. With that, he stepped outside the tent. There, the Dark Dragon personnel had already organized an array of weapons. In the open area, 6 Apache attack helicopters stood ready. Nearby were crates of heavy weaponry, rocket launchers, howitzers, and heavy machine guns. Ammunition was plentiful. That night, Lei Long gathered everyone together. The Dark Dragon personnel exhibited fierce gazes, emanating the killing intent honed through countless battles. Each was an elite among elites, proficient in various tactics, capable of combat and command. Mr. Lei, upon seeing Lei Long exit the tent, the crowd spoke in unison. Lei Long nodded. Brothers, we have set our sights on this territory in the Golden Triangle. However, some refuse to allow it and demand protection fees. I, for one, am willing to give many things, but I detest paying protection fees. Therefore, before dawn tomorrow, eliminate those people for me. Do you have confidence? Yes. The voices of 338 men resonated, startling the birds in the surrounding forest. Lei Long turned to Agui. You will command. I want to hear of Sanapa's demise before dawn. He chose not to intervene. For professional matters should be left to the professionals. Agui stood at attention. Yes, Mr. Lei. That night, at 11 o'clock, The Dark Dragon camp was ablaze with lights, and the outer personnel began mobilizing, heading to their respective posts. Agaway pointed to the operations map, surrounded by a circle of captains. Sanapa's stronghold is located here, 20 kilometers northwest of Good Town, built atop a mountain, surrounded on all sides by cliffs, with only 2 routes of access, easily defended but difficult to assault. As he spoke, Agaway circled several points on the map with a red pen. His forces, numbering approximately 500 to 800, were divided into 4 battalions, with the command center situated deep within, surrounded by his trusted troops, armed with AKs, RPGs, and several mortars. A previous engagement had decimated a portion of their morale. A direct assault would yield significant casualties and was not worthwhile. However, we possess 6 Apache helicopters, capable of directly bombarding their stronghold, inflicting as much devastation as possible. Monkey, you will lead the sniper team, positioned at the vantage point. For every target identified, eliminate it. Monkey nodded in understanding. You few, scout along the 2 roads. Once the Apache bombardment concludes, unleash artillery and RPG fire. After the bombardment, surge from the flanking woods and show no mercy. Agreed? The group nodded in unison, affirming their comprehension. We depart now, at 2 in the morning, precisely on schedule. Everyone responded in unison, yes. At 10:30, in the Dark Dragon camp, 338 individuals split into several small squads, silently vanishing into the night. The 6 Apaches, concealed beneath camouflage nets, rested quietly in an open area, their pilots poised in the cockpit, ready for takeoff. Lei Long stood outside the tent, gazing as the last group disappeared into the darkness. Gao Jin approached. Mr. Lei, want to you rest inside? Lei Long exhaled smoke, a faint smile gracing his lips, waiting for the fireworks to ignite. Gao Jin remained silent, holding his AK, patiently awaiting the signal. In the early morning, 3 kilometers from the Sunny Pa headquarters, Monkey and the sniper team had already lain in ambush for 2 hours. Through night vision goggles, they observed a flurry of activity within the Sunny Pa stronghold, as personnel busily prepared their weapons. It was evident that they too were gearing up to launch an assault against Lei Long. A dozen sentinels patrolled with their rifles, heavy machine guns stationed at the entrance. Chapter 127, The Apache Deployment. A fierce confrontation. Monkey relayed the gathered intelligence to Agaway. Agaway, atop the mountain, lowered his binoculars and lifted his gaze to the sky. In the darkness, the 6 Apaches had arrived, following Agaway's command. Boom, 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 boom. Simultaneously, the 6 Apaches unleashed their fire, rockets raining down upon the Sunny Pa headquarters like a torrential storm. The first wave of strikes directly hit the central ammunition depot, triggering a chain reaction as mountains of munitions ignited, the explosions resonating endlessly, shaking the entire mountaintop. The colossal blasts soared into the sky, the force of the explosions claiming countless lives in the surrounding area. Simultaneously, numerous rockets landed among the densely packed personnel at the camp, each strike obliterating all in its path, sending them to their demise. Monkey, alongside his sniper team, commenced their own sharpshooting. Every shot found its mark, delivering fatal blows with astonishing accuracy. With their unparalleled skills, the possibility of missing was non-existent. This exemplified the prowess of the Dark Dragon assault team, elite among elites. Kings among kings, the strongest of the strong. The Sunny Pa personnel were utterly bewildered. 6 bombers of this magnitude were a sight they had never encountered in their entire existence in the Golden Triangle. As some fled their tents, they were instantly annihilated by rocket fire. Others fired wildly, unable to discern their foes, even foolishly attempting to shoot at the sky in hopes of downing the Apaches, an utterly delusional thought. It is well understood that in today's world, the Apache attack helicopter stands as the god of the skies, a regal entity. Unless they possessed the specially designed Stinger missiles from the Eagle Sauce Empire, their meager firearms were but tools for their own demise. The scene was engulfed in flames, smoke swirling, and the air filled with the sounds of screams. Some, in fervent devotion, knelt in prayer. Continue the assault. Agaway, through his binoculars, observed the chaos below, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Exhaust all ammunition. Grant them no respite. He had offered these individuals a chance, yet they failed to seize it. Moreover, their actions in the Golden Triangle, colluding with tyrants, producing various contraband, and abducting women, were nothing short of heinous. Their elimination would, indeed, be a form of justice. Following his orders, the 6 Apaches darted through the air, rockets cascading down in relentless waves. The mounted machine guns roared, bullets slicing through the ground forces like the scythe of death, reaping lives. In a concealed wooden cabin within a plantation, Sunny Pa jolted awake at the sound of bombardment, hastily donning his clothing as he dashed from the bamboo structure, staring in disbelief at the inferno consuming his base. He had expected his deputy to return triumphant by morning, but instead, his seemingly impregnable fortress was engulfed in flames. What on earth is happening? Frantically, Sunny Pa seized his radio to contact his deputy. What the hell is going on? In the next moment, a disheveled man staggered out from the woods. Boss. It's bad, very bad. There are unidentified armed forces. No, not just that. 6 Apaches have appeared in the sky, executing carpet bombing on us. The munitions depot is gone. The entire base is in disarray, complete chaos. Sunny Pa's mind froze, terror etched across his face. As a notorious drug lord, he understood deeply that weaponry was the bedrock of power. Without it, there could be no truth, and without truth, no voice. Who is responsible for this? Is it Aguay and his crew? It must be them. Hearing this, Sunny Pa's eyes reddened. Assemble. All personnel, gather. We must retaliate. Annihilate them, damn it. At that moment, Kai Wong rushed in, seizing Sunny Pa, who was recklessly heading towards certain death. Boss, their firepower is overwhelming. We should retreat. As long as there are green mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood. Sunny Pa lifted his gaze to the 6 Apaches wreaking havoc above, his fury somewhat dissipating. These machines, even Ku and Sha possessed only 2. Now, there were 6. Furthermore, his ammunition depot was obliterated. He realized that fighting back was futile. With gritted teeth, Sunny Pa ultimately chose to flee. Kai Wong breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this leader had not succumbed to folly today. Otherwise, he could not guarantee he wouldn't be forced to eliminate him in this desolate place and escape alone. In dire circumstances, even spouses would abandon each other, let alone those like them, living on the edge. The bombardment persisted for a full 4 minutes. By the time the Apaches fired their final rocket and turned to return, Sunny Pa's headquarters had been reduced to a blazing inferno. Meanwhile, Monkey's team was hard at work, relentlessly firing at those attempting to flee. Though darkness enveloped the night, they were equipped with advanced night vision goggles, with over 30 snipers maintaining control over the unfolding situation. Bang, 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 bang. Each pull of the trigger claimed a life. Concurrently, Aaron led over 30 individuals, positioning their EPG rocket launchers from various angles. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. In the dark jungle, sparks erupted once more as rockets descended into the forest. Whether they hit their mark was one matter. However, even a near miss would result in injury or death. The Sunny Pa personnel were thrown into disarray, utterly unaware of the enemy's location, only knowing to cower and scatter. After 3 minutes of bombardment, Aaron and his companions set down the RPF rocket launcher and retrieved their AK rifles. Simultaneously, the ambushed assault team on the periphery commenced their operation. Over 200 members of the Dark Dragon squad stealthily advanced from the surrounding mountains and forests, armed with AKs and grenades at their waists. They pushed deeper into the camp, step by step. Some who believed they had escaped the clutches of death were met with a hail of bullets, instantly turning them into mere riddled corpses. Others, intending to launch a surprise attack, barely had time to prepare their weapons before snipers on the mountaintop preemptively delivered fatal shots. The entire operation unfolded with seamless precision. As they ventured further into the base, the confrontation intensified between the two sides, yet it proved futile. In the face of genuine strength, all schemes and tricks became insignificant. When it came to experience, capability, and equipment, the local armed forces paled in comparison to the Dark Dragon assault team. Even if they managed to hit a member of the Dark Dragon team, it mattered little. Nearly every member was clad in bulletproof vests. An eye for an eye, the advantage lies with us. Meanwhile, in the rear mountains, Kai Wong and Sunny Pa, accompanied by over 10 individuals, navigated the dense forest with a hidden river ahead. By the riverbank lay a boat, and once they reached it, they could escape. Just then, a barrage of bullets rained down. The individuals beside Sunny Pa were caught off guard, not even knowing where the gunfire originated, and collapsed immediately. Boss, they're in ambush. Retreat quickly, Kai Wong shouted in terror, throwing himself onto Sunny Pa, crawling low. Sunny Pa's eyes were bloodshot as he attempted to rise, but in the next moment, a Dark Dragon operative pressed a gun to his head. Gasping for breath, Sunny Pa's gaze was filled with a dark resolve, tinged with profound regret. At that moment, he lamented his fate. What kind of people had he provoked? The Dark Dragon operatives recognized Sunny Pa and Kai Wong, binding them together like swine and taking them away. At the same time, at Sunny Pa's main base, Aguay had already led a large force in a sweeping operation. As dawn broke, the remnants of last night's battle still flickered, the smoke lingering in the air, with the scent of sulfur wafting about. The entire base was littered with corpses and craters, saturated with the tranquility of blood and fire. It was evident that this battle had been extraordinarily brutal. In the grand square, beside a well, Sunny Pa sat in a tiger skin chair, his body drenched in blood. Kai Wong trembled, kneeling on the ground, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. If the darkness of the previous night had concealed the identity of their assailants, the moment Aguay appeared, the truth dawned upon them. But what did that knowledge change? The outcome had already been sealed, and they could alter nothing. Surrounding them were about 100 individuals, all forced to crawl in submission, not out of obedience, but due to the gun barrels pointed at them. Those who refused had already met their demise. Their corpses swarmed by flies. Gue approached Sunny Pa, towering over him with disdain. Sunny Pa, I warned you. There was still a chance before dawn, but alas. You did not cherish it. You were given an opportunity, yet you squandered it. Sunny Pa lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth. Who are you? Gue replied flatly. Who we are is of little importance. What matters is that this territory is now under the surname Lei. Sunny Pa paused, bewildered. Lei? Who is Lei? Gue said nothing. The next moment, Lei Long emerged from the crowd, fixing his gaze on Sunny Pa. I am Lei Long. Lei Long, the wealthiest man from the harbor island? Sunny Pa suddenly burst into laughter, a laugh filled with meaning and defiance. Very well. I, Sunny Pa, have navigated the Golden Triangle for 20 years, only to fall at the hands of a businessman from Harbor Island. How tragic. Yet remember, Lei Long, the Golden Triangle is not so easily tamed. Today you extinguish me, and tomorrow others will come to extinguish you. This land has always been one of succession. Lei Long squatted down, chuckling softly. You make a valid point. However, you will not have the opportunity to witness it. With that, Gue handed over a gun. Lei Long took it and pressed it against Sunny Pa's temple. In your next life, strive to be a good person. With a resounding bang, Sunny Pa closed his unwilling eyes. The gunshot echoed in Kai Wong's ears, causing him to tremble violently. Kai Wong, bowing fervently, blood streaming from his forehead. Please don't kill me. I can do anything for you. I'll be your dog, your ox. Gue turned and shot Kai Wong with a burst from his AK. You don't appreciate the grace given to you. Now you want it. Too late. Kai Wong's lifeless body lay in a pool of blood. Lei Long stood up, lighting a cigarette. What are our casualties? Gue replied. 11 lightly injured, no fatalities. Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke. Quickly secure this area. If there are any who dare to defy, shoot them on sight. After the new year, I will send a construction team over. Gue nodded. Understood. At that moment, Gao Jin interjected. Mr. Lei, it's time to return to Harbor Island. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Lei Long nodded and drove off in a jeep. The new year soon came to an end, and the laborers returned to their toil. The hard work of 365 days dissolved into mere days of fleeting happiness. Where lies the meaning of life? Who can truly articulate it? Everyone's lives returned to their mundane routine. At the Thunder Group, Lei Long summoned Susan, Zhu Sifo, and Xiao Anna. I plan to visit the mainland. During my absence from Harbor Island, keep a vigilant eye. Susan and the others nodded. Mr. Lei, rest assured. We will ensure that no unexpected incidents occur within the company. Lei Long nodded and turned to leave. In truth, he felt little concern. After all, the British capital was no longer a formidable force, posing little threat to him. As long as the Hong Kong capital and government did not stir up trouble, there would be no significant issues. Lei Long headed directly to Kai Tak Airport, embarking on his journey to the Dragon Country. Accompanied by the shipowner Bao Chuan Wang and Hoying Dong, both specially invited by President Wang to accompany him. Before long, the plane landed at Kyoto Airport, where President Wang was already waiting with a group of people. Upon seeing Lei Long disembark, he hurried over with a beaming smile, firmly shaking Lei Long's hand. Mr. Lei, welcome. Thank you for your hard work on the journey. Lei Long replied. President Wang, you're too kind. It is my honor to have you personally greet me. President Wang laughed heartily. Mr. Lei, you are now a distinguished guest of our Dragon Country. If I do not come to greet you, who will? Come. Let us go rest. There is a small welcome dinner tonight, where several leaders wish to meet with you. Lei Long nodded. Excellent. I could not ask for more. Immediately thereafter, President Wang engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries with the renowned Boat King, before they departed the airport together. The welcome banquet was held in a modest hall, featuring only a single table. However, the gathering was intimate, comprising a select few individuals of remarkable stature. As Lei Long and his companions took their seats, a man named Secretary Li initiated the conversation with a compliment. Mr. Lei, I have long admired your illustrious reputation. The endeavors you have undertaken in Hong Kong, particularly with Swire and HSBC, both venerable institutions, are indeed commendable. To have secured them is no small feat. Lei Long raised his glass in response, saying, You flatter me, Secretary Li. It is merely luck. He reverted to his customary modesty. Luck? Secretary Li interjected. You are far too humble, Mr. Lei. I have been closely following your dealings with Swire. Every step you took was meticulously measured, every timing impeccable. This is not mere fortune. He continued candidly. We have studied your trajectory. To single-handedly reclaim half of the British capital's stronghold in Hong Kong is unprecedented. There have been no predecessors, nor will there be successors. Lei Long, slightly embarrassed, touched his nose and replied, Your praise leaves me feeling undeserving. The Boat King. aware of Lei Long's disinterest in the typical drinking culture, quickly interjected, "Secretary Li, this young man, whom I have watched grow, may appear youthful. Yet he operates with remarkable steadiness. If I were in his position, I would not dare to take such risks with Swire." Chapter 129, Economic Symposium. Secretary Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, what Elder Bao says holds true. Youthful talent, steady and deliberate, is a rare and valuable combination. The group exchanged glances, each silently affirming the sentiment. At just over 20 years of age, Lei Long had already ascended to become the wealthiest individual in Hong Kong. With hundreds of billions in cash assets and companies valued in the trillions, he had systematically dismantled century-old British enterprises. For many years, the Boat King had held the title of Hong Kong's richest, yet he felt powerless against British capital, lacking the capacity to challenge the four major trading houses. To secure Kowloon warehouse, he had to borrow $2 billion from HSBC. In contrast, Lei Long had carved a niche for himself amidst the pressures of British capital, breaking through barriers and creating substantial opportunities. In summary, it could be said that he had surpassed his predecessors. After a toast, Secretary Li continued, "The current economic climate in our homeland is tumultuous and ripe for revitalization. To speak frankly, external capital is largely in a state of watchful waiting. Few are willing to invest boldly." He expressed his sincere gratitude for their unwavering commitment to investing domestically during such uncertain times. His words were direct and realistic. The entire international economic landscape was laid bare, revealing stark contrasts between Asia and Europe, the number of developed nations, and annual GDP figures. Some countries accomplish in a decade what others achieve in a single year. Furthermore, there were issues of exchange rates, trade barriers, technological embargoes, and geopolitical rivalries, all fraught with complexities. China had engaged in attracting foreign investment for many years, yielding results, albeit limited. Time and opportunity were required for true progress, as well as the presence of influential figures like Lei Long. The new richest man in Hong Kong had arrived, accompanied by established tycoons like the Boat King and Huang Dong. This was a fortuitous boon for the current state of China. Lei Long raised his glass, stating, "Secretary Li, you flatter me. I too am a citizen of this great nation. My blood and roots lie here, and there is nothing more to say. My investments and factory establishments here owe much to the support of President Wang and your esteemed selves, which has allowed for the success of Thunder Mobile." The group raised their glasses in unison. After downing a drink, Lei Long placed his glass down and asserted, "To be candid, my future plans involve expanding all my enterprises into China, technology, heavy industry, real estate, and energy. Given the opportunity, I shall invest wholeheartedly." President Wang and Secretary Li exchanged delighted glances. They had been pondering how to broach this subject, and Lei Long's words aligned perfectly with their intentions. Secretary Li laughed heartily. "Mr. Lei, you are most welcome. As long as you desire, we shall provide our full support. With your backing, I believe our nation's economy will flourish, advancing steadily towards a promising future." The value Lei Long brought to the table was immense. It is no exaggeration to say he was a key figure to be courted. Beyond his financial prowess, the mere title of Hong Kong's wealthiest individual bore significant weight. As the foremost tycoon of the Asian Four Little Dragons, and a Knight Grand Cross of the British Empire bestowed by Her Majesty the Queen, his investment in China served as the finest advertisement. The allure of foreign investment is inherently open. Yet, for merchants, it ultimately boils down to one word: profit. As long as there are profits to be made, countless capital sources will flood in. However, the current state of China's economy leaves much to be desired, with many merchants remaining on the sidelines. Yet with Lei Long's investment, indeed, the substantial investment from Hong Kong's richest man, serving as a beacon, the prospects were undeniably enticing. President Wang interjected, "Mr. Lei, once the economic symposium concludes tomorrow, let us delve deeper into this matter. I believe we can forge a robust partnership based on what you have proposed." Lei Long responded, "Of course. That is not an issue." The following day, at the economic symposium, a grand hall filled to capacity with several hundred attendees awaited. Lei Long occupied a seat in the front row, flanked by the Boat King and Huang Dong. Across from them sat several CEOs of state-owned enterprises, with private entrepreneurs from various regions and foreign investors filling the space. The diversity of attendees was striking, and Lei Long's placement in the front row did not go unnoticed. Who is that young man seated at the front? Unfamiliar to me. Perhaps he is a wealthy heir stepping into the family business? Oh, he seems to be from Hong Kong? From Hong Kong? What right does he have to sit in the front row? You must be joking. Anyone who can sit alongside the Boat King at such a young age must undoubtedly be Lei Long, Hong Kong's wealthiest. If you don't think he deserves the front row, then you take his place. The meeting commenced with several officials delivering speeches on policies, plans, and data. Although somewhat dry, the substance of the content was tangible. Seizing the right opportunity could propel one to great heights, and Lei Long recognized that this moment was a golden age filled with prospects. Unlike the future, where every sector would be saturated and competition would render individuals unrecognizable. Following this, several renowned entrepreneurs took the stage to speak. However, their lengthy discourse was filled with bureaucratic jargon, and Lei Long found himself stifling yawns. He wished for more investment discussions and less formality. The frivolous talk was tiresome. Soon, it was Lei Long's turn to speak. President Wang personally introduced him. This is Mr. Lei Long of Thunder Group from Hong Kong. Mr. Lei is the wealthiest man in Hong Kong and a Knight Grand Cross of the British Empire, as bestowed by Her Majesty the Queen. His accomplishments in Hong Kong are well known. A round of applause erupted in the hall. Recognizing Lei Long's status, many in attendance cast envious glances. Who would not envy such a young man who had already achieved the title of Hong Kong's wealthiest? Now, let us welcome Mr. Lei Long, the chairman of the Hong Kong Thunder Group, to take the stage. With a warm smile akin to a gentle spring breeze, Lei Long approaches the podium. Having listened to everyone's remarks, I find them quite enlightening. However, what I wish to address today is not data, not direction, and certainly not lofty theories. I want to speak about opportunity. Many perceive the Dragon Nation as economically backward, feeling it pales in comparison to the United States. Yet, it is an empire in the process of accumulating strength, poised to rise like the Eastern Dragon in 10 or 20 years, standing proudly on the world stage. This place will become the largest economic market globally. Upon hearing his words, a murmur of discussion ensues among the crowd. While some resonate with Lei Long's perspective, a greater number choose to voice skepticism, deeming his assertions overly ambitious. A foreigner immediately rises to express his discontent. Mr. Lei, anyone can speak. But when one exaggerates, it becomes a farce. Do you know what the GDP of the Eagle Empire is currently? Chapter 130. The debate between East and West. The Dragon Nation shall prosper. Are you aware of the combined economic output of the major economies in the United States? Did you know the total GDP of the 4 Asian tigers does not even match the output of a single state in the Eagle Empire? With these provocative questions, tension fills the air. Whispers of disagreement ripple through the audience. Some furrow their brows. Others revel in the spectacle, while a few express concern for Lei Long. This individual clearly aims to undermine Lei Long and put him on the spot. President Wang's expression changes as he prepares to rise. But Lei Long raises his hand to halt him. Gazing intently at the foreigner, Lei Long inquires, "May I ask your name, sir? Where do you hail from?" The man, with an air of arrogance, replies, "Smith, from John Bull, the head of Renault in the Asia-Pacific." Lei Long nods slightly, acknowledging Renault's significance. With an annual revenue exceeding 80 billion francs, making it the largest industrial group in John Bull and the largest state-owned enterprise, employing over 370,000 people. Ranking 6th globally in the automotive industry. No wonder this man exudes such pride. Mr. Smith, I can answer your earlier questions. Last year, the GDP of the Eagle Empire was 43 trillion US dollars, the highest in the world, a true powerhouse. The combined output of several major economies in the United States is indeed greater than that of the Eagle Empire. And the total GDP of the 4 Asian tigers falls short of the Eagle Empire. However, the tides of fate are yet to be determined. We both may emerge as dark horses. Consider the Eagle Empire. It is merely a nation that has been established for 200 years. 3 centuries ago, who could have predicted that the Eagle Empire would become the world's foremost economic power? Lei Long refrains from delivering grandiose rhetoric, opting instead for forthrightness. Smith chuckles, a knowing smile gracing his lips, laced with disdain. Mr. Lei, the tides of fate are undetermined? We are both dark horses? I never anticipated that a tycoon from Hong Kong, a businessman, would utter such words. What you say is no different than drawing grand plans in the air. I could claim to be the future world's richest person. Laughter follows from the audience. Mr. Lei, I concede that you have achieved well in Hong Kong. Being its wealthiest individual and a knight of the GB is indeed impressive. But what is Hong Kong? A tiny place, with a population of 6 million. Your Thunder Group's annual profit may sound formidable, but converted to USD, it amounts to only a few hundred million. Our Renault, with an annual revenue of 80 billion francs and nearly 400,000 global employees, dwarfs your Thunder Group, which is merely a small factory in comparison. The crowd, familiar with Lei Long, cannot suppress their laughter. Indeed, while Thunder Group's real estate ventures in Hong Kong may not compare with Renault's, the breadth of Lei Long's enterprises spans numerous industries. Unperturbed by such short-sightedness, Lei Long calmly responds, "Mr. Smith, you are correct. The Thunder Group is indeed smaller compared to Renault. However, may I inquire, what is Renault's profit from that annual revenue of 80 billion francs?" Smith is taken aback. Lei Long continues, "To my knowledge, Renault's net profit last year was less than 3 billion francs, yielding a profit margin of merely 3.75. In contrast, my company's net profit exceeded 30 billion Hong Kong dollars, approximately 3.8 billion francs, with a profit margin of 26. In other words, your 370,000 employees earn in a year what our modest factory in Hong Kong does. Wouldn't you agree? Smith's smile falters. Could Thunder Group truly be so profitable? Although he lacks complete insight into Lei Long's dealings, had he been fully informed, such statements would have never escaped his lips. One could say he had done his homework thoroughly, and now he faces embarrassment for it. Lei Long continues his onslaught. Furthermore, regarding the market, Renault may perform well in the United States, but what about in Asia? In the Dragon Nation? How many units do you sell in a year? 10,000? 20,000? Our Thunder Mobile sells over 10 million units annually in Hong Kong, Southeast Asia, and even in the United States. Once we penetrate the markets of various empires, selling over 100 million units annually will be no issue. Smith blinks repeatedly, contemplating his retort. I know what you're about to say. Automotive manufacturing is heavy industry, while mobile phones are consumer goods, hence incomparable. You are correct. They are indeed not directly comparable. Yet, they share one commonality: market and profit. To access markets and generate profit is the goal of us business people. In terms of market reach, Renault cannot compete, and in terms of profit, you cannot either. What is your role here? Lei Long's tone shifts from warm to icy. The room falls silent, and Smith's face reddens. Having worked at Renault for 20 years, rising from the ranks to the Asia-Pacific head, he has encountered countless scenarios, but few have left him speechless. Yet, he refuses to concede. Mr. Lei, you are employing sophistry. The automotive industry is the crown jewel of manufacturing, driving the entire supply chain. Renault ranks 6th globally, with high technological content. Your mobile manufacturing relies on assembly. What technological merit does that hold? Lei Long nods. You are correct. Assembly indeed lacks technical depth. However, the chips, screens, cameras, and 2G networks are all technologies that, at present, reside within my grasp, technologies that elude you in the West. Moreover, is your automotive manufacturing not also assembly? How many components like engines, transmissions, and chassis are of your own making? How many come from suppliers like Bosch and ZF? Mr. Smith, I respect Renault and your technological advancements. But one thing you must understand is that the times are always changing. It cannot be denied that Westerners possess remarkable technology, capital, and market advantages that we Easterners cannot match. However, the Eastern Dragon is merely slumbering now and will undoubtedly awaken, shocking the world like a dark horse. My concern is that by that time, you may find yourself unqualified to converse with me. Just as Smith prepares to counter, Lei Long interjects. What I wish to convey is that one must not lose sight of the long-term perspective due to the current predicaments of the Dragon Nation. That would be the greatest failure of a businessman. I firmly believe that the fortunes of the Dragon Kingdom are destined to flourish. Smith was rendered speechless, unable to counter the formidable Lei Long in that moment. How audacious this Lei Long is. There is truth in what he asserts. Renault has indeed faltered, its market share consistently diminishing over the past few years. Yet, who dares to offend Renault without fear of retribution? Retribution? He is the wealthiest man in the Hong Kong island, Sir GB. What could Renault possibly do to him? Chairman Wang and the others seated on the stage wore smiles they could hardly suppress. Just moments ago, they had worried about Lei Long's potential embarrassment. But it now appeared that such concerns were utterly unwarranted. A flicker of admiration crossed Secretary Li's eyes. This young man not only possesses wealth, but also intellect. Most importantly, Lei Long has consistently championed the Dragon Kingdom. Quite commendable, indeed. Regaining his composure, Smith forced a smile, attempting to find an escape. Mr. Lei, you make a valid point. Every nation has its own fortunes, yet whether one can emerge as the dark horse you speak of remains uncertain. Nonetheless, today's discussion with you has indeed enlightened me greatly. Chapter 131. In-Depth Cooperation. Lei Long did not continue to confront Smith, but spoke calmly. Let us wait and see. I hope that when the Dragon Kingdom rises, you will still be among the living. In the next moment, applause erupted, fervent and unwavering. Following that, others took the stage. In the afternoon, group discussions commenced. Lei Long was assigned to the technology group. The group leader, a deputy minister from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, surnamed Zhang, appeared to be in his 50s. Minister Zhang wasted no time. Mr. Lei, your speech this morning was truly remarkable. Thank you for your support of the Dragon Kingdom. Lei Long smiled. You flatter me. Minister Zhang. Zhang waved his hand dismissively, letting out a sigh. To be honest, this Smith has been leveraging Renault's reputation to look down upon us for years. Your rebuttal this morning was a breath of fresh air for us. In truth, there are many like him. However, it must be said that the issues he raised do exist. We have indeed not performed adequately. In terms of technological accumulation and various other aspects, we are still significantly behind the West. Lei Long replied. Minister Zhang, there is no need for haste. A meal is consumed one bite at a time, and a journey is taken one step at a time. Eventually, we shall see the clouds part and the sun shine through. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Zhang's eyes. At this moment, Secretary Li and Chairman Wang also entered. The four exchanged pleasantries, and Secretary Li remarked, "Mr. Lei, our discussion today will not be confined to technology." Lei Long nodded. "Secretary Li, please proceed. I am open to your suggestions." Secretary Li continued, "Firstly, energy. Our nation has a significant energy shortfall and requires the infusion of private capital to connect with foreign markets. Secondly, communications. You are well acquainted with this. And Thunder Technology excels in mobile phone production. We hope you can continue your investment, ideally covering the entire domestic market. Thirdly, ports. Several coastal cities are expanding their ports and are in need of partners." After contemplating for a moment, Lei Long responded, "Energy, communications, and ports are indeed substantial projects in which I can invest. However, there are several critical points I must clarify." Secretary Li urged, "Please, go ahead." Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze profound. "Will the policies remain stable? I have seen too many instances where I am invited today, only for the personnel to change tomorrow, leaving me in the lurch." Secretary Li chuckled. "Mr. Lei is forthright. That is an excellent question. I can assure you, as long as you do not violate the law or harm national interests, the policies of the Dragon Kingdom will remain stable for you. Everyone present today can vouch for this." Lei Long nodded. "The second question is, can funds be repatriated?" "Mr. Lei," the secretary replied, "we have studied this matter thoroughly. The legitimate profits of foreign enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom can be repatriated through official channels. Although the process may be complex, you will not lose a single cent." After a moment of thought, Lei Long asked, "The third question, can my team enter? I need my own people to manage operations." Secretary Li smiled. "Mr. Lei, you are here to do business, not to be imprisoned. Your team can certainly enter, provided they adhere to our laws. Everything else can be negotiated." With these three concerns addressed, the remaining discussions would be far more manageable. Subsequently, the group deliberated on related business matters. In the adjacent room, the shipping king was engaged in discussions with relevant officials regarding the expansion projects of several coastal ports and transportation issues. In truth, Chairman Wang had already conferred with the shipping king on these matters, but the results had not been particularly favorable. According to the shipping king, his fleet was only sufficient to service Hong Kong Island, and there was a lack of additional capital investment, compounded by stringent governmental oversight. Consequently, the shipping king had only made a token investment in a few terminals at the port of Magic City. Chairman Wang was aware that these were merely excuses. The shipping king's true apprehension lay in the instability of interests and the fear of being targeted by the port authorities after making substantial investments in the Dragon Kingdom. Nevertheless, Chairman Wang remained silent on the matter. Such concerns are commonplace. After all, business people are primarily motivated by profit. This time, he merely hoped that with Lei Long at the helm, the shipping king would be encouraged to invest more. An official remarked, "Old Bao, your global shipping is renowned worldwide. In terms of ports, you are the expert. I would like to hear your insights." The shipping king replied, "Your ports suffer from inadequate infrastructure, insufficient throughput, and poor management. To expand and connect internationally, these issues must first be resolved." The official nodded, "You are correct. Which is why we need to attract foreign investment and bring in advanced management experience. Would you be interested in participating?" The shipping king slightly inclined his head, pondering, "Of course, I am here to invest. However, I have one condition." "Please, state it." "In accordance with my operational philosophy, after all, I am a private capital entity. Private enterprises have their own management philosophies and operational models. I do not wish for officials to intervene, nor do I want anyone undermining my interests." The official paused momentarily. "Ports are our lifeline. Oversight and management are essential. However, rest assured, we will not deliberately complicate matters for you or set up barriers." The shipping king smiled slightly. "If that is the case, I can initially invest in a large port. If all goes well, we can explore further collaboration in the future." Huang Dong was also in discussions. In summary, the topics of conversation among everyone were largely similar. Accounts, shares, profits, risks, and policy divisions were all to be clarified, requiring signatures and seals. Even so, these capitalists remained contemplative. Very few, like Lei Long, directly agreed to cooperate. That evening, Lei Long retreated to the lounge to rest. Tomorrow, discussions would continue, and inquiries would persist. The matter of investment is never as simple as it seems. Just as Lei Long settled down and lit a cigarette, there was a knock at the door. A middle-aged man in his 40s entered, exuding an air of refined elegance. "Mr. Lei, greetings. I am Wang Jingfei, the chairman of Longwei brand. I apologize for the intrusion. I would like to discuss mobile technology with you." Lei Long's gaze sharpened. Wang Jingfei was quite a prominent figure in the Dragon Kingdom, particularly with Longwei brand, which was a beacon of national pride. Having developed its own chips and leading the industry, Lei Long rose to greet him. "Mr. Wang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Please, take a seat." Wang Jingfei took a seat and immediately exclaimed, "Mr. Lei, Your accomplishments at such a young age command my admiration. Your recent remarks were insightful. I wholeheartedly concur with your assertion that Longwo will emerge as the largest market in the world. Consider the illustrious history of our great nation. Today's silence is merely a prelude to a more resounding resurgence. Lei Long nodded in agreement and remarked, among the four ancient civilizations, ancient Egypt, ancient India, ancient Babylon, where are they now? Only our Huaxia, with over 5,000 years of unbroken culture, unchanged script, and undying civilization, endures. Chapter 132. Are Westerners exceptional? Let us forge our own path. Wang Jingfei took a sip of tea and mused. As the heavens move vigorously, a gentleman strives for self-improvement. In the past, I regarded this as mere ancient rhetoric, but having lived to this age, I now understand that these 8 characters embody the essence of our nation's endurance. Lei Long nodded silently, offering him a cigarette. Wang Jingfei accepted it, lit it, and took a puff. Their eyes met, as if they had discovered a rare confidant. Mr. Lei, during the founding years of Longwei, the company faced its most challenging times. We had only a few thousand left in our accounts, unable to disburse salaries while partners withdrew their investments. Some advised me to abandon this venture, claiming we could never compete with foreigners and that investing in other, more lucrative opportunities would be wiser. Yet, I refused to yield. I felt a burning desire within me. Why should we be confined to using others' technologies? Why must we forever remain assemblers for others? When our ancestors invented papermaking and movable type printing, the forebears of these Westerners were still foraging for fruit in trees. Lei Long responded, Mr. Wang, your words resonate profoundly. You possess great insight. Wang Jingfei sighed. However, their arguments are not without merit. This journey is fraught with uncertainty. 20 years. 30 years, who can say? Lei Long reassured him. A sword is honed over 10 years. I have faith in your abilities, Mr. Wang. You will undoubtedly forge Longwei into a true brand, a source of pride for our Longwa people, causing the world to tremble. Wang Jingfei sighed again, his brow furrowed. Yet, regardless of how vast our market may be, without core technology, we remain mere laborers, perpetually at the mercy of others. Our current technological capabilities lag significantly behind. Chips, screens, and systems are all firmly in foreign hands. Lei Long nodded in agreement, acknowledging the stark reality. Most advanced technologies reside in the West, which remains closed off to other nations. Even his Thunder phone incorporates technologies sourced from the West. It isn't that he cannot produce them himself. Rather, it is a matter of convenience. He requires imports for certain technological products. For individuals like Wang Jingfei, this challenge is exacerbated. Without breaking through the blockade and developing our own innovations, we will forever be constrained by the West. To be candid, I have contemplated this issue as well, and the answer remains singular. We must forge our own path. Wang Jingfei's eyes brightened. Forge our own path? Indeed, we must. Chips, technology, science, energy, heavy industry. These endeavors are undoubtedly daunting, requiring capital, expertise, and time. Yet, no matter how challenging, we must pursue them. Failure to do so will leave us perpetually vulnerable to others. Lei Long fixated on Wang Jingfei and declared, Mr. Wang, we must act decisively. Wang Jingfei offered a bittersweet smile. Mr. Lei, to be frank, I am already in the process. Our Longwei company has been engaged in independent research and development for years. Switches and communication equipment are products of our own efforts. Our next step is to develop chips. However, this path is exceedingly arduous. After years of investment exceeding 100 million, we have yet to see tangible results. Some say I am delusional, others label me a fraud, and some accuse me of wasting national resources. At times, I ponder whether my persistence is justified. Perhaps I should consider giving up. Lei Long interjected, Mr. Wang, the opinions of others are inconsequential. What truly matters is the courage to be a pioneer. If one does not even dare to dream, how can they hope to achieve? What Westerners can accomplish, we too can achieve. Our intellect is no less than theirs, perhaps even superior. We simply lack the opportunity. I understand your sentiments, Mr. Wang. Let us collaborate to establish a research and development center. I can provide personnel, technology, experience, capital, resources, and market access. Together, we will tackle those challenges that the foreigners impose upon us. Whether it takes 10 years or 20, we shall persevere together. Wang Jingfei was momentarily taken aback. A myriad of complex emotions flashing through his eyes, coupled with a hint of incredulity. The path to developing technology seemed shrouded in uncertainty, with a success probability of less than 1%, while the likelihood of failure soared to 99%. It required unwavering resolve. Few would dare to invest in such a venture. As for Lei Long, his status as a Hong Kong citizen afforded him no obligation to engage. And given the magnitude of his existing enterprise, he had little reason to invest in what appeared to be a doomed project. Yet, Lei Long expressed his willingness to invest. Mr. Lei, are you serious? Absolutely. Wang Zhengfei inhaled deeply. This is no trifling sum. A chip research and development center requires an initial investment of at least several hundred million. The subsequent expenditures could be unfathomable, potentially amounting to hundreds of billions that could go to waste. Are you certain? Lei Long chuckled. Mr. Wang, I can afford hundreds of billions. And I don't believe this will be in vain. We just discussed that Huaxia has stood tall for 5,000 years. What has that been built upon if not the efforts of generations who dared to undertake what seemed impossible? Even if we cannot achieve it, future generations will. Our task is to be the pioneers. Mr. Wang, let us embark on this journey together. What do you say? Wang Zhengfei nodded, rising promptly. Very well, Mr. Lei. I have faith that our endeavors will not be in vain. Lei Long nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I will arrange for someone to connect with your company regarding the specifics of our cooperation. That evening, Lei Long met with the three others in the lounge. Baochuan Wang set his teacup down. How did your discussions go, Lei? Lei Long sat down, a smile gracing his face. Very well. The conditions were favorable, and I am eager to explore deeper cooperation with them. Baochuan Wang and Huo Ingdong exchanged glances, with Baochuan Wang remarking, I told you, Lei will surely invest heavily. Don't forget to bring me some Lafite and Cuban cigars when you return. Huo Ingdong laughed. A bet is a bet. The following morning, President Wang knocked at the door, holding a document. He took a seat and handed over the file. These are several key projects we compiled overnight. Please review them and see if any particularly pique your interest. Lei Long took it and flipped through the pages. Automobiles, semiconductor materials, intelligent innovation, technology, and biopharmaceutical industry clusters. Each project was detailed, outlining investment scales, policy support, and expected returns clearly. President Wang, these are indeed commendable projects. However, I will need to have someone verify the specifics before I can provide you with a definitive response. President Wang replied, Of course, feel free to reach out anytime. We are fully committed to supporting you. Chapter 133, Inspection. Lei Long nodded, indeed. Subsequently, he engaged in discussions with various departments, which lasted until noon. By the afternoon, the atmosphere became more relaxed. After all, this economic symposium was graced by representatives from notable companies across Asia and even the Western world. Even those who were not investing in the Dragon Nation could explore opportunities for collaboration and investment amongst themselves. However, Lei Long harbored no interest in these individuals whatsoever, for his technological prowess and wealth were far superior. He was the one leading the charge, no one was guiding him. Take Renault, for instance, ranked 6th globally. Frankly, Lei Long held it in disdain. Soon, he would acquire Mitsubishi in the cherry blossom country and BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen, Porsche, and Maybach in Germany. Renault? It was utterly inconsequential, nothing but a triviality. 3 days passed, and Su San, Annie, Wang Fugue, Zhu Songhuo, and others arrived in Kyoto. Upon confirming that all aspects were in order, they proceeded to collaborate on relevant projects. The following day marked the signing ceremony, the final day of the symposium, featuring a grand signing event aimed at the public and the world. Lei Long attended in the name of the Thunder Group, signing agreements with relevant departments covering sectors such as new energy vehicles, semiconductor materials, chip technology, and real estate. The initial investment intention stood at $2 billion, equivalent to 16 billion Hong Kong dollars. Huo Ingdong invested 1 billion Hong Kong dollars into manufacturing and real estate, while the shipping magnate also signed an intention agreement for a port expansion project, albeit without specifying a concrete investment amount. Other wealthy individuals signed numerous agreements as well. As the flashbulbs erupted, reporters fervently captured the moment. The next day, this news graced the front pages of all newspapers. Hong Kong Island's tycoon Lei Long, investing 16 billion in the Dragon Nation. Shipping magnate expands coastal ports. Hong Kong capital surges north. The news sent shockwaves through the business community of the Dragon Nation. Some foreign enterprises, still hesitant, began reassessing the market in the Dragon Nation. Even some indecisive capitals started reaching out to Lei Long, inquiring whether they could join forces. Lei Long's response was straightforward. Invest as you wish, leave the rest to fate. 3 days later, Lei Long and the shipping magnate parted ways, opting to return to Hong Kong Island, while Lei Long chose to remain. After bidding farewell, he set off for the Magic City. The economy there was thriving, especially since Lei Long had established an assembly plant that had significantly boosted local consumption. Upon arriving, Lei Long requested a plot of land from the relevant leaders, intending to build a grand estate for himself. Such land, in the future, might be worth its weight in gold. But presently, it was largely unclaimed. The relevant authorities and leaders were eager for Lei Long to settle there, as his presence promised investment. That very evening, a banquet was held, and both sides enjoyed a delightful meal. The exchange was exceptionally smooth. Throughout the process, there were no airs or pretentiousness, but rather a genuine demeanor akin to that of the common folk. Every word and action reflected a consideration for the people. Conversations encompassed the city's development, the citizens' livelihoods, and the challenges faced in attracting investment, with every remark grounded in reality. This exemplified true governance, individuals dedicated to tangible results, unlike certain officials who merely spouted grandiose rhetoric without substance. The next day, Lei Long began inspecting the operational and production conditions of the Thunder Group in the region. Overall, the situation appeared quite satisfactory, with no significant issues. After all, Susan had frequently sent individuals for guidance and training here, generously imparting knowledge and experience. Upon arriving at the factory, Lei Long found a line of people waiting at the entrance, led by a well-mannered young man in his 30s, wearing glasses. His surname was Liu, a protege of Susan. "Mr. Lei, welcome." Manager Liu greeted him with a smile as he approached. Lei Long nodded and proceeded inside. In the workshop, workers busily operated the assembly line, packaging and labeling smartphones in a systematic manner. Lei Long surveyed the area and inquired, "How many units can be produced in a day?" "Approximately 40,000. At full capacity, we can easily reach 60,000, Liu replied. "How many employees do you have?" 800, Liu responded. Lei Long nodded. "What are the wages like?" "On average, around $200 a month, which is significantly higher than the local average," Liu explained. In the Dragon Nation, $200 was already considered a substantial income. Lei Long recalled his childhood in his previous life when laborers earned merely $5 or $10 a day, back when a single dollar could purchase 10 eggs. Offering $200 was indeed generous. Labor was relatively inexpensive. In truth, Lei Long could raise wages to $3,000 or $4,000 without issue. But doing so would disrupt the market within the Dragon Nation. An imbalance between economic growth and consumption could lead to adverse effects, not to mention, while he could afford it, could other Chinese investors? This was no longer merely a matter of whether high wages would benefit the workforce. It was about feasibility. The disparity between $200, $10, and $4,000 was 100-fold. If, in the future, everyone earned $5,000, Lei Long could then elevate wages to $10,000, with the difference merely being a factor of 2, having no negative impact on individuals, society, or the overall economy. Lei Long continued, "Are there any instances of wage arrears?" He was particularly attentive to such matters. Anyone engaging in such practices would have no room for negotiation, immediate dismissal. Manager Liu shook his head emphatically. No, Mr. Su has made it explicitly clear that salaries must be paid on time, no exceptions." Lei Long proceeded to ask a few more questions, then engaged in conversations with the employees to verify Liu's claims. It wasn't that he doubted Liu, rather, as a time traveler, he understood the truth in the saying that individuals from the Dragon Nation would never deceive their own. Some people could be quite resourceful, and there were no limits to their capabilities. Fortunately, Liu's statements held true. After completing his rounds, Lei Long made his way to the company headquarters. After an hour, executives from various companies and departments began to arrive. Lei Long surveyed the room. "Please introduce yourselves, state your names, positions, and when you joined us." "Mr. Lei, hello. I am Liu Dagua, General Manager of Thunder Technology Company, and I joined last August." Once the introductions concluded, Lei Long nodded, gaining a preliminary understanding of everyone present. All were citizens of the Dragon Nation. Lighting a cigarette casually, he said, "Everyone, please take a seat. There is no need to be so tense." The group sat down awkwardly. Observing this scene, Lei Long felt a sense of helplessness in comparison to the people of Hong Kong. Those here indeed appeared to be much more innocent. Chapter 134, Spreading Rice. "This boss is truly extravagant," Lei Long remarked. "Susan has briefed me on your situation, mentioning that you have been performing admirably, but seeing is believing." After a brief tour, I must say that my overall impression is quite positive. The workshop is clean, the processes are smooth, and the employees are in good spirits. Profits and efficiency are also satisfactory. All of this is your accomplishment. However, technical talent remains scarce. You must focus on nurturing this aspect. It is essential for ensuring the operational success of each group company in the future. Do not fear, work hard. And if any issues arise, I, Lei Long, will support you. I firmly believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we can achieve even greater excellence. Finally, Lei Long unveiled his trump card. "I promise that within 10 years, everyone will be able to buy houses and cars. It will not be a problem. For the people here, the prospect of purchasing a home or a vehicle equates to a dream. At this moment, anyone who could afford a car was perceived as a big boss in the eyes of ordinary individuals. Moreover, comparisons are also a part of cultural accumulation. As long as they are given faith in a prosperous future for the company, it will not be an issue." Upon hearing this, the group was indeed filled with ecstatic delight. It is rare to find a boss like Lei Long. Promptly, the group began to express their commitment. "All right. Each department should tally how many people are below, down to the cleaning ladies and security guards at the entrance. I want the complete data within 2 days. Lei Long stood up, gave a brief reminder, and then departed. 2 days later, in the office, Lei Long was sipping tea when Manager Lu walked in. Mr. Lei. Lei Long nodded, pushing a cup of tea toward him. Take a seat. Manager Lu took a sip of tea and, feeling somewhat reserved, asked Mr. Lei, how do you find this place compared to Hong Kong? To be honest, I have yet to visit Hong Kong. Lei Long squinted his eyes, recognizing the wisdom in the question. Currently, it cannot compare, but in the future, I believe this place will surpass Hong Kong in luxury. When you have the time, feel free to visit Hong Kong and learn from it. I will invite you to next year's annual meeting. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Manager Lu nodded and continued, Mr. Lei. The headcount has been tallied. There are a total of 10,000 people. By the way, Mr. Lei, what is the purpose of counting the employees? Lei Long set down his teacup. Since I will be in Hong Kong during the new year, I thought it would be nice to give everyone a New Year's bonus. Upon hearing this, Manager Lu's eyes lit up. Oh my, a bonus. In other words, you mean to distribute rice. How interesting, truly fascinating. No wonder he is a big boss. His generosity is remarkable. He is fully aware of the domestic, economic, and wage conditions. Their pay is undoubtedly at the forefront. A regular employee's annual salary is equivalent to several years' worth for others. And now, he still plans to give out bonuses, even accounting for the cleaning ladies and security guards. Wow. For a moment, he was left speechless. To have such a big boss is simply a stroke of luck. 10,000 people. Lei Long squinted his eyes, realizing that this is no small number. A company of 10,000. Only state-owned enterprises in the country can be compared to this. The workshop in Kyoto, with its courtyard-style buildings, probably does not have this many people. There is a card here with 100 million in it, distributed among everyone, ensuring that no one receives more than their fair share, while also guaranteeing that everyone receives at least one portion. After thinking for a moment, Lei Long took out a bank card and issued his instructions. 100 million? Manager Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness gracious. This figure is beyond anything I could have imagined. He had thought that Lei Long would merely distribute 4 or 10 yuan per person for good luck. Dividing 100 million among 10,000 people means each person would receive 10,000. What does 10,000 represent? It equates to the annual salary of an average employee. This is not just a bonus. This is akin to scattering rice. Mr. Lei, is this amount not excessive? Leaning back on the sofa, Lei Long lit a cigarette and replied calmly, is it too much? Manager Lu swallowed hard, his tongue nearly tying itself in knots. It is far too much. You may not be aware of our local wage levels. The company pays us over 200 a month, nearing 300. This is already considered high. Other companies, take construction workers for example, earn just 5 yuan a day, totaling a maximum of 150 a month and less than 2,000 a year. I am concerned about distributing this amount. At this point, Manager Lu hesitated, feeling reluctant to continue. Lei Long chuckled, what are you worried about? Speak freely, it's all right. Manager Lu tactfully expressed his concern. I worry it might cause some trouble. If others from different companies find out, they will surely have opinions. And it could escalate into a situation that is difficult to manage. Lei Long, fully aware of his thoughts, responded, you think I am disrupting market balance? Manager Lu nodded. Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke. Manager Lu, this is a bonus, not wages. Bonuses are given as an extra, not a long-term commitment. This year there is one. Next year may be uncertain. When employees receive a bonus, they will be delighted. I will also be pleased, and salaries will remain the same. Secondly, this is the effect I desire, even encouraging this matter to gain more attention. Manager Lu paused in confusion. The effect? Yes, Lei Long replied. Consider this. When news spreads that Thunder Group has distributed 100 million in bonuses throughout all of Magic City, we will attract more talent, drawing more individuals to Magic City and our company, allowing us to seize the opportunity to continue expanding our factory. Otherwise, with the current Thunder Group, who outside of Magic City would even recognize us? Manager Lu finally understood. This is the true essence of a big boss. While others worry about trouble, Lei Long sees opportunity. However, 100 million is indeed quite a lot. Yet, he dared not voice any further concerns. Manager Lu stood up. Mr. Lei, I understand. Your boldness is indeed admirable. Lei Long reminded him. Also, when distributing the bonuses, invite the reporters. It would be best to have people from the central media present. Manager Lu was taken aback for a moment. All right, I will arrange that right away. A few days later, at the company entrance, a crowd had gathered early in the morning. It was not employees but reporters. Manager Lu had previously contacted numerous media outlets, notifying all the major and minor media in Magic City, including television stations, newspapers, and radio stations. Anyone who could come was present. Outside the company, workers had also arrived early. Some, unaware of what was happening, were startled to see so many reporters, fearing that the company was going bankrupt or that something had gone awry. What is going on? What has happened? I don't know. So many reporters have arrived. Could it be that the company is in trouble? Do not speak nonsense. Mr. Lei has only just arrived for an inspection these past few days. What issues could possibly arise? I imagine everyone is here to see Mr. Lei. As the crowd engaged in discussion, Manager Liu made his entrance. Chapter 135. The Excited Workers of Dragon Country. Manager Liu ascended the stage, microphone in hand, followed by a dozen individuals from the finance department, each carrying a large box. He surveyed the room and declared loudly, "Colleagues, please settle down." In no time, the crowd quieted, enveloped in silence. Liu cleared his throat. "Mr. Lei has come for an inspection, and I trust you have all seen him. Mr. Lei is exceedingly pleased with our work over the past year and has specifically asked me to convey his gratitude to each of you. To express this appreciation, Mr. Lei has decided to distribute red envelopes." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Red envelopes? How much will be distributed? Hold on. Let us hear what Manager Liu has to say. The prospect of red envelopes was something they had never even contemplated. After all, they were well aware they were not in a state-owned enterprise or a central enterprise. Simply receiving a salary was already a considerable blessing. The notion of red envelopes was akin to a dream too far-fetched to entertain. This is not sarcasm, it is reality. Even in the future, how many bosses would dare to distribute red envelopes to their employees? How many would share their earnings with the workforce? Manager Liu coughed to regain attention and then turned his gaze firmly towards the female finance officer. "How many employees do we currently have?" The finance officer replied, 10,000. Manager Liu nodded. "Exactly, 10,000. Mr. Lei has stated that regardless of one's position or tenure, as long as one works for Thunder, everyone will receive a share. There is a total of 100 million in cash available." Before Liu could elaborate on the distribution, the crowd erupted in excitement. 100 million. Am I hearing this correctly? If 10,000 people share 100 million, how much does each person get? By average calculations, that amounts to 10,000. 10,000. That's more than my annual salary. If assessed by contributions, it should be at least several hundred. Some individuals began to weep on the spot. Others hugged their neighbors, jumping and shouting with joy. Some stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the moment. Amidst the employees' astonishment, the reporters were equally frantic, pressing forward. "Manager Liu, when will this 100 million be distributed? Manager Liu, how will the 100 million be divided? Manager Liu, why is Mr. Lei so generous to his employees?" Manager Liu did not address the reporters. Instead, he raised his voice again. "The 100 million in cash will be distributed immediately. Each person will receive 10,000. In the next instant, the venue erupted into fervent applause and cheers. 10,000. Merely shouting it twice would not suffice. 3 times would barely express their emotions. "Mr. Lei is remarkable. Mr. Lei is remarkable. Mr. Lei is remarkable." Manager Liu touched his nose. "All right, everyone. Mr. Lei has sensed your enthusiasm and anticipation. Now, please line up to receive your envelopes." The finance department members opened the boxes, revealing bundles of crisp banknotes. Employees queued up, one by one, to collect their share, signing and fingerprinting as they received their money. Some, upon receiving 10,000, trembled with excitement. Others knelt to bow, as their families desperately needed this financial assistance. Many embraced their colleagues, crying for an extended time. The reporters, filled with envy, did not neglect their responsibilities, quickly capturing the unfolding scenes. Meanwhile, on the uppermost floor, Lei Long observed this spectacle, tears welling in his eyes. Reflecting on personal emotions, he recalled the hardships faced by his parents and the older generation. It was likely that they had to survive under even harsher circumstances than this. His parents had worked tirelessly to raise him, only to encounter the most merciless era of the 21st century. What constitutes mercilessness? Exorbitant bride prices, housing, and vehicles. Is it luck, happiness, or misfortune? Who can truly articulate it? From an international perspective, the Dragon Country has ascended to the pinnacle of the world within just a few decades. The sacrifices made by the older generation are immeasurable, passed down through generations. Beyond comprehension, contemplating these matters, Lei Long became even more resolute in his determination to contribute to the flourishing of his homeland. He turned away, wiped his tears, returned to the couch, and prepared tea to drink. In that moment, the Iron Man's tenderness was vividly manifested. Speaking of his hometown, Lei Long planned to visit in a few days, uncertain if he would still find himself there in this world. The following day, this news graced the front pages of all newspapers. Thunder Group's Shanghai branch distributes 100 million in red envelopes. Hong Kong's wealthiest, Lei Long, employees are family. 100 million shared among 10,000 employees, the largest bonus distribution in domestic corporate history. The news spread across the nation. Talented individuals with skills and experience began inquiring whether Thunder Group was still hiring. Some foreign investors, previously dismissive of domestic enterprises, started reassessing Thunder's strength and the investment acumen of Lei Long, the wealthy Hong Kong businessman. In other words, if investments yield no returns. And if the Dragon Country is truly unworthy of investment, then Lei Long, the wealthy Hong Kong businessman, must be acting irrationally. He has invested 16 billion and distributed red envelopes, 100 million in red envelopes. This sparked fresh ideas among many. It can be said that Lei Long's actions once again created a significant stir. 3 days later, representatives from the central media finally arrived in Shanghai. In the conference room on the 3rd floor of the group company, Lei Long met with their representatives. Mr. Lei, hello, I am central media journalist Fu Long. It is a pleasure to meet you. Fu Long approached with a smile. Lei Long took a seat and replied, Journalist Fu, feel free to ask any questions. Fu Long opened his notebook, adjusting his posture. Mr. Lei, my first question, your distribution of 100 million in red envelopes at the Shanghai branch has created a national sensation. Many are curious as to why, as a Hong Kong businessman, you are so generous to mainland employees? Lei Long responded calmly, Journalist Fu, I would like to counter your question. What exactly do you mean by mainland employees and Hong Kong businessmen? I am indeed from Hong Kong. But I am also a citizen of the Dragon Country. My blood and roots are here. I earn my living in Hong Kong, invest in the Dragon Country, and distribute red envelopes to employees in Shanghai. It is all one and the same. One supports another. Sometimes, we should not draw such strict lines. We are all one family. Moreover, our ancestors imparted wisdom. When in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should benefit the world. While I do not possess the ability to benefit the world, I can ensure that those who work with me enjoy a better life. Indeed, I invest in the Dragon Country not to engage in philanthropy, but to generate profit. However, while profit is paramount, I cannot betray my conscience. These workers labor for me, generating income. Thus, I cannot treat them unfairly. 100 million is not a substantial sum. When divided among 10,000 individuals, it amounts to merely 10,000 per person. For me, that 10,000 holds little significance, yet for them, it could represent a lifeline. What do you think? Chapter 136. When impoverished, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one ought to benefit the world. The reporter, Fu, nodded in agreement. Mr. Lei, the saying holds profound wisdom. I am surprised by your understanding of the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Lei Long smiled. Understanding might be too grand a term. However, there is a phrase from my readings that resonates deeply with me. Fu Long inquired, which phrase? To establish a heart for heaven and earth. To establish a destiny for the populace, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to create peace for countless generations. Fu Long was taken aback. Is this something a person from Hong Kong could articulate? He felt a bit disoriented. In truth, when the editor assigned him the task of interviewing Lei Long in the Magic City, he was reluctant. So what if Lei Long is the wealthiest man in Hong Kong? He is merely a businessman from the island. Over the years, he has encountered numerous Hong Kong merchants, each one adept at calculation, with profit as their sole focus. How sincere could they be towards the Dragon Kingdom? Ultimately, he harbored significant prejudice against Lei Long. Yet at this moment, his inner reservations dissipated, replaced by admiration. Fu Long praised, Mr. Lei, your perspective is truly elevated. Lei Long chuckled. Elevation is not the right term. I simply believe this sentiment is accurate. One must engage in meaningful endeavors during one's life. Fu Long nodded, inhaling deeply as he continued with his questioning. May I ask a second question? Why do you hold such optimism for the market in the Dragon Kingdom? After all, the current domestic economic landscape is rather bleak, and many foreign investments are either hesitant or withdrawing. Lei Long responded with conviction. While others perceive obstacles, I see opportunities. Where they identify problems, I see potential. No empire was ever built on mere skyscrapers. I have traveled to many nations. In Europe and North America, no populace desires to alter their fate as fervently as the people of the Dragon Kingdom. No other young generation is as willing to strive as fervently as the youth of the Dragon Kingdom. This constitutes the largest market. If other investors fail to recognize this, they will miss the greatest opportunity of the next 2 decades. I firmly believe that in 10 or 20 years, the buildings and roads you see now will have transformed, and the future economy of the Dragon Kingdom will soar. Presently, some may still doubt my words, but time will validate everything. Of course, my investments are but a drop in the ocean for the Dragon Kingdom. There are many who possess greater capabilities and technologies. Yet, with collective effort, there is hope. As Fu Long listened, his excitement grew, as though he could envision the scenes described by Lei Long. Mr. Lei, you are a responsible entrepreneur. I believe in your words, and I trust that our empire will stand at the pinnacle of the world. Lei Long fixed his gaze on Fu Long. Mr. Fu, I hope our conversation can be broadcast so that more individuals and capital may comprehend the potential of the Dragon Kingdom and come to know me and the Thunder Group. Fu Long nodded. No problem. Let us continue. An hour passed, and the interview concluded. Mr. Lei, thank you. Your insights have greatly benefited me today. Lei Long smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Reporter Fu. When the report is published, do remember to send me a copy. Fu Long nodded. Certainly. Lei Long had intended to invite Fu Long to rest in the Magic City, but Fu Long mentioned he needed to return to write. And Lei Long did not press the matter. Chow approached. Mr. Lei, I have arrived. Lei Long nodded, appraising her with a glance. This young lady is becoming increasingly radiant. Just in time. Let us go. I will take you to a place. In a remote mountain village. The vehicle jolted along the rugged path for several hours. The road grew narrower and more secluded, with towering mountains flanking either side and the village becoming sparser. Eventually, the road vanished, leaving only a bumpy dirt path, jarring the passengers within. Chow peered out the window, curiosity piqued. Mr. Lei, where are we headed? Lei Long remained silent. At last, the car halted before a hillside. Lei Long exited the vehicle, staring at the scene before him, lost in thought for a long while. This was the home of his past life. Yet, before him lay nothing. No houses, no village, not even a hint of human presence. Only a stretch of wild grass covering the hillside and the distant, undulating mountains. Lei Long stood still, gazing intently ahead, countless memories flooding his mind. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, his gaze moistening. The parents of his previous existence, the version of himself from that life, were no longer present. Though tinged with disappointment, Lei Long understood. If another version of himself existed in this world, it would be even more unnatural. The world would surely collapse. When considering the entirety of the globe, one could not even find a single leaf that was identical to another. With a mixture of disappointment and complexity in his feelings, Lei Long departed. The following day, Lei Long appeared in Kyoto at Longway Limited. Though Longway had begun to take shape, its overall scale remained modest. Meanwhile, Wang Zhengfei had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Wang Zhengfei promptly approached. Mr. Lei, it has been too long since our last meeting. I have missed you greatly. Lei Long shook his hand. Mr. Wang, I too have missed you immensely. By the way, you mentioned an urgent matter. What is it? Wang Zhengfei nodded. Come, let us discuss this inside. In the office, Wang Zhengfei brewed a cup of tea for Lei Long, his brow furrowed as he sat down. Mr. Lei, your personnel are not an issue, but to be candid, I wish to borrow some technology from you. Technology? Lei Long narrowed his eyes. Wang Zhengfei continued. The lithography machine. As you know, the primary challenge in chip manufacturing is the lithography machine. Currently, the technology and equipment for lithography machines are all abroad. I have engaged with numerous companies, but they refuse to sell, simply because they know I am from the Dragon Kingdom. I will never forget the disdain in their eyes. Our company has also been researching lithography machine technology, but we have yet to achieve a breakthrough. We can only reach millimeter-level precision, yet we aspire to achieve nanometer precision. Across all of Asia, only Samsung from Korea, TSMC from Taiwan, and your Thunder Group possess such capabilities. As he spoke, Wang Zhengfei took a sip of tea, awkwardly staring at Lei Long. To be honest, he had approached Lei Long during the economic discussions with a mere exploratory spirit. He had not anticipated that the other party would agree so readily to collaborate and even express intentions for significant investment. This left him quite astonished. After all, the Longway Company is not particularly prominent within the Dragon Kingdom, nor does it boast impressive technology. In the presence of Lei Long, it could be deemed insignificant. Yet despite this, Lei Long chose to partner with him. He did not wish to disappoint Lei Long. Upon hearing this, Lei Long instantly grasped Wang Zhengfei's intentions. He had indeed not considered this aspect. Upon encountering Longwei and Wang Zhengfei, he had not conducted any background research. He had simply invested. Chapter 137, A0. 5-micron lithography machine. Kirin chip. The photolithography machine is indeed a highly sophisticated technology, not to mention its existence in the present day, even in the 21st century future. Only a handful of empires would possess the capability to manufacture it. The technological value embedded within photolithography is immensely high. No, it is extraordinarily high, existing on an entirely different plane. The precision required in photolithography is measured not in millimeters, but in nanometers. The diameter of a human hair spans several tens of thousands of nanometers, while the circuits on a chip measure merely a few dozen nanometers. To etch hundreds of millions of transistors onto such diminutive structures is a task of considerable complexity. In this contemporary era, the challenge surrounding photolithography machines is not merely one of cost. Rather, it is that they are simply not available for purchase. The Dutch company ASML monopolizes the global market, with each machine priced in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and potential buyers must endure lengthy waiting lists. Outside of the Dutch machines, the realm of photolithography is dominated by the Japanese and American entities. Lei Long inquired of Wang Zhengfei, Mr. Wang, how well-versed are you in the workings of photolithography? To which Wang Zhengfei replied, Mr. Lei, are you testing me? Presently, Samsung employs Nikon's NSR series, specifically the NSR 1010G. a commercially available step-and-repeat photolithography machine with a resolution of 1 micron or 1000 nanometers. The GCA Corporation of the American Empire offers the 4800 series, achieving a resolution of 0.9 microns, slightly superior to that of Japan, albeit with inferior stability. As for Mr. Lei's photolithography machine, I cannot provide an evaluation without data. Confidently, Lei Long responded, be it Samsung, TSMC from Taiwan, or the American Empire, their Dutch photolithography machines can at most achieve 750 nanometers, equivalent to 0.75 microns. Wang Zhengfei's gaze narrowed in contemplation. He was not astonished by the prowess of foreign photolithography machines, but rather by the implication of Lei Long's words. Was he suggesting that Lei Long's machine was even more formidable? Lei Long continued, our most advanced technology can already reach 0.5 microns, with the potential to break through to 0.35 microns in the future. At this moment, Wang Zhengfei found himself at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by the significance of 0.5 microns, he recognized Lei Long's remarkable capability. The mere thought of achieving such excellence was staggering. Within the borders of our nation, companies engaged in chip manufacturing were still grappling with millimeter-scale challenges, unable to even reach the micron level. Here was a revelation that placed us at the forefront of global innovation, a staggering lead, indeed. Lei Long stated, Mr. Wang, there shall be no issues regarding the photolithography machines. I will share the technology with you when the time comes. However, I must retain a controlling stake in the future endeavors of Long Wei, as it will become a giant in the realm of Chinese chip companies. At this juncture, providing them with technology would rapidly enhance Long Wei's research and development capabilities, unlocking immense potential. Lei Long understood the necessity of securing his position in advance. Wang Zhengfei nodded, of course, that is agreeable. He added, by the way, Mr. Lei, the global chip market is currently in a state of dire scarcity, particularly for high-end chips at the 0.5 micron level, which represents a vast market opportunity. If we expand our reach, we shall surely achieve great success. With this leading-edge technology at 0.5 microns, imagine the upheaval it would cause globally. Given the current state of the global chip market, had Lei Long unveiled his technology sooner, it would have been the domain of Long Wei. After a moment of consideration, Lei Long replied, very well, that is acceptable. The reason I have withheld the disclosure of chip technology is that, at the time, I did not wish to incite global turmoil, as I was too vulnerable. The Hong Kong government was also watching closely. Now, however, circumstances have changed. With the collapse of the 4 major trading houses and the Hong Kong government no longer daring to act against me, I have secured investments in the Dragon Kingdom and received the GB medal from the Queen of Great Britain. I possess all that I need and have stabilized my position. So revealing this now poses no issues. The two then commenced discussions on various details, with Lei Long even bestowing an impressive name upon the chip, Qilin. 10 days passed, and Lei Long arranged for 2 photolithography machines to be transported from the bustling metropolis of Shanghai to Kyoto. Simultaneously, he transferred the technology of the machines to Wang Zhengfei. Within the factory, Wang Zhengfei stood transfixed before the photolithography machine, his gaze unwavering. This was the photolithography machine, the very embodiment of his aspirations. Today, he had finally encountered it. Mr. Lei, can this truly manufacture 0.5 micron chips? He inquired. Lei Long nodded affirmatively, indeed. Gently caressing the machine, Wang Zhengfei asked, may I take a look inside? Of course, it is not a treasure, Lei Long replied. Wang Zhengfei summoned several engineers, who cautiously opened the machine's casing. Inside, a labyrinth of wires and lenses dazzled the eye. An elderly engineer, wearing glasses, leaned in for a closer inspection and gasped, Mr. Wang, this machine is far more advanced than what we have been researching. Its alignment system, laser interferometer, and coding processes are all of world-class caliber. If we can fully grasp this technology, we could catch up to international standards within a few years. Mr. Lei, did you develop this yourself? The engineer inquired. Lei Long nodded, explaining, yes, I created it, and it is capable of producing 0.5 micron chips. The elderly engineer was left in a state of shock. 0.5 microns is already at the pinnacle of global standards. The best ASML can offer is around 0.75 microns, while Nikon's NSR series achieves 0.8 microns. Our machine far surpasses theirs. Wang Zhengfei addressed everyone. This is the photolithography machine provided to us by Mr. Lei, and it represents the most advanced technology currently available in the world. We must not let Mr. Lei down. From this moment forward, every individual here must study diligently and work hard, learning through practice. We shall forge the pride of our nation and even develop an improved photolithography machine, naming it Qilin. The Qilin is a symbol of auspiciousness, benevolence, and strength in our culture. Our chips must embody these qualities, stable, reliable, and powerful, demonstrating to the world that we, too, can create exceptional products. The engineers nodded eagerly, their faces alight with excitement. Understood. They quickly gathered around the photolithography machine, magnifying glasses in hand, meticulously examining its construction. Wang Jingfei returned to Lei Long's side, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Lei Long smiled. Mr. Wang, let's dispense with pleasantries. We are now partners. We will take our time. There is no rush. Let us first master the technology and strengthen the team. 2 machines are just the beginning. We will manufacture more advanced photolithography machines and dominate the global market. Wang Jingfei nodded, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Chapter 138. The Birth of the Qilan Ship. On the 10th day since the photolithography machines arrived at Longwei, Wang Jingfei had endured 3 sleepless nights in the factory workshop, his eyes bloodshot and beard unkempt. Yet he was electrified with enthusiasm. Mr. Lei, we did it. We did it. When Lei Long received the call while enjoying tea at a hotel, he chuckled at the excitement in Wang Jingfei's voice. I'll be there shortly. The ability to master the photolithography machine and produce chips in such a short span of time was a testament to the brilliance of Longwei's talents. When Long Lei entered the factory, the workshop was encircled by a group of senior engineers from Longwei, each taking turns to observe the minuscule wafers through microscopes. Many displayed expressions of disbelief. 0.05 microns, it truly is 0.05 microns. Allow me another glance. I couldn't see clearly just now. You've already looked 3 times. It's my turn now. 0.05 microns, it indeed is 0.05 microns. Long Lei approached the crowd, which parted to grant him passage. He arrived at the microscope, where the wafer was densely packed with circuits so fine that they were invisible to the naked eye. He scanned the surroundings, taking in the Kirin chips. What is the yield rate for this batch? Wang Jingfei turned his head, excitement evident in his voice. This is merely the first trial production, with a yield rate of 62%. It's worth noting that even the most advanced photolithography machines internationally achieve only around 40%. Every percentage point increase in yield signifies a monumental breakthrough, a testament to the countless nights endured by innumerable engineers. The chips before them were the result of their initial integration of Longwei's technology with photolithography, achieving this remarkable level of quality, something to take pride in. Indeed. Continue adjusting to strive for stability above 70%, Long Lei nodded. A 60% yield is commendable, translating to a mere 40% loss. While it may appear substantial, the profits from these 60% of quality products far exceed the initial investment by at least 10-fold, if not 100-fold. After all, chips are exceedingly scarce in the global market, more so than gold, especially high-end chips at 0.05 microns. Currently, no one in the world can produce at this level. The dominance and authority in this market lie firmly in Long Lei's hands. He dictates the price, the output, and the clientele. This is the might of technological monopoly. 3 days later, the testing report was released. Wang Jingfei held the report, his hands trembling. Mr. Lei, how did the data look? Long Lei took it and glanced over. Performance, 15 higher than comparable imported chips. Power consumption, 20 lower than imported chips. Stability, continuous operation for 72 hours without failure. These figures were astonishing. Long Lei nodded in admiration, exclaiming, excellent. Truly excellent. The previous lithography machines were given to Su San and his team, who merely followed procedures, lacking the meticulousness required for refinement. However, the engineers from Longwei achieved an unparalleled level of precision. Yet, it was understandable, the engineers from Longwei were inherently skilled professionals, and they were merely one hurdle away from a breakthrough. This time, Longwei served as their guide, and this group certainly did not disappoint him, developing even more powerful chips. Although they remained at 0.05 microns, the quality had seen significant enhancements. Do not underestimate the importance of even the slightest improvement. This could solve century-old challenges. Numerous companies have stagnated at this juncture for a decade or two, ultimately succumbing to failure. This time, it was a genuine alliance of strengths, resulting in the formidable Kirin chips. Long Lei suddenly recalled something and said, Mr. Wang, isn't there a semiconductor conference in the Republic of Korea in a few days? You could seize this opportunity to promote the Kirin chip's reputation and initiate sales, thereby penetrating the global market. Wang Jingfei nodded. Very well, I shall arrange it immediately. Long Lei surveyed the room before departing. Time flew by, and a week had passed. The Republic of Korea was then one of the leading nations, part of the 4 Asian tigers. Though its overall economy was not as robust as contemporary Hong Kong, it should not be underestimated. Construction sites were ubiquitous, with cranes dotting the landscape. These areas would soon become invaluable real estate. Samsung Group, the second largest chaebol in Korea, was a titan in electronics and diversification. Many household appliances smuggled into Hong Kong, including black and white and color televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines, originated from this Korean empire. Moreover, Samsung's core capabilities spanned various industries. including Samsung Heavy Industries, Samsung Chemicals, Samsung CT, Finance, and Services. However, not all companies shared Long Lei's absolute strength and cash flow. Samsung, for instance, was burdened with hundreds of billions in debt. Were it not for the official support from the Korean government, it would have collapsed long ago. At the headquarters, in the upper echelons, Samsung chairman Lee Jae-hoon sipped red wine, gazing out at the Seoul skyline with a complex expression. At that moment, a well-dressed man knocked and entered. Chairman, the news has been confirmed. Long Lei will indeed attend the semiconductor conference in 3 days. Lee Jae-hoon did not turn around. Long Lei, the one from Hong Kong? The man replied, yes, the wealthiest individual in Hong Kong, chairman of Thunder Group, and recently honored as a GB Knight by the Queen of the British Empire, has invested 16 billion in the Dragon Kingdom, causing quite a stir. Lee Jae-hoon turned around, his gaze slightly trembling. He was in his early 40s, at the peak of his powers, as the de facto leader of Samsung Group. His word was law in this land. Noticing Lee Jae-hoon's silence, the man remarked, I didn't expect him to come. It's truly unexpected. Lee Jae-hoon responded. What surprises me more is his audacity to invest openly in the Dragon Kingdom, seemingly unconcerned about the Hong Kong government. Quite intriguing. The man added. Having just been bestowed the GB title, he invests heavily in the Dragon Kingdom. It's evident he is signaling allegiance to them, investing in both sides and courting favor. This man is astute. Lee Jae-hoon nodded. By the way, have we discovered his purpose for coming? The man replied, officially, he is attending the semiconductor conference. However, since they can manufacture Thunder phones, they must possess photolithography technology. This visit may have ulterior motives. Lee Jae-hoon sat on the sofa, his gaze deepening. Photolithography, this was also Samsung's Achilles heel. He personally traveled to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to procure parts for photolithography machines and offered salaries multiple times higher than those of American companies to lure engineers away. Every step was fraught with difficulty. Chapter 139, the Korean Semiconductor Conference. Every move was constrained. Countless resources were expended. And he understood well that photolithography machines were not something just anyone could produce. Did Hong Kong possess such capabilities? He was skeptical, at least up to this point. Only Taiwan's TSMC seemed capable. The semiconductor technology in Hong Kong was weak, and photolithography was an even greater challenge. With this thought, Lee Jae-hoon's tone turned cold. Didn't you previously state that Long Lei lacked photolithography machines? He caught my attention when Thunder phones first hit the market. I instructed someone to investigate in Hong Kong, but the reports indicated that Thunder Group was solely responsible for arming and production, while the actual photolithography technology was controlled by Motorola. The gentleman brushed his forehead and remarked, President, this is merely my personal conjecture. After all, it is said that no one visits the Temple of the Three Treasures without cause. As a tycoon from Hong Kong, his arrival at this particular moment likely pertains to the lithography machine. Fearing that Lee Jianxi might be displeased, he quickly shifted the topic. President, what do you think his purpose for coming is? Lee Jianxi pondered for a moment and replied, he has come to pave the way. Such individuals do not make their way to Seoul without reason. They are either seeking partners, buyers, or, as you suggested, bringing high-end chips. I can only hope it is not the latter, for that would mean we have gained a formidable competitor in the market. Samsung has dedicated 2 decades to the semiconductor industry, progressing from transistors to integrated circuits, and now to microprocessors, each step a precarious endeavor. In the pursuit of matching the world's leading standards, he has invested all of Samsung's earnings into this venture. After painstakingly achieving the current scale, he believed he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the international giants. Yet he still falls short of the true titans of the industry. Nevertheless, this journey has yielded considerable gains. Now, with the sudden emergence of Lei Long, should he indeed arrive bearing high-end chips or technology, it would spell disaster. Secretary Choi, he called. Yes, came the prompt reply. I wish to personally attend tomorrow's meeting. Secretary Choi hesitated slightly. President, you had originally scheduled a meeting with the economic advisor from the Blue House. Lee Jianxi replied coldly, cancel it. I will provide an explanation to the Blue House another day. By the way, arrange for someone to go to the airport to await Lei Long's arrival and invite him to visit Samsung. Understood. At the headquarters of Shijin Star Group, Gu Zijing hung up the phone, his brow furrowed. He is the founder of Shijin Star and a venerable figure in the Goryeo business community. In his 60s, his hair is graying, yet his gaze remains sharp. Lei Long is coming? The secretary nodded. Yes, President, the news has been confirmed. He will attend the semiconductor conference. Gu Zijing inquired, what is Samsung's reaction? President Lee Jianxi has cancelled the official economic talks and has decided to attend personally. Gu Zijing's expression turned slightly frosty. I knew this fellow would not choose to turn a blind eye. Shijin Star also engages in semiconductors and electronics, though its scale cannot compare to Samsung. Nevertheless, it ranks among Korea's notable enterprises. Over the years, in a bid to catch up with the international giants, he has endured considerable challenges. President, will you be attending tomorrow? Gu Zijing contemplated. Of course, why not? If we can forge a connection with this Eastern dragon, surpassing Samsung would be just around the corner. Besides, I am curious about the individual capable of toppling 4-century-old British enterprises one by one. Are you not curious? The female secretary replied, indeed. A man in his 20s has achieved global fame. What woman would not be curious? At the headquarters of Hyundai Group, Zhang Jingyong was reviewing documents when his secretary entered to report, President. News from Samsung and Shijin Star indicates that the Hong Kong tycoon Lei Long is coming to attend the semiconductor conference, and Li Jianxi intends to attend personally. Zhang Jingyong lifted his head, astonished. He is quite familiar with Lei Long, the most prominent figure from Hong Kong, a titan of the business world. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the most distinguished individual in all of Asia. As the founder of Hyundai Group, a legendary figure in the Goryeo business community, he has built his empire from construction to shipbuilding, automobiles, electronics, and nearly everything in between. Now in his 70s, he remains vigorous. The news of Lei Long's arrival has shocked him, and he is equally curious about the purpose of this visit. As the news spread throughout the Goryeo Empire, individuals from various conglomerates were taken aback. Headquarters across the board buzzed with discussions surrounding a single name, Lei Long, the Hong Kong tycoon, chairman of Thunder Group, and a knighted sir of the British Empire. This individual suddenly intends to come to Seoul. What could be his purpose? What does he possess? What does he aim to accomplish? The answers remain elusive. Yet, one fact is universally acknowledged. Lei Long does not come to Goryeo without a reason. At Seoul's airport, in the VIP passage, Lei Long had just disembarked when his phone rang. It was a call from Wang Jingfei. Mr. Lei, have you arrived? Just landed. Things seem a bit lively here. Wang Jingfei's voice carried a note of excitement. Samsung has sent someone to the airport, stating that Li Jianxi wishes to invite you as a guest, and Shijin Star has also called. Gu Zijing wants to arrange a dinner with you. Each of these companies and names represents the upper echelons of Goryeo society, all extending invitations to Lei Long. Wang Jingfei felt a twinge of envy. He had never experienced such treatment. Lei Long chuckled, so many? Wang Jingfei nodded. Indeed, many companies are inquiring about your schedule. They are like cats drawn to a fishy scent, each eager to be near you. Lei Long nodded. That's to be expected. They want to ascertain my purpose for visiting. Wang Jingfei asked, what are your plans? Lei Long contemplated. I think I shall refrain from meeting them just yet. Let them speculate for a few days. Wang Jingfei was taken aback. Speculate for a few days? Yes. The longer I delay meeting them, the more curious they will become. The more curious they are, the more they will want to see me. When the semiconductor conference arrives, I can unveil our products and catch them off guard. Naturally, cooperation will follow. Wang Jingfei smiled. Mr. Lei, you are quite astute. After hanging up, Lei Long exited the airport. Outside, a fleet of black sedans awaited him. A group of well-dressed individuals immediately approached. Mr. Lei, we are from Samsung Group. President Li Jianxi wishes to invite you to the headquarters for a discussion. Lei Long declined. Please extend my gratitude to President Li, but having just arrived, I am feeling a bit fatigued and would prefer to rest for now, perhaps another day. Very well. Subsequently, others introduced themselves, but Lei Long politely refused them all. He made his way directly to the vehicle he had arranged. As the door closed and he drove away, several individuals pulled out their phones and dialed. President Mr. Lei has declined. Chapter 140. The Honored Guest of Asia. 3 days passed. The Goryeo Empire, Seoul International Semiconductor Conference. After 3 days of anticipation, the much-anticipated International Semiconductor Conference officially commenced. The event took place at the finest Shilla Hotel in Seoul, with the main venue accommodating over 100 attendees, all seats filled. This conference was hosted under the auspices of the Goryeo government, inviting globally renowned semiconductor companies such as the Netherlands' ASML, Japan's Nikon, America's GCA, Korea's Samsung, Taiwan's TSMC, along with dozens of other related enterprises. They hailed from various empires. Longwei also received an invitation. In the past, forums of this caliber often relegated Longwei to mere numerical presence, seated in a corner, overlooked by all, unable to procure even a single cup of coffee. This year, the seating arrangement was unmistakably clear, relegating them to the last row against the wall. However, this time, a notable difference emerged. Wang Jingfei arrived with the Kirin 1. He arrived half an hour early, occupying his designated position, his gaze fixed intently on the prominent figures engaged in lively conversation before him. Even the servers, as they passed by, offered him not a glance. The chill of societal indifference crystallized in that moment. Yet, he held a firm belief that from this day forth, everything would change. Lei Long, in contrast, enjoyed a different fate. Though he attended as a guest, he was granted a prime seat in the center of the front row, flanked by luminaries such as Lee Jae-suk from Samsung, Hans from ASML, and CEOs from Nikon and other industry giants. This coveted position had been confirmed by the organizers 3 days prior, specifically reserved for him. Upon encountering Lei Long, Lee Jae-suk rose to extend a handshake, exclaiming, "Mr. Lei, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I have heard of your remarkable endeavors in Hong Kong, truly unprecedented in history. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Lei Long smiled in response. "You flatter me, Chairman Lee. I regret not attending your invitation earlier as I had just disembarked from a long flight and was weary, fearing I might impose. Please forgive me." Lee Jae-suk chuckled. "Not at all, Mr. Lei." After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats, the entire exchange resembling a press conference. The organizers commenced with opening remarks, followed by esteemed leaders from the global semiconductor industry taking turns to present, extolling the virtues and innovations of their respective products. ASML boasted of their cutting-edge lithography machines, while Nikon highlighted the unwavering precision of their offerings. Subsequently, companies were invited to showcase their latest achievements, prompting a flurry of clicks from the surrounding journalists. In previous years, this segment had been dominated by giants like ASML, Nikon, and GCA, leaving other firms to wallow in envy and resentment. To even aspire to speak on stage was a distant dream for them. They merely served as background figures. More delicately put, they came to learn and admire, yet not everyone possessed the requisite credentials to be present. Notably, Longwei had only attended once or twice in past years. This year's attendance was only made possible after extensive negotiations between Susan and the officials of South Korea, allowing them to squeeze in. Otherwise, they would have lacked even the privilege of an invitation, let alone a seat. The conference swiftly approached its conclusion, with the host ascending the stage to announce the final segment. Following custom, an open networking session was next, where attendees could retreat to the refreshment area for coffee, snacks, and exchanging business cards. At this juncture, Wang Zhengfei stood up, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, I hail from Longwei Limited, and today, I wish to present our company's product to you." The host hesitated, scrutinizing the list in hand, brow furrowing slightly. Longwei? There was no mention of them on today's list. The absence implied their lack of qualification to take the stage. Murmurs erupted around him. Long Country? Longwei Company? What is this company? I've never heard of it. What groundbreaking technology could they possibly possess? Likely a mere imitation, hoping to ride the coattails of others. It seems they are just here to bask in the limelight, utterly shameless, failing to recognize their own standing. After all, with ASML and Nikon present, who were they to claim a spot on stage? The host, perturbed by the murmurs, assumed Wang Zhengfei was causing a ruckus and prepared to dismiss him. At that moment, a well-dressed man with glasses stepped onto the stage, took the microphone, and surveyed the audience. "Mr. Wang from Longwei is our distinguished guest today. Let us welcome him with applause." Distinguished guest? The audience was taken aback. How could this be? Lee Jae-suk from Samsung occupied the front row, as did Hans from ASML. Alongside executives from Nikon, GCA, and TSMC. Was there anyone more esteemed? Moreover, a previously unheard-of small company? However, given the official statement, they felt compelled to remain silent. Wang Zhengfei disregarded the surrounding chatter, exchanged a glance with Lei Long, and briskly ascended the stage without further introduction. He promptly produced a small chip. Holding it aloft, "This is the Kirin 1, a chip independently developed by our company, fabricated using a 0.5 micron process, delivering performance 15 superior to contemporaneous imported chips, with a 20 reduction in power consumption and flawless stability in testing. This is also a collaborative achievement with Mr. Lei." As Wang Zhengfei's words resonated, a hush fell over the audience. The following instant erupted in a cacophony of laughter and derision. 0.5 microns? Ha! What a joke. Do you possess any understanding of your own capabilities? Can you truly produce a 0.5 micron chip? Dream on. Surely, you must be pilfering technology from our esteemed Korean Empire. Huh? You think we possess such technology? And who is truly stealing whose technology? What pretense is this before us? Do you truly believe you can create a 0.5 micron chip? Dream on. Just listen to this braggart. In today's semiconductor landscape, only those achieving 0.75 microns can be considered elite. 0.5 microns. Wake up. Surely, this must be data fabrication. If they claim a 15 increase, why not say 100? How ludicrous to make such a statement. Those lacking in technology often boast the loudest. Perhaps it would be prudent to speak less. After all, even ants deserve encouragement. The audience's jeers and laughter crescendoed unabashedly. The representative from Nikon, hailing from the land of cherry blossoms, laughed the hardest, conversing mockingly with those nearby. The CEO of GCA from the Eagle Empire sighed in exasperation. Another clown on display, he mused, taking a sip of coffee. The representatives from TSMC furrowed their brows in disbelief, while Hans from ASML remained noncommittal. Having witnessed such scenes countless times before, small companies often sought fame through bluster, only to be unmasked and depart in shame. Lee Jae-suk, however, revealed no outward expression, having sharply noted a critical detail. The so-called Kirin 1 was a product of collaboration between Longwei and Lei Long. without the mention of Lei Long's name. He would not have cared to pay attention or believed it. Yet, with Lei Long present, it suggested that the credibility of Wang Zhengfei's claims surpassed 50. Contemplating this, Li Jae-suk could not help but inquire, Mr. Lei, is this chip indeed a joint venture between you and Longwei? Should this individual be lying, Mr. Lei, I would ensure your disgrace. The statement was both probing and conciliatory, epitomizing the essence of a businessman. The dragon, Lei Long, sipped his tea and, with a calm demeanor, addressed Chairman Li, saying, thank you. However, Wang Zhengfei is indeed my partner. Upon receiving this definitive answer, Li Jianxi's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, his heart churning tumultuously. It became evident that Lei Long's intentions for his visit were far from trivial. Yet, he had not anticipated the high stakes at play. Lei Long's prowess was truly formidable. Those involved in the production of Samsung phones were acutely aware of the level of technology represented by 0.5-micron chips. It was akin to the chasm separating the divine from the mortal, an insurmountable gulf. To put it plainly, he was engulfed by fear, apprehensive of Lei Long's technological supremacy. Oh, so this was the reality. Simultaneously, Wang Zhengfei on stage displayed not laughter or mockery, but rather a hint of dissatisfaction and awkwardness. Instead, he descended to the front row, fixating on a silver-haired German gentleman, Mr. Hans, as the technical director of ASML in the Netherlands, a globally recognized authority on photolithography machines. Might I request your presence to conduct a personal test? Many in the audience were taken aback, quickly revealing disdainful expressions. You still refuse to step down. Inviting the global leader in semiconductor technology, ASML's technical director, to personally assess your modest company? Have you gone too far in your pretentiousness? Get down. Who do you think you are, demanding Mr. Hans to perform a test for you? Have you even taken a moment to reflect on your own standing? For heaven's sake, I am not dismissing your nation, but rather questioning the validity of your technological claims. Mr. Wang, please step down. Do not further embarrass yourself on this international stage. Your own disgrace is one thing, but do you wish to drag us, the people of Longwa, into this humiliation? Yet, in the face of all the derision, Wang Zhengfei remained unfazed, standing composed and serene. Lei Long glanced over at Wang Zhengfei, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Truly, he was Mr. Wang, the future leader of Longwa's chip industry. Undaunted by the impending doom, he maintained his poise, exuding an air of calmness that few possess. Mr. Hans hesitated for a moment, initially inclined to refuse. At that juncture, Li Jianxi whispered something in his ear. Hans's expression shifted, casting a sidelong glance at Lei Long before rising to take the stage. Today he was determined to verify the authenticity of a chip developed by a billionaire from the Harbor Island. If it turned out to be a fabrication, it would certainly be entertaining. Soon, the relevant personnel brought forth the testing equipment. Hans accepted the chip handed to him by Wang Zhengfei. The chip was diminutive, its internal structure and nanoscale intricacies imperceptible to the naked eye, requiring specialized instruments for examination. Before long, Hans's expression transformed dramatically, his eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. What the hell? Incredible. Hans lifted his gaze, staring incredulously at Wang Zhengfei, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Is this truly your creation? Wang Zhengfei nodded affirmatively. This is a product of our collaboration with Mr. Lei. From design to production, it has all been independently developed by Longwa. Contrary to the narrative that suggested they had plagiarized technology and relied on others, Hans blinked rapidly and surveyed the audience below. Ladies and gentlemen, I have conducted the test, and it is indeed a 0.5-micron process. As his words echoed through the hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the crowd, shock rendering them speechless. The astonishment stemmed not merely from the fact that Longwei, a small company, had manufactured a chip, but from the realization that it was of 0.5-micron caliber, an unprecedented feat on the global stage. What? Impossible. How can this be? A beleaguered nation. How could it possibly possess such technology? I refuse to believe it. The head of Nikon from the Cherry Blossom Nation stood up, incredulously questioning. Mr. Hans, could it be that you were mistaken? Hans chuckled. Not at all. It is indeed 0.5-micron. And if their photolithography machine's precision were to improve just a tad more, they could achieve 0.4 microns. The representative from GCA was left speechless, while the head of TSMC exhibited a complex array of emotions, shock and trepidation. Not just the dignitaries in the front row, but everyone lacking this technology was taken aback. While Wang Zhengfei had claimed it was 0.5 microns, many had scoffed. But when Hans confirmed it, the reaction was entirely different. Li Jianxi remained motionless. 0.5 microns. Performance technology surpassing ASML. What did this signify? It meant that the global semiconductor market had gained a new high-end player, nay, a superlative player. It also implied that from this moment forth, the mainstream chips of the world would pale in comparison to the Kirin chip, which would take precedence. The implications of this development were immense. And this player hailed from Longwa, a nation long looked down upon, burdened by a reputation of decline. He could scarcely believe the reality before him. The scornful remarks from the crowd transformed into expressions of admiration, awe, and envy. All eyes were fixed on Wang Jingfei. They would not only remember the name Wang Jingfei today, but also Long Wei and the Kirin ship. Wang Jingfei stood taller, his posture straighter. A hint of a smile finally graced his otherwise stern visage, not one of arrogance or triumph, but rather a smile reflecting the sweetness of hard-earned success. A release of pent-up emotions. Lei Long was right. What the West lacked, they would create themselves. What the West refused to provide, they would procure independently. What the West looked down upon, they would outpace. Let these foreigners witness that the people of Longwa could indeed produce exceptional innovations. Today he had achieved that. Not only had he achieved it, but he had also presented it to the world. From this day forward, Longwei would be an invincible force in the semiconductor realm. A wave of immense pride surged within him. Chapter 142. When strength fails, maps are invoked. The first deep sentiment of the Goryo stick. Soon, the remaining segments of the event unfolded. The host and official personnel took the stage to deliver some closing remarks. As the meeting concluded, the venue erupted into a frenzy. Before Wang Jingfei could step down, the crowd surged forward. Mr. Wang, please wait. The first to rush forward was the representative from Nikon of the Cherry Blossom Nation. He was the same individual who had laughed the loudest and mocked the most brazenly. Could a person from Longwa truly create a 0.5-micron chip? Bakayuru. Wang Jingfei vividly recalled those words. Yet, at this moment, all traces of mockery had vanished, replaced by a demeanor more respectful than one might display before their own mother. Bowing and smiling, he extended his business card. Mr. Wang, I am the technical director of Nikon. I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness. I hope you can forgive me. Our company is extremely interested in the Kirin chip. Could we discuss potential collaboration? Let us engage in deeper communication to create even more impressive technology. Simultaneously, the representative from GCA approached as well. The sound drowned out the whispers of daily life. Mr. Wang, the 0.5-micron chip represents a transformative technology for an era. Our company, GCA, possesses decades of expertise in the semiconductor field, and we can engage in profound collaboration to develop cutting-edge chips. I firmly believe our company has the capability to achieve this. If you desire, we could also consider acquiring your company for a sum of $1 billion. If that seems unfeasible, we can invest with a minority stake. We only require 51. Would you contemplate this? Mr. Wang, we are here as well. Mr. Wang, I represent Philips. Mr. Wang, I am from Siemens. Various parties, their necks flushed with excitement, presented their offers, their voices escalating in volume. Wang Jingfei calmly observed the crowd, remaining silent. However, internally, he reveled in delight. Capability? Just a moment ago, they claimed that the Dragon Nation lacked technology. Now, how have they suddenly become powerful? Are they still pretending? Damn! Those dignitaries, who had previously disregarded him, now resembled starstruck fans, fearing they might fall behind. Mr. Wang, our company is willing to offer the highest price. Mr. Wang, we are compatriots. The Koreans and the Dragon Nation are neighbors. We should collaborate. Compatriots? Just moments ago, they were disparaging the Koreans. Moreover, at any point in history, the Koreans cannot be considered equals. In ancient times, during the reign of Qin, they were mere lowly vassals, subservient subjects. Step aside. I was here first. Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Amidst the bustling crowd, chaos erupted as representatives from different enterprises clashed. Wang Jingfei watched the scene unfold, a faint smile gracing his lips. Were these not the same individuals who labeled the Dragon Nation as a mere clown? Had they not claimed that the people of the Dragon Nation could only imitate? And now, they were all rushing forward like dogs, eager to kneel and lick his shoes. Human nature, at this moment, was laid bare. Wang Jingfei picked up the microphone and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, we can discuss collaboration. However, I regret to inform you that our production capacity is currently limited, and our technology requires further refinement. If there are those interested in collaboration, I will reach out to you personally. Please leave your business cards with me. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately produced their business cards and placed them on the table. Meanwhile, Lei Long was conversing with officials from the Korean side. The office of the Minister of Economy. Lei Long surveyed the room before taking a seat. A map of the Korean Empire adorned the wall. This map, Lei Long was rendered speechless. It prominently displayed the Korean Empire's territory as the largest, while the other empires seemed but mere specks in comparison. The Dragon Nation was relegated to a corner, appearing as an inconspicuous younger brother. The so-called world's foremost domain, the steel-clad Bear Nation, was scarcely even a shadow. One cannot deny that the Koreans possess an audacity unmatched. They shamelessly appropriated the culture of the Dragon Nation, and now they embellish their own image. A quintessential example of pretentiousness. Lacking in true strength, they resort to flaunting their map. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered the room. He exuded the quintessential Korean gentleman vibe. With slick-back hair, gold-rimmed glasses, a tailored suit, and polished shoes. He walked in with an air of confidence. This was the legendary archetype of a Korean businessman. Mr. Lei, welcome. I am Kim Yong-soo, the Minister of the Management Department. Lei Long extended his hand for a handshake, replying with a smile. Minister Kim, it's a pleasure to meet you. The two settled into the sofa as the door swung open once more. A graceful woman entered, carrying two exquisite trays. Dressed in a fitted professional outfit that accentuated her curves, she revealed a deep neckline. The female secretary placed the tea and a box of high-quality snacks on the table. Gazing at Lei Long with a gentle demeanor, Mr. Lei, Minister Kim is aware of your fondness for tea and has specially prepared this for you. Please enjoy. Lei Long lifted his eyelids for a glance. Was this woman truly an official secretary? Why was she dressed so alluringly? Quite striking indeed. However, upon reflection, such attire might be considered unusual in the Dragon Nation, yet in other empires, particularly one dominated by chaebol like the Korean Empire, it is hardly surprising. After all, the skies over the Korean Empire are indeed dark. The collusion between officials and businessmen is not an uncommon occurrence. Women, in their eyes, they are merely playthings. Reflecting on the past, one cannot deny that the Koreans are indeed peculiar. The presidency seems to change hands as frequently as a banquet, with the slaughter of pigs occurring more diligently than during the new year. Among them, one president stood out in Lei Long's memory. In the 21st century, he found himself imprisoned over a plastic surgery scandal, a rarity on the global stage. He is perhaps the most passionate figure in Korean history. Lei Long nodded, glancing at the deep neckline. Thank you, beautiful. Simultaneously, Kim Yong-soo assessed Lei Long. This young man appeared even younger than he had anticipated. In his 20s, not yet 30. He had already risen to become the wealthiest individual in Hong Kong, a GB knight. Moreover, he now commanded the world's most advanced lithography technology. He was fully aware of the discussions from earlier. Previously, inviting Wang Jingfei to this meeting had merely been a means to introduce him to Lei Long. A gesture of goodwill. Who would have thought that Wang Jingfei's first move would be a bombshell operation, directly presenting a 0.5-micron chip? To manufacture such a chip requires the world's most formidable lithography machine. The crucial point is that the counterpart is a citizen of the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation and the Korean Empire are not only neighbors, but also competitors. Just then, the female secretary stepped aside, standing elegantly, interrupting his thoughts. Kim Yong-soo immediately lifted a cup of tea, smiling. Mr. Lei, do sample this tea. It is the finest green tea from our Korean Empire. No less exquisite than your Dragon Nation's Longjing. Chapter 143. Requesting preferential policies. Lei Long raised the teacup and took a sip. It was decent. Yet in comparison to Dragon Nation's Longjing and Pu'er, it fell woefully short. Nevertheless, one must maintain appearances, even if it were a lump of excrement. One must acknowledge it. It's acceptable. Kim Yong-soo chuckled. Mr. Lei, it seems you excel in every field of investment. The 0.5-micron Kirin chip is a top tier, no? Superlative technology on a global scale. In the words of your Dragon Nation, it is truly a marvel that astonishes the world, unparalleled across the globe. Lei Long set down the teacup. Minister Kim, you flatter me. To speak candidly, the Kirin chip owes its success to the tireless efforts of the engineers at Longwei. My contribution has merely been a modest investment. Kim Yong-soo paused momentarily. Had it not been for thorough research, he might have been deceived by the young man's humility. A modest investment? Mr. Lei, you are far too modest. Without your lithography technology, even if Longwei were to toil for another 10, 20, or even 30 years, he would still be unable to produce a 0.5-micron chip. This is a truth we all acknowledge. To be candid, when Mr. Hans announced the test results on stage just now, my phone was inundated with calls from Samsung, Hyundai, Hynix, and several core enterprises from our homeland, all inquiring whether they could collaborate with Mr. Lei. Lei Long lifted his teacup without offering a response. Do you think you, Kim Yong-soo, are of such significance? To utter a few words and expect to partner with me? Who do you think you are? Even if the president were to arrive. Without the provision of favor or profit, it wouldn't matter if it were the president or the king, it would be the same. Kim Yong-soo quickly realized his words were rather reckless and promptly added, Mr. Lei, I have conducted an investigation into your industry, and it encompasses numerous sectors. Our Korean semiconductor, shipbuilding, automotive, steel, and chemical industries are quite commendable on the global stage. I am aware that you have invested 16 billion in Longhua, diversifying your interests, essentially replicating the business of Hong Kong Island in Longhua. Currently, we Koreans are vigorously developing several industries and welcome foreign investment. If you are interested, we can offer the most favorable policies. Mr. Lei, your vision and investment strategy are unparalleled worldwide. While the Longhua market is vast, its technological foundation is weak. Our Korean technology is robust, albeit the market is smaller. Investing in both realms allows for mutual profit, which is undoubtedly the best choice. Lei Long lit a galloise and paused momentarily, initially expecting this fellow to ridicule Long Gua like the Hong Kong government, boasting about his empire. Minister Kim's words were music to my ears. Based on this, I am inclined to invest in Korea and expand the market together. However, what conditions can you offer me? Even if you have investigated me, you should know that any investment I make in any empire comes with absolute preferential policies and strong official support. The British Empire. Long Gua, it is all the same. Upon hearing this, Kim Yong-soo was not caught off guard. He replied directly, I assure you our policies will surpass theirs. As long as you express your intent to invest, I will draft the specifics overnight and submit them for approval. Once passed, I will notify you immediately. Lei Long nodded. No problem. However, I have a few conditions. Kim Yong-soo replied. Mr. Lei, please go ahead. The female secretary at the side immediately took up a notebook to begin recording. First, the funds I invest in your country must be compliant and transferable at any time. Second, I do not wish for the government to provide guidance or participate in any of my investments. Third, to be frank, the current public security situation in your country is rather poor, even more chaotic than Hong Kong Island. At that point, I will establish a dedicated security department responsible for the safety of the enterprise. Should any gangsters cause trouble, my security company must possess the legal authority to neutralize threats. Of course, my security company will not engage in indiscriminate killings, but will adhere to international standards and your domestic regulations for security operations. As for the fourth condition, if you can agree to all these terms, our cooperation will be halfway established, and the remaining half will depend on your preferential policies. Kim Yong-soo touched his nose and remarked, Mr. Lei, your conditions are indeed stringent. However, they fall well within our legal framework and stand a good chance of being approved. It is precisely because it is Lei Long that such demands might be entertained. No one else would have the leverage to impose such conditions. Take the former shipping tycoon of Hong Kong Island, who was in the shipping business. He had no right to set conditions when he came to collaborate. But Lei Long is different. The mere technology of lithography grants him the green light, not to mention other industries. Additionally, the tycoons like the shipping king accumulated their wealth over a long period, whereas Lei Long achieved astounding results in just a few years. The value in this is monumental. Lei Long chuckled nonchalantly. Minister Kim, in the business realm, one must be ruthless to earn a livelihood. Kim Yong-soo nodded and continued, Mr. Lei, since we both harbor intentions to collaborate, I wonder if you have conducted any investigation into our domestic industries? Specifically, are there any sectors you are particularly keen on partnering with? Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke. Minister Kim, please elaborate. Kim Yong-soo, with the familiarity of a seasoned expert, began to detail, currently, our light and heavy industries are thriving. Aside from semiconductors, shipbuilding, automotive, and chemicals are all doing well. Lei Long contemplated for a moment. The Koreans in the 1980s were indeed fervently developing these sectors. The shipbuilding industry, with Hyundai Heavy Industries being the largest shipyard globally, has a stellar reputation, with orders extending several years into the future. The chemical and steel industries also serve as pillar sectors. Lei Long remarked with a smile. Hyundai Heavy Industries ranks first globally. I deeply admire your advancements in this field. If an opportunity for collaboration arises, I would be inclined to invest in shipbuilding. Kim Yong-soo nodded. With shipbuilding, Hyundai is currently expanding its docks and requires substantial funding. If Mr. Lei is interested, we can collaborate on investment or equity participation. Lei Long considered and did not refuse. Equity participation is negotiable, but I need to review the specific terms. No problem, Kim Yong-soo replied with a smile. Once the preferential policies are finalized, I will arrange for you to meet Chairman Jung of Hyundai. Subsequently, the two discussed various other businesses, such as automotive and steel. Kim Yong-soo raised his teacup. Mr. Lei, your promptness is commendable. This cup of tea is in your honor. Lei Long also lifted his cup, and they clinked glasses. Mr. Lei, let us dine together tonight. Not this evening, Minister Kim. As you know, I have been rather busy lately. I will host you another day. Very well. Shuya. Please see Mr. Lei off. Chapter 144, A Diverse World. Shuya, the secretary, was incredibly supportive, accompanying Lei Long from the conference venue all the way. Lei Long suggested she return to report, but Shuya refused to leave, coming up with one excuse after another. When he asked her to return to the hotel for some rest, she claimed the hotel had already made arrangements for her in the adjacent room. At her beck and call, the excuses kept piling up. Ultimately, Lei Long had to let her stay. It was evident that this was a perk sent his way by Minister Kim. He had heard about such tactics from his previous life. In the world of chaebol, officials often bestow gifts, and women are the most common form of tribute. Whether one accepts or declines is a separate matter. The act of offering is what counts. Lei Long was indifferent, taking a stance of non-commitment. Just as he was pondering, the doorbell rang. Wang Jingfei entered. Lei Long lit a galloise and took a puff. Shia understood the cue and exited the room. Wang Jingfei sat down, gulped a large mouthful of water, and excitedly exclaimed, "Mr. Lei, did you see the expressions on those people's faces just now? When we presented the 0.5-micron chip, they were left utterly speechless. It was immensely gratifying." Lei Long lit another galloise. "Is this what brings you satisfaction? In the future, we will develop even more groundbreaking innovations. What I desire is not merely to be significantly ahead, but to achieve an absolute supremacy, rendering the entire world incapable of even glimpsing our tail lights. The Kirin 1 is merely the inception. There will undoubtedly be a Kirin 2, 3, and 4. When we reach the realm of a mere few microns, or even to the extent of a few nanometers, the rest shall be inconsequential." Nanometer scale? Wang Jingfei must be bewildered. It is essential to recognize that 1 nanometer is equivalent to 1,000 microns. Should we attain a mere 0.1 nanometers, it would be akin to divine prowess, verging on a miracle. Such an advanced chip would necessitate extraordinarily sophisticated lithography machines for its fabrication. The very thought of it is beyond his imagination. In truth, machines capable of operating at a few nanometers are already remarkable. Even in the forthcoming 21st century, the most advanced chips will merely reach 16 nanometers. However, it is wisely said that the journey is boundless. The inability to achieve something now does not preclude the possibility of future success. Humanity has persevered to this day by accumulating experience through countless failures, has it not? Wang Jingfei, suppressing his inner agitation, shifted the topic. "By the way, Mr. Lei, how are your discussions with the officials progressing?" Lei Long replied nonchalantly, "Quite well. They have invited me to invest and have presented numerous favorable conditions. Currently, Minister Jin is seeking approval from higher authorities." Wang Jingfei narrowed his eyes, a change in his demeanor. "Mr. Lei, are you implying that you wish to invest in the Korean Empire?" His tone carried a hint of discomfort. After all, from a certain perspective, Lei Long is also a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Moreover, he has already invested in our homeland and is now turning to the Koreans. This does seem somewhat disloyal. To put it another way, were it he would undoubtedly invest wholeheartedly in the Dragon Nation, never considering other ventures. Especially now when the Dragon Nation is in dire need of investment. Observing Wang Jingfei's expression and tone, Lei Long immediately grasped the other's sentiments. He understood the importance of sentimentality within the cultural context of the Dragon Nation, given that he now holds a Hong Kong identity. Having invested in the British Empire and now in Korea, it is only natural for Wang Jingfei to harbor such misunderstandings. However, Lei Long could only remark that Wang Jingfei's perspective was rather narrow. A limited outlook, reminiscent of an empire that once isolated itself, ultimately leads to ruin. Failing to see the present and being self-righteous only results in stagnation. It has been said that by engaging in external exchanges and adopting an open stance towards the world, one can gradually recognize oneself and acknowledge one's shortcomings, striving to catch up and even surpass. The world is a diverse platform. Facing the world opens up more opportunities and resources. The entire world resembles a small stream. Beyond it lies a river, and beyond the river, a great sea. Whether as an individual or an empire, one exists in the world like a fish. Only by merging into broader waters can one attain greater freedom and witness a vaster sky. As for Wang Jingfei's concerns regarding the steadfastness of sentiment, Lei Long possesses his own unique insights. Sentiment is not merely spoken, it is manifested through actions. Mr. Wang, the world is interconnected, and the outside realm will offer abundant opportunities and prospects. Your research in chips and lithography technology is also rooted in knowledge gained from exchanges, is it not? Lei Long's gaze became profound as he succinctly conveyed his thoughts. Some matters are best left unelaborated. Wang Jingfei nodded, deep in contemplation. Soon, clarity washed over him, and he offered an apologetic smile. "Mr. Lei, your wisdom is immense. It seems I have been rather short-sighted." Lei Long chuckled lightly and reminded Mr. Wang, "In the near future, many companies will seek collaboration with you. Investment is welcome, but technological details must remain confidential. Furthermore, internal staff must be consistently reminded. It is no exaggeration to say that Longwei will soon be our Dragon Nation's first high-tech product to venture into the world. This serves as a significant business card, not only providing immense wealth for you and Longwei, but also attracting foreign investments to our homeland. We must ensure that others do not pry or steal this opportunity." His words were direct and unequivocal. Indeed, he did not mind the technology itself. He could exchange it for even more advanced technologies. However, for Longwei and the entire Dragon Nation, it represents a business card to the world. In this era, it is already a first-rate technology. Should it fall into the hands of others, the loss would be substantial. Wang Jingfei nodded solemnly. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Lei. From now on, Any collaboration involving Long Wei will be reported to you, and I hope you will oversee our endeavors. Lei Long nodded. No problem. After exchanging a few more words, Wang Jingfei stood to take his leave. As he opened the door, he encountered the innocent yet alluring Shuya, her lips curling into a knowing smile. Tonight, Lei Long had indulged in pleasure. As night deepened, only Lei Long and Shuya remained in the living room. They had consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, and the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Shuya suddenly stood and approached Lei Long, pouring him another cup of tea. As she bent down, her neckline dipped, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her figure. Mr. Lei, after a long day, would you like me to give you a massage? Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke. You can massage? Shuya smiled. Of course, I am quite capable of such things. Chapter 145. A Rising Force. Meeting with the president of Samsung. Lei Long extinguished his cigarette and replied with a grin. Just as well, my back and waist are a bit sore. Please assist me. Thank you. Shuya smiled gently. Minister Jean specifically instructed me to take good care of you, Mr. Lei. As long as you are satisfied, that is all that matters. Please lie back on the sofa. Soon, Shuya placed her hands on Lei Long's shoulders and began to massage gently. To his surprise, her technique was quite professional. The pressure just right. It was evident that she had undergone professional training. As she massaged, Shuya inquired, Mr. Lei, what are your impressions of our Korean culture? Lei Long, with eyes closed, replied, not bad. Just not bad. Shuya teased playfully. We have many fun places, delicious food, and much more to enjoy. Lei Long chuckled. What kind of fun? Shuya did not respond, but increased the pressure of her massage. By the way, Mr. Lei, you are so young and accomplished. It truly piques my curiosity. Curiosity about what? I am curious about what kind of woman an exceptional man like you would be attracted to. Lei Long lifted his teacup and took a sip. Someone like you would be quite suitable. Shuya's eyes sparkled. The night view of Seoul outside the window twinkled like a galaxy. The following morning, when Lei Long awoke, Shuya had already departed. On the bedside lay a note with a message. Mr. Lei, I have returned home. Until we meet again, I truly enjoyed last night. Yours, Shuya. Long touched his forehead and couldn't help but admit that Minister Jin's arrangement was quite astute. All risks had been deftly circumvented. Even if a throng of journalists were to burst in at this very moment, it would be utterly futile. After freshening up and changing into his attire, Gao Jin knocked and entered. Mr. Lei, a call has come in from Samsung. Chairman Li Jinshi would like to invite you to their headquarters this morning. The car is ready. Lei Long nodded, as this was an appointment he had arranged the previous day. The Samsung brand holds considerable promise for the future. It is imperative to cultivate essential connections. In the realm of interests, there exist no boundaries, only profit. Meanwhile, the media landscape in Seoul erupted with fervor. Every journalist, even television stations, were consumed by the same headline. Longwa's semiconductor rises with might. Kirin chip shocks the world. 0.5 microns. Longwa breaks Western technological monopoly. Ascending as Asia's pinnacle. Lei Long's presence in Seoul signified that he was the mastermind behind the Kirin chip. The headlines were strikingly prominent. Simultaneously, the news broadcast displayed footage from yesterday's conference. Wang Jingfei stood on stage, holding the Kirin chip, while Hans addressed the camera, stating, the data is authentic. This is a chip of global elite standards. On the streets, conversations buzzed everywhere. Hey, have you heard? Longwa's Longwei company has produced a 0.5 micron chip. What? That can't be true. Hans from ASML personally tested it. The data is legitimate, surpassing even ASML. How on earth did Longwa achieve this? Is it even possible? My goodness. How did they manage it? Asia is on the rise. Kirin number 1, what a pleasant name. Hey, come on, don't you have any ambition? Samsung is the real powerhouse. Oh, please, face reality. You should study more instead of daydreaming. Hasn't Samsung always claimed to be Asia's best? How did they suddenly get surpassed? Who knows? Honestly, there's no need to worry. It's just 0.5 microns. Our Samsung will soon outpace them. As the citizens debated at Samsung Group's headquarters, Lei Long arrived at the building's entrance. A lineup of impeccably dressed individuals awaited him. Li Jinshi personally greeted him with a wide smile. Mr. Lei, welcome. It is our honor to have you here. This warmth surpassed that of the previous day's conference by a tenfold margin. Lei Long nodded. Chairman Li, you are too kind. We are all in the same industry. It's essential to foster communication. Colleagues, Li Jinshi slightly froze at the word, yet he acknowledged it. Mr. Lei, please, come in. The two entered the building side by side. The elevator whisked them directly to the top floor, to Li Jinshi's office. The view was splendid, offering a panoramic perspective of the entire city of Seoul. This old chap certainly knows how to save her life. Just envisioning stepping into the office and gazing out at the bustling city below, where people scurry about like ants, is an exhilarating experience, especially for a man. This is the ultimate aspiration of a lifetime. Chairman Li, I truly envy you, Lei Long remarked, observing the flowing traffic and pedestrians below. Li Jinshi stepped forward. while a nearby female secretary discreetly presented a freshly baked gachapon to Lei Long, who accepted it. He then said, "Mr. Lei, you jest with your level of wealth. I could never hope to catch up. What I possess, you too can attain. If you wish, you could immigrate here, and the entire Samsung would be at your disposal. This place could be yours." Lei Long turned to gaze at Li Jianxi, pondering if the man might be somewhat unhinged. To make such a bold offer right off the bat. If he were to accept, would Li Jianxi be able to maintain his dignity? "Thank you for your generous offer. Chairman Li, I appreciate it. Mr. Lei, please take a seat." They settled onto the sofa, and the female secretary placed tea before them before quietly stepping aside. Li Jianxi exhaled a puff of smoke. "Mr. Lei, to be candid, I invited you here today to discuss potential collaboration." Lei Long nodded. "What sort of collaboration does Chairman Li have in mind?" Li Jianxi promptly replied, "To be frank, Samsung has invested significantly in the semiconductor sector over the years to catch up with global standards, yet we remain constrained by ASML and Nikon. We are willing to pay a premium for your Kirin chip technology and lithography machine technology." Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette, his expression cool. "Purchase? Chairman Li, do you think that's feasible?" Li Jianxi chuckled awkwardly. "Ahem, I knew that would be impossible. How about this? Let us collaborate. We could establish a joint venture, share technology, and divide the market. Set your terms, and as long as they are reasonable, I, Li Jianxi, will not hesitate to support it wholeheartedly." Lei Long shook his head. "While we can establish a joint venture and even provide you with 0.5 micron chips, sharing technology is out of the question. We are all sensible individuals here. I need not elaborate further." Chapter 146, Investing in Samsung. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxi hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Lei, I was presumptuous. Longwei is indeed doing quite well, and we genuinely wish to deepen our collaboration. What are your thoughts?" His demeanor was exceedingly earnest. There was no denying that he had invested heavily in Samsung. However, their competitive edge in the marketplace was lacking. For instance, Lei Long's Thunder phone stood in stark contrast to Samsung's offerings, which were of a lesser caliber. While Samsung performed admirably in Korea, they faltered on the international stage. It is no exaggeration to say that the #1 smartphone seller worldwide is Thunder. Moreover, the chip industry encompasses numerous sectors, including smartphones, computers, automobiles, servers, home appliances, the Internet of Things, military applications, IC design, and wafer manufacturing. Thus, it spans a vast array of industries, promising substantial profits. Whoever possesses formidable chip technology wields significant power over these industries, and profits will naturally follow. Samsung genuinely seeks to collaborate with Lei Long to develop more refined chips and expand its market share. Lei Long observed Li Jianxi's eager expression. "Collaboration is possible. Here's the deal. I will provide you with lithography technology and 0.5 micron technology, but I require 30 equity in Samsung." At this, Li Jianxi fell silent, instinctively reaching for another gachapon to light up, taking a deep drag. 30% equity is indeed a bold demand. Lei Long studied Li Jianxi's expression, a knowing smile playing on his lips. What is wrong with trading world-class technology for your 30 equity? The rationale behind Lei Long's proposal was simple. Samsung is undoubtedly a prominent player in the future. Currently, however, it merely constitutes a strong local entity in Korea. However, Lei Long is acutely aware of the future potential of Samsung. On February 26, 2026, Samsung Electronics achieved a remarkable milestone, surpassing a market capitalization of $1 trillion. The esteemed company ranks as the 12th largest globally and the 3rd largest in Asia, trailing only TSMC and Saudi Aramco, solidifying its status as a leading enterprise on the world stage. In 1990, Samsung's semiconductor division began its ascent, establishing itself as the global leader in DRAM memory, effectively overshadowing competitors from Japan. Back then, Lee Jae-yong was undeniably ruthless, willing to sell at a loss and make substantial investments, ultimately outlasting several established giants. By 2020, Samsung had become one of the largest semiconductor companies in the world, generating annual revenues in the hundreds of billions of dollars. When it comes to memory modules, it is no exaggeration to state that out of every 10 sold worldwide, 6 were produced by Samsung. Subsequently, Samsung soared, particularly in its mobile phone division, transitioning from feature phones to smartphones, evolving from imitation to innovation, relentlessly pursuing competitors like Nokia, Motorola, and Apple. Nokia once commanded a staggering 40% market share. Yet with the advent of the smartphone era, it quickly fell by the wayside. Motorola fared even worse, being acquired by Google only to be sold again, ultimately losing its identity, while Samsung not only survived but thrived, expanding its dominance. Post-2010, Samsung became the world's top smartphone vendor, shipping 300 million units annually, surpassing Apple. While Apple focused on profit, Samsung concentrated on market share, with both companies firmly establishing their grip on the global market. In the shipbuilding sector, Samsung Heavy Industries stands as one of the largest shipyards globally. It is among the few capable of constructing LNG carriers for transporting liquefied natural gas, and can also build drilling platforms for deep-sea engineering, each valued at billions of dollars. For every 10 LNG vessels sold worldwide, 3 are built by Samsung Heavy Industries. In the realm of home appliances, Samsung televisions have led the market in sales for over 2 decades, evolving from CRTs to LCDs and OLEDs. Refrigerators, washing machines, and air conditioners are ubiquitous, particularly in the United States, where a visit to any electronics store reveals an abundance of Samsung products. Furthermore, Samsung's influence extends into chemicals, construction, finance, insurance, and defense. The conglomerate boasts dozens of subsidiaries, with operations spanning the globe. Samsung CT constructs skyscrapers, Samsung Life Insurance sells policies, and Samsung Securities engages in stock trading. While Samsung's defense sector manufactures weaponry, a humorous saying in Korea suggests that throughout one's life, one cannot escape 3 things: taxes, death, and Samsung. By around 2020, Samsung Group's annual revenue exceeded $300 billion, a figure surpassing the GDP of Hong Kong, a highly developed region where annual GDP hovers around $200 billion. One could say that Samsung alone rivals the entire economy of Hong Kong. Its net profits exceed $3 to $4 billion, amounting to approximately $100 million per day. Lei Long once read a report while scrolling through his phone that highlighted Samsung Electronics' daily profits, sufficient to purchase 1,000 Hyundai cars or to pay the annual salaries of 100,000 Korean workers. This underscores Samsung's formidable future potential. Although its current market value stands at just over $20 billion, decades from now, it could multiply to hundreds of times that figure. Holding a 30 equity stake equates to a potential treasure trove, starting at no less than $200 billion. What does $200 billion represent? It is enough to acquire all publicly listed companies in Hong Kong, to erect 100 skyscrapers in Manhattan, or to allow the Lei family to live in perpetual luxury without exhausting their fortune. Presently, Lei Long merely needs to present a set of lithography technology and a 0.5-micron chip technology. Given Samsung's capabilities, it would take at least 1 to 2 years of research to develop their own version post-acquisition of the technology. During these 2 years, the market remains under Lei Long's control. Even if Samsung manages to produce within a year, Lei Long would possess even more advanced technology, 0.35 microns, 0.25 microns, 0.18 microns, or even at the nanoscale. While Samsung takes a step forward, he progresses 2 steps ahead. Samsung will forever trail behind, left to consume dust. This calculation yields an undeniable profit. Though Lee Jae-yong cannot foresee the events of 30 years hence, Lei Long can. This is the advantage of a time traveler. While others engage in business, he possesses foresight. For him, earning money is merely a matter of prediction, excluding lotteries, of course, even with precognitive abilities. He would find himself at the mercy of such luck. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-yong's mind is in a state of tumultuous deliberation, weighing the pros and cons currently. Samsung's situation is far from favorable. It is no exaggeration to say that the company is burdened with debt. The options are stark. Either continue to innovate and develop superior chip technology, but Lei Long has already achieved 0.5 microns. Even if Samsung reaches that point in the future, the market will already belong to Lei Long. They may either persist and potentially stumble into ruin, or, of course, the best course of action would be to acquiesce to Lei Long's demands. Chapter 147. Joining the Samsung board. Lee Jae-yong paced back and forth in his room for a considerable time. Lei Long had already smoked 2 high-end cigars and could no longer sit still. Mr. Lee, you must understand one thing. I am not here to plead for your cooperation. Rather, it is you who seeks my partnership. The technology resides with me. The market is in my grasp, and I will collaborate with whomever I choose. Today it could be Samsung, tomorrow Hyundai, and the day after, perhaps the Netherlands, the United States, or TSMC. This is merely out of respect for Minister Kim. Otherwise, in my eyes, Samsung is less significant than my subsidiary, Thunder Technology. Mr. Lee, if this does not work for you, then let us conclude our discussion here. With that, Lei Long feigned to leave. Lee Jae-yong suddenly turned around, gritting his teeth. Mr. Lei, that proportion is too steep. The utmost I can offer is 15. Lei Long rubbed his temples. Mr. Lee, are you haggling as if you were at a market? Lee Jae-yong sighed. Mr. Lei, my family holds only 48 of the shares. Granting you 30 would leave me with a difficult explanation to my family. Moreover, it would alter the balance of power, and the support I receive from above would also change. Lei Long set down his teacup. Mr. Lee, it's simple. You transfer 30 to me, and you can continue acquiring shares from other stakeholders. Furthermore, have you considered the benefits I bring to you? Lee Jae-yong sat down. Silent. Lei Long's tone turned cold. Do you comprehend what a 0.5 micron chip signifies? I will dictate the rules of the global semiconductor market. Those who collaborate with me will reap the rewards, while those who do not will be left with nothing. Samsung is currently ensnared by ASML and Nikon. How uncomfortable must that be? You know it all too well, and I can liberate you from this discomfort. But the condition is a 30 equity stake. As for the policies from above, you need not worry, since I am here. The policies I negotiate will undoubtedly surpass what you could achieve. Li Jianxi exhaled a cloud of stale air. Each word spoken by Lei Long pierced his heart like a dagger. All right, Mr. Lei, I acquiesce. Lei Long smiled with satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, Li Jianxi's secretary drafted the contract. Lei Long perused it thoroughly. There were not many pitfalls within the agreement. Samsung was rather pragmatic. However, Lei Long added several clauses that would benefit himself, as he was determined not to let his investment go to waste. Once the contract was revised, Li Jianxi handed it to Lei Long, saying, Mr. Lei, please sign. Lei Long nodded and inscribed his name on the document. Li Jianxi rose, beaming with joy. Mr. Lei, I hope our collaborative friendship endures. I also wish for our future endeavors to flourish and prosper, reaping greater rewards. Lei Long extended his hand with a smile. Chairman Li, this is precisely what I anticipate. I believe that Samsung will undoubtedly ascend to become a top-tier global corporation. Companies like TSMC will merely kneel at your feet. Li Jianxi nodded, acknowledging the words of the wealthiest man in Hong Kong, whose eloquence was truly commendable. This is the equity transfer agreement. Mr. Lei, please keep it safe. From this moment on, you are the largest shareholder of Samsung. Congratulations. By the way, for such a significant matter, I need to convene the board of directors for an announcement. There's no time like the present. I wonder if Mr. Lei is available today? Lei Long nodded. I can make time. Excellent. Li Jianxi replied, turning to his female secretary. Go. Immediately convene the board of directors for a meeting at 2 p.m. No one is to be late, nor may anyone request leave. Inform them that I have a major announcement. The female secretary nodded. Yes, Chairman Li. At 2 p.m. In the Samsung Group conference room, the rectangular table was filled with attendees. Over 20 core directors of Samsung Group and heads of various subsidiaries were present, all clad in suits, their expressions grave and inquisitive. They were clueless about the unfolding events, as such impromptu meetings were a rarity in the past. At exactly 2 o'clock, the door to the conference room swung open. Li Jianxi entered alongside Lei Long. Upon seeing Lei Long, the crowd momentarily froze, quickly regaining their composure. The media had recently been rife with reports about Lei Long. He was the wealthiest man in Hong Kong, the behind-the-scenes boss of the company at the Semiconductor Exchange Conference, personally summoned by Minister Jin. What was he doing at Samsung's board meeting? Could it be that Li Jianxi had secured an investment? Li Jianxi approached the head of the table but did not take a seat, instead surveying the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you here today to announce a significant development. The room fell silent. Effective immediately, Mr. Lei Long is officially the largest shareholder of Samsung Group, holding a 30 stake. As the words settled, the conference room erupted in chaos. What? 30? Chairman Li, what is the meaning of this? Where did this 30 stake come from? We were unaware. Questions erupted from every corner. If he is here to invest, we would be more than welcome. However, if he intends to take the reins, I'm afraid we cannot agree. A flurry of inquiries was raised. Li Jianxi raised his hand to silence them and began to explain, I understand your shock, but this is the best choice for Samsung. We have been in the semiconductor industry for 20 years, yet we are still being stifled by ASML and Nikon, unable to make breakthroughs. However, Mr. Lei can provide us with advanced lithography machines and 0.5-micron chip technology. Once we achieve a technological breakthrough, there will be profits for everyone. Furthermore, this 30 stake is something I have voluntarily relinquished. It will not affect your interests. Chairman Li, you are relinquishing this 30 stake? Li Jianxi nodded earnestly, stating, it is my personal stake and will not impinge upon your interests. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions softened considerably. As long as their own interests remained intact, they were inclined to allow Li Jianxi to proceed as he saw fit. Whether Samsung would bear the Li surname or the Lei surname moving forward was a matter for the Li family to decide, and of no concern to them as employees. Mr. Jin was the first to speak up. If Chairman Li has made this decision, I have no objections. Others quickly echoed their agreement. I too have no objections. Since Chairman Li believes this is viable, I support Mr. Lei's inclusion on the board. The opportunity for Mr. Lei to join us is indeed an honor. The rapid shift in their attitudes was more fickle than a weather vane. Lei Long, seated at the head of the table, smiled faintly. This is human nature, consistent regardless of location. Sensing the absence of opposition, Li Jianxi exhaled with relief and turned to Lei Long. Mr. Lei, would you care to say a few words? Chapter 148, Controlling the Board. Surrendering to Chung. Lei Long nodded, scanning the room, and spoke calmly. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your thoughts. A Hong Kong native, an outsider. What right do I have to claim a 30 stake? Right? No one answered, clearly in tacit agreement. It is because I possess what you desire: lithography technology, 0.5-micron chips, and even more advanced technologies for the future. You could toil for a decade and still not achieve these on your own. By collaborating with me, within 2 years you will be able to produce your own devices. In the future, you will surpass Nikon of Sakura country in 10 years. And stand shoulder to shoulder with ASML in 20 years, securing a place for Samsung in the global semiconductor market. This is what I bring to you. This is my assurance to Chairman Lee and to you all. Of course, you may also refuse my involvement and withdraw your investments, seeking other avenues for development. The choice is now yours. The conference room fell silent. The attendees exchanged glances, and soon someone began to applaud. Old Pooh was the first to rise. Bowing to Lei Long. Mr. Lei, we may have offended you earlier. Please forgive us. Since Chairman Lee has agreed, we too shall consent. We support Mr. Lei's inclusion. Others quickly followed suit, offering various polite remarks. There was no alternative, given the current situation. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could not alter the outcome. Moreover, Lei Long's capabilities were evident. To put it plainly, their dissatisfaction stemmed from the fact that Lei Long was an outsider, a Hong Kong native, rather than a Korean. Li Jianxi observed this scene, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, uncertain if his decision was correct. Simultaneously, he admired Lei Long. This young man was indeed remarkable, managing to silence these seasoned foxes with just a few words. Very well, since there are no objections, I shall now issue my first directive as chairman. The semiconductor industry is a high-end sector with vast prospects for development. Samsung must not linger in the shadows, but instead, lead the charge at the forefront. Thus, Samsung is poised to make a significant foray into the semiconductor industry, ramping up research and development investments, expanding production capacity, and seizing market share. Naturally, other business sectors cannot be neglected: electronics, shipbuilding, chemicals, construction, and finance. All divisions must continue to grow. Samsung is not merely a singular entity, but a conglomerate. Only through comprehensive development can it firmly establish itself in the global market. A chorus of agreement filled the room. Lei Long, observing the youthfulness of the assemblage, was pleasantly surprised by their profound business insights. He continued, as a principal shareholder, I shall invest 4 billion won to facilitate the expansion of the semiconductor division. This investment is not a mere gift, it demands tangible results. In the future, I intend to invest even more. I hope everyone will strive together to contribute to our company's goals and ensure Samsung stands tall on the grand stage of the world. As his words echoed, a momentary silence enveloped the conference room, followed by a thunderous applause. For billion won. While it may not completely resolve Samsung's debt issues, it is indeed a substantial sum. With this capital, the semiconductor division can at least take a significant leap forward. At that moment, the board members' perceptions of Lei Long underwent a dramatic transformation. What outsiders? What Hong Kong nationals? Those who can produce real capital are indeed one of their own. Old Pooh led the applause, his claps resounding louder than anyone else's. Faces flushed with excitement. The others, too, wore smiles, as though the earlier doubts had never been uttered. The meeting concluded, and the attendees gradually dispersed, leaving only Li Jianxi and Lei Long in the conference room. Li Jianxi retrieved a box of Cohiba cigars from his drawer, offering one to Lei Long. Mr. Lei, I hope the earlier scene did not amuse you too much. Lei Long accepted the cigar, ignited it, and took a puff. Quite normal, I can understand. Li Jianxi sighed and lit one for himself. Human sentiments are so complex. Though I am the president, I must consider their perspectives. These individuals have been with the Li family for so many years, each harboring their own agendas, and sometimes, even as the president, my words may not hold sway. Lei Long nodded, exhaling a plume of smoke. It's the same everywhere. The directors from Hong Kong are even more challenging. Moreover, wherever there are interests, there exists a realm of intrigue. They fell silent for a few seconds, before Li Jianxi suddenly inquired, Mr. Lei, were your earlier statements genuine? In 20 years, will Samsung truly stand shoulder to shoulder with ASML? Lei Long exhaled smoke and chuckled. Chairman Lei, do you think I would deceive you? Li Jianxi shook his head, but the bitterness on his face was unmistakable. No, it's just that I barely dare to envision such a distant future. You have seen Samsung's current circumstances: substantial debt, technological bottlenecks, and market pressures. Were it not for the ongoing support from the authorities, today Samsung might not have persisted. He candidly admitted, there are nights when I find it hard to sleep, contemplating how much longer Samsung can endure. Lei Long exhaled smoke, his gaze deepening. Chairman Lei, may I pose a question to you? Please, Li Jianxi replied. Did you foresee where you would be today, 20 years ago? Li Jianxi was momentarily taken aback. 20 years prior, he had just returned from studying abroad and joined Samsung. Back then, Samsung was merely a modest trading firm, incomparable to its current stature. I truly did not know, Li Jianxi answered earnestly. Lei Long nodded. Precisely. 20 years is both a long and a fleeting span. When you look back, you will realize that what seems impossible now has indeed been accomplished. Merely speaking without action will ultimately yield no results. Your audacity to pivot Samsung from trade to electronics, to invest heavily in semiconductors, was also a gamble, was it not? Now, it is merely a gamble once more. Li Jianxi fell silent, recalling those years. In the early 1980s, he had resolutely decided to venture into semiconductors despite widespread dissent. Everyone claimed he was mad, that Samsung lacked the capability, that the semiconductor industry was a money-burning venture. Yet, he pressed on. And what was the outcome? While Samsung semiconductors may not rival ASML or Nikon, they are nonetheless a significant player in Asia. Mr. Lei speaks the truth. Li Jianxi exhaled smoke, reflecting on his gamble. The two exchanged knowing smiles. In that moment, there were no constraints of nationality, only the camaraderie of kindred spirits. Only merchants understand the true essence of a gamble. 3 days later, at the Ministry of Trade, Lei Long returned to the Ministry of Trade building, this time greeted with even higher honor. Minister Jin himself welcomed him at the entrance, accompanied by several impeccably dressed officials. Clearly not ordinary figures. Chapter 149. The favorable policies arrive, and Li Jianxi is astounded. Mr. Lei, welcome, welcome. Minister Jin beamed. The higher authorities have approved your requests in full, and the favorable policies are even better than Samsung's. Lei Long smiled. Thank you for your efforts, Minister Jin. They entered the office and took their seats. The elegant secretary, Xu Ya, served tea, winking at Lei Long before discreetly exiting. Minister Jin retrieved a document from his briefcase, presenting it to Lei Long with both hands. Mr. Lei, this is the specially approved favorable policy. Lei Long accepted it, perusing the pages. Tax exemptions. Full exemption from corporate income tax for 3 years, with a 50% reduction in the subsequent 2 years. Land incentives. Prime industrial land near Seoul provided free of charge, allowing for construction of any desired scale. Foreign exchange freedom. Profits can be freely remitted without currency control. Talent acquisition. Lei Long's enterprises may freely recruit foreign talent, with government assistance for visas and housing subsidies. Research subsidies. Annual provision of a certain percentage of research funding to support semiconductor research and development. Each item was clearly articulated. Lei Long raised his head, revealing a profound smile. Minister Jin, the extent of these incentives indeed exceeds my expectations. I had not anticipated such generosity. It is simply remarkable. He marveled. I knew the Koreans could be naive, but I did not expect them to be this generous. Truly, it aligns perfectly with my interests. Minister Jin chuckled. Of course. Mr. Lei, you are a valued guest of our nation. The higher authorities have stated that as long as you are willing to invest long-term, the favorable policies can continue indefinitely, and should you have any further needs in the future, discussions can be held at any time. Lei Long nodded, recognizing the statement as mere formalities. The future? Who can truly predict it? One story is abundantly clear, the tale of the farmer and the snake, which vividly illustrates ingratitude. Nonetheless, even with this awareness, Lei Long chose to invest, for he is a businessman, always prioritizing profit. As long as one remembers enough, negotiations can ensue. Minister Jin, I appreciate this sentiment. Minister Jin's smile widened. Mr. Lei, what are your plans moving forward? Lei Long pondered for a moment. You should have received Chairman Li's message by now. Minister Jin nodded affirmatively. I am preparing to establish the semiconductor business. The funding is secured, and the technology will be provided gradually. Within 2 years, I aim for Samsung to independently manufacture 0.5-micron chips. Minister Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. With your assurance, we can rest easy. That very afternoon, Lei Long returned to Samsung's headquarters. Li Jianxi was already waiting in his office. Lei Long handed the preferential policy document to Li Jianxi. Chairman Li, please take a look at this. As Li Jianxi received the document and glanced through it, he was taken aback. What is this? It is the preferential policy specially approved by Minister Jin. As he flipped through the pages, his expression grew increasingly complex. Tax reductions, land incentives, unrestricted foreign exchange, talent acquisition, research subsidies. Each item surpassed Samsung's current policies significantly, and not by a small margin. He raised his gaze to meet Lei Long's. His eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Mr. Lei, this is truly remarkable. To be honest, he was genuinely astonished. This policy can be deemed the most favorable in history. Moreover, the critical aspect is that it has indeed received official approval, complete with the appropriate seals. In simple terms, these policies granted to Lei Long are, in essence, granted to Samsung. Leaning back on the sofa, Lei Long leisurely lit a cigarette. I told you. The policies I secured for them are undoubtedly superior to what you could have obtained. Do you believe me now? Li Jianxi took a deep breath. He believed it. He set the document down and fell silent for a long while. Suddenly, he laughed. There was a sense of relief, gratitude, and a hint of apprehension. Had he not agreed to the conditions proposed by Lei Long, had he not transferred 30 of the shares to him, these opportunities would have been beyond Samsung's reach. They might have gone to another company, while he would have been left watching helplessly. Li Jianqi exhaled a heavy sigh. Mr. Lei, thank you. Lei Long replied. Don't thank me. I do this for my own sake. Samsung's success will enhance the value of my shares, won't it? Li Jianqi nodded. So what comes next? Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke. Next, it's time to get down to business. With funding, policies, and technology in place, I expect to see Samsung's own 0.5-micron chips within 2 years. Li Jianqi stood up, nodding solemnly. Understood. By the way, Mr. Lei, you may need to attend a press conference tomorrow. After all, Samsung is a major enterprise in Korea, and according to higher authorities, any change in the chairmanship must be made public. As he spoke, there was a hint of concern in his tone. After all, Lei Long is an outsider. If this news were to be released, it could provoke social unrest and discontent. However, it must be disclosed. Lei Long nodded. No problem. That evening, the two dined together. After dinner, Li Jianqi gazed at Lei Long's departing figure, his complex emotions lingering long after. What will Samsung be like in 30 years? He was eager to find out. Meanwhile, Lei Long was out on a date with Shuya, marking another sleepless night. The next day, at the Shilla Hotel, in the Grand Banquet Hall. At 10 in the morning, the entrance of the Shilla Hotel was swarmed with reporters, creating a bottleneck. All the mainstream media from Korea had arrived. Chosun Ilbo, Junggang Ilbo, Donghae Ilbo, Han News, along with KBS, MBC, and SBS, setting up their cameras. Even reporters from other nations, including the Japanese Kyodo News, Reuters, and the Associated Press, rushed in with their equipment. The atmosphere outside was highly elevated, with not only barricades, but also a significant police presence. Beyond the barricades, curious citizens observed the scene. Bewildered, what is happening? So many reporters? You don't know? Samsung has changed its owner. Changed owners? What about Li Jianqi? He is still here. But now there's a bigger player, Lei Long, the richest man from Hong Kong. I heard he officially became Samsung's largest shareholder yesterday. Minister Jean summoned Lei Long again. A Hong Konger? Isn't he from Long Country? Allowing him to take a stake in Samsung? Allowing an outsider to become the largest shareholder in our major enterprise? Is Li Jianqi out of his mind? Is Samsung out of its mind? Handing over a primary industry to an outsider? Whether they're crazy remains to be seen. We'll know soon enough at the press conference. The crowd buzzed with chatter, discussions swirling. Chapter 150, The Assault of Cameras and Recorders. At the press conference, the entire Samsung board was present, including Li Jianqi, Old Park, and the department heads. Even Minister Jean attended in person, causing quite a stir among the media. However, speculation remained just that, speculation, awaiting confirmation. Soon, the host took the stage, signaling for silence. Following that, Li Jianqi stepped up to the podium. Dear journalists and esteemed guests, thank you for being here today. The room quieted down. Li Jianqi surveyed the audience and calmly stated, we convene this press conference to announce that Samsung Group has reached a strategic cooperation agreement with Hong Kong's Thunder Group and Long Country's Longway Company. Mr. Lei Long officially becomes Samsung's largest individual shareholder, holding 30 of the shares, and assumes the position of chairman of Samsung Group. As soon as the words left his lips, the audience erupted in chaos. No one had anticipated that the rumors circulating outside were true. Lei Long truly held the reins of Samsung. Is this for real? Mr. Li, why would you transfer 30 of the shares to an outsider when Samsung possesses the world's top-tier chip technology? Are you pursuing personal gain at the expense of our industry? Mr. Li, you should leave Korea. I will no longer use the Samsung brand. Such a disgraceful act. A journalist with deep ties to Korean sentiment expressed her outrage. Clearly limited by her narrow perspective, she remained trapped in the delusion of Korea being the world's leading nation. Of course, there were also more discerning journalists who inquired, Mr. Li, I believe there must be a reason behind this. Could you elaborate and provide the public with an explanation? Mr. Lei, why have you chosen to invest in Samsung? Minister Jean, what is the government's stance on this collaboration? Mr. Li, the semiconductor industry is a pillar of our nation's advancement. Are you truly sacrificing our national interests for profit? Mr. Li, if you feel you've been deceived, please blink. Mr. Li, the questions from the reporters came at him like bullets on a battlefield. This left Li Jianqi feeling helpless. He knew today his press conference would not be straightforward. After all, the company was vast, and the social responsibilities were immense. However, he chose to remain silent, simply observing. At that moment, Lei Long took the stage. Dressed in a black suit, white shirt, and tie, his hair meticulously styled, he wore a subtle smile. All eyes in the room focused on Lei Long simultaneously. Here was the protagonist of the day, Lei Long. As Lei Long ascended to the stage, fervent discussions erupted among the audience. Is that really him? So youthful? The richest man in Hong Kong. I hear he is only in his 20s. A billionaire at such a young age? Surely, that's a stretch. Haven't you followed the news? In just a few years, he has obliterated the 4 major British trading firms. He has amassed hundreds of billions in US dollars. instantly becoming the wealthiest individual in Hong Kong. No way, is that true? Mr. Lei, I am a reporter from the Morning Daily, and I must inquire, as a Hong Kong native yet an outsider, what qualifies you to be the largest shareholder in Samsung? Samsung is a proud enterprise of our nation. And do you truly believe you possess the credentials for such a role? Or are you perhaps seeking to seize our technology under the guise of this opportunity? I caution you, this is not Hong Kong. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. If you dare to overstep, you will find yourself in grave peril. Please do not evade my question. The reporter spoke with unfiltered candor, revealing his inner discontent. His words silenced the other reporters, as they too were eager to uncover the truth behind the scenes. Minister Jean set down his cup, his brow furrowing slightly, clearly displeased with the reporter's demeanor. He turned to Shuya, his tone heavy with dissatisfaction. Go, investigate this individual and have him removed immediately. A mindless fool. Lei Long chuckled softly. And what is your name? The reporter hesitated for a moment. Park Jong-won. Lei Long replied. Mr. Park, do you know why Samsung ventured into semiconductors? Park Jong-won opened his mouth, but could not respond. Lei Long continued. Did Samsung choose to pursue semiconductors out of desire? No, it was out of necessity. Pressured by the constraints imposed by Japan, the U.S., and the Netherlands. Without this endeavor, your nation would lack high-end brands and competitiveness on the international stage. How could the economy of Korea develop otherwise? The only outcome would be stagnation. Yet, Chairman Lee took action. But he invested 2 decades and hundreds of billions of Korean won. And what was the result? They couldn't stabilize a 0.075 micron chip, achieving a yield rate of less than 30%. The Samsung you take pride in can only be regarded as second-rate technology on the global market. There remains a significant gap when compared to true giants. Now, I arrive with 0.5 micron technology and the world's most advanced lithography technology. I can enable Samsung to produce independently within 2 years, surpass Nikon within 5, and stand shoulder to shoulder with ASML in 10. You question my qualifications? Tell me, do I not possess the requisite credentials? Lei Long's words touched upon the entirety of Korea's economy, leaving Park Jong-won speechless. Lei Long scanned the audience. Is there anyone else who wishes to inquire? Numerous reporters raised their hands, and Lei Long chose a voluptuous lady in red. She stood up. Mr. Lei, do you have evidence to support your claims? After all, the companies that dominate lithography technology are well known, capable of producing 0.7 micron chips, and have already achieved product integration. What about you? You merely showcased the so-called 0.5 micron Kirin chip at a press conference. Should I not question whether the functionality of the product aligns with actual performance? This raises a significant concern. If you possess only chip technology without corresponding product integration, it ultimately amounts to mere window dressing. Moreover, I am increasingly skeptical that this is merely a serendipitous product from Longwei. Your technology appears immature and cannot fulfill the delivery of both technology and product. In the semiconductor industry, yield rate is paramount. Do you have mass production capabilities? A stable supply chain? The ability to integrate with products? Do you have customer orders? The queries from the lady in red came forth like a relentless barrage, each one sharper than the last. Lei Long was momentarily rendered speechless. Here was an opportunity for you to showcase your capabilities. Yet you choose to throw yourself into the fire. Indeed, beautiful women can be untrustworthy. I had foolishly underestimated this. Lei Long nodded, feigning calmness. Madam, your questions are exceptionally insightful. I find it more compelling when others speak on my behalf. With that, Lei Long passed the microphone to Li Jinshi. Chapter 151. I am not here to steal technology. I am here to elevate you. Li Jinshi took the microphone and began to explain, to be candid with everyone. Representatives from Samsung, as well as from the Netherlands, Japan, and the U.S. Empire, have already visited Longwei's production facilities. According to the latest reports, the Kirin chips produced by Longwei are indeed the best in the world in terms of performance, yield rate, and circuitry. Furthermore, Longwei has established a business partnership with Mr. Lei's Thunder Technology Company, and in the future, we will develop even more high-tech products. Mr. Lei has unconditionally shared these technologies with us at Samsung and has invested 40 billion Korean won in our company. Our engineers will be trained at Longwei next month. And within 2 years, we will be able to produce independently. Therefore, I urge you all not to question Mr. Lei. At this moment, Minister Jean also stepped onto the stage, addressing the crowd. The world is evolving, technology is advancing, and nations must collaborate. We must seek mutual benefits. I hope everyone can refrain from harboring any prejudice against Mr. Lei. His generosity is evident, and he can bring us prosperity as a major enterprise in our country. If Samsung achieves significant technological breakthroughs in the future, the value will be immeasurable. It will drive employment, tax revenue, industrial chains, and international competitiveness. These aspects are far more important than anything else. The government supports this collaboration, endorsing Samsung's introduction of advanced technology and Mr. Lei's investment in our country, as it aligns with national interests. Minister Jean delivered a passionate speech. Although somewhat pretentious, his words held merit. As an official, he publicly supported his own. Quite commendable. It must be said that the Korean officials possess a certain understanding. Their perspective has notably broadened. Yet, the ingrained habit of borrowing from others persists. I extend my gratitude to Chairman Lee and Minister Jean for their support. Lei Long expressed his appreciation, then turned his gaze to the multitude of media cameras. Speaking calmly, Chairman Lee and Minister Jean are correct. The entire world is progressing, and cooperation for mutual benefit is the optimal choice. While I cannot represent Longhua or Hong Kong in any decision-making with you Koreans, I, Lei Long, can connect both markets. As long as we collaborate, the living standards, technological advancement, and economy of your nation will undergo transformative changes. I, Lei Long, declare today, I am not here to steal your technology. I am here to elevate you. Time will attest to the truth of my words. In the future, you will be grateful that Samsung made this decision, grateful that I, Lei Long, came here to elevate you. This declaration carries a certain audacity, a boldness without bounds. While some may find it displeasing, Lei Long is now the chairman of Samsung's board, bolstered by officials like Minister Jean. What can these reporters truly do? What can they do? The following day, news from Korea was rampant. Lei Long, not here to steal, but to elevate you. The chief technology officer of ASML has acknowledged that the lithography machines from the Dragon Nation are at the forefront of global technology. The wealthiest individual in the Hong Kong region has taken the helm at Samsung, proclaiming grand ambitions. Conversations abound throughout the streets. It can be said that yesterday's press conference significantly elevated the reputation of Thunder Dragon. His prominence within the land of the Goryeo has surged remarkably. The Blue House, majestically nestled among the mountains, boasts an auspicious location, considered by geomancers to be the destined realm of the Goryeo Empire. At least, that is the narrative spun by the fortune tellers. Yet, to Thunder Dragon, a traveler from another realm, it appears to be a place fraught with curses. The presidents who have operated from this office have seldom met with favorable outcomes: exile, suicide, imprisonment, or worse. The most outrageous tale involves the nation's most sentimental male figure, who, in the 21st century, found himself imprisoned over a surgically altered visage, a true oddity of the ages. In the presidential office, Choi Jong-hwa sat behind a spacious desk, meticulously organizing documents. In his 50s, his hair was streaked with gray, yet his demeanor remained vigorous, his eyes gleaming with the shrewdness characteristic of a seasoned politician. Your Excellency, here are the detailed materials on Thunder Dragon, his secretary announced, placing a stack of documents on the desk. Setting down his pen, Choi perused the papers. The son of Lei Luo, the former chief investigator of Hong Kong, Lei Luo had once been expelled by the Hong Kong government, fleeing with his family. This incident was well within Choi's recollection. Logically, Thunder Dragon should harbor a deep-seated resentment towards British interests. However, the documents indicated that Thunder Dragon maintained a balanced perspective towards Hong Kong, the Dragon Nation, and the British Empire alike. Investment in Hong Kong, investment in the Dragon Nation, and even an acceptance of the GB honor bestowed by the Queen of Britain. He was adept at pleasing both sides, Choi thought to himself. The secretary interjected, Indeed, Your Excellency. Thunder Dragon has invested 16 billion in the Dragon Nation, a greater sum in Hong Kong, and also holds investments in the British Empire. This individual is remarkably astute. Choi nodded in acknowledgement. Astute? It was more than mere astuteness. In just 4 years, this young man, in his 20s, had transformed from an obscure figure to the wealthiest individual in Hong Kong, toppling the 4 major British trading houses, and now he was here, investing without regard for borders. Such a person, merely being astute, was insufficient. He continued to sift through the documents. The Thunder Group boasted assets exceeding 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. Thunder Mobile claimed the title of the world's top-selling phone. Their lithography technology for 0.5-micron chips surpassed even ASML's advancements. Choi set aside the materials and leaned back in his chair, his gaze deepening. By the way, how is Minister Kim's engagement with Thunder Dragon progressing? The secretary replied. Minister Kim has already made contact. He proposed several requests, all of which were approved: tax reductions, land incentives, foreign exchange freedom, talent acquisition, and substantial research subsidies. Choi chuckled. Minister Kim certainly knows how to navigate these waters. The secretary hesitated before speaking. Your Excellency, while he has invested 4 billion Korean won in Samsung, do you not think Minister Kim is overly accommodating? After all, he is an outsider. Choi waved his hand dismissively. Outsider? Samsung is on the brink of collapse. Who cares about outsiders? If he can save Samsung, he is one of us now. This Thunder Dragon is intriguing. The secretary continued. Would you like to meet him? Your Excellency? Choi contemplated for a moment. No rush. Let Minister Kim entertain him for now. We can meet once he has truly revitalized Samsung. The secretary nodded, refraining from further comment. Choi casually picked up a newspaper, noting the headline proclaiming that Thunder Dragon was not here to steal technology, but to elevate them. He touched his nose, amused by the young man's audacity. Indeed, have someone keep an eye on him, not to surveil, but to observe. I am curious to see just how capable this individual truly is, daring to assert he will elevate us. The secretary nodded in understanding. Chapter 152, a proactive dive into the film industry. Choi Jonghwa resumed his seat, grasping the documents. The page showcased Thunder Dragon's photograph, appearing to be in his 20s. This sight momentarily captivated Choi's thoughts. At such a young age, he had already become the wealthiest individual in Hong Kong, possessing hundreds of billions in US dollars and over 1,000 billion in Hong Kong dollars, thriving in finance, and establishing the world's most formidable mobile brand, all while leading the semiconductor industry. What had Choi been doing in his 20s? It seemed he was merely a minor official, preoccupied with meetings, reports, and entertaining superiors. In comparison to Thunder Dragon, he felt inconsequential. However, this thought was fleeting. Wealth, indeed, is a pursuit for many. Yet, there is but one entity that dictates the rules in this world: power, the supreme power. With this realization, Thunder Dragon appeared insignificant. In the days that followed, Thunder Dragon primarily accompanied Minister Kim. Do not misconstrue this. It was not due to any personal preference. Thunder Dragon had accepted Minister Kim's invitation to engage with various domestic capitalists, discussing partnerships. Some conglomerates readily agreed, while others, believing themselves to be of high status, dismissed Thunder Dragon with indifference. Thunder Dragon, however, simply went through the motions. As long as the deal was beneficial, he consented to collaborate. During this time, Shuya proved to be exceptionally understanding, accompanying Thunder Dragon daily. Truly, the women nurtured in Goryeo possess a distinct caliber, proficient in numerous skills. Concurrently, Samsung was addressing various business matters with Wang Zhongfei and Zhu Suasa. After 2 months of groundwork, Thunder Dragon had established connections with several major companies in the semiconductor sector, finalizing chip pricing and related matters. The Kirin 1 chip had commenced mass production. All that remained was to await the returns. Such as the world, possess formidable technology, and one can reap profits not only domestically but globally. Of course, in certain nations that restrict international dealings and in impoverished countries. Thunder Dragon's ambitions to profit within such realms are akin to humanity venturing beyond the galaxy. In the Golden Triangle, progress had also been made. Over the past 2 months, Ague and his team had labored tirelessly. The factory was constructed, equipment installed, and workers trained. The first batch of weapons had already entered production. Ague stood on the shooting range, wielding a brand new assault rifle. This weapon was assembled using parts produced at the Golden Triangle base. Based on the technical blueprints provided by Thunder Dragon, Ague aimed at a target 100 meters away, rat-a-tat-tat. A few bursts, and all bullets clustered around the bullseye. Ague lowered the rifle, a smile gracing his face. A fine weapon, vastly more stable than an AK. An engineer responsible for production approached. Brother Gue, you must note the specifications of this gun. Caliber 5. 56 millimeters, effective range 800 m, magazine capacity 45 rounds, total weight 32 kilograms. Production cost approximately $100. Ague nodded. How much could such a firearm fetch on the international market? For comparable performance, at least $800. Ague nodded. Our minimum price is at least 1,000, which translates to a tenfold profit. TSK. I shall convey the good news to Mr. Lei. That evening, Lei Long received a call from Ague. Mr. Lei, the first batch of weapons has been produced, and the test firing results are exceptional, exceeding our expectations. Leaning back on the sofa, Lei Long's lips curled into a slight smile. Excellent. What is the production capacity? Currently, I am controlling the quantity, with a production capability of 3,000 units per month. If we operate at full capacity, it could exceed 10,000, though several workshops are yet to be completed. Lei Long pondered for a moment. Let us not rush into expanding production. Focus on stabilizing quality and familiarizing the team. I will handle the search for buyers. Understood. After hanging up, Lei Long began to contemplate. There are numerous arms dealers in the world, yet few possess genuine strength. Furthermore, the entire globe is currently in a phase of peaceful development. Wars are indeed rare. However, arms are the cornerstone of a nation, as long as there are reliable channels. Making a profit is merely a matter of simplicity. Yet, the question arises, where to find buyers? Soon, Lei Long retrieved his satellite phone to contact He Chaoqiong. Does your father have any friends in the arms trade over in Macau? He Chaoqiong hesitated. I'm not entirely sure, but my father knows many people. I can inquire. Lei Long nodded. Please ask on my behalf. I seek substantial orders for our latest products and require capable buyers. All right, Lei Long. having not returned to Hong Kong Island after his visit to South Korea, was primarily interested in investing in Samsung, but also sought to explore any additional worthwhile projects. After days of consideration, Lei Long ultimately set his sights on the South Korean film industry. Their cinematic sector is distinctive both now and in the future. Memories of titles like Mommy's Friend and Misha Lounge linger vividly, particularly the future of the live streaming business, where every dancing girl seems more alluring than the last. However, what Lei Long valued most was the dance troupes. There is a saying in the underworld: one may question the strength of South Korean chaebols, but one cannot doubt their vision. Those chosen by the chaebols are undoubtedly top tier. Without hesitation, Lei Long promptly contacted the most renowned film company in South Korea, CJ Entertainment. Minister Jean soon received the news. The call came in precisely. "Mr. Lei, I've heard of your interest in the film industry. Rest assured, our South Korean film industry is among the best in Asia. Should you wish to invest, I will ensure the most favorable policies." Lei Long nodded. "Thank you, Minister Jean. Your support is my greatest motivation to move forward." The next day, at CJ Entertainment's headquarters in Gangnam, Seoul, Lei Long arrived at the office. CJ Entertainment is the largest film company in South Korea, backed by Samsung Group, operating television stations, film production companies, music firms, and managing the largest cinema chain in the country. They hold a position akin to a cinematic overlord, comparable to the likes of Shaw Brothers. President Lee Mi-kyung personally welcomed him at the door. In her 40s, with a sharp bob haircut and dressed in an elegant black suit. Her long legs shimmered in the sunlight, exuding confidence and capability. Within the South Korean entertainment industry, she is an undeniable authority. "Mr. Lei, it is an honor to finally meet you." Lee Mi-kyung extended her hand with a poised smile. "Chairman Lee has spoken of you often, describing you as a once-in-a-century commercial genius." Lei Long grasped her smooth, delicate hand. "You flatter me, President Lee. It's merely luck, nothing worth mentioning." Subsequently, Lei Long took a seat as Lee Mi-kyung personally poured tea. After taking a sip, Lei Long inquired, "President Lee, how fares the film industry in your country?" Lee Mi-kyung sighed and elegantly settled into her chair, responding with poise. "To be candid, our domestic film industry has not been thriving. Many films are imports from Hong Kong, like those produced by your company, Thunder Films, along with Hollywood productions. Our homegrown films are simply not on par. Of course, this is not entirely your fault. It primarily stems from the chaebols in our country, who monopolize all resources." In summary, it's quite grim. Though her words lacked directness, Lei Long immediately grasped her implication. Indeed, the current situation in South Korea is quite bleak. Particularly, the chaebols are primarily monopolistic giants, possessing wealth, power, and, in some cases, dark dealings. This has led them to become arrogant and unscrupulous, indulging in vice, exploiting others, and even nurturing underworld elements, treating human lives with contempt. Playing in the same arena as these individuals is simply unfeasible for Lee Mi-kyung. She struggles against them, especially when it comes to the artists under her wing, particularly the female artists, who have no choice but to comply. Once a company cultivates a rising star, the chaebols will inevitably take notice, and she may find herself forced to accompany them for drinks at night. If they agree, there may still be prospects for advancement. However, should they refuse, even the most popular starlet could vanish from the public eye by the next day. Last year, a top-tier female star in South Korea met her demise beneath a bridge. The circumstances surrounding her death were both gruesome and sordid. As for the police, they merely brushed it aside. Black and white. What constitutes black and what constitutes white? Within the South Korean Empire, power and money define morality, while the common populace remains mere lambs to the slaughter. Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke and said, "President Lee, I had no idea your country's film industry was so intriguing." Lee Mi-kyung rose respectfully. "Mr. Lei, I had long wished to pay you a visit, but your esteemed status held me back. Now that you are here, I implore your assistance. I believe that together we can forge a legendary narrative for the South Korean film industry." In her view, as long as Lei Long became their pillar of support, regardless of whether he was the richest in Hong Kong, at the very least, the government has openly endorsed him. With that alone, the chaebols within South Korea would have to tread carefully. Not to mention, Lei Long's strength is formidable. Given these combined strengths, CJ Entertainment need not fear. In due time, should they produce a major star, they would have the means to protect themselves. Observing Lee Mi-kyung's demeanor, Lei Long felt thoroughly satisfied. If he were to request her to kneel and massage his feet now, she would likely acquiesce without hesitation. After all, such matters are commonplace in South Korea. "President Lee, you are far too gracious. I am friends with Chairman Lee. You are part of his family, and I will certainly assist you. Moreover, you are aware that I have interests in this field as well. My visit is precisely to invest in your company. We are essentially embarking on a mutually beneficial journey. Moreover, we are all individuals hailing from Asia, striving together in the hopes of one day catching up to the West and producing works that surpass theirs in excellence. In a word, Collaboration leads to mutual benefit. We can interchange filming techniques, screenplays, and actors. I am also willing to provide financial support. Upon hearing this, Li Meijing's eyes lit up, her expression brimming with excitement. She understood that Lei Long's visit was no trivial matter, but she never expected that he was genuinely prepared to support her company without any additional conditions. How wonderful. Indeed, it is a mutual endeavor, a willingness from both sides. Be it man or woman. Truly, he is deserving of the title of the most handsome man in this year's Asian Winds report. It is worth noting that she had deliberately adorned herself with an alluring charm today. If this appearance were to catch the eye of any tycoon outside, they would surely be left drooling. Yet Lei Long, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, remained polite and composed, not even stealing a glance at her. Such a partner in collaboration is akin to a savior sent from the heavens. Li Meijing composed herself, suppressing her inner excitement. Mr. Lei, I cannot thank you enough. I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. Noticing Lei Long's intense gaze upon her, she felt a surge of admiration for him. Mr. Lei. Before she could finish, he interjected, please, call me Meijing. Referring to you as President Li feels too formal. Lei Long nodded, promptly addressing her as Meijing, adding, there is no need for such formality. From now on, we are all in this together. Your challenges are my challenges. I will support you wholeheartedly. Meijing nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Absolutely. Afterward, she settled beside Lei Long and remarked, I have thoroughly examined the content produced by Thunder Film. The themes, voiceovers, clarity, and screenplays are all commendable. What suggestions or plans do you have for our company's future in film development? Lei Long pondered for a moment before responding, I won't be directly involved, but I can provide you with 2 directions. Firstly, focus on films and television dramas, and I will connect you with screenplays, actors, and various distribution channels. Meijing inquired, do you think the themes are suitable for our Korean audience? Lei Long replied, realism. The reason Korean films have gained international recognition is their bold portrayal of reality. They dare to depict the entanglements of politics and business, violence, and bloodshed. They have carved out a path through sheer tenacity. The film content should reflect reality. Meijing furrowed her brow, asking, reality? What do you mean? Lei Long elaborated. Portray both the darkness and the light of your empire. I believe the people within Korea would appreciate that. Upon hearing this, Meijing felt enlightened. Mr. Lei, I understand now. Lei Long continued. Secondly, we should fully develop idol groups. The boy and girl bands you are currently working with are merely scratching the surface. If we are to do this, let us aim for the top in Asia and the world. Meijing was momentarily taken aback. The top in Asia? The world's best? That's quite a lofty ambition. Yet, observing Lei Long's expression, she sensed that he was not merely boasting. Lei Long added, I will provide you with specific training content for girl groups in a few days. Moreover, as a gesture of sincerity in our collaboration, I will offer you a financial support of 300 million Korean won, but I require a 51 equity stake. The remaining funds can be allocated for producing works. Meijing gasped in astonishment. 300 million won. After 2 decades in the film industry, she had never encountered such audacity. Investing 300 million directly into film? Was there no fear of it going to waste? Furthermore, that amount could easily purchase over 3 CJ entertainment companies. Mr. Lei, are you serious? Lei Long smiled nonchalantly. Meijing, I am not one to jest. Taking a deep breath, Meijing forced herself to remain calm. After a moment of contemplation, she agreed. For years, she had endured suppression and disdain from others. If she wanted business, she was expected to drink and sleep with them. If she aspired to take the stage, it was the same. She had long harbored resentment towards the conglomerates within Korea. Rather than wait for her demise, she would rather take a chance. Sacrificing 51 equity for 300 million won merely meant relinquishing some control, while gaining countless benefits in return. To a fruitful collaboration. Lei Long stood, extending his hand. Meijing smiled in response. To a fruitful collaboration. Mr. Lei, it is getting late. Allow me to treat you to dinner tonight. I can arrange for you a companion of your preference. Lei Long stepped forward, gazing down at Li Meijing. I prefer someone like you, both fierce and beautiful, easily igniting desire. I wonder if Ms. Meijing would be willing to accompany a gentleman in such a manner? Meijing's face flushed at his words. A flicker of joy sparkled in her eyes as she thought, if she could leverage her appearance for many collaborations with Lei Long, it would deepen their bond. In the future, who would dare to cross her or show her disdain in Korea? Contemplating these advantages, Meijing fixed an assertive gaze upon Lei Long. Very well. I wonder if Mr. Lei possesses the strength to back up such words. Lei Long remained silent, confident that his abilities would speak for themselves. They exchanged smiles, both filled with anticipation for the evening ahead. In the following 3 days, Lei Long accompanied Li Meijing on a tour of various departments within CJ Entertainment. From the television production center to the film shooting base, from the artist training department to the music recording studio, they explored every nook and cranny. There were numerous areas in need of improvement within CJ Entertainment. The equipment was outdated, management was chaotic, the artist training system was lagging, and content creation lacked direction. Lei Long did not hold back, pointing out each issue and proposing solutions. He even summoned Wang Jing from Hong Kong. When Wang Jing received the call while on set, he immediately booked the next flight to Seoul without hesitation. "Rest assured, Mr. Lei, I will handle everything here," Wang Jing assured, patting his chest. "In 3 months, I will train this group, and within a year, they will produce respectable works." Lei Long nodded, confident in Wang Jing's capabilities. Following this, Wang Jing would initiate a comprehensive overhaul of CJ Entertainment, providing the best cameras, establishing standards for physical training, and instilling principles of conduct. In essence, according to Lei Long's vision, the goal was to foster deep collaboration, shared profits, expand beyond Asia, and penetrate Hollywood. Simultaneously, in the CJ Entertainment office, Li Meijing leaned against Lei Long's shoulder, her complexion flushed, her gaze languid. Over the past few days, she had witnessed what true power looked like. Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke, contemplating whether to invest in other empires. From the current global perspective, there were very few empires in Asia that stood out in terms of economy, technology, and other aspects. The land of cherry blossoms, also known as the Four Asian Tigers, is indeed commendable. The Four Asian Tigers consist of Hong Kong, South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore. Their economies are primarily driven by conglomerates, excelling in industries such as automotive, shipbuilding, semiconductors, and cultural sectors. Singapore, a leader in the Malacca Strait, is distinguished in finance, shipping, chemical industries, and biomedicine, serving as a benchmark for global governance. Hong Kong thrives on entrepot trade, the stock market, and real estate. Taiwan, with its Hsinchu Science Park, is home to TSMC and UMC, which lead the global semiconductor industry. As for Southeast Asian nations, to speak frankly, none truly merits significant recognition. Whether due to unstable political climates or inadequate infrastructure, investments there often yield little return. At this juncture, Gao Jin knocks on the door. Li Meijing rises and moves to a side seat. "Come in," Lei Long commands. Gao Jin enters and announces, "Mr. Lei, there is someone named Ding Qing downstairs who wishes to see you." Lei Long raises an eyebrow, recognizing the name Ding Qing. He is quite familiar with this individual. Emerging from the New World, though a supporting character, he possesses considerable charisma. A member of the overseas Chinese community, Ding Qing is the leader of the Beida Men faction within the Kinmen Group, the second in command since the death of Chairman Shi Dongqiu, and a core candidate for succession. In stark opposition to Li Zhongjiu, he shares a brotherly bond with his comrade Li Zicheng, having chosen not to eliminate him despite knowing he is an undercover cop. Ding Qing's flamboyant demeanor is marked by a penchant for poor Chinese, wearing suits paired with flip-flops, and gifting counterfeit Rolexes. However, beneath this exterior lies a shrewd and ruthless individual, adept at controlling real estate, finance, and the underworld. He is also quite notorious within South Korea. With law enforcement unable to touch him, Lei Long seldom engages in underworld affairs, but since the opportunity has presented itself, it would be unwise not to capitalize on it. Should Ding Qing rise to prominence, it would undoubtedly pose a dilemma for the South Korean government. Furthermore, gaining Ding Qing's allegiance would offer protection for Lei Long's interests in South Korea, especially given the conglomerate's deep-seated animosity towards him. Having an underground emperor as an ally is certainly preferable to having none. Allow him to enter. Shortly thereafter, Gao Jin arrives with Ding Qing. Ding Qing is dressed in a floral shirt and checkered suit, sporting curly hair and flip-flops, carrying a gift box, and wearing a carefree smile. Upon seeing Lei Long, Ding Qing's eyes light up as he exclaims in his imperfect Chinese, "Mr. Lei, it is a great honor to meet you. I am Ding Qing from the Kinmen Group, and I hope my visit does not offend." Lei Long nods. "Take a seat." Without hesitation, Ding Qing plops down opposite Lei Long, placing the gift box on the table. "Mr. Lei, as this is our first meeting, please accept this small token of appreciation." He opens the box to reveal a Rolex watch. Thankfully, this individual knows how to make a good impression. It's not a counterfeit, but genuine. Noticing Lei Long's impassive expression, Ding Qing remarks, "Mr. Lei, I am aware of your esteemed status as the wealthiest individual in Hong Kong, a major shareholder in Samsung, and a distinguished guest of Minister Jin. Today, I come seeking friendship." Lei Long chuckles. "Friendship? What could a gang leader like you possibly have to offer me?" Ding Qing, stroking his chin, replies earnestly, "To be frank, I may not have much to present, but I, Ding Qing, have navigated this territory for 20 years, well acquainted with both the underworld and the legitimate sphere. There are matters you may find inconvenient to handle. I can assist you with those." Acknowledging his standing before Lei Long, Ding Qing realizes he may not be worthy to even carry his shoes. However, he is not foolish. He is merely testing the waters today. Yet, the fact that Lei Long has chosen to meet with him indicates that he perceives value in Ding Qing. Chapter 155, Supporting Ding Qing. Ding Qing continues, Mr. Lei, you are currently at the zenith of your power in South Korea. The domestic conglomerates harbor intense animosity towards you. While they dare not act openly, they are likely to engage in covert maneuvers. I, Ding Qing, may not possess great power, but I have numbers. If you trust me, I can help you navigate any future troubles. Lei Long chuckles. So, Ding Qing, how intriguing. However, you cannot dictate terms within the Kimmin Group. Why would I collaborate with you? Chairman Shi Dongchu is your superior. Wouldn't it be more direct to partner with him? Furthermore, your competitors are far more capable than you, possessing superior connections and resources. Collaborating with them would surely position them as the future chairman of the Kimmin Group. Upon hearing this, Ding Qing's expression shifts. He did not anticipate Lei Long's knowledge of the internal dynamics of the Kimmin Group. Moreover, the reasoning presented is undeniably sound. Yet, having come this far, he cannot be without a card to play. Ding Qing laughs awkwardly. Mr. Lei, your points are indeed valid. However, I must candidly inform you that my purpose today is to convey a message. Lei Long narrows his eyes. What message? Ding Qing exhales a puff of smoke. Chairman Shi has accepted an order from the conglomerates and has arranged for someone to eliminate you. Lei Long raises an eyebrow. Oh? Which conglomerate? The conglomerates in South Korea truly lack creativity. He is aware they would not overlook his presence and would surely devise strategies against him. However, he did not anticipate they would resort to such cowardly tactics. Ding Qing sighs. Mr. Lei, I lack the qualifications to know about plans to kill someone like you. Lei Long nods, recognizing Ding Qing speaks the truth. They wouldn't make their intentions so blatant. They are not fools. Speak plainly. What are your intentions for collaboration? Ding Qing promptly responds. I will help you eliminate those plotting against you, and then we can proceed with our partnership. To be honest, I have substantial business interests in finance and real estate. Lei Long grins. That is acceptable. However, merely dealing with a few insignificant pests will not suffice to build a powerful alliance with me. The terms are inadequate. Ding Qing's expression sharpens. What do you mean? Lei Long replies. Eliminate Shi Dongchu and uncover the conglomerates behind the scenes. Should you accomplish that, you will hold value in my eyes. At that point, I will fully support you, positioning you as the chairman of the Kimmin Group. As for our collaboration, it will naturally follow. A gamble, indeed. Ding Qing's countenance shifts. The stakes are high. Either eliminate his own boss or Shi Dongchu. Mr. Lei, that is quite a considerable wager. Lei Long flicks the ashes from his cigarette, his gaze deepening. Ding Qing, to ascend higher and further, to attain more, you must become the master of the Kinmen Group. Only then can we explore future collaboration. I know you are not one to succumb to fate easily. I also know you have risen from humble beginnings to your current position. This is both your strength and your weakness. Have you heard the saying, birth is the original sin? Compared to Li Zhongjio, your origins render you insignificant. Under normal circumstances, when Shi Dongchu passes, you and Li Zhongjio would be the candidates. But can you truly compete with Li Zhongjio? Who would Shi Dongchu choose? These words cut deeply, striking at Ding Qing's long-held pain. Firstly, as an overseas Chinese, he indeed faces discrimination. In the realm of the Koreans, the term overseas Chinese signifies a lack of roots, background, and genuine kinship. Even if he occupies this position today, the pure-blooded Koreans regard him with a lingering air of disdain. Furthermore, his origins are those of a powerless individual, having clawed his way up from the depths of society through sheer grit and relentless determination to attain his current status. But what of Li Zhongjio? His lineage boasts a father who is a congressman and an uncle who is a real estate magnate, with half of the political sphere backing him. Throughout his life, he has had access to wealth, connections, and resources. Upon entering the Golden Gate Group, he was immediately placed in the core echelon, receiving deference from all. What does he possess to compare with such a figure? He recalls the humiliation he has endured over the years. During meetings, his words have never been taken seriously. When it comes to profit sharing, it is always Li Zhongjio who reaps the lion's share while he is left with the crumbs. Even Shi Dongchu treats him with disdain, never genuinely acknowledging his presence. Why is this so? Simply because of his humble origins? Simply because he is an overseas Chinese? Ding Qing clenched his fists tightly. Exhaling a deep breath, Lei Long, observing his reaction, recognized the impact of his words and continued to press on. Ding Qing, I am not coercing you. I merely wish to convey that this world has never been fair. Some are born in Rome, while others may never set foot there. You know which category you belong to. However, one thing I can assure you is that I can pave your way to Rome. Your son and grandson will be born directly in Rome. Do you think Li Zhongjio has never contemplated eliminating you? Do you believe Shi Dongchu truly trusts you? To them, you are nothing more than a dog for hire. Ding Qing, those who achieve greatness do not sweat the small details. Strike first. Ding Qing's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth. Fine, Mr. Lei, I shall do it. Lei Long nodded in satisfaction. Manipulating a person is, in fact, quite simple. It involves grasping their vital points and weaknesses, much like a beast of burden in the 21st century. You have a family, responsibilities, mortgages, and car loans. These are your vulnerabilities. Offer you 5,000, and you acquiesce. Offer you 4,000, and you still comply. Offer you 3,000, and while you may bristle, you choose to continue. Henceforth, it shall be 3,000. Such is the simplicity of understanding human nature. Lei Long continued. I do not enjoy being indebted to others. Shortly, I will grant you 10 million Korean won. Spend it as you wish. Ding Qing's eyes brightened. How remarkable to receive 10 million without having completed any task. Truly, a magnate knows no bounds. Associating with such a figure, his future days would undoubtedly flourish. With this thought, his resolve only strengthened. Ding Qing rose, fervently declaring, Mr. Lei, thank you. I will ensure the task is executed splendidly. Lei Long stood and patted Ding Qing on the shoulder. Ding Qing, do not disappoint me. I eagerly anticipate our future collaboration. Understood, Mr. Lei. Ding Qing nodded and promptly departed. Lei Long then sat down, lighting a high-quality cigar. In truth, knowing that someone sought to eliminate him, he could easily deal with Shi Dongqiu. However, he indeed needed to cultivate a person of his own within the Koreans. And Ding Qing was an excellent candidate, more loyal than a crow and far more cunning. Chapter 156, Yinbian F4. To put it plainly, Lei Long's current ambition is to cultivate a puppet within the Korean domain, one who can wield influence in both the underworld and the legitimate realm. A puppet who can manipulate the government, control the chaebols, and serve Lei Long's interests. As long as Ding Qing can achieve this, Lei Long could even provide assistance to expel the Eagle Empire's stationed forces. Of course, this is merely hypothetical. The Eagle Empire would not easily relinquish its military foothold in Asia. Lei Long contemplated for a moment, still wary of Ding Qing's potential instability in executing his plans. He then instructed Gao Jin to dispatch a shipment of weapons. Ding Qing returned to the Grand Villa. He understood that this was Lei Long's test. In other words, eliminating Shi Dongqiu would serve as his pledge of loyalty to Lei Long. The risks were substantial. However, the greater the tempest, the more precious the fish. Fear was unwarranted. 3 words encapsulated his resolve. Just do it. A single successful operation could lead to immense rewards, an irresistible temptation. Refusal? Not an option. Ding Qing approached the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and downed it in one go. He then picked up the phone. Hello, Adong. Gather the brothers for a meeting. Yes, right now. Come to my villa. Half an hour later, 4 individuals occupied the living room. These 4 were Ding Qing's ace in the hole. His trusted confidants, loyal brothers who had stood by him for over a decade. Each one had tasted blood and was well versed in the art of covert operations. They were professionals, fearless, and the kings of cost-effectiveness in the assassin world. They were known as Yinbian F4, or the Yinbian Old Gang, the 4-man assassin squad. Ding Qing extinguished his cigarette and got straight to the point. Brothers, there's a job at hand. If we execute it successfully, we will dine luxuriously for the rest of our lives. If we fail, we might as well be reborn. The group exchanged glances, and the eldest could not help but inquire, Brother Qing, what is it? Speak up. Ding Qing took a deep breath. Eliminate Shi Dongqiu. In the living room, silence ensued for a few seconds, but the previously quiet atmosphere quickly ignited with fervor. The second in command revealed a toothy grin. Brother Qing, you've finally come to your senses? Ha! That old man Shi Dongqiu should have been dealt with long ago. For years, he has treated us like dogs, bestowing all the benefits upon Li Zhongqiu, leaving us with naught but scraps. Though you have kept silent, the brothers have felt your frustration. The eldest exhaled smoke, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Brother Qing, whatever you decide, we will brave the mountains of daggers and seas of fire for you. Ding Qing gazed at his brothers, his eyes misting with emotion. Good, since everyone is on board, let us do it. As he spoke, Ding Qing produced 20 million in cash and unreservedly tossed it onto the table. Here is 20 million. You 4 will split it tonight. The eyes of all 4 widened in astonishment. 20 million? This was exceedingly generous. The eldest, ever cautious, asked, Brother Qing, this seems excessive. Yes, they were Yinbian F4. A formidable force in the assassin world, but they too had their price. Moreover, they were Ding Qing's men. Even if they risked their lives to take out a figure like Shi Dongqiu, such a sum was unnecessary. After all, in the dark underbelly of Seoul, life is as cheap as grass. Ding Qing quickly clarified. Someone has commissioned me to eliminate Shi Dongqiu. If we succeed, our futures will be bright. At that point, 20 million will be a mere trifle. The 4, upon hearing this, ceased their inquiries. Ding Qing began to make arrangements. Shi Dongqiu would depart for Busan in 3 days, accompanied by a convoy of 5 vehicles and 20 bodyguards. The route and timing were fixed. We would strike midway. The mountain roads around Busan contained a particularly secluded stretch, flanked by dense woods. You all should lay in ambush here with a few men. Remember, It must be executed with precision, leave not a single survivor. Once Ding Qing had finished his instructions, he added earnestly, "Brothers, if this operation succeeds, we shall turn our fortunes around for life." A chorus of agreement echoed among the men. Ding Qing smiled. "Then let us proceed." The leader then inquired, "What about Li Zicheng? Should we involve him?" Ding Qing and Li Zicheng shared an unbreakable bond of brotherhood. To undertake such a significant operation without Li Zicheng seemed unthinkable. However, upon hearing the question, Ding Qing's expression shifted slightly. No need. In the past, he would have undoubtedly summoned Li Zicheng. Yet, he had come to realize that the individual in question was an agent of the police infiltrating his ranks. Could the enormity of assassinating Shi Dongchu be something he would ever learn about? Clearly, that was impossible. 3 days later, in the outskirts of Busan, the night was dark and windy, the full moon hanging ominously above, an ideal moment for mayhem. The winding mountain roads were flanked by thick woods, devoid of any signs of life. At this hour, not even a ghostly shadow could be seen. Suddenly, 5 black sedans approached from the distance. In the woods, the Yanbian exchanged glances and promptly began to coordinate their actions. The first vehicle passed. The second vehicle followed. The third vehicle approached. Ahead, a large truck had blocked the road. 2 black-clad bodyguards stepped out to assess the situation. The leader's gaze sharpened. This was the moment. He detonated the explosives hidden beside the curb. Boom, boom, boom. The explosives erupted in succession. Flames shot skyward, accompanied by deafening roars. The first vehicle was flipped over, tumbling off the roadway. The second vehicle was overturned by the shockwave, its wheels pointing skyward. Screams erupted from the third vehicle. The bodyguards were still trying to comprehend the situation when gunfire erupted from the woods. Bang, bang, bang. The leader and his allies, armed with AKs, emerged from either side of the road, shooting recklessly as bullets rained down on the convoy like a torrential downpour. These AKs were provided by Lei Long to Ding Qing, boasting exceptional performance and addressing common issues found in standard models, such as recoil, jamming, and an increased magazine capacity by half. In every aspect, they were superior by more than tenfold compared to their market counterparts. The third member was assigned to sniping duties, positioned on high ground with a sniper rifle, picking off any potential escapees. Although the bodyguards were well-trained and numerous, they were utterly unprepared for such a sudden assault, especially one so precisely executed. The overwhelming firepower was crushing. Within 3 minutes, half of the 20 bodyguards lay dead, while the remaining ones cowered behind their vehicles, too terrified to show their faces. Inside the central vehicle, Shi Dongchu was ashen-faced, nearly losing control of his bladder. Had it not been for the bulletproof glass, he would have been riddled with bullets. In a state of panic and fury, he exclaimed, "What the hell is happening? Who are they?" The head of the bodyguards, bloodied and clutching his shoulder wound, replied, "Chairman, I don't know. The enemy's firepower is too fierce." Just then, a sniper bullet pierced the car window, striking the head of the bodyguard chief. Blood splattered across Shi Dongchu's face. Chapter 157. The Cowardly Chairman Shi Dongchu was rendered speechless. Despite being the chairman of the Jinmen Group, he had always prided himself on his arrogance, especially in front of the wealthy elite or officials, often holding his head high as if it were above the heavens. Yet, in the face of death, he feared it more than an ordinary person, particularly in such a foreboding and unpredictable situation. Before long, the gunfire ceased. The ground was littered with bodies, and no one remained alive at the scene. The Yanbian immediately began to scour the area, delivering a final shot to any who still breathed. The 4 of them slowly surrounded the only vehicle that had not caught fire. Shi Dongchu cowered beneath his seat, trembling uncontrollably, his pants soaked. The second member scoffed. "What a surprise, Chairman Shi. A man of your stature shouldn't be so nervous, should you?" Shi Dongchu rose, leaning against a barricade, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I am the chairman of the Jinmen Group. I have money, plenty of it. As long as you spare my life, I can offer you everything." The leader stepped forward, pressing the AK to his forehead. Shi Dongchu's expression froze. He fell silent, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. The effect was immediate. The leader suddenly smiled, removing his mask. "Chairman Shi, Brother Qing requests your presence." Shi Dongchu was left dazed. "What? Is that Ding Qing's doing? Is he seeking my demise?" Observing Shi Dongchu's stunned demeanor, the leader assumed he had been rendered speechless. He seized Shi Dongchu and tossed him into a van as if he were a mere chicken. The convoy vanished into the night, leaving behind a scene strewn with corpses and smoldering vehicles. Tonight, over 20 lives had been extinguished. It is no wonder the Yanbian was regarded as formidable, of course. Even the most impressive team requires the right tools. Without Lei Long's exceptional firepower, the outcome of the night could have been entirely different. An hour later, in an abandoned mall building on the outskirts of Busan, on the 3rd floor, the headlights of 3 vehicles illuminated Shi Dongchu from 3 directions. He appeared disheveled, his pale face marred with still fresh blood, his gaze dull, and his golden glasses long gone. Gone was the aura of a formidable magnate. It can only be said that so-called titans are not much different from ordinary people. Stripped of their specific luster, they can sometimes appear less than an average individual. At that moment, he was bound to a chair, a cloth stuffed in his mouth, his eyes fixed on the Yin F4 before him. He attempted to speak, but could only emit muffled sounds. Just then, the door of the vehicle opened, and Ding Qing stepped out, holding a cup of milk tea and munching on a piece of bread. He didn't even glance at Sherdongchu, instead moving with an elegant swagger. There was a reason for his seemingly unhinged demeanor. Imagine the thrill of having someone who constantly threatened your life, now utterly at your mercy. As the frenzy subsided, Ding Qing discarded the milk tea. Before Sherdongchu, he tore the cloth from his mouth. Sherdongchu gasped for air, glaring at Ding Qing, and instinctively erupted with curses. Ding Qing, have you lost your mind? I am your superior. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Ding Qing remained silent, calmly lighting a cigarette. Sherdongchu gritted his teeth. Have I not treated you well over the years? Is this how you repay my kindness? Do you even realize what you are doing? This is rebellion, for heaven's sake. Ding Qing's eyes hardened, and he turned, delivering a resounding slap across Sherdongchu's face. Chairman Shi, enough with the curses. They are futile, are they not? As he spoke, Ding Qing pulled up a chair and sat opposite Sherdongchu. If I dare to act, I fear nothing. Sherdongchu panted heavily, though his mind had cleared significantly. Why? Give me one reason. Ding Qing exhaled a puff of smoke towards Sherdongchu. Chairman Shi, you think I am unaware of the dealings you have with that scoundrel Li Zhongji behind closed doors? Do you know how my brothers perished last year? In Busan. They were ambushed. Over 20 men, not a single one returned. I found out it was Li Zhongji's doing. And afterward, you didn't utter a word, asking me to let it go. Then, 2 years ago, the dock business I managed, which was thriving, was suddenly raided by the police. I won't even mention the losses. I nearly ended up in prison. Only later did I discover it was Li Zhongji who reported me. And you, Chairman Shi, turned a blind eye. You always favor Li Zhongji. You just claim to have treated me well. Think about how you have actually treated me. Ding Qing's forehead bulged with veins as he expressed his grievances, his tone laced with a roar, revealing the depth of his resentment. This was also the reason why the formidable Lei Long could so easily manipulate him. Sherdongchu clenched his teeth. Is this why you want to kill me? Ding Qing. Do not forget, I personally promoted you. If I do not assist you, it is because I am testing you. If you cannot even endure this much, how can I entrust my position to you? A test? Ding Qing laughed heartily. Chairman Shi, do you take me for a child of 3? I know my background. I am aware that in the eyes of you people, I will always be an outsider. Sherdongchu's pupils constricted. For heaven's sake. How has Ding Qing become so astute tonight? His mind was racing as he pondered how to continue manipulating Ding Qing into sparing him. Just then, a car with a tiger emblem arrived, and 2 figures emerged, Lei Long and Gao Jin. Mr. Lei, Ding Qing immediately stepped forward with respect. Lei Long nodded. The Yinbian F4 stared at Lei Long, astonished. They had been speculating that Ding Qing's backer was some domestic consortium. They never expected it to be Lei Long, the wealthy tycoon of Hong Kong, a figure personally supported by Minister Jin. No wonder Ding Qing's weaponry was so formidable. It originated from a magnate, which was hardly surprising. After a moment of shock, Sherdongchu recognized Lei Long. Wasn't this the very man he sought to eliminate? How could he be colluding with Ding Qing? However, in an instant, he realized that Ding Qing had been bought off by Lei Long. Of course, Ding Qing would not have the audacity to risk his life against him. Unfortunately, knowing this now held little significance. Lei Long approached Sherdongchu, sizing him up, and inquired calmly. So you are Chairman Shi? Sherdongchu nodded. Lei Long took a seat and offered him a cigarette, which he placed in his mouth. Ding Qing mentioned that you accepted a contract to have me killed. Now, tell me who? Sherdongchu scoffed. If I tell you, I would be signing my own death warrant. Lei Long chuckled. Speak. And I can assure you a life of leisure. Remain silent, and you will undoubtedly perish. Chapter 158. Cementing the Corpse, Li Zicheng's Choice. Sherdongchu gritted his teeth, hesitating. Lei Long's gaze turned icy. Must I send your entire family to meet their maker before you are willing to speak? Sherdongchu trembled. He understood that the likelihood of him leaving this place alive today was slim, if not impossible. Yet, his family must not come to harm. Simultaneously, he regretted taking on this contract that had led him to this dead end. As thoughts swirled, tears streamed down his face, and his spirit and body crumbled. All right. I will speak. It was Shi Jinxing. Lei Long raised an eyebrow. Shi Jinxing? That would later become the LG Group, the second largest chaebol in Korea, only after Samsung. They started in chemicals, later branching into electronics, communications, and batteries, with a global presence. I don't seem to have any enmity with Shi Jinxing, do I? Be more specific. Who placed the order? Under what conditions? Why? Sherdongchu replied earnestly. It was Chairman Zhu. He offered me 100 million won to arrange for someone to take you out. Lei Long was speechless. 100 million won for his own life. Was his life truly worth so little? How utterly disappointing. What was the reason? Chairman Zhu did not elaborate. But he mentioned that you had disrupted the rules by investing in Samsung. At this, Lei Long immediately understood that this was not a personal vendetta, but rather a matter of commercial interest. He had acquired a 30% stake in Samsung, becoming the largest shareholder, and intended to collaborate with Samsung on chips, mobile phones, semiconductors, and more. Xi Jinping was also involved in these sectors and had always been a competitor to Samsung. It was only logical for them to want him eliminated. Lei Long nodded. Thank you, Chairman Shi. Shi Dongchu displayed a glimmer of hope. Mr. Lei, I have said all I need to say. Could you spare me? I will withdraw from the Jinmin Group and seek opportunities abroad. I will never meddle in your affairs again. I beg you, Mr. Lei. Lei Long turned and walked to the door, pausing to say flatly, Ding Qing. Ding Qing stepped forward. Yes. Chairman Shi just expressed a desire for a peaceful retirement. See him off. Ding Qing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. He approached Shi Dongchu, who trembled all over, pleading, Ding Qing, we have been brothers, spare me. And I will give you anything you want, even the Jinmin Group. Ding Qing smiled gently, tinged with nostalgia. Chairman Shi, brothers? You have shown me kindness. But over the years, how many lives have I sacrificed for you? How many foes have I taken on for you? Have you ever counted? It is all settled. With that, Ding Qing rose and retrieved a large iron barrel. The Yambian F4 began pouring in cement. Upon witnessing this, Shi Dongchu was left in shock. They intended to encase him in cement. No, please, Ding Qing, I beg you. I am sorry, grant me one more chance. Ding Qing turned back, smiling softly. Chairman Shi, do you know what Mr. Lei has said to me? He remarked that some individuals are born in Rome, while others may never reach it in their lifetime. I inquired about my own standing, to which he replied that I would indeed arrive in Rome, and that my son and grandson would be born directly within its illustrious confines. Therefore, Chairman Shi, I regret to inform you that your time has come to an end. Your life has reached its conclusion here. In the next moment, Yanbian F4 forcefully hurled Shi Dongchu into a barrel, leaving only his head visible. In an instant, cement slurry poured in. Shi Dongchu struggled desperately, limbs thrashing about, but his body was bound tightly like a zongzi. And his struggles only hastened the amalgamation of cement and flesh. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As Shi Dongchu's struggles weakened, he eventually succumbed, completely engulfed by the cement. Ding Qing was immensely satisfied, then turned his gaze towards Yanbian F4. Clean up the scene thoroughly. Furthermore, tonight's events must remain a secret, not a word to anyone, even in death. Otherwise, not only will I hold you accountable, Mr. Lei will not spare us either. Do you understand? Yanbian F4 nodded in agreement. Outside the building, Lei Long leaned against his car, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Ding Qing emerge, he asked, is it done? Ding Qing nodded, it's done. Lei Long inquired. How does it feel? Ding Qing pondered for a moment. Exhilarating. Lei Long chuckled. This young man was audacious indeed. Who would have thought he could remain so composed after killing his own boss? Truly, he was a man of remarkable courage. Ding Qing asked, Mr. Lei, what should we do next? Lei Long replied, the immediate troubles stem from two individuals, Li Zhongjiu and Xi Jinping. However, the pressing issue is to eliminate the mole beside you. Ding Qing was taken aback, hesitating to respond. Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke. Your affairs are known too well by the police. Li Zicheng, he is your sworn brother, correct? You fought your way up from the streets together, trusting him with everything. Yet he is one of them. Ding Qing's expression shifted, words caught in his throat. Seeing his reaction, Lei Long deduced that Ding Qing had already unearthed the truth. You knew all along, didn't you? Ding Qing nodded. Yes, I know. Lei Long flicked ash from his cigarette. His demeanor cold. Knowing this, why do you still keep him around? Waiting for him to betray you? Ding Qing raised his head. Mr. Lei, have you ever had a brother? Lei Long exhaled smoke, awaiting his explanation. I have known Zicheng for 20 years. We have been together since our days on the streets, with nothing but our lives to our names. He has shielded me from blades, and I have taken bullets for him. We have starved together, served time together, and crawled out from the heaps of corpses together. I know exactly who he is and why he is by my side, yet he has never betrayed me, not once. Lei Long countered. How can you be so certain he has not betrayed you? Ding Qing replied emphatically, because if he had wanted to betray me, I would have been dead long ago. I have committed countless deeds over the years, enough to warrant execution 100 times over. If my brother wished to sell me out, I would have ceased to exist, wouldn't I? Lei Long burst into laughter. Ding Qing, have you watched too many gangster films I made? The reason he hasn't betrayed you yet is not due to brotherly love. It is because you have yet to reach the pinnacle. You have not met the conditions for the police to close in on you. How foolish and naive you are. Have you ever heard the saying? Ding Qing paused. What saying? Lei Long stated, those who walk different paths do not seek to collaborate. You are of the underworld. He is of the law. Black and white are eternally irreconcilable. It is a matter of life or death. By the time he is receiving accolades from the police in Seoul, you will already be resting 6 feet under. If you do not mind sacrificing for your brother, you may wager your life on whether what I say is true. Ding Qing gritted his teeth, bloodshot eyes filled with turmoil. On one side lies a life in Rome. On the other, the bond of brotherhood. Ultimately, half a minute passed, yet Ding Qing remained indecisive. Lei Long sighed. All right. Since you are unwilling to act, I will not force you. Why not reveal your cards to your brother? Choose him, and he will survive. Do not choose him, and you know what must be done. Ding Qing replied, very well, I understand. Lei Long entered his car. Go home and rest. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, in a luxurious presidential suite of a high-end hotel under Ding Qing's command, Ding Qing was drinking, struggling while doing so, his gaze shifting unpredictably. Lei Long entered, observing the table strewn with empty bottles. What's this? A whole night gone, and you still haven't made up your mind? Honestly, your hesitation disappoints me. I am contemplating whether you are worthy of my support. Should I consider someone else? Ding Qing rose, immediately stating, Mr. Lei, you've misunderstood. I have already summoned him. Lei Long said nothing further and took a seat. His demeanor towards Ding Qing remained oppressive, as he was conducting a test of obedience. If one could not even comply, supporting Ding Qing would be meaningless. Soon, Li Ziqing burst through the door, panting, looking at Ding Qing with concern. Brother, what's the matter? You called me here so early. Has something happened at the company? Ding Qing smiled, stepping forward to embrace Li Ziqing, sitting him down. It's nothing. Just wanted to introduce you to someone. Ding Qing smiled, pulling Li Ziqing's shoulder and guiding him to the sofa. It's nothing. Just wanted to introduce you to someone. It was then that Li Ziqing noticed Lei Long seated on the other sofa. He paused momentarily. Is this not the most prominent man in Seoul today? The richest man from the Hong Kong island, the largest shareholder of Samsung, a guest of Minister Jean? Li Ziqing's gaze subtly shifted. How could Ding Qing be associated with such a significant figure? But he quickly regained his composure. This is Ding Qing, still with an arm around his shoulder, cheerfully said, Lei Long, Mr. Lei, a prominent figure from Hong Kong island. You must have heard of him. Li Ziqing immediately stood, bowing slightly, respectfully saying, Mr. Lei, it is an honor to meet you. Lei Long nodded. Please sit. No need for formalities. Li Ziqing, Ding Qing has spoken highly of you. He mentioned you have been brothers for 20 years, sharing in bloodshed, hardship, and incarceration. Li Ziqing offered a slight smile. I hope Mr. Lei does not find it amusing. Ding Qing also wore a proud smile. Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette. 20 years of brotherhood is indeed no small feat thus. There are some matters I shall address directly. You are a police officer, correct? Li Ziqing's eyelids flickered, but having been an undercover for so many years, his composure was remarkable, with only a fleeting change in his expression. Mr. Lei, what leads you to such a conclusion? Lei Long stood up. Ding Qing, it's your turn to expose your brother's deceit. Taking a deep breath, Ding Qing retrieved a document from the drawer and flung it onto the table. A month ago, I uncovered your true identity. Damn it. Li Ziqing grasped the file bag and extracted its contents. As he flipped through the pages, his hands began to tremble. The dossier contained complete records, his photograph, his identification number, his superiors, and every report he had ever submitted. Li Ziqing was drenched in sweat. He had anticipated today would be a moment of relief, but it had turned into a matter of life and death. Damn it, what are those above doing? After so many years entrenched in the underworld, he had almost forgotten he was a police officer. How could Ding Qing have discovered this? Li Ziqing gazed at Ding Qing. Brother. Their eyes locked, and Ding Qing's expression was a complex tapestry of sorrow, disappointment, reluctance, and an indescribable entanglement. He understood that keeping silent meant one person suffered. Now that the truth was out, it meant two would endure pain. This was the reason he had refrained from revealing Li Ziqing's secret. If it weren't for Lei Long's coercion, he truly wished to keep it hidden. Ziqing, for 20 years, I have never concealed anything from you. What about you? Li Ziqing's face contorted in anguish. I know. I have always known. I'm sorry, brother. Brother. Since you are aware, why not just kill me? Ding Qing responded. Damn it. We are brothers. How could I harm my own kin? Li Ziqing's shoulders quivered slightly, his eyes reddening. Brother. Ding Qing raised a glass of red wine and downed it in one gulp. Enough already. Today, I didn't summon you to take your life. I have just one question for you. Will you leave or stay? If you choose to leave, do so now. I have prepared your plane ticket, passport, and provisions. You can escape far away and never return. Do not dare to appear before me again, especially not in Seoul. If you choose to stay, then stand with me, truly stand with me. From this moment forward, you shall no longer be a police officer. If you choose the darkness, embrace it fully. At that moment, Lei Long approached, placing a large black star on the table. You have a third option, death. At this, Li Ziqing began to contemplate with a calm demeanor. He understood Ding Qing's modus operandi. Either one does not kill, or one eradicates entirely, especially when it comes to traitors. They must be exterminated. Moreover, since the adversary could uncover his identity and had allied with Lei Long, it meant his family had nowhere to escape. He felt a tumultuous conflict regarding his status as a traitor. In his daily life, he had kept abreast of police matters. Individuals like him, even after 2 decades of infiltration, would find no opportunity for promotion upon returning to the force. Those above utilized you while simultaneously guarding against you. The more you know, the less they trust you. He had investigated and found that those who went undercover often disappeared upon their return. Some perished, others vanished. The precise reasons, one could surmise, were known only to the police. The Seoul police had never regarded undercover agents as human. At times, he could not help but question whether such a police force was worthy of his 2 decades of sacrifice. Was it worth his life? And then there was Ding Qing. This man belonged to the criminal world, yet he genuinely treated him as a brother. For 20 years, he had never guarded against him, never doubted him. In every matter, he confided in him. No matter how perilous, they faced it together, shared meals at the same table, drank from the same cup, and bore burdens together. Spending money is one. What does it mean to be brothers? This is what brotherhood entails. In that moment, an answer crystallized within him. Chapter 159. The Encirclement of Jiang Bingzhe. Li Ziqing exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of resignation. I will stay. Upon hearing this, Ding Qing immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, his back had been drenched in sweat. If Li Ziqing had chosen poorly or hesitated too long, the Yinbianf for lurking in the room would have emerged and eliminated him on the spot. This was a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. Fortunately, all was well. Ha ha ha, brother. I knew I had not misjudged you. Ding Qing embraced Li Ziqing, giving him a hearty pat on the back, his smile brighter than the sun outside. Come, let us drink. He pulled Li Ziqing down, filling 2 glasses to the brim, clinking them together before tossing back the contents. Li Ziqing drank in one go, his emotions tumultuous. He had known the day of revelation would come, but he had not anticipated it would arrive so abruptly. Lei Long squinted, sizing up Li Ziqing. This lad had not yet completely succumbed to darkness. His choice to stay might stem from his feelings for Ding Qing, his disappointment with the police force, or perhaps it was merely a fleeting impulse. However, to truly transform him into one of their own, a single declaration would not suffice. To ensure Li Ziqing's irrevocable allegiance, a more potent catalyst was necessary, one that would leave him no avenue of retreat. Lei Long fixed his gaze on Li Ziqing. Your decision to stay pleases me. However, how will you prove your sincerity? Ding Qing began to speak, but Lei Long raised a hand to silence him. If you say you will stay now, I believe you. But what of tomorrow? The day after? If Jiang Bingzhe approaches you again with a new assignment, will you not waver? Human hearts are the most fickle of things. I require a guarantee. Li Ziqing gritted his teeth. What guarantee does Mr. Lei desire? Lei Long handed him a dagger. Jiang Bingzhe is your superior, the only one aware of your true identity. Arrange a meeting with him. Then, you must personally eliminate him, severing all ties and ensuring a clean break. Otherwise, how can Ding Qing and I trust you? Ding Qing, standing by, wished to interject, but ultimately remained silent. He understood that Lei Long spoke the truth. In this line of work, a blood oath was the simplest yet most effective method. If Li Ziqing killed Jiang Bingzhe and ensured his records were erased, no one in the police force would ever know his identity. Furthermore, Li Ziqing could never return to the police. Li Ziqing hesitated for a moment. All right. I will arrange the meeting. Lei Long nodded. When? Tomorrow night. At the usual place where I meet him. He will not be on guard. Lei Long nodded in agreement. Once this task is completed, you will be one of us. The next day, in the outskirts of Seoul, at midnight. The night was pitch black. Li Ziqing drove slowly along a secluded road in the countryside. Abandoned farmland and scattered factories flanked either side, growing more desolate with each passing moment. The car halted before a decrepit factory. Li Ziqing turned back and said, "This is the place. I usually meet him here." Lei Long glanced out the window. The factory was in ruins, with a rusted iron gate and surrounding overgrown weeds. Indeed, it was a fitting location for clandestine meetings, also suitable for other activities. Lei Long nodded, opened the car door, and directed his gaze at the Yinbian F4 and Ding Qing. Prepare the setup. The group nodded in unison. Yes. Mr. Lei, Lei Long affirmed. You all take your positions and await Li Zong's signal. Suddenly, the crowd dispersed. Lei Long made his way to the depths of the factory, finding a corner to sit down and lighting a cigarette. Ding Qing approached him. Mr. Lei, do you think Jiang Bingzhe will come? Lei Long exhaled a puff of smoke. As long as your brother doesn't tip him off, he will come. Ding Qing furrowed his brows. What if he becomes suspicious? Lei Long replied calmly. For over 20 years, Li Ziqing has provided Jiang Bingzhe with information without fail. His trust in Li Ziqing runs deeper than that in his own wife. Moreover, with Shi Dongqiu dead and the Jinmen group in disarray. The police are in dire need of intelligence. If Li Zicheng calls him, saying he has crucial information to report, how could he possibly not come? Ding Qing nodded. Falling silent, the factory fell into a hush. Soon, the distant sound of a car engine could be heard. The Yinbian F4 peered through a hole in the wall. He's here, just one car, one person. The car door swung open, and Jiang Bingzhe stepped out. In his 50s. His hair impeccably styled, clad in a sharp suit, and his polished leather shoes gleaming. He emanated an air of authority. Jiang Bingzhe approached with a smile. Zicheng. Why the urgent summons? Couldn't this be discussed over the phone? Li Zicheng extinguished his cigarette. Section Chief Jiang, let us go inside. It concerns the matter of Shi Dongqiu's death. Jiang Bingzhe nodded without a hint of doubt, eager to learn who had killed Shi Dongqiu. Furthermore, whether Li Zicheng could redeem himself and return to the police force was entirely at his discretion. Li Zicheng wouldn't dare act against him. He knew Li Zicheng far too well. Before long, the two entered the interior. Jiang Bingzhe shoved his hands into his pockets. Speak plainly. Li Zicheng lit another cigarette. Section Chief Jiang, it was Ding Qing. Jiang Bingzhe gasped in shock. What? Ding Qing? Has he lost his mind? Why? The young man was utterly taken aback. Ding Qing had killed Shi Dongqiu. Setting aside whether Ding Qing even had the capability, he was merely a nobody in front of Shi Dongqiu, a mere dog. Did he possess the audacity? Clearly not. Jiang Bingzhe was momentarily stunned. His face suddenly flushed with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Li Zicheng, nearly spitting as he spoke. Damn it. Why didn't you inform me of such crucial news beforehand? If you had, Shi Dongqiu wouldn't have died. I could have apprehended Ding Qing on the spot. Do you understand what that means? You could have taken Ding Qing's place. We could have dismantled the entire Jinmen group. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, pacing back and forth in the factory. This situation had cost him a chance at a significant accomplishment. What is wrong with you? Do you lack the awareness? Do you even comprehend how rare this opportunity is? Taking down the Jinmen group would mean promotions and pay raises are guaranteed. You could wear your police uniform openly in the future. After more than 20 years of hardship, wouldn't that be the culmination of your struggles? His anger escalated, and he cursed again. Damn it, what a waste. Li Zicheng threw the cigarette but to the ground, speaking coldly. Section Chief Jiang, are you finished? He was visibly furious. Jiang Bingzhe was momentarily taken aback, about to retort. At that moment, several figures emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Lei Long, Ding Qing, and the Yinbian F4. Except for Lei Long, Jiang Bingzhe recognized them all. After all, these were his primary targets for pursuit. This unfamiliar figure seemed oddly familiar. Jiang Bingzhe pondered for a moment, and then his pupils dilated. Lei Long? You all. Chapter 160, The Completely Darkened Li Zicheng. Lei Long stood before Jiang Bingzhe. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Section Chief Jiang, it's our first meeting. I hope for your understanding. Jiang Bingzhe swallowed hard. Mr. Lei. His mind raced. How could Lei Long be here? Why was Ding Qing associating with him? What did Li Zicheng mean by bringing him here? Suddenly, it dawned on him. Who had killed Shi Dongqiu? It was Ding Qing. And why did Ding Qing dare to kill Shi Dongqiu? It was because he had Lei Long backing him. What did Li Zicheng's south invitation to this place signify? Was it possible that this wealthy magnate wished to recruit him? Just as Jiang Bingzhe reached for his firearm, the leader of Yinbian F4 lunged forward, delivering a punch that knocked Jiang Bingzhe down and seized his weapon. Jiang Bingzhe clutched his bleeding nose, trembling with fear. What do you want from me? Ding Qing replied with a cold laugh. We want you dead. Jiang Bingzhe gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, ignoring Ding Qing and fixating on the mastermind, Lei Long. Mr. Lei, I can assist you. I'm a veteran in the police force, with extensive connections and deep relationships. You must need someone reliable in your dealings with the Koreans. I can be your man. Truly, my abilities far surpass these useless fools. I can guarantee you'll have the power to command in the Korean Empire. Lei Long leaned against a pillar, smoking his cigarette without raising an eyelid. Section Chief Jiang. You lack the qualification. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bingzhe was momentarily stunned. As the head of the Seoul Police Department, overseeing gang management for decades, wielding the power over countless lives, how could someone like him be deemed unqualified? Damn it. Look at your arrogance. It's merely because you have a few connections. In truth, it was not that Lei Long was unwilling to develop Jiang Bingzhe. Rather, he understood that this man was too treacherous. Having him on board would only bring trouble. Besides, Jiang Bingzhe was but a minor player. In Minister Jin's eyes, he was nothing more than a dog. Seeing that the path with Lei Long was a dead end, Jiang Bingzhe resorted to his final gambit. He turned to Li Zicheng. Li Zicheng, do you realize that if you kill me, no one will ever know your identity? Your file will be permanently sealed, or even deleted. You will never return to the police force. Just think of your family. Think of your wife. Do you want to spend your life like a filthy rat hiding in the sewers? Seeing that Li Zicheng remained unmoved, Jiang Bingzhe, panting heavily, continued. 20 years. You've been an undercover agent for 20 years. You've endured countless hardships and sufferings, all for the chance to return to the force. Now the opportunity is right before you. Just help me escape from here, and I assure you, you will be promoted, starting as a police inspector. Your future will be limitless. What good does it do to follow them? The underworld will eventually be eradicated. Mingling with them leads only to a dead end. Wake up. Li Ziqing had remained silent throughout, his expression calm as he drew a gun from his waist, aiming it at Jiang Bingzhe. Jiang Bingzhe turned pale. You can't kill me. If you do, you truly will never return. Finally, Li Ziqing spoke. Section Chief Jiang. I no longer wish to go back. Over 20 years of youth lost. I accept that. All these years, I have placed my trust in you. Yet what about you? You never trusted me, assigning Shi Wu and the Go teacher to monitor me. Even that was tolerable, but you didn't even notice when my wife miscarried. Regarding your commitment to me, ha ha ha. Since Sherdong has perished, you have initiated the New World Plan. I fear I may never return. Alas, I have foolishly placed my trust in you. As for these matters, he only knows a fraction. The majority of the information comes from Lei Long. Today, after verification, it is indeed as Lei Long stated. Just like Shi Wu, the Go teacher, they are all agents of the police. They are not here to eliminate Ding Qing, but to monitor their own. These officers do not regard him as a human being. The police merely see him as a tool. The gangsters are the ones with true loyalty. Jiang Bingzhe's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. Zicheng, I beg you, I was wrong. I should not have treated you that way before. Grant me another chance, and I assure you, I will consider you first for promotions and raises. Li Ziqing scoffed and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed in the empty factory. The bullet pierced through Jiang Bingzhe's forehead. Jiang Bingzhe's eyes widened as he collapsed. Lei Long patted Li Zicheng on the shoulder. From this day forth, you are one of us. Li Zicheng set the gun down and gazed at Jiang Bingzhe's lifeless body, merely nodding. His expression was somewhat numb, soon followed by an emotional breakdown. Today's events surpassed his psychological endurance. He had once believed that the banner of the Korean Empire was red. To pledge allegiance to the nation and serve the homeland was an honor. It was only today, with all these revelations laid bare, that he grasped a profound truth. The entire establishment of the Korean Empire is utterly rotten. To those in power, everyone beneath them is merely a pawn to be exploited for profit and authority. Ding Qing approached and kicked Jiang Bingzhe's corpse, spitting a mouthful of phlegm upon it. Alas, this old fool had quite a bit to say. Later, let us dissolve him in sulfuric acid and seal him in cement. I want him to be unrecognizable even to his own mother when he is discovered. I have been tormented for over 20 years, alas. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. Ding Qing pulled out a large black star and emptied the magazine into Jiang Bingzhe's body. Lei Long observed Ding Qing's demeanor, rendered speechless. His temper was quite formidable. However, it was also understandable given Ding Qing's feelings. Jiang Bingzhe had long arranged for Li Zicheng to be by Ding Qing's side. This relationship had persisted for over 20 years. Just imagine, having someone secretly wishing for your demise watching you all the while. Upon discovering this, could one not feel immense rage? Lei Long approached Li Zicheng, patting him on the shoulder. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Or do you feel it's not enough vengeance? Li Zicheng gritted his teeth. Mr. Lei, it's not enough vengeance. Letting him die so easily is unjust. Lei Long nodded. I have already dealt with Shi Yong. Now, take care of your Go teacher as well. She is beautiful, with a fine figure. Yes, I know what to do. Li Zicheng nodded, his gaze turning fierce. This Go teacher is no simple character. She is also affiliated with the police. Beautiful and well-proportioned. She comes twice a week, teaching Go while extracting information. Li Zicheng had previously thought it quite delightful to have a teacher to alleviate his boredom. In retrospect, it is truly ironic. This state of affairs pleased Lei Long. The darkened Li Zicheng is far more formidable than Ding Qing. After all, he is the true protagonist, while Ding Qing is at best the secondary male lead. Chapter 161. Cementing the corpse, Seoul police infuriated. Outside the building, Lei Long leaned against the car, exhaling smoke. His expression indifferent. Initially, he had merely intended to invest and see how much profit could be extracted from the Korean market. Unexpectedly, events had unfolded to this point. Murder, corpse disposal, the underworld, and the law, all aspects were involved. Yet, it was fortuitous, as it provided him with deeper insights. From the underworld to economics. And even in the future, seizing control of the Korean regime, step by step dominating the Korean Empire does not seem like a bad prospect. After all, Korea is one of the 4 Asian tigers. Its strength is undeniable. Ahead, the Yinbian F4 were busy. They stuffed Jiang Bingzhe's corpse into a metal barrel and began pouring sulfuric acid in. The hissing sound was particularly jarring in the night. White smoke billowing up with a pungent odor. The group watched impassively. Only when the bones had softened did they pour in the cement, mixing it thoroughly, sealing it shut. The entire process was swift and efficient, without a single wasted word. The Yinbian were not novices in such matters. Their movements were as practiced as those of workers on an assembly line. One even took a moment to light a cigarette, stirring the cement while nearly dropping ash into the mixture, which was swiftly swatted away by old Chui. Alas, focus on the task at hand. The third one chuckled, cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, resuming his stirring. Before long, Gao Jin arrived, driving a car. The trunk opened to reveal Shi Wu's corpse, riddled with bullet holes, already stiff. Gao Jin dragged the body out and tossed it in front of the Yinbian F4. Ensure it's cleaned up. The third nodded, took the body, and skillfully shoved it into another barrel. Lei Long withdrew his gaze, turning to Ding Qing, who stood nearby, silent and contemplative. His expression complex as he stared at the barrels, lost in thought. Lei Long spoke flatly. Next, the Jinmin group will face internal strife. Are you confident in taking control? Ding Qing pondered for a moment, furrowing his brows. It's a bit precarious. Li Zhongji's strength indeed surpasses mine. He has been with the Jinmin group longer than I, and he was the most trusted by Sherdong before his birth. Among the senior members, 6 out of 10 support him. In their eyes, I am merely an outsider. A foreigner. A direct confrontation is futile. I can only resort to cunning. Li Zhongji has a subordinate who is a gambler, visiting the underground casino in Busan every weekend. If something happens to him there, Li Zhongji will surely go to bail him out. As long as he leaves Seoul, I can take action. Lei Long nodded. All right. I want to interfere from here on. Your strength will be the witness. You have 2 paths. Either deal with Li Zhongji or be dealt with by him. The Jinmin group is merely a black market in Lei Long's eyes, not capable of turning the tide. From here on, it is up to Ding Qing. Ding Qing continued. Mr. Lei, should I assist you in dealing with Shi Jinxing first? Lei Long declined. No need. I will handle Shi Jinxing myself. Just focus on your own matters. Before long, Li Zicheng arrived with the corpse of his go-teacher. The same procedure. The same process, sulfuric acid followed by cement. Meanwhile, Lei Long had already departed with Gao Jin. Upon learning of Ding Qing's intentions, Li Zicheng remarked, Brother, are we moving too swiftly? Ding Qing replied, Too swiftly? We have served the Jinmen long enough. It is time to seize control. To be frank, I have had this notion for quite some time. Mr. Lei's emergence has merely expedited my plans. Li Zicheng lit a cigarette. Brother, what do you think Mr. Lei, with all his wealth, supports us for? Ding Qing remarked, Mr. Lei has invested significantly in various industries within our country, with the protection of our Jinmen group. Who would dare to threaten his enterprises? Li Zicheng nodded in agreement, indeed. However, he harbors the suspicion that Lei Long's intentions are far more complex than they appear. Although the Jinmen group wields considerable power, in the eyes of a major conglomerate, it ultimately remains inconsequential. The following day, at the Seoul Police Headquarters. At 8 in the morning, the entire building erupted in chaos. The conference room was filled to capacity, the atmosphere so tense it felt palpable. Chief Park Sung-ho stood at the front, his expression ashen. On the table before him lay 3 files, those of Kong Byung-cheol, Seo Mu, and Go instructor Kim Min-ju. In the span of a single night, all 3 had vanished without a trace, neither living nor dead. The room fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a seasoned elder spoke up. Chief, these 3 were responsible for the undercover operation concerning the Jinmin group. Their simultaneous disappearance is undoubtedly linked to them. After a brief pause, he continued, Moreover, I just discovered that Kong Byung-cheol's confidential files on his computer have been deleted, and his secret filing cabinet was forcibly opened, leaving no documents regarding the undercover operation behind. He concluded, this indicates 2 possibilities. First, their identities were compromised, leading to their demise. The perpetrators not only killed them, but also obliterated any evidence, rendering our investigation futile. Second, there may be a traitor within the Jinmen group who not only murdered the 3, but also erased their own records, severing all ties. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Betrayal? Who could wield such audacity? Another middle-aged officer interjected, to be candid. Old Kong mentioned to me in confidence that he had embedded a significant figure within the Jinmen group, someone of stature, not merely a lackey. He did not disclose the identity, only that this individual was crucial and would play a significant role in the future. Reflecting on this, he posited that it was likely the second scenario. Our informant had indeed defected, and the destruction of files was an attempt to distance themselves from us. The room fell silent again, the weight of the implications heavy. If true, this situation was dire. An undercover agent, cultivated with great effort, had chosen to betray us after reaching a position of power. The critical detail was that all records of this informant had vanished, along with those who were privy to the information. This posed not only a colossal loss for the police force, but also a potential adversary. What a predicament! Who could it be? A person of influence? Ding Qing? Or perhaps Li Zhongjiu? No one responded. Park Sung-ho furrowed his brow as he paced back and forth. What is the current status of Ding Qing and Li Zhongjiu? The middle-aged officer replied, Li Zhongjio, a veteran of the Jinmin Group, has been with Xiao Dongchul for over a decade, possessing a deep background and substantial foundations, commanding the strongest influence among the elders, most of whom currently support him. Ding Qing, on the other hand, hails from an overseas Chinese background, leading a group of formidable individuals, emerging as a rising star within the Jinmin Group. Upon hearing this, Park Sung-ho's frown deepened. Both individuals were stained with blood, having committed heinous acts. Their backgrounds, however, did not align with the criteria for selecting an informant. Yet, paradoxically, they were the most fitting candidates for this power struggle. After a moment of contemplation, Park Sung-ho surveyed the room. It could be Ding Qing, it could be Li Zhongjio, or it could be a core figure among their subordinates. With Xiao Dongchul's death, the act of silencing witnesses indicated that the betrayal had been premeditated. Hence, we can ascertain that this individual will undoubtedly partake in this power struggle. From this moment forth, I am establishing a special task force. Keep a close watch on the Jinmin Group, monitor Ding Qing, Li Zhongjio, and all influential figures among their subordinates. I want to know the extent of their power struggle, who they meet, and what actions they undertake. Additionally, ascertain who Kong Byung-cheol last met, what calls he made, and where he visited. Leave no stone unturned. The assembled officers responded in unison, understood. On the same morning, at the Jinmin Group headquarters, the conference room was filled with elders, all present for this critical meeting. A dozen individuals were seated along the long table, each bearing a grave expression. They were both young and old, stout and slender, yet their eyes mirrored a shared vigilance, calculation, and ulterior motives. Li Zhongjio, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuded an air of calm confidence. With Xiao Dongchul's passing, he felt a surge of elation, aware that he was the most likely candidate for the presidency of the Jinmin Group. In contrast, Ding Qing sat across from him, clad in a floral shirt and casually smoking, projecting an air of nonchalance. The chair previously occupied by Xiao Dongchul remained unfilled, as no one dared to claim it. An elder with graying hair cleared his throat and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Xiao has departed unexpectedly and under mysterious circumstances. We must mobilize everyone to uncover the murderer. We demand to see the dead, whether in life or in death. No matter who it is, there will be no mercy. The outburst of Axiba ignited a wave of outrage within the conference room, with everyone expressing their fervor to ensure the perpetrator faced dire consequences. Li Zhongjio, however, remained fixated on Ding Qing, scrutinizing his expression. In his mind, if it wasn't he who eliminated Xiao Dongchul, it could only be Ding Qing. Yet, much to his disappointment, Ding Qing's demeanor betrayed no signs of change. He was not one to conceal matters. But if it wasn't Ding Qing, then who could it be? The elder pounded the table. Enough? Stop the bickering. Instead of wasting time, let us ascertain who the murderer is. The room fell silent. The elder Jin Lao continued, however, the dead cannot be resurrected. The Jinmin Group must continue. The purpose of this gathering is to elect a temporary chairman to oversee the group. Another elder chimed in. Temporary chairman? Who shall we elect? We must have some guidelines. A third elder scoffed. Guidelines? When Chairman Xiao was alive, he made all the decisions. Now that he is gone, who has the right to occupy that position? Several exchanged glances, their eyes settling on Li Zhongjio and Ding Qing. A female elder proposed. I suggest that Li Zhongjio assume the role of acting chairman. He has been with the Jinmin Group the longest, is most familiar with operations, and has the best connections with upper management. He should lead us, and I trust there will be no objections. As soon as she finished speaking, others chimed in, agreed. Zhongjio has made significant contributions to the group over the years. He is the most suitable candidate for the role. I concur. Zhongjio has the capability and connections to stabilize the situation. Agreed. Many voiced their support for Li Zhongjio. Li Zhongjio set down his teacup, a slight smile gracing his lips as he exchanged a glance with Ding Qing, his eyes glimmering with triumph. Ding Qing, however, remained inscrutable, his gaze as cold as ice. At that moment, the elder with graying hair inquired, Ding Qing, what is your opinion? Ding Qing flicked the ash from his cigarette and coldly remarked, my opinion? Does my opinion truly matter? You have all made your decisions, so why do you seek my input? This attitude caused the expressions of those present to shift slightly. Their discomfort palpable. Nonetheless, they refrained from voicing their objections. While Ding Qing may not possess the prowess of Li Zhongjio, he certainly was not lacking in stature. Li Zhongjio interjected, Ding Qing, what do you mean by that? We are all here for the benefit of the Jinmin Group. If you have any thoughts, please share them. Ding Qing rose, lit a cigarette, and exhaled smoke towards the gathering, saying, Chairman Shi has just passed, and we have yet to ascertain the circumstances of his death. Is it truly appropriate for you to be hastily selecting an acting chairman now? And you, Li Zhongjio, have you already positioned yourself to take over in the wake of the chairman's demise? Should I interpret this as your ambition driving you to eliminate Chairman Shi? Li Zhongjio's countenance darkened, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Ding Qing, What the hell are you insinuating? Ding Qing took a drag of his cigarette. A playful smile gracing his lips. What? Feeling guilty? With the chairman gone, the one most pleased is undoubtedly you. The primary beneficiary of this tragedy is also you. Unless you wish to claim that you do not desire the chairmanship? The meeting room erupted into chaos. Ding Qing's words bore a semblance of truth. Those present, drawing from their collective experience, understood that the person with the most to gain held an 80% likelihood of being the perpetrator. Ding Qing, do you have any evidence for your claims? You cannot simply speak without proof. How could Zhongzhou possibly harm the chairman? He has served alongside him for over a decade. Several elders voiced their opinions, some rebuking Ding Qing, while others defended Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou, his face ashen, pointed at Ding Qing. Ding Qing, clarify your statements. If you possess evidence, present it. If not, this matter is far from resolved. Ding Qing chuckled coldly. Evidence? If I had any, would you still be standing here arguing with me? Once more, with the chairman's death, who stands to gain the most? It is you, Li Zhongzhou. Who is most eager to assume the chairmanship? Again, it is you, Li Zhongzhou. Is this not obvious enough? Mr. Jean rapped on the table. Enough. Cease the bickering. The meeting room fell silent. Both of you are under suspicion. Zhongzhou, you are indeed the one who stands to benefit the most. Ding Qing, your words implicate you as well. Given the current uncertainty, it is inappropriate for anyone to assume the role of acting chairman. Here is what we shall do. Ding Qing and Li Zhongzhou, you will both be candidates. Within 1 month, whoever can accomplish a significant feat for the group and uncover the truth behind the chairman's death shall formally assume the chairmanship. The attendees exchanged glances. Deeming this a fair and just resolution, Li Zhongzhou's expression soured. Though he had not committed any wrongdoing, this position, which he believed was rightfully his, would now need to be shared with Ding Qing. Damn it, Mr. Jean. Mr. Jean shot him a glare. It is settled then. Does anyone have any objections? Ding Qing nodded. Fine, a month it is. Let us see how this unfolds, Li Zhongzhou. With that, he turned and strode out with Li Zicheng in tow. Li Zhongzhou gritted his teeth, clearly displeased, yet helpless. The chairmanship of the Jinmin Group was not something he could simply claim. It would ultimately require the endorsement of the elders. Chapter 163, A Multi-Pronged Approach. As the Seoul Police and Jinmin Group were thrown into turmoil, Lei Long initiated his plan for retribution against Shi Jinxing. In the office of the chairman of Samsung Group, Li Jianxi was leisurely enjoying a high-grade cigar and sipping fine wine, utterly at ease. There was no reason not to relish this moment. Samsung's recent fortunes had been exceedingly favorable, eliminating any concerns about the group's development. He was well aware that as long as the research team could develop the lithography machine and the 0.5-micron technology, Samsung's operational metrics and capabilities would undergo an unprecedented enhancement. While it may be too ambitious to claim global dominance, at the very least, they would be able to navigate the Korean market with ease. As for competitors like Nikon and ASML, they would need to step aside. Lost in these thoughts, Li Jianxi exhaled a plume of smoke, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just then, the doorbell rang. His secretary hurried in. Chairman Li, Mr. Lei, Mr. Lei has arrived. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxi immediately stood. Lei Long had already pushed the door open and entered. Li Jianxi rushed forward to greet him, his smile warmer than that of a long-lost father. Mr. Lei, you should have let me know you were coming. I could have met you downstairs. Lei Long waved his hand dismissively and made his way to the sofa, taking a seat. Li Jianxi personally prepared tea, cut fruit, and toasted the cigar with deftness that was almost painful to watch. Once he confirmed the cigar was perfectly roasted, he presented it to Lei Long. Mr. Lei, please. Lei Long naturally accepted it and took a puff. Not bad. It remained unclear whether his compliment was directed at the cigar or Li Jianxi's service. Noticing Li Jianxi still standing, Lei Long instructed, sit. Li Jianxi complied, cautiously inquiring, Mr. Lei, is there something specific you wish to discuss today? Although Lei Long was the chairman of Samsung Group, he had established company regulations that kept him from frequenting the office, delegating all responsibilities to others. His sudden personal visit surely indicated an important matter. Lei Long nodded. Indeed, I have a request for you. Li Jianxi smiled. Mr. Lei, you are too kind. Whatever it is, just say it. I will ensure it is executed flawlessly. Lei Long stated. Chairman Li, I want to ensure Shi Jinxing has no opportunity to rise. Li Jianxi was momentarily taken aback. Shi Jinxing? Zhu Huiran? How could he have offended you? He inquired, bewildered. Mr. Lei, why the sudden turn? Lei Long replied. Zhu Huiran spent 100 million won to put a hit on me. At these words, Li Jianxi's expression shifted dramatically. 100 million won. A contract on Lei Long's life? He gasped. Mr. Lei, are you certain? Lei Long nodded. Li Jianxi swallowed hard as memories from the past few days flooded back. Connecting the dots, it was highly probable that Zhu Huiran had used that sum to bribe Shi Dongchu to eliminate Lei Long. The outcome was clear. Shi Dongchu was dead. The Jinmin Group was in chaos, and the Seoul police were at a loss. How dare Zhu Huiran provoke Lei Long? How dare he challenge his benefactor? Zhu Huiran was truly lighting a lamp in a toilet, seeking trouble. Li Jianxi's eyes turned cold as he promptly asked, Mr. Lei, what do you intend to do? Lei Long lifted his teacup and took a sip. As I said, I want to bring down Shi Jinxing. Li Jianxi furrowed his brow. Shi Jinxing was no small enterprise. It was the second largest chaebol in Korea, second only to Samsung. With roots in chemicals, it had expanded into electronics, communications, and batteries. With operations spanning the globe, to dismantle such a colossal entity was no simple task. However, since Lei Long had spoken, it was clear he was not merely making idle threats. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jianxi replied, Mr. Lei, while Shi Jinxing is indeed formidable, it is not beyond reach. Its vulnerabilities lie in three key areas. First, in the realm of electronics, they have been relentlessly striving to catch up with Samsung. However, their technology pales in comparison to ours, their market presence is lacking, and their profits are inferior. Over the past few years, in a bid to seize market share, they have made substantial investments and accrued significant debts. Should we initiate a price war, leveraging Samsung's economies of scale against them, their cash flow would undoubtedly face severe challenges. Secondly, regarding the chemical industry, this sector forms the bedrock of Shi Jin's star, having been cultivated over several decades, yielding stable profits, and serving as their cash cow. Yet, a characteristic of the chemical industry is its reliance on imported raw materials. If we can strategically disrupt their supply chain for these materials, their production costs will soar, resulting in a substantial contraction of their profits. Lei Long squinted. Can you truly disrupt their supply? Li Jianxi confidently replied. Samsung does not deal in chemical raw materials, but we possess shipping capabilities. Many vessels across the globe are manufactured by us. I can persuade them to assist. With just a slight rationale, we could sever Shi Jin's star's supply chain for raw materials. Lei Long nodded. Continue. Thirdly, in terms of political connections, Shi Jin's star has deep ties within the political sphere, including the prosecution office, police department, and even the Blue House. However, this also represents their vulnerability. More connections entail more leverage against them. Furthermore, we merely need to identify an individual capable of curtailing their relationships, such as Minister Jin. We can compel Minister Jin to investigate Shi Jin's star's tax affairs, scrutinize their environmental compliance, and ascertain whether they have engaged in any illicit operations. There is no necessity to uncover genuine wrongdoing. Merely initiating an investigation would leave them in disarray. Officials associated with Shi Jin's star, in a bid for self-preservation, will instinctively distance themselves. Additionally, I will confront Shi Jin's star head-on. With 4 strategies in play, we can ensure Shi Jin's star's bankruptcy within 6 months. Lei Long nodded in agreement. It is indeed Li Jianxi's cunning. Your ideas are commendable. However, 6 months is too protracted. I require you to resolve Shi Jin's star's issues within a month. Besides the 4 points you mentioned, there is another aspect, finance. I need you to short sell Shi Jin's star in the financial markets. Within a month, I want Shi Jin's star on their knees pleading for mercy. Do you comprehend my intent? Li Jianxi nodded, his expression grave. Mr. Lei, Samsung will cooperate fully. Lei Long, satisfied, urged, go forth and expedite this matter. Li Jianxi nodded and immediately set to work. He dared not exhibit even a modicum of negligence regarding Lei Long's directives. Moreover, Zhu Huiran has gone too far this time. In matters of commerce, one can understand the cutthroat nature of business. After all, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield. It's either you or me. Yet, for a prominent chaebol family to resort to underworld tactics has fundamentally breached the established norms. The following morning, Lei Long arrived at Minister Jin's office. He did not conceal anything, speaking candidly about the entire situation. To him, this issue was not monumental. It was merely imperative that he magnified the matter. He wanted everyone to recognize the repercussions of offending him, Lei Long. Moreover, it would be a waste not to utilize a tool like Minister Jin. Chapter 164, Minister Jin's Compromise. An anxious Zhu Huiran. As Lei Long concluded his remarks, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Minister Jin took a sip of tea, contemplating. Internally, he cursed Zhu Huiran's ancestors. Why provoke Lei Long of all people? In fact, he had anticipated the unrest among the chaebols, which is why he publicly supported Lei Long in front of the media. The implication was clear. I am shielding Lei Long. Do not meddle. Anyone with a modicum of sense would understand how to navigate this. Yet here was Zhu Huiran, lacking discernment. Minister Jin set down his teacup and cleared his throat. Mr. Lei, that old coot Zhu Huiran certainly requires discipline, but Shi Jin's star is too vast and intertwined with too many interests. If we forcefully proceed, it may trigger a chain reaction. Lei Long, displeased, retorted. Are you implying that I deserve my fate if I fail, and that my survival is merely a stroke of luck? Minister Jin's expression turned anxious, and he quickly denied. Mr. Lei, that is not what I meant. Please do not misinterpret my words. Although that was his thought, he could not voice it. Samsung had just resolved its technical issues. The chip industry was beginning to flourish. And CJ Entertainment awaited investment. Furthermore, Lei Long's funds for other ventures were soon to arrive. Offending Lei Long at this juncture would be tantamount to severing one's own financial lifeline. Should he anger this financial benefactor, the repercussions for the entire Korean economy would be monumental. Lei Long stated calmly, Minister Jean, I do not wish for you to engage in any nefarious activities. I merely request that you investigate their accounts. I will handle the rest. Minister Jean hesitated. Investigate their accounts? Lei Long nodded. Taxation, environmental compliance, and operational qualifications must be examined. As for the fate of Shijin Star and Zhu Huiren, that is for me to determine. Of course, you could attempt to stop me right now. Minister Jean pondered for a few moments, quickly grasping Lei Long's intentions. His mind raced. Zhu Huiren is a chaebol in Korea. But Lei Long is also a financial deity. Though both factions are composed of allies, their influence differs significantly. No matter how large Shijin Star may be, it remains a domestic chaebol. In contrast, Lei Long possesses the most advanced lithography technology in the world, along with the chip production capacity of Longwei, the capital of Hong Kong, Samsung shares, and Thunder's mobile devices. Any single element could easily overshadow Shijin Star. Such an individual is not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, it was Zhu Huiren who initiated this conflict. Spending 100 million Korean won to take a life has already broken the rules. Even if Lei Long does not seek retribution, the mere gossip surrounding this incident would tarnish the reputation of Korean chaebols. Subsequently, which international investors would dare to invest in the domestic market? Fortunately, Lei Long remains unharmed. Otherwise, the situation could escalate dramatically. One cannot reap rewards without risk. Sacrificing a Zhu Huiren to stabilize a Lei Long is a transaction that bears no loss. Minister Jean took a deep breath and raised his head. Mr. Lei, I will take charge of this matter. With that, Minister Jean stood up, directly picking up the desk phone in front of Lei Long to initiate a series of operations. Hello, Taxation Office. This is Minister Jean. Please arrange a team to conduct a thorough audit at Shijin Star's headquarters tomorrow. If everything is in order, splendid. If not, proceed according to the law. Environmental Protection Office. Shijin Star has several factories, and there may be issues with their environmental qualifications. Please send someone to investigate. It is unclear how many calls Minister Jean made, but he eventually found himself parched and settled onto the sofa for a sip of tea to soothe his throat. Mr. Lei, from this point forward, you may proceed with your plans. Should any issues arise, I will bear the responsibility. Lei Long stood. Minister Jean, I will remember this favor. By the way, Minister Jean, during the investigation, make some noise and let the reporters know. With that, he pushed the door open and left. Minister Jean stood in stunned silence for a few seconds before breaking into a wry smile. Lei Long is indeed ruthless. It seems he is determined to annihilate Shijin Star. As for him, he can only choose to turn a blind eye. Shijin Star Group, Chairman's Office. Zhu Huiren embraced a woman on his left and another on his right. With two beautiful ladies, one offering grapes and the other serving red wine. Enjoying a delightfully sumptuous life. This epitomizes the simplest day for a chaebol. To the chaebol, the woman in his arms is akin to a mere dog, dispensable and inconsequential. Yet, for an ordinary person, she is indeed a goddess, perched high above. In the grand tapestry of human experience, only me possesses the ability to truly capture hearts. The essence of this world remains a discourse solely on wealth, devoid of affection. At that moment, the television broadcasted breaking news. It reported that the chairman of the Jinmin Group, Shi Dongchu, had been assassinated 3 days prior, with the police conducting a vigorous investigation. Currently, the Jinmin Group found itself in disarray, as two prominent candidates, Ding Qing and Li Zhongjiu, vied for the position of chairman. Seoul Police Officer Jiang Bingzhu observed. Zhu Huiren stared intently at the screen, his emotions fluctuating. Shi Dongchu was dead. The identity of the murderer remained unknown. He had spent 100 million won to have Shi Dongchu eliminate Lei Long. Just days after the money was transferred, Shi Dongchu was dead? Damn it. 100 million just gone down the drain. Of course, his primary concern was not the loss of that fortune, but rather whether Lei Long had realized it was his order. If he remained oblivious, the worst outcome would be merely 100 million lost. If he knew, that man had eliminated people from the 4 major trading companies in Hong Kong. Killing him was not beyond the realm of possibility. Zhu Huiren's anxiety escalated. He smashed his glass against the coffee table. Damn it, perhaps it was not enough excitement. He seized the necks of the 2 women beside him and slammed them onto the table. Within moments, both beauties were bloodied and screaming. Call the police. Zhu Huiren retrieved a gun from his drawer and emptied the magazine into the 2 women, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. A look of perverse pleasure crossed his face, as if only the sight of crimson blood could alleviate his troubled spirit. A bodyguard rushed in. Unperturbed by the scene beside the coffee table, and promptly began to clean up. Zhu Huiren, holding a wine glass, approached the window, gazing out at half of Seoul's skyline. His heart laden with trepidation. Would Lei Long discover his involvement? Likely not. He and Shi Danshu had been friends for decades, always helping one another out, sharing mutual trust. Moreover, Shi Danshu was no fool. Betraying himself would be akin to endangering his own family. He was not that naive. Now that Shi Danshu was dead, the trail had gone cold. No one could trace it back to him. Yet, an unsettling unease gnawed at him. What if Lei Long uncovered the truth? This man from Hong Kong was not to be trifled with. The more Zhu Huiren pondered, the more regretful he became. Had he known, he would never have entertained such thoughts. 100 million won for a life, and in the end, he had placed himself in peril. Damn it. At that moment, his female secretary burst in. Chairman, we have a serious situation. Chapter 165, Shi Jinxing faces catastrophe. Zhu Huiren frowned. What is the panic about? What has happened? The secretary, gasping for breath, stammered. The Taxation Office, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Business Administration Office, and the Financial Supervisory Service. Many departments have arrived. The floor is swarming with people demanding to audit our accounts, inspect our environmental compliance, and investigate our operating qualifications in a joint inquiry. Zhu Huiren was taken aback. A joint investigation? And so many departments converging at once? In all his years, he had never witnessed such an overwhelming spectacle. What was the rationale behind this? The secretary shook her head. They merely claim it is a routine check and are asking for our import and export records and bank statements. This is far from a mere routine check. Zhu Huiren's complexion darkened considerably. This was not an audit. It was clearly an attempt on his life. He understood better than anyone that in the realm of chaebols and large corporations, who could truly claim to have spotless accounts. The chaebol politics of Goryeo had been operating for decades, with collusion between officials and businesses, a gray area that had long been an unspoken rule. As long as one did not act recklessly and knew how to manage relationships, everyone could coexist harmoniously with the authorities. Damn it, what a bizarre day this was. Zhu Huiren rushed to the window, peering down. Below, a dozen government vehicles were parked, all belonging to various departments. Soon, a throng of people surged into the building. Zhu Huiren had no time to think. He quickly straightened his suit and steeled himself to confront the situation. In the conference room, dozens of individuals were already seated. He recognized the leader, Kim Sang-woo, the head of the Taxation Office. This was a man he had often courted favor with, always generous during holidays and sharing drinks. Brothers in arms, they had shared burdens together. But now, with trouble brewing, his demeanor had transformed entirely. Kim Sang-woo approached Zhu Huiren, chest puffed out. Striding with an air of indifference, he produced his credentials and, with a stone-cold expression, stated, Chairman Zhu, the Joint Investigation Team from the Taxation Office, Environmental Protection Agency, Business Administration Office, and Financial Supervisory Service is here to conduct an audit of your company's tax, environmental, and operational qualifications. Please cooperate. He was colder than a millennia-old iceberg. Gone was the brotherly camaraderie. Zhu Huiren gritted his teeth and could only nod. Cooperate, please proceed. Zhu Huiren quickly concocted an excuse to leave, retreating to his office and shutting the door behind him, seething with anger. Who the hell had the audacity to target him, and to wield the power of the government? What immense force was behind this? He needed answers. His first call was to the deputy prosecutor's office. Hello, is this Deputy Park? I have a situation here. People from the taxation office and various departments are auditing my company. Can you help? Chairman Zhu. The deputy prosecutor immediately refused. I'm sorry. I can't assist you with this. Orders have come down from above. Whoever interferes will face dire consequences. You're on your own. With a click, the call ended. Zhu Huiren stood in disbelief. Who were these people from above? What rank did they hold to intimidate even the deputy prosecutor? With no other option, he continued to make calls, reaching out to the secretary of the police chief. Hello, Secretary Kim. This is Zhu Huiren, chairman of Shi Jinxing. We've met before. Your people have come to my company. Can you put in a good word for me? The response was the same, a flat refusal, a direct rejection, devoid of any semblance of politeness. At that moment, Zhu Huiren felt utterly foolish. He realized that those conspiring against him were no ordinary figures. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. He made a third, fourth, and fifth call. However, those who had once been comrades now either did not answer or responded with the same refusal. His final call was to a member of the National Assembly. The legislator sighed. Chairman Zhu, it's not that I don't want to help, but you've crossed paths with someone you shouldn't have. If I help you, I will be doomed. Zhu Huiren gritted his teeth and asked, could you possibly divulge a bit of information? Tonight, I will send 10 million over. The councilman replied, all right. To be frank, this order came directly from Minister Kim and has received tacit approval from above. As for who is behind this, I am also unaware. You might want to reflect on whom you have offended recently. After speaking, he swiftly hung up the phone. Zhu Huiren clenched his teeth. Minister Kim? Had he offended Minister Kim? No, he had always maintained a good relationship with him and even sent gifts during holidays. Minister Kim, Minister Kim, Minister Kim. Zhu Huiran kept repeating, and in the next moment, a realization struck him. Minister Kim had publicly supported Lei Long. The person he had intended to kill for 100 million won was Lei Long. Perhaps Sherdonchal was not as resilient as he had imagined and had betrayed himself. This meant that the ones secretly plotting against him had a 99% probability of being Lei Long. Lei Long knew everything. Lei Long was aware of everything. It was over. Over. This was the end. Upon this thought, Zhu Huiran's legs went weak. Minutes passed before he regained his composure from the panic. He could not afford to sit idly by. He quickly dialed Minister Kim's number. At this point, it seemed that only Minister Kim could save his life. The phone rang for a long time before Minister Kim finally answered. Hello. Zhu Huiran took a deep breath. Minister Kim, it's me, Zhu Huiran. Minister Kim inquired. Zhu Chairman, what is the matter? Zhu Huiran gritted his teeth and asked, Minister Kim, is there some misunderstanding in this matter? I, Zhu Huiran, have always conducted my affairs properly, never straying into the legal gray areas. Moreover, I have always shown you respect and have never ceased to send gifts during holidays. I truly do not understand why you suddenly sent someone to investigate my company. Do not understand? Minister Kim's tone was icy. Chairman Zhu, are you genuinely clueless? Or are you merely pretending? To incite an attack on Mr. Lei, you really must be audacious. First, you have disregarded me. Second, you have disregarded the laws of this country. Third, you have ignored the government. I have turned a blind eye to many of your past actions, but this time, you have crossed the line. Do you understand? Zhu Huiran's complexion turned pale, and a fine sheen of sweat formed on his forehead. At that moment, he had confirmed who he had offended. Minister Kim, I. Minister Kim shouted angrily. What do you mean, I? Zhu Huiran, I suspect your brain has been squeezed by a door. You dare to touch Lei Long? Do you not know who he is? The richest man in Hong Kong. The largest shareholder of Samsung. He possesses the most advanced lithography technology in the world. I personally received him when he came to invest in our country. I publicly declared my support for him in front of numerous reporters, making it clear to you all not to overreach. Yet you, on the other hand, attempted to buy his life for 100 million won? Are you out of your mind? Do you think Lei Long is a street thug? Easily dealt with by throwing some money his way? Chapter 166, The Weak-Kneed Chairman. A series of attacks. Zhu Huiran immediately apologized. Minister Kim, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please, I beg you, show mercy and spare me. Minister Kim slammed the table in anger. Wrong? Now you realize your mistake? It's too late. Lei Long has already taken action. Do you think this is just a trivial matter? If Lei Long moves against you, do you think Samsung will remain indifferent? Hearing this, Zhu Huiran quickly replied, Minister Kim, please help me. I beg you, save me, say a word for me. I will do anything. Whatever you need, I will provide. Seeing the typically high and mighty Zhu Huiran so humble, Minister Kim sighed. Zhu Huiran, I cannot save you. You must plead with Lei Long yourself. Be more courteous. Admit your mistakes sincerely, and perhaps he might forgive you. Zhu Huiran finally saw a glimmer of hope and immediately inquired, what should I do? Minister Kim gritted his teeth. Given our past friendship, I will offer you a piece of advice. Prepare a grand gift and personally go to apologize. Do whatever Lei Long asks of you. If he demands compensation, you must pay it. If he tells you to kneel, you kneel, and if he requires you to bow your head, you bow your head. If he insists on your death, then you will have no choice but to die. After saying this, Minister Kim hung up the phone, disinterested in further conversation with Zhu Huiran. This was the best solution he could devise. From his perspective, he naturally hoped for a harmonious resolution between both parties. But could that truly be achieved? He did not know. Based on Lei Long's style of doing things in Hong Kong, the outlook seemed grim. Zhu Huiran sat dazed in his chair, his mind blank, as if he had been drained of all thought. To go and apologize to Lei Long? Who was he? He was the chairman of Shijin Star, the head of the second largest conglomerate in Korea. In this country, a single word from him could ruin countless people, and a mere glance could instill fear in numerous officials. Now, he was being asked to kneel before a man from Hong Kong? To bow his head? Zhu Huiran had navigated the landscape of Korea for decades. When had he ever endured such humiliation? But what if he did not apologize? Damn it. 3 days passed, and during these 3 days, Shijin Star was inundated with investigations from various departments, leaving them so busy they scarcely had time to drink a sip of water. From the headquarters to the subsidiaries, every account was demanded for thorough inspection, causing parts of Shijin Star's operations to come to a standstill. Some projects were even halted entirely. Moreover, various departments uncovered numerous issues, which they promptly disclosed to the media. The reporters, true to form, embellished the stories, tarnishing Shijin Star's reputation beyond recognition. Shijin Star was implicated in massive tax evasion, with amounts exceeding 1 billion won. Environmental violations? Several of Shijin Star's factories were found to be emitting pollutants beyond permissible limits. Were there instances of interest manipulation? Shijin Star's transactions with several shell companies were exposed. Each headline was more shocking than the last, and the content was increasingly explosive. Shijin Star's public relations department convened overnight to draft statements and hold press conferences in a bid to salvage their image. Yet, all their efforts appeared pale and powerless in the face of public opinion. There was no recourse. This issue had originated from an official report. No amount of excuses from the company could rival the credibility of the authorities. The image that Shijin Star had built over decades plummeted to rock bottom in just 3 days, teetering on the brink of collapse. At 9 a.m., as the Seoul Stock Exchange opened, Shijin Star's stock price plummeted. Within just 10 minutes, it had dropped by 5. In 20 minutes, it fell by 8. In 30 minutes, it decreased by 12. Within half an hour, losses exceeded several hundred million won. Such a significant decline immediately sent retail investors into a frenzy. Retail investors began to sell off wildly, while institutions quietly retreated. The selling pressure was overwhelming, while buyers were few and far between. The stock price has consequently plummeted. By the time of the midday market break, the share price of Shijin Star had already fallen by 16, setting a record for the most significant single-day decline among Korean companies in the past decade. In response, Shijin Star promptly convened a board meeting. Such a considerable drop necessitates mobilizing funds from the parent company to stabilize the market. Otherwise, the financial turmoil would be uncontrollable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lei Long leisurely sipped his tea and savored the delicacies, accompanied by 6 alluring beauties, dressed provocatively. These were sent by Li Jianxi under the pretense of looking after Lei Long's daily needs, but in reality, they were there to quench his thirst. Lei Long did not refuse. In a foreign land, as a man, he too had desires, and the company of several beautiful women was indeed essential. With the television on, the broadcast reported the dramatic crash of Shijin Star's stock. Upon witnessing this, Lei Long chuckled, finding it rather dull. Was this merely the first move? And Shijin Star had already collapsed to such an extent? Too weak. Just then, Li Jianxi called to report the situation. Lei Long replied, I see. Continue to raise prices and obstruct their raw materials. And do not forget to generate media buzz. I want the entire populace of Korea to know that Shijin Star is in peril. Hearing this, Li Jianxi gasped. Although the plan was his own, seeing Shijin Star's predicament was still somewhat daunting. Understood, Mr. Lei. Await my good news. After hanging up, Lei Long reclined on the sofa, continuing to watch television. The 6 alluring beauties gathered around. One offered tea, another lit a cigarette, 2 massaged his legs, while the other 2 stood by, ready to serve at any moment. Lei Long took a puff, exhaling a perfect smoke ring. Over the next 5 days, Shijin Star's situation worsened daily. The stock price continued to decline, albeit not in a catastrophic manner. Nevertheless, one is still one, and the financial implications were substantial. However, the real crisis lay not within the stock market, but in the business realm. In various sectors, including electronics, they found themselves defenseless against Samsung's price wars. For instance, in retail, a similar television, refrigerator, or washing machine from Samsung cost 1,000, while Shijin Star's was priced at 3,000. Consumers were not foolish. Who would choose the more expensive option for identical products? The situation in the chemical sector was even graver. Transportation issues arose, with the shipping company collaborating with Shijin Star offering various excuses for delays, whether claiming the ship was damaged or that rough seas were the cause. The result was that raw materials could not be delivered, leading to a third of the production line being halted. The remaining production lines operated sporadically. Some partners grew impatient and began calling Gu Huiren, demanding an explanation. Chairman Gu, our orders have been delayed for 2 months. You mentioned they would arrive days ago. When can we expect delivery? Chairman Gu, if you cannot supply us, we will have to consider alternative suppliers. Samsung has already contacted us and is willing to provide substitute products. Chapter 167, Renaming to Chairman Ding. Have you heard of the Dark Dragon organization? One by one, the partners called in. Gu Huiren, holding the phone, offered polite explanations, his demeanor as humble as that of a small-time merchant, fearful of losing their partnerships. President Lee, please rest assured, we are working on a solution and will restore supply shortly. Chairman Park, that shipment was indeed delayed, but we have found a new shipping channel. Please grant me a few more days. President Jean, we can negotiate the penalty fees. We've cooperated for so many years, I implore you to be lenient. Previously, these individuals would greet him with deference, treating him with utmost respect, often referring to him as Chairman Gu, more affectionately than a son. Some even went so far as to offer their wives to him just to secure Shijin Star's orders. But now, with the media frenzy and the sudden disruption of the supply chain in their physical operations, coupled with severe financial issues, the stock price halved. These sons of bitches circled around him like sharks sensing blood, refusing to let go. Nonetheless, a man of stature can endure. He had to swallow his anger. However, he had overestimated his own temper. After receiving 10 calls, he was seething with rage. His explosive temper made him reluctant to deal with these nuisances any longer. Chairman Gu seized an ashtray and smashed it onto the expensive glass table. What the hell is this? They used to cower like dogs, and now they dare to bite. Ah, damn it. The female secretary stood nearby, not daring to breathe. Gu Huiran paced back and forth in the office, truly experiencing the meaning of the phrase "a tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs." Today, he comprehended that sentiment profoundly. You, answer the phone. Just say I'm not available. Gu Huiran handed the phone to the secretary, delegating her to handle the matter. He recognized that he had descended to this humiliating predicament due to the machinations of Li Jianxi, or rather, Lei Long, who conspired against him. They were like 2 peas in a pod, eager to drive him to ruin. But knowing this, what could he do? In terms of backing, Lei Long had Minister Jin's support and the tacit approval of the Blue House. In terms of wealth, he was the wealthiest individual in Hong Kong, the foremost among Asia's 4 little dragons, possessing riches several times greater than Gu Huiran's. Moreover, he had allied with Samsung. Gu Huiran had dominated the Korean business landscape for decades, always the one to bully others. Never had he been the one to be bullied. Yet at this moment, a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. Was he truly to concede to Lei Long? No, absolutely not. A glint of madness flickered in Gu Huiran's eyes as he picked up the phone to contact other international allies, seeking funds and negotiating with new suppliers. He resolved that even in death, he would do so with dignity and pride. No one would trample upon him. No one. Especially not someone of dragon descent. He would not permit it. Unbeknownst to Lei Long, Gu Huiran was still grappling with his struggles. He was currently in the office of the chairman of the Jinmin Group. The new chairman of Jinmin had been confirmed. It was Ding Qing, with Li Zicheng as the vice chairman. As for Li Zhongjiu, his corpse was likely already decomposing, soon to emit a foul odor, and by next year, it would be overgrown with grass. Ding Qing was indeed ruthless. He did not merely act. When he did, he obliterated entire families without leaving a soul behind. He embodied the principle of uprooting entirely, ensuring that even when spring arrived, nothing would sprout anew. The entire board of the Jinmin Group had been subdued by Ding Qing's iron-fisted approach. Today, Ding Qing had unmistakably become the most formidable gang leader within the Korean realm. Terrifyingly powerful, Lei Long's visit was also an attempt to gauge Ding Qing's character, to discern whether he resembled a mere dog. If you don't like it, find someone else. Since you can support Ding Qing, you can certainly nurture another Ding Qing. Lei Long sipped his tea, and finally, Ding Qing arrived. At the entrance, a throng of individuals clad in black trailed closely behind him, displaying remarkable diligence. However, Ding Qing dismissed them, for he understood that Lei Long preferred to keep his identity under wraps and did not wish for anyone to know of his dealings with the Jinmin Group. Ding Qing composed himself before entering, and upon seeing Lei Long, he broke into a smile. "Mr. Lei." Lei Long nodded. "Have a seat." Ding Qing sat down, instinctively crossing his legs, but immediately uncrossed them, sitting upright like a diligent student. Lei Long took a sip of tea. "Congratulations, President Ding." Ding Qing quickly replied. "Mr. Lei, you flatter me. Without you, there would be no today for Ding Qing." Lei Long continued. "President Ding, how does it feel to be the leader?" Ding Qing hesitated for a moment, rubbing his forehead. "Mr. Lei, please don't jest. To be honest, only now do I realize how exhausting it was for that old stone, Shi Dongchua. Day in and day out. It was nothing but troubles, with everyone harboring grievances against me. I have already arranged for quite a few bodyguards." Lei Long nodded. "That is to be expected. More people lead to more complexities. As long as you can keep them in check." Ding Qing responded earnestly. "I can manage. Those who are not compliant have been dealt with, and the rest are all sensible." Lei Long leaned back on the sofa. "By the way, your bodyguards are rather inadequate. I will send someone to ensure your safety, with expenses calculated at international assassin rates. Is that acceptable?" At these words, Ding Qing's expression shifted dramatically. This was an unmistakable indication that Lei Long did not trust him. Did he intend to send someone to monitor him? As a leader, being surveilled, especially by those he could not trust, jeopardized his safety and privacy, placing everything under Lei Long's scrutiny. In simpler terms, it meant he would merely be a tool for Lei Long. However, to decline would be tantamount to rejecting Lei Long. Lei Long continued. "Ding Qing, you are now the president of the Jinmin Group, overseeing thousands of people, with influence in both the underworld and above in Goryeo. What is this? Now that you have resources, power, and brothers, you no longer need me." Ding Qing's countenance paled, and he immediately stood. "Mr. Lei, I am not the kind of person who forgets his benefactor. I, Ding Qing, will always be yours. You direct me east, and I shall not venture west. You command me to kill, and I shall not set fires. If you doubt me, I can transfer the shares of the Jinmin Group into your name right now and relinquish the position of president to you. Lei Long dismissed the notion. What would I want with your Jinmin Group? What use is your position to me? Have you heard of the Dark Dragon Organization? Ding Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Lei Long. The Dark Dragon Organization? After years in the underworld, how could he not be familiar with that name? A ruthless team ranked among the top 20 on the international assassination list. No. It was likely now in the top 10. Their strength was unparalleled, their equipment sophisticated. Their origins remained shrouded in mystery, and no one knew their identities. All that was known was that they appeared without a trace and vanished without a sound. At this moment, Lei Long's mention of the Dark Dragon Organization sent a chill down Ding Qing's spine. Dark Dragon, Lei Long, could it be? Was the Dark Dragon Organization under Lei Long's command? Goodness, if that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Mr. Lei, I understand, Ding Qing replied. Lei Long stood. That is good to hear. I fear you may become complacent. Now, don't be anxious. I won't harm you or force you into any nefarious deeds. On the contrary, I will provide you with countless resources. Ding Qing nodded. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Your immense kindness will be etched in my memory. Lei Long continued. But do not rejoice too soon. Although you are now the president of the Jinmin Group, this position is not yours for eternity. Let the underlings handle the violent affairs. Do not involve yourself directly. What you must do is contemplate the path ahead. Ding Qing paused. Puzzled, the path. Lei Long clarified. Yes, the path. Though it lies beneath your feet, how you traverse it is up to you. You can either plunge into the depths of darkness or cleanse yourself, emerging as a legislator, an entrepreneur, or a social luminary. In short, I hope you will choose the path of righteousness. Of course, taking this route means you must relinquish some lucrative ventures, such as flour. Ding Qing was taken aback. Cleanse himself? Become a legislator? He had never entertained such thoughts. As a Chinese expatriate, looked down upon since childhood, his rise from the streets to his current position was a hard-fought battle. For him, merely surviving was an achievement. How could he dare to aspire to be a legislator or a notable figure? Ding Qing forced a bitter smile. Mr. Lei, is it truly possible for me? I have never considered the things you mentioned. Lei Long stood, gazing towards the direction of the blue house. Ding Qing, I helped you rise. Not so you could continue as a crime lord. A crime lord could meet an untimely end at any moment. I have no desire to gain anything through you because even as the president of the Jinmin Group, you lack the qualifications to offer me anything. Qualifications. Ding Qing had heard this term from Lei Long for the second time. The first instance referred to his ascension to the presidency of the Jinmin Group. What did it imply now? Mr. Lei, please elucidate. Lei Long pointed towards the blue house. What I want from you is to step into that place. Ding Qing followed his gaze, his pupils contracting slightly in disbelief. Good heavens. Lei Long was referring to the blue house, the epicenter of power for the Koreans, as well as its terminus, the presidential office. The venue for parliamentary meetings. Every Korean dreams of stepping inside, even if just to feel the thrill of authority. Yet, the vast majority will only ever witness it on television, lacking even the qualifications to enter. It was a place he dared not even imagine. Recognizing Lei Long's formidable nature, he was astonished by the magnitude of his ambition. What was Lei Long scheming? Did he aspire to dominate all of Korea? Good heavens. The mere thought rendered Ding Qing pale. This was indeed a monumental play. Lei Long turned to stare at Ding Qing and asked softly, Are you afraid? Ding Qing took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice, suppressing any tremor. Mr. Lei, it's not fear, merely the suddenness of it all. Moreover, I fear I lack the qualifications. Ding Qing was acutely self-aware. As a street thug, merely surviving in this world was already a feat now. As the chairman of the Jinmin Group, he felt content. As long as he lived, life was worry-free. If he desired companionship, he could procure it. As for the blue house, he had never even dared to dream of it, let alone contemplate it. Lei Long resumed his seat on the sofa, lighting a Gaoshiba cigarette. His tone unruffled. Ding Qing, remember this, the world is but a vast stage. If you possess strength, you are a force to be reckoned with, capable of setting the rules and steering the destinies of countless individuals. Conversely, without strength, you are worth less than a stray dog. Though you are currently the chairman of the Jinmin Group, you remain on the dark side, in opposition to the light. They tolerate your existence now because you still hold significance. However, in the future, they will undoubtedly seek to extinguish you. This should be evident to you. Lei Long was not merely instilling anxiety in Ding Qing. In any empire, no power would permit a rival force to exist. This is an unyielding law. To put it plainly, if the Blue House truly wished to eradicate domestic gang influence, it would be a trivial matter, merely a matter of pulling the trigger. It's not difficult. Forget the Jinmin Group. Even the entirety of the Korean gang scene is insignificant in the face of absolute truth, a mere collection of inconsequential entities. Ding Qing nodded, recognizing that failing to grasp this would render him no different from a fool. Even adversaries harbor envy towards one another, let alone when power dynamics are at play. If one seeks to alter their future circumstances, they must begin by redirecting their path now, cleanse their reputation, and then venture into politics. Otherwise, a dead end awaits. Upon hearing this, Ding Qing's expression shifted. He comprehended Lei Long's intent. Truly, a single conversation could surpass 10 years of study, visionary insight. Chapter 169. The Cultivation of Korean Proxies. The final roar of G.I. Jinsong. Ding Qing promptly inquired, "So, Mr. Lei, please tell me, what should I do next?" Lei Long inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. The first step, from this moment onward, the Jinmin Group must engage in legitimate business. You are more aware than I of what is permissible under Korean law. Ding Qing nodded, agreeing with Lei Long's assessment. In this era, although various avenues for business exist, the risks are considerable. A moment's negligence could spell disaster for both company and individual. The second step, establish a charitable foundation. Donate to schools, hospitals, and to those genuinely in need. Ensure the media, the public, and officials are aware of your intentions. Build your reputation. Furthermore, engaging in philanthropy will garner government subsidies, facilitating the layout of legitimate business operations. The third step, from now on, learn how to conduct yourself. Be courteous to officials, be polite to journalists, and especially respectful towards those more powerful than you. Offer gifts where appropriate, bow when necessary, and act humble when the situation demands it. Haven't you been adept at humility for decades? A few more years of it won't be difficult. Once you ascend to the pinnacle, they will be the ones humbled. Ding Qing chuckled wryly. Mr. Lei, your words resonate. The fourth step. Once your reputation is cleansed and your network is established, you can begin your foray into politics, starting with district councilor, gradually climbing the ranks. This process may take 10 to 20 years. Ultimately, how far you ascend will depend on your own capabilities. Lei Long elucidated the path with clarity. Ding Qing nodded. Mr. Lei, I understand what I must do now. By the way, Mr. Lei, as the chairman of the Jinmin Group, I wish to alleviate your burdens. The alleviation he referred to was, of course, regarding Zhu Huiran. Lei Long set down his teacup. I have already stated, I will handle it myself. I also mentioned that you hold no value to me at present. When you prove your worth, I will seek you out. Remember my words. Lei Long rose. Very well. I shall take my leave. Members of the Dark Dragon will arrive tomorrow. Arrange for them. They are not here to surveil you, but to protect you. Ding Qing hastily stood. Mr. Lei, allow me to escort you. Lei Long waved his hand dismissively. No need. Focus on planning your own life. The fate of the Jinmin Group, its survival or demise, is yours to determine. With that, Lei Long departed. Ding Qing sat down, closing his eyes in contemplation. He then summoned Li Zicheng. 8 days passed. At 9 o'clock in the morning, as the Seoul Stock Exchange opened, G.I. Jinsong's stock price plummeted like a roller coaster. No, it was more akin to a free fall. The decline persisted. Good heavens, it has halted. If this continues, G.I. Jinsong may face delisting. A throng of retail investors crowded the trading windows, eager to sell their shares, yet no one was willing to buy. Sell orders piled up like mountains while buy orders were few and far between. Many in the hall began to weep openly. I beg you, help me sell. My entire fortune is tied up in this. Nearby, an elderly woman sat on the ground, beating her thighs and wailing. This was my lifelong savings for retirement. Just like that, it's gone. Damn you, Zhu Huiran. How could I have trusted him so much? Simultaneously, reporters wielding cameras weaved through the crowd, capturing the moments of despair. The evening news featured these images prominently. G.I. Jinsong's stock price continued to plummet, with a market value evaporating by 10 billion Korean won. Could Chairman Zhu still ride the tide and save G.I. Jinsong from impending doom? Or was it too late to turn back? Was G.I. Jinsong destined to exit the historical stage? Retail investors were left with nothing, and investors besieged G.I. Jinsong's headquarters. A financial crisis loomed ominously. Shattering the myth of the chaebols? Reports that pierced the heart have been flooding in one after another, igniting a wave of panic in the market. The Zijingxing Group's headquarters. Zhu Huiran immediately switched off the television. The office fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the low hum of the air conditioning. Leaning against the sofa with his eyes closed, Zhu Huiran remained utterly still. Over the past fortnight, he had scarcely managed to enjoy a full night's sleep, constantly devising ways to secure funds. It was either borrowing money or being en route to do so. Banks, suppliers, partners. He had exhausted every possible avenue. Even the cash in his personal account had been drained, having sold several properties and even pawned his wife's jewelry. Altogether, he had amassed nearly 5 billion Korean won, all of which he had plunged into the stock market in a desperate attempt to stabilize Zijingxing's shares. Yet, he was naively optimistic. His investments were swallowed by the insatiable beast of the market, creating hardly a ripple. On the first day, he had managed to inject $1 billion and stabilize the market, as well as the stock price. He believed the worst was over. However, to his dismay, the following day, the market experienced significant turmoil. With a deluge of stocks flooding in, overwhelming demand. The supply far exceeded demand, causing prices to naturally plummet. Clearly, someone was deliberately short-selling. Zhu Huiren, too weary to investigate, knew it was the work of Lei Long. What followed was a relentless barrage. To date, all 5 billion had been invested. Yet it felt as though it had been thrown into a bottomless pit, without so much as a sound in return. Not only had he failed to stabilize the stock price, but after enduring days of turmoil, the stocks continued to decline. Today he found himself utterly powerless. The market for Xijinxing had plummeted drastically, meaning that after all this effort, not only had he failed to rescue the stock market, but he also owed 5 billion to various parties. So infuriated was Zhu Huiren that thoughts of suicide crossed his mind. Yet, this was far from his limits. Lei Long's retaliation would not be so easily dismissed. Meanwhile, on the island of Sakura Country, several massive cargo ships were docked at the port. Yet not a single barrel of chemical raw materials was loaded. On the dock, several individuals clad in Xijinxing uniforms were in heated debate. Why aren't you allowing us to load? We have signed contracts. I'm sorry, but the shipping lanes are under maintenance. All vessels are prohibited from departing. This is a notice from the Port Authority. There is nothing we can do. Maintenance? How long will it take? At least half a month. Half a month? Our production line cannot wait that long. There's no other option. Perhaps you should find another ship? Another ship? Xijinxing's raw material transportation has faced issues since half a month ago. Several companies we frequently collaborate with have already torn up their contracts. After all, Li Jianxi holds considerable sway. With a mere word, he has deterred all ships from accepting Xijinxing's cargo. Thus, in a bid to ensure material stability, Zhu Huiren had offered a higher price, which led to one company reluctantly agreeing to transport for Xijinxing. Little did he expect that yet another complication would arise. The person in charge immediately made a call. Zhu Huiren quickly picked up, his voice weary. Hello, what is going on? Chairman, the shipping company says the shipping lanes need maintenance. We will have to wait at least another half month. Zhu Huiren gripped the phone, his face paling. Another half month? Can Xijinxing hold on? Damn it, I understand. After hanging up, Zhu Huiren dialed the shipping company again. Old Jean, what is your meaning? You promised to transport for me. And now you're causing trouble? Zhu Huiren's tone was harsh. Old Jean replied calmly. Oh, Chairman Zhu, please don't be angry. We're all in business for profit. After all, you did offer me a higher price, but Chairman Li has offered me double. If you can give me 3 times the amount, I'll ensure your goods are returned to the port. What do you say? Zhu Huiren felt as if he might spit blood. Once again, it was Li Jianxi and Lei Long stirring trouble. Zhu Huiren grit his teeth and cursed, get lost. The next day, utterly exhausted, Zhu Huiren finally succumbed to sleep. Yet, he had barely rested for an hour when, at 10 in the morning, his secretary burst into the office, bearing a stack of documents, forcibly rousing him from his slumber. Zhu Huiren longed to vent his frustration, but found he lacked the strength even to do so. Rubbing his temples, he asked, what now? The secretary placed the documents on the desk. Speaking in a hurried tone, Chairman, this is a fax we received this morning. Zhu Huiren glanced at it, his expression darkening with each passing moment. The first document was a termination letter from a major appliance company. Due to your company's recent inability to deliver products on time, which has severely affected our production schedule, we hereby formally terminate the cooperation agreement as per Article XX of the contract. And you are required to pay a penalty within 14 days. Penalty amount, 200 million won. The second was a payment reminder from an electronics components company. The third was essentially a collection of termination letters, payment reminders, and legal notices. Zhu Huiren gritted his teeth, muttering, damn it. The secretary stood nearby, cautiously reminding him, Chairman, there's more. What else? The secretary replied, the legal department just informed me that we received 3 new lawsuits today, adding to the previous ones. We now have a total of 80 lawsuits pending. If we lose them all, the compensation could reach 8 billion. Zhu Huiren was left stunned. 8 billion? Where am I supposed to find 8 billion now? Stock prices have halved, assets have shrunk, banks have cut off loans, materials are delayed, factories are at a standstill. Workers are protesting, and now there's an additional 8 billion in compensation? In that moment, Zhu Huiren's eyes lost their focus, his mind a blank. Slumping in his chair, he found himself unable to utter a single word. The next second, overwhelmed by rage and despair, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. 3 days later, in the hospital, Zhu Huiren awoke in a bed, pale and noticeably thinner. After sipping a bit of broth, a group of impeccably dressed individuals appeared at the door. They were credit managers from various major banks. This time, they were not calling but had come in person. Not to Xijinxing's headquarters or Zhu Huiren's home, but directly to the hospital. The bodyguards at the entrance could not hold them back. Park Jinriyong, the general manager of Hongqing Bank, forcefully pushed past the bodyguards, straightened his suit, and entered through the door. Upon seeing Zhu Huiren in the hospital bed, He displayed a professional smile. Chairman Zhu, I apologize for the intrusion. According to our contract, your company's stock price has triggered the collateral liquidation threshold. We require you to supplement collateral or repay part of the loan. This is a formal notice. With that, he placed the document directly in front of Zhu Huiran. Zhu Huiran's expression wavered. Hong Kong Bank was the largest bank in the country, immensely powerful. There was no possibility of evading repayment. Park Jin-ryong smiled faintly. Chairman Zhu, what's the matter? Are you playing mute? Zhu Huiran gritted his teeth. I currently lack sufficient funds. Since we are old friends, could you grant me 3 months' time? Park Jin-long rubbed his temples. Chairman Zhu, it's not that I wish to disrespect you. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that we have thoroughly investigated your assets and other relevant aspects. After a comprehensive assessment, we must reclaim our interests. You must possess several properties under your name, correct? If that proves unfeasible, the shares of Shijin Star could also suffice. Zhu Huiran's gaze sharpened. This was a matter of life and death. However, he understood that this was standard banking procedure. They had been waiting for this opportunity, poised to seize Shijin Star with minimal effort. Zhu Huiran clenched his jaw and politely replied, please allow me a bit of time. Park Jin-long exhaled deeply. Chairman Zhu, you were meant to repay this sum last month, but we have granted you an additional month. This is already the bottom line for our bank. We cannot afford any further delays. 3 days, at most 3. If the situation remains unresolved by then, we shall have no choice but to proceed according to the contract. With that, he rose, inclined his body slightly, and departed. Just as the door closed, another bank's general manager burst in, echoing Park Jin-long's words verbatim. It wasn't until noon that they finally took their leave, leaving Zhu Huiran in a state of numbness, as he truly had no idea what to do next. At the top suite of the Shilla Hotel, Lei Long lounged on the sofa, a Gauss cigar delicately clasped between his fingers. The television broadcasted news footage of a crowd protesting outside the headquarters of Shijin Star, brandishing banners that read, Zhu Huiran, repay your debts. Shijin Star is collapsing. Return our hard-earned money. The screen also displayed scenes from the bond trading hall, and throughout it all, Lei Long couldn't help but chuckle. He relished this sensation. This was precisely why he had refrained from eliminating Zhu Huiran outright. He wanted to witness Zhu Huiran's demise amid suffering. He wished for him to endure a lifetime of anguish, experiencing a descent from heaven to hell. Such profound torment was beyond the capacity of ordinary souls to bear. Of course, all credit for this chaos belonged to Li Jianxi. Without him, it would have been quite challenging to bring Zhu Huiran to such a state. Lei Long picked up his phone. Chairman Li, excellent work, keep it up. Li Jianxi's voice came through respectfully. Mr. Lei, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. He was indeed sincere, as he had long harbored intentions to dismantle Shijin Star. Once Shijin Star fell, Samsung would become the definitive leader in the electronic industry within the entirety of the Korean Empire, dominant and unparalleled. The rules would be dictated solely by him. Fixating on the television once more, Lei Long hatched a plan. You've seen the reports on the news, haven't you? Li Jianxi nodded. I have. Good, let's escalate this matter. In a few days, we'll move in for the final blow. Let us bring down Shijin Star. With that, Lei Long ended the call. Chapter 170. Is Chairman Zhu planning to flee? The following morning, under Li Jianxi's orchestration, the entirety of Seoul erupted in chaos. The news headlines exploded once again. Exclusive. Zhu Huiran plots to flee. Assets transferred overseas. The chairman of Shijin Star allegedly prepares to escape. Airport Customs has received a notification for cooperation. On the eve of bankruptcy? Reports indicate that Zhu Huiran's family has already departed. Sources reveal that Zhu Huiran's wife and children had boarded a flight to Singapore 3 days prior. While multiple properties under his name are being hastily sold off, with substantial funds being funneled through underground money exchanges to overseas accounts. All signs indicate that Zhu Huiran may indeed be preparing to flee. Such reports were rampant. Regardless of their veracity, the public's perception was astute. Shijin Star was evidently in dire straits. With further revelations, it would be hard to convince anyone this was false news. Public opinion had spiraled out of control. Across major forums and social media, posts about Zhu Huiran's potential flight inundated the platform. This stirred those working at Shijin Star into a frenzy. What the hell? Is that old man Zhu really fleeing? He still owes me 3 months of unpaid wages. You think that's bad? I've been waiting for months. We cannot let him escape. He must be apprehended. Otherwise, our efforts would be in vain. Some individuals had already rushed to the airport to intercept him. In no time, internal employees had mobilized, tracking Zhu Huiran's whereabouts and compiling a list of possible locations to block him. Outside, many were discussing the matter. What the hell? Is Zhu Huiran really fleeing? Is it true? I don't know. The news reported it, so it should be credible. I invested my entire pension into this. It's all over now. That scoundrel has made so much money, and now he wants to run? He cannot be allowed to escape. We must corner him. Corner him? How? He could just fly away, And what could we do? Outside the Shijin Star headquarters, an indeterminate number of people had gathered. Initially, only a handful of individual investors protested with banners at the entrance, but as the news of Zhu Huaran's potential flight spread, throngs of investors and employees converged like a flock of sheep. The crowd swelled densely, filling the entire street to capacity. Journalists with cameras struggled to push forward. The cries of the crowd were deafening. Zhu Huaran, come out. Return our hard-earned money. Zhu Huaran, we relied on you. Previously, they had addressed him as Chairman Zhu, but now they called him by name. An array of derogatory terms flowed freely. A few security guards at the entrance were utterly at a loss. None had ever witnessed such a scene. Thousands of people were blocking the way, and they were powerless to stop them. At that moment, someone began hurling eggs at the building. Crack, crack, crack. The eggs splattered against the glass facade, yellow yolk trickling down the surface. Others began to smash the doors. Bang, bang, bang. The glass doors cracked under the assault. Charge in. Seize Zhu Huaran. The crowd began to stir, surging forward. The security guards, pale with fear, hastily retreated into the lobby, bracing the door shut. Someone immediately called the police. However, the arrival of law enforcement proved futile. There were simply too many people to disperse. They could only stand in a standoff. Several police cars, arriving in succession, became trapped outside, unable to enter. The scene erupted into chaos, reminiscent of a large-scale riot. In a hospital, Zhu Huaran lay on a bed, his face pale. The television was on, broadcasting the turmoil outside the Shijin Star headquarters live. He gazed at the company he had labored so hard to build, now reduced to such a state. Zhu Huaran clenched his teeth, his expression a mix of complexity and helplessness. He closed his eyes, but the cacophony continued to penetrate his ears. Scoundrel! What the hell? The words sliced through him like daggers, piercing deep into his heart. As one approaches the end of life, their words often bear a certain wisdom. He reminisced about his gradual rise to success, the past vividly replaying in his mind. Regret now consumed him. Had he not orchestrated the assassination of Lei Long by Sherdong, he would not be facing such dire consequences today. At that moment, his secretary called. President, it's bad. Someone online is claiming you are planning to flee, and now a massive crowd has gathered at the company, numbering in the tens of thousands. The security is struggling to maintain order, but thankfully, the police are present. Zhu Huaran gritted his teeth and forced a bitter smile. Flee? Where could he possibly escape? He had indeed arranged for his wife and children to go abroad, but that had been a clandestine plan made half a month prior, fearing that should anything go awry, his family would suffer. Yet he himself remained. It wasn't that he didn't wish to leave, it was that he was unable to. His passport had been confiscated. He was utterly trapped. How could he even contemplate fleeing? On the other side, Lei Long received a call from Minister Jean. In a grave tone, Minister Jean stated, Mr. Lei, you have escalated this situation too far. I am aware of your ulterior motives to undermine Lei Long. However, the current events have spiraled beyond your control. If this continues, not only will you face repercussions from above, but it will also become international news, which would be detrimental to the image of our nation. Lei Long replied, Minister Jean, this is not of my making. It is Zhu Huaran's doing. Besides, this is merely normal business competition. He is simply too weak. Is he not? Minister Jean found himself at a loss for words. Lei Long's argument had merit. Ultimately, it was Zhu Huaran's weakness that had led to his downfall, allowing Lei Long to toy with him to the point of despair. From beginning to end, Zhu Huaran had lacked any capacity for resistance in the face of Lei Long. Minister Jean sighed. Mr. Lei, while your points are valid, you must understand that this cannot continue. It is unfavorable for our nation. Lei Long nodded, speaking meaningfully, Minister Jean. If Zhu Huaran refuses to yield, I am left with no choice. As long as he does not admit defeat, I will believe he still possesses the strength to oppose me. I hope you can comprehend my predicament. Upon hearing this, Minister Jean immediately grasped Lei Long's intentions. Over the past month alone, Lei Long had spent billions targeting Xi Jinping, leaving no room for retreat. His actions were fueled by a desire for vengeance. To make Zhu Huaran understand that he was not to be trifled with, and to compel Zhu Huaran to apologize and admit fault. Reflecting on this, Minister Jean quickly replied, Very well, await my good news. You shall not be disappointed. In truth, he had already cautioned Zhu Huaran about this matter. Who could have anticipated that Zhu Huaran, in his naivety, would dare to confront Lei Long head-on? Now, there was no turning back. He could only regard Zhu Huaran as a fool, squandering the opportunity afforded to him. Chapter 171 Neil. In Minister Jin's office, after hanging up, he leaned back in his chair, exhaling a plume of smoke. He understood that for Zhu Huaran, both in his own regard and for the country, there was no longer any value. Rather, he had become a burden. It was time to discard this pawn. He then picked up the landline. Hello, Zhu Huaran's voice came through, weak and frail. Minister Jean inhaled deeply. Zhu, you have seen the news, haven't you? Zhu Huaran offered a bitter smile. I am aware. Well, That's good to hear. Minister Jean nodded, then asked, how long have we known each other, Zhu? Zhu Huiran paused, perplexed by the sudden inquiry. About a decade and a half, I believe. Minister Jean continued, in these years. How have I treated you? Zhu Huiran's gaze shifted, an ominous premonition creeping in. Minister Jean has always been very supportive of me. Minister Jean sighed. Just as long as you know. Today, I must speak candidly. You have truly gone too far this time. Zhu Huiran looked up at the ceiling. Minister Jean, I understand. Please help me. Help you? It is too late now. Minister Jean rubbed the bridge of his nose. I have already gauged Lei Long's stance. He is very clear. If you do not concede, this matter will not end. Zhu Huiran's anger surged. Minister Jean, I have already lost. Shi Jinxing is on the brink of collapse, and I myself am finished. What more does he want? Minister Jean sighed. Zhu, do you still not comprehend? What Lei Long desires is not merely your defeat, but your admission of defeat. You must tell him directly that you were wrong, that you concede, and that you will never dare to oppose him again. Zhu Huiran gritted his teeth. Minister Jean, are you asking me to apologize to him? Minister Jean replied coldly. Not an apology, but an admission of defeat. As for how to admit defeat, I do not know. You must discuss it with Lei Long. Zhu Huiran's face flushed. Minister Jean, what about I? Minister Jin's tone turned stern. Zhu Huiran, do you still cling to your pride at this moment? Do you not realize your current predicament? The prosecution, the judiciary, the courts, and various departments have all initiated investigations. The delisting procedures have begun. And you face fines from the tax bureau, debts from the banks, and a multitude of individuals outside your company demanding retribution. What right do you have to maintain your pride? Zhu Huiran fell silent, struck dumb. Minister Jean continued to persuade. I have long advised you to apologize and admit fault. You once had options. Now they are gone. Contact Lei Long immediately. Perhaps this way, you may still find a path to survival. Otherwise, I will order your immediate arrest. And all your efforts will be rendered null. Zhu Huiran responded, understood. Minister Jean gritted his teeth. Zhu Huiran, do not stir up trouble any further. Resolve this matter at once, or I will resolve you. Beep, beep, beep. Minister Jean abruptly hung up. Zhu Huiran, lost and despondent, set down the phone. Ultimately, he dialed again. Hello, Mr. Lei, this is Zhu Huiran. I wish to meet with you. That evening, at the top-floor presidential suite of the Shilla Hotel, guided by Gao Jin. Zhu Huiran arrived. His condition was poor, his complexion pale, unshaven, and his eyes sunken. He had lost a significant amount of weight compared to a month ago, bearing little resemblance to the affluent chaebol leader he once was. Even the homeless on the streets appeared more refined than he. Mr. Lei, President Zhu has arrived. Gao Jin announced. Lei Long scrutinized Zhu Huiran, a smirk playing on his lips. President Zhu, what an esteemed guest you are. It is my honor to meet with a prominent chaebol of the high and mighty today. Please, take a seat. Zhu Huiran could not miss the underlying mockery in Lei Long's words, yet he dared not express his anger. He obediently sat down on the sofa opposite Lei Long. He could not help but scrutinize Lei Long. The person before him was the one who had driven him to the brink of despair. Youthful to the point of immaturity. Overly laid back, with a smile as warm as spring, aside from being somewhat handsome and tall, he appeared to possess no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Such a person has rendered himself utterly defenseless. Alas, he is quite displeased at present. The Dragon of Thunder exhaled a puff of smoke. A slight smile gracing his lips. Chairman Zhu, it is a rare occasion for you to seek me out without cause. Is there something you wish to discuss regarding a potential collaboration? Observing that the Dragon of Thunder still maintained a seemingly harmless demeanor, Zhu Huiran gritted his teeth, inhaled deeply, and forced a smile. Mr. Lei, I have come to offer my apologies, hoping you might grant me an opportunity, a chance to escape this predicament. Lei Long raised an eyebrow. Apologies? For what exactly? Zhu Huiran replied. Mr. Lei, regarding the previous matter, I was in the wrong. I should not have allowed anyone to provoke you. I apologize for my lack of insight. He implored. I humbly ask for your magnanimity to spare my wretched life. Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette. And what else? Zhu Huiran paused, taken aback. There's more? Lei Long nodded seriously, his tone icy. Indeed, there is more. Do you believe mere words suffice? Your posture is all wrong. Posture? Must one adopt a stance to apologize? Zhu Huiran was momentarily bewildered. However, having lived for so long, he was no stranger to receiving apologies from others. Zhu Huiran rose, mimicking an appropriate demeanor, and promptly bowed at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Lei, I sincerely apologize. Incorrect posture. Lei Long clicked his tongue. Zhu Huiran raised his head, teeth clenched, inquired. Mr. Lei, what do you mean? Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke. What I mean is, since you are here to apologize, you ought to present yourself accordingly. Standing or sitting signifies negotiation. Kneeling signifies an apology. Would you not agree? Kneel? You want me to kneel? Zhu Huiran's expression shifted dramatically. Internally, he cursed the Dragon of Thunder's ancestors. Alas, how infuriating. Zhu Huiran confirmed once more. Kneel? You wish for me to kneel? Lei Long nodded. Yes, kneel. Is there a problem? Zhu Huiran clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, grinding his teeth in anger. He, Zhu Huiran, had navigated the treacherous waters of the Korean business world for decades. When had he ever knelt before anyone? He was the chairman of the Shijin Star, the leader of the second largest conglomerate in Korea. In this country, his word could bring countless individuals to ruin. A mere glance could instill fear in many. Now, to kneel before a man from Hong Kong? Lei Long rose, speaking plainly. Chairman Zhu, I am not a patient man. If you do not wish to kneel, that is fine. The door is right there, and you may leave at any time. I shall not force you. However, once you depart, I cannot guarantee what may ensue. Kneel, or not kneel. Chapter 172. Humiliation. Alas, to kill is but a matter of bowing one's head. You, Lei Long, have truly gone too far. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Zhu Huiran chose to kneel. With a resounding thud, his knees struck the ground. In that moment, Zhu Huiran's complexion flushed, from his neck to the crown of his head. Although he felt humiliated, he realized that kneeling was not as monumental as he had imagined. It turned out kneeling was not such a big deal after all. It seemed that dignity, once relinquished, could be easily cast aside. He suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he known that kneeling could resolve matters so effortlessly, he would have done so at the onset of his troubles, rather than enduring this dreadful ordeal for over a month. He had made himself a laughingstock. Lei Long's eyelid twitched. Why kneel so heavily? You nearly shattered the floor. Should that happen, you would owe me compensation. Chairman Zhu, what are you doing? Zhu Huiran furrowed his brow. Mr. Lei, I am kneeling before you. Lei Long nodded. I am aware you are kneeling. I am not blind. My question is, what are you kneeling for? Zhu Huiran was taken aback. What does he mean? You commanded me to kneel, and I have done so. Now you inquire about the reason for my kneeling? Is your mind not quite right? Mr. Lei, did you not request this of me? Lei Long gestured dismissively with his teacup. You kneel merely because I told you to? You are even more obedient than a dog. Zhu Huiran gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw tensing. This was excessive. However, he refrained from retorting. To provoke Lei Long would render his kneeling meaningless. Observing Zhu Huiran's newfound compliance, Lei Long felt quite pleased. It is indeed peculiar how humans behave. In everyday life, they strut about as if they were kings, as if they were the very center of the universe. Yet, when faced with true adversity, they are less dignified than a mere dog. For the sake of profit, they can abandon their pride. Lei Long sipped his tea. Enough, it is tiring to converse while kneeling. Rise. Zhu Huiran hesitated, uncertain whether to stand or remain kneeling. Lei Long reiterated. Rise. Discussing business while kneeling is inappropriate. Only then did Zhu Huiran cautiously rise. Lei Long continued to mock. Chairman Zhu, you are quite an interesting character. When commanded to kneel, you comply. When told to rise, you obey. So obedient, I almost feel guilty for bullying you. Zhu Huiran forced a smile. Mr. Lei, please spare me your ridicule. Lei Long gestured toward the sofa. Have a seat. Let us discuss serious matters. Zhu Huiran sat, his nerves taut. Lei Long retrieved a document from his drawer and tossed it before Zhu Huiran. Chairman Zhu, I wish to acquire Shijin Star. This is the acquisition agreement. Zhu Huiran picked up the document, scrutinizing its contents. The agreement was straightforward. Lei Long intended to finance the acquisition of Shijin Star. This could indeed salvage Shijin Star from its dire situation. However, he would lose everything. Zhu Huiran had built his empire over decades. In a single night, it could all vanish. He was unwilling to accept such a fate. Moreover, Lei Long was offering a mere 10 billion Korean won to acquire the entire Shijin Star. This was not an acquisition, it was robbery. Mr. Lei, is your offer perhaps too? Lei Long interjected. What, do you find it too low? Zhu Huiran gritted his teeth. Mr. Lei, even if Shijin Star is struggling now, it is worth far more than 10 billion. This is, he hesitated. Swallowing the word robbery, Lei Long inquired. Chairman Zhu, how much do you believe Shijin Star is worth at present? Zhu Huiran raised his head, calculated briefly, and replied earnestly, at least 40 billion. Lei Long nodded. Very well, then sell it to someone else. Given Shijin Star's current condition, who would dare take on such a burden? In all of Korea, which conglomerate possesses such capability? You know better than anyone, let alone a conglomerate. Even the government would hesitate to invest 40 billion in this mess. Upon hearing this, Zhu Huiran's face turned ashen. Lei Long's words struck deep. He understood better than anyone that, in the current climate of Korea, no one would dare take on the burden of Shijin Star. Moreover, to put forth 40 billion won was an insurmountable task. Samsung might have the means, yet Li Jihai was merely a pawn of Lei Long modern. The Zheng family had always been cautious. They would avoid this hot potato at all costs. As for the government, Lei Long is absolutely right. The government dares not intervene. For billion to rescue a nearly bankrupt conglomerate using taxpayer money? these legislators would surely be condemned by the public. Lei Long pushed a cup of tea towards him. 1 billion not only secures your position, but also your very life, as well as your future. Think it over. Zhu Huiran gritted his teeth. Mr. Lei, would 20 billion suffice? Lei Long clicked his tongue in disdain. Chairman Zhu, do you believe you still possess the right to negotiate before me? You were just on your knees, and now you're haggling over 10 billion? Enough of this deliberation. I conduct millions in business every minute and have no time to waste here. With that, Lei Long produced a ballpoint pen. Hurry and sign. It's for the benefit of us all. He retrieved another document from the drawer and tossed it to Zhu Huiran. With a bitter smile, Zhu Huiran ultimately picked up the pen and inscribed his name. Upon completing the final stroke, he felt utterly drained, his eyes vacant and spirit extinguished. In that moment, he realized his life had reached a point of no return. The glory of his past was irrevocably lost. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lei Long, who had usurped everything from him, and an even greater resentment for the deceased Shi Dongqiu, who had failed to handle even this minor affair, leading to his own downfall. Were it not for this, how could he have sunk to such depths? Lei Long glanced at the agreement and nodded in satisfaction. Then, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the listless Zhu Huiran, he revealed a warm, spring-like smile. Chairman Zhu, I wish you a fruitful collaboration. Zhu Huiran rose, forced a smile, and promptly turned to leave. Lei Long watched the pitiful figure depart with a faint smile. He then retrieved his phone. Hello, Minister Jean. I have successfully concluded matters here. You may proceed to arrest Zhu Huiran. Understood, replied Minister Jean. Lei Long hung up, his eyes now cold and piercing. With the charges against Zhu Huiran, the list was endless. The issues surrounding his debts alone could imprison him for several years, not to mention tax evasion and the heinous acts he committed in his youth, such as murder and the trafficking of women. Collectively, these offenses would ensure he would never see freedom again. It's fortunate that the Korean legal system does not impose the death penalty. Otherwise, he would surely face execution within a year. As for Lei Long, he showed no mercy towards Zhu Huiran. As the old adage goes, those who kill shall themselves be killed. If one wishes to take a life, they must be prepared to lose their own. Chapter 173, Reforming Shijin Star. The following day, at the headquarters of Shijin Star Group, the conference room was filled with attendees at 9 in the morning. Along the rectangular table, more than 20 directors and executives sat upright, both young and old, male and female. Their expressions mirrored one another, confusion, anxiety, and an indescribable hint of anticipation. Yes, anticipation, not fear or melancholy. Over the past month, an overwhelming series of events had unfolded, so much so that they felt as though the vast Shijin Star Group had encountered catastrophic issues in the blink of an eye. Stock prices plummeted, operations ceased, suppliers fled, banks pursued debts, and the company faced imminent bankruptcy. Just last night, Chairman Zhu Huiran had been apprehended. Officials from the prosecutor's office had arrived and taken him directly from the hospital. It was rumored that he had left without uttering a single word, his complexion as pale as a corpse. As news spread, the entire company erupted in chaos. Ordinary employees speculated on Zhu Huiran's fate, while those in the boardroom secretly rejoiced. Why? Because the obstinate fool, Zhu Huiran, had finally stepped down. For years, he had treated Shijin Star as his personal property, doing as he pleased. He spent his days drinking and indulging with women, believing he could command the winds in the business realm. What was the result? In just over a month, he had reduced the company to this state. Without his removal, Shijin Star would truly be doomed. Of course, that was only one aspect. The most crucial factor was that someone had acquired Shijin Star. This meant that the company had a chance for revival. Yet, the identity of the acquirer remained a mystery. Rumor had it to be someone from Samsung. Li Jinshi? Would he take on this burden? Why wouldn't he? Samsung was thriving. Indeed, although Shijin Star was currently struggling, it still possessed resources. If Li Jinshi could integrate the electronics division, they would dominate the market. Sigh, we wonder if we will still have jobs. Surely, we must have some value. A few exchanged glances, feeling a bit more reassured. Samsung's acquisition was certainly preferable to the company's collapse. While Li Jinshi was a cunning fox, he was still a man of principles. Working under him would at least ensure their livelihoods. Some had even begun to strategize on how to present themselves to the new boss. Just then, the conference room door swung open. Everyone looked up. 2 individuals entered, one after the other. Leading the way was Lei Long, followed closely by Li Jinshi. The atmosphere shifted as they realized Li Jinshi was merely trailing behind. This could only mean one thing. Lei Long, the Hong Kong mogul, had arrived. The mastermind behind Samsung. A distinguished guest of Minister Jean. In his 20s, dressed in a dark suit. With a gentle smile that exuded an air of harmlessness. Lei Long took his seat at the head of the table, and Li Jinshi promptly offered him a cigarette. The others stared, speechless, their pupils dilating in disbelief. Good heavens! The esteemed conglomerate leader of Samsung, a titan of the Korean business world. was lighting a cigarette for a young man. If this were to get out, it would cause an uproar throughout the nation. Lei Long took a puff, then surveyed the room, smiling slightly. Good morning, everyone. The crowd immediately nodded in unison. Good, good, good. Lei Long continued. I have summoned you here today for a few reasons. First, to introduce myself. Second, to discuss the future direction of Shijin Star. I am Lei Long, and I have acquired your Shijin Star Group. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Li Jinshi. Li Jinshi promptly retrieved the contract from his folder and presented it to the attendees. This is the transfer agreement from Zhu Huiran. Shijin Star has officially been transferred to our Samsung Group. As the document circulated, any lingering doubts dissipated. Zhu Huiran, indeed, had foolishly sold Shijin Star without consulting anyone. However, this was a positive development. The company was saved, and their shares would be preserved, as long as they could generate revenue. It mattered little whether the leader was Zhu Huiran or Lei Long. The executives exchanged glances, the atmosphere becoming noticeably more lively. Lei Long leaned back in his chair. All right. Having reviewed the contract, if anyone has objections, now is the time to voice them. Yet, no one spoke. Objections? What objections could there be? Zhu Huiran had already signed. Lei Long nodded. As long as there are no objections, I shall proceed with a few matters. First and foremost, I demand the complete removal of all individuals with connections based on favoritism. I require only those who possess genuine abilities, not a motley crew of incompetents. Lei Long's approach to work has always been thus. The first order of business is an extensive overhaul. He understands that in any company, within any group, there exists the insidious presence of nepotism. Often, it is such individuals who lack foresight and provoke trouble, believing their connections grant them license to act with impunity. This, in turn, causes capable individuals to endure undue hardship, leading them to resign. Such circumstances are fatal for any organization, and Lei Long will not tolerate their existence. Noticing the murmurs of the crowd, he continued, Let us act without delay. You are to anonymously submit the names of those within the company. Remember, I am referring to those who are both inept and connected, not to facilitate the elimination of rivals under the pretense of this opportunity. Should I uncover any discrepancies, you too shall be dismissed. Upon hearing this, the aspirations of the board members were swiftly extinguished. Simultaneously, Li Jinshi distributed identical notebooks to everyone. The group immediately began jotting down names. After a little over 10 minutes, Li Jinshi compiled the results. The numbers were astonishing. The list was densely packed with at least 100 names. Lei Long closed the notebook. Mr. Li, please investigate these individuals once the meeting concludes. Those who need to go must depart, and as for compensation, let it be commensurate with what is owed. Li Jinshi nodded. Understood, Mr. Lei. The others, upon witnessing this, collectively sighed with relief. It is often said that new authorities bring forth a fire of change. Though the first flames of winter were indeed fierce, thankfully, they did not scorch their own backs. Now, let us address the second issue. Currently, the operational status of the entire group is far from satisfactory. We are burdened with debt, business operations are stagnant, suppliers refuse to deliver, and banks are pursuing debts. These are pressing matters that require our collective resolution. However, all problems stem from a singular root cause, capital. With sufficient funds, we can rejuvenate our operations and set everything in motion once more. Therefore, I require each of you board members to rally funds to assist the group in navigating this crisis. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, as the saying goes. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. This second fire had indeed burned its way back to them. Each face revealed a grimace, and the conference room fell into a heavy silence. While the reasoning was sound, the notion of parting with their own funds felt akin to a self-inflicted wound. Chapter 174. Acquiring Shijin Star. The Koreans are shaken. The president is summoned. Lei Long surveyed the room, his tone icy. What is this? The company is in distress. And you refuse to assist? Are you merely waiting to feast on the spoils? There is no such fortune to be found. My approach is straightforward. Those who contribute shall reap the rewards, while those who do not shall be cast aside. Before arriving, I conducted an investigation. When the situation deteriorated under Zhu Huiran, this group of individuals contributed nothing, adopting an attitude of indifference. They indulged in their pleasures as if the fate of Shijin Star were of no concern to them. Now that I am here, do they wish to continue in such a manner? Not a chance. Otherwise, they can leave immediately. It is impossible to exploit my generosity without consequence. A woman in a red dress, her face filled with distress, spoke up. Mr. Lei, it is not that we are unwilling to contribute. Rather, we are simply unable to do so. You are aware that Shijin Star's stock price has plummeted, and our assets have diminished by nearly half. With banks, workers, and bond companies pressing for payments, we are barely managing our own affairs. Where could we possibly find the funds? Several individuals chimed in agreement. Yes, yes. Director Jean speaks the truth. We are struggling to stay afloat ourselves. Mr. Lei, Please consider our plight. Lei Long scrutinized the woman in red. You are Jean Mei, correct? Director Jean nodded. You own 3 properties in Jiangnan District, 1 for personal use and 2 for rental. Last year, you purchased a plot of land on B City Island to build a villa. Your son drives a Porsche and your daughter studies in the United States, costing you 300,000 a year. And yet, you tell me you are unable to make ends meet? And you, Director Pu, you operate 3 bars and 2 nightclubs in Seoul, generating a monthly profit of 4 million won. Director Park gritted his teeth. Mr. Lei, those businesses are personal and unrelated to the company. Personal? And where do you think the funds for your bars originated? Do you assume I do not audit the accounts? Since you fail to comprehend my straightforwardness, allow me to be blunt. If you refuse to contribute, you may as well leave. Do not presume you hold any significant value. I can still rescue Shijin Star from the mire without you. You have 3 minutes to contemplate your decision. With that, Lei Long closed his eyes, awaiting their response. The assembly exchanged glances, deep in thought. Contributing funds felt akin to sacrificing their own flesh. Yet, failing to do so, given Lei Long's demeanor, it seemed unwise to attempt to placate him. They might indeed find themselves dismissed. Had it been Zhu Huiren making such demands, they would have left in a huff. For he himself bore no clean hands and had no right to impose such expectations. Yet Lei Long was different. He possessed the genuine capability to save Shijin Star. To continue enjoying the fruits of success, they would need to demonstrate some willingness to contribute. Upon reflection, this was indeed a reasonable expectation. Another board member, emboldened by a rebellious spirit, interjected, You make a valid point. The company is in trouble, and we should not stand idly by. However, you must provide us with a framework. How much should we contribute? In what manner? Will this be a loan to the company or a capital increase? These matters must be clarified. Furthermore, if we contribute, what about you? You cannot simply profit without sharing the burden. Lei Long nodded. Director Chui, you raise a fair argument. It is actually quite simple. Contributions will be proportional to shareholding. Here is how it will work. I hold 52 of the shares, therefore, I will contribute 2 billion won. The same principle applies to you. The room was met with astonished stares. By that calculation, 1% of shares would equate to 100 million won. Is this not akin to demanding our very lives? Director Chui managed a bitter smile. Mr. Lei, that is far too much. We genuinely cannot afford it. He believed Lei Long would be caught off guard by his objections. Little did he know, Lei Long was unyielding. Committing 2 billion on his own left him speechless. Given his shareholding proportions, even selling himself would not suffice. Lei Long scoffed. If you realize you lack such capability, then cease your whining. I shall not make this difficult for you. Contributions will be based on shareholding, with the minimum being 20 million won. Calculate your own contributions accordingly. If you are unwilling, you may leave. Ultimately, the group nodded in agreement. Compared to the staggering sum of 100 million per percentage point, 20 million was more manageable, and they could still muster it. After all, they had profited handsomely from Shijin Star over the years. A new future was worth the investment. Soon, the crowd signed the contract and pledged to ensure the funds would be transferred within 3 days. Lei Long conducted a brief check, confirming everything was in order before continuing. Thirdly, Shijin Star will be incorporated into the Samsung Group. What? Merged into Samsung? Mr. Lei, Shijin Star is an independent entity. How can it be merged into Samsung? As some attempted to voice their objections, Lei Long rose abruptly, fixing his cold gaze upon them. This is a notification, not a discussion. Those who dissent may leave immediately. That will be all. The meeting is adjourned. Lei Long swiftly made his way to his office. Upon entering, he was met by a faint yet unmistakable scent of blood, subtle, almost ethereal, but undeniable to his keen senses. He frowned and surveyed the area. Everything was impeccably clean, spotless. The floor gleamed, and the crystal ashtray on the coffee table sparkled, while the liquor cabinet displayed an array of fine spirits, all meticulously arranged. Yet, that lingering odor refused to dissipate. Pacing around the office, Lei Long scrutinized every corner. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that this Gu Huiren had likely committed numerous atrocities in this very space. Engaging in debauchery, resorting to violence, silencing witnesses, this was a common malady among the chaebols of Korea. Gu Huiren's office, though ostentatiously adorned, concealed beneath its polished surface countless tormented souls. Truly a beast, a depraved creature. How could such a prominent conglomerate indulge in such inhumane acts? Li Jinshi, following closely behind, also surveyed the surroundings. Upon reaching the wall, he suddenly halted and pressed a hidden button, revealing a secret door. Mr. Lei, there is a hidden passage here. Stepping inside, Lei Long traversed the passage, arriving in an astonishingly concealed room. Astonished, he could hardly believe his eyes. Gu Huiren certainly knew how to indulge. This clandestine chamber was no smaller than the outer office, adorned in an extremely wild decor style. The walls were festooned with an assortment of items, whips, blindfolds, anything one could imagine. And more. Surrounding him were 6 beautiful women, huddled together, their expressions fraught with fear. The scene was disturbingly enchanting. Lei Long cast a quick glance. Beginning to comprehend the situation, Gu Huiren, this old rogue, certainly had a penchant for the extravagant. The women, upon seeing Lei Long, recoiled in terror. Curling up on the bed, Lei Long quickly reassured them. Do not be afraid. Please put on your clothes. The women promptly complied. Li Jianxi surveyed the scene and inquired. Mr. Lei, how should we handle these individuals? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Lei Long replied. First, calm them down and ascertain what transpired. Additionally, take a few photographs. Let's expose Gu Huiren's predilections tomorrow, ensuring he remains irredeemable. The charges against Gu Huiren are indeed sufficient to confine him for a lifetime. However, I am aware that in Korea, the president possesses the ultimate power to grant clemency. Who knows what connections Gu Huiren may have with the current or future presidents? If someone decides to intervene on his behalf, a simple pardon could render all efforts futile. The more scandals we can unearth about Gu Huiren, the more vile and detestable they are, the more the authorities will have to consider public sentiment. Even the best of connections would not dare to risk their reputation for someone so universally reviled. Li Jianxi nodded and promptly set to work. Lei Long chose not to linger, instructing for a complete overhaul of the office. While he bore no ill will towards a standard office left by others, the thought of Gu Huiren's lair made him feel nauseated. As Lei Long descended to the lower floor, he was met by a throng of reporters armed with cameras. Mr. Lei, how did you acquire Shijin Star? Mr. Lei, was it your idea for Samsung to confront Shijin Star? Mr. Lei, how much did you spend on the acquisition of Shijin Star? Mr. Lei, as a Hong Konger stirring the pot among the Koreans, are you not concerned about retaliation from other conglomerates? These journalists swarmed him like piranhas, catching a whiff of blood and unleashing a torrent of sharp speculation. Of course, the uproar was largely due to the audacity of a Hong Konger successfully acquiring such a significant entity as Shijin Star. As Koreans, they harbored considerable animosity toward Lei Long. The outsider, Lei Long disregarded their inquiries, escorted by his bodyguards as he stepped into his vehicle and departed. Such situations could easily be exploited in Hong Kong, let alone in a foreign land. The more one explained, the more susceptible they became to misinterpretation. Whether he chose to speak or remain silent, the outcome would likely be the same, if not worse. Securing the acquisition of Shijin Star was all that truly mattered. This moment also marked the conclusion of this particular business competition. At 8 in the evening, Lei Long arrived outside a villa. The surroundings were tranquil, the scenery breathtaking. To reside in this area of Seoul was a privilege reserved for the elite. This was the residence of Minister Jin. Exiting the vehicle, Gao Jin followed closely behind. The butler had been awaiting their arrival. Soon, under the butler's guidance, Lei Long entered the grand hall. The opulence before him was a stark contrast to the mundane world outside. He could only describe it as otherworldly. To possess such a villa in this land, where every inch is precious, was no small feat. Moreover, for a minister to own such a property, there were surely numerous intricacies involved. Yet, this was of no concern to him. Minister Jin was one of his most capable associates in Korea, and their relationship needed to be maintained. As for how this villa came into his possession, that was an internal affair among Koreans. The decor exuded an ancient charm, adorned with solid wood furnishings, and several calligraphies graced the walls. The air was infused with the scent of sandalwood. Minister Jin rose from the sofa to greet him. Mr. Lei, welcome. Lei Long nodded and took a seat. Minister Jin personally poured tea, his movements deliberate, as if deep in thought. Lei Long, unhurried, lifted his cup and took a sip. Minister Jin, you summoned me at this late hour. Is there something you wish to discuss? Minister Jin smiled faintly. Mr. Lei, you have played quite a significant game this time. Lei Long set down his teacup. Minister Jin, you mentioned this previously. Minister Jin chuckled. That was then. And this is now. Last time, I merely cautioned you. This time, you have acquired Shijin Star. Someone is feeling uneasy. Lei Long raised an eyebrow. Who? Minister Jin fixed his gaze on him, enunciating each word. The Blue House. Lei Long narrowed his eyes. The Blue House was none other than the presidential residence of Korea. This is merely standard business competition. It shouldn't warrant the attention of the nation's leader, should it? Minister Jin sighed, explaining. Your acquisition of Shijin Star and the integration with Samsung has not gone unnoticed at the top. Previously, they turned a blind eye because you have conducted your affairs relatively above board, paying the necessary taxes. However, as you know, the thoughts of those in power are inscrutable. Lei Long remained silent. Minister Jin offered a gentle reminder. Mr. Lei, he is not someone to be trifled with. The tactics you employed in Hong Kong may not necessarily be effective here. I hope you. Long interrupted. Minister Jin, I assure you, I am not a criminal. Rest assured, I know my limits. Minister Jin smiled wryly. Mr. Lei, please do not misunderstand. I am looking out for your best interests. When you meet him, be cautious with your words. Lei Long nodded. Understood. Minister Jean, thank you for the reminder. I shall treat you to a drink another day. Minister Jean also stood up. Take care, Mr. Lei. The next day at the Blue House, Lei Long arrived discreetly. This was his first visit. Is this truly the fabled Blue House? It certainly resembles it to a T. One glance makes it evident that the imitation lacks finesse, having merely borrowed a flawed visage. No wonder the president of Goryeo has such a dire fate. One reaps what one sows. At the entrance, the guard approached, scrutinizing Lei Long and Gao Jin. Mr. Lei, only you may enter. Lei Long nodded and proceeded inside. After passing through several doors, he arrived at a reception room. He took a seat, and someone served tea. After a few minutes of waiting, the door swung open, and a figure entered. This man was none other than the president of Goryeo, Choi Jong-ha. To be honest, this man's journey has been rather unfortunate. He served as president for merely 8 months before being ousted by Kim Do-hwan. His entire political demeanor exudes weakness and incompetence. There are few bright spots to mention. After all, what remarkable feats can one accomplish in just 8 months? It is likely that his only claim to fame post-retirement will be his agreement to allow Lei Long to reside in Goryeo. Lei Long stood. Your Excellency, the President. Choi Jong-ha smiled. Mr. Lei, please take a seat. No need for formality. Both parties sat down, sizing each other up. Choi Jong-ha spoke first. Mr. Lei, I have heard about your endeavors in Goryeo over the past 2 months. Quite commendable. Lei Long replied. Your Excellency flatters me. I owe much of my success to Minister Jin's substantial support. Without him, I would have accomplished nothing. I believe that with my example, more foreign investments will flow into Goryeo in the future. Chapter 175, The President's Warning. Choi Jong-ha nodded, setting down his teacup. What you say is true, Mr. Lei. Minister Jin has indeed made considerable efforts. However, your acquisition of Samsung shares and the purchase of Hutchison Star in such a short time cannot solely be attributed to him. Can it? Lei Long narrowed his eyes, pondering the implication. Could Ding Qing have been exposed? Please, Your Excellency, clarify. Choi Jong-ha leaned back on the couch. Very well. I shall be direct. I noticed you as soon as you arrived in Goryeo. Your presence here today signifies that your actions have reached a magnitude that demands my attention. In just over a month, you have gained control over our 2 major publicly listed companies, Samsung and Hutchison Star. Essentially, you hold the economic lifeblood of Goryeo in your hands. Tell me, how should I perceive this? What do you think I will do? Without mentioning Ding Qing, Lei Long felt a wave of relief. This was his carefully placed pawn in Goryeo, and it must not be revealed just yet. Your Excellency, I am merely an ordinary citizen and would never presume to speculate on your thoughts. However, as a businessman, my sole aim is to earn a living. Choi Jong-ha chuckled coldly. A businessman? You are no ordinary businessman. Zhu Huiran has been imprisoned for his crimes. Shi Dongchu is dead due to gang conflicts. Jiang Bingzhe has vanished, and Ding Qing has become the chairman of the Jinmin Group. All these events transpired after your arrival. Yet there is not a shred of evidence to implicate you. Do you truly believe such coincidences abound? Mr. Lei, your business acumen surpasses even our political savvy. Lei Long furrowed his brow. Was this a veiled threat, or an attempt to undermine him, seizing his investments in technology for himself? Your Excellency, I cannot bear such accusations. Zhu Huiran's arrest was due to his own illegal activities. Shi Dongchu's demise was a result of gang rivalries, which have no connection to me. Jiang Bingzhe's disappearance is a matter for the police, and as for Ding Qing, it is an internal issue of the Jinmin Group. Perhaps these are mere coincidences? Choi Jong-ha's gaze sharpened, as Lei Long's words were meticulous and aligned with the facts. He skillfully distanced himself from any wrongdoing. No wonder he can maneuver so freely in Hong Kong. The local government is at a loss when it comes to him. You are indeed an intriguing individual. Lei Long replied with a smile. Your Excellency, you flatter me. I conduct my affairs strictly within the bounds of the law, never stepping outside the framework, nor causing trouble for anyone. This is my guiding principle. Choi Jong-ha said. Mr. Lei, do not be anxious. I have summoned you today not to pursue any accusations. Truth be told, your actions have benefited our nation. However, I hope you will not overstep your bounds, for the law reigns supreme. I trust you understand my meaning. Lei Long nodded. I understand. I reiterate, my only goal is to earn a living. I will not involve myself in other matters. On this point, you have my assurance. Your Excellency, our collaboration should be mutually beneficial. Choi Jong-ha nodded in agreement. Lei Long stood. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Choi Jong-ha nodded. Very well. As Lei Long reached the door, he suddenly turned back. By the way, Your Excellency, although I do not engage in your politics, I believe you should prepare for Kim Do-hwan. I hope that when we meet again, you will still be in this position. With that, Lei Long departed. It was not that Lei Long sought to alter the course of Goryeo's history, but rather, Choi Jong-ha was a decent individual, turning a blind eye to his actions. That alone warranted his warning. Whether Choi Jong-ha believed it or not was his own affair. Should he heed the warning, perhaps he could secure his position as president. Thus, A better relationship with Choi Jong-ha could yield more resources and support. If he faltered, Choi Jong-ha would be ousted. Regardless, Lei Long had already established his foundation in Goryeo. Whoever became president would have to give him due respect. Choi Jong-ha's expression shifted upon hearing the name Kim Do-hwan. He was all too familiar with this name, an active military officer wielding significant power and ambition. Recently, he had indeed been making some unsettling moves. But how could a businessman from Hong Kong possess such insights? The more he pondered, the more he realized that Lei Long was far from ordinary. He picked up a cigarette from the table and began to smoke. Upon returning to the hotel, Lei Long summoned Li Jianxi. As soon as Li Jianxi entered, he could not contain his concern. "Mr. Lei, is everything all right?" He had already learned of the situation from Minister Jin. The president personally summoned Lei Long. This was no trivial matter. He feared that something might happen to Lei Long, considering he was now his benefactor. Samsung's current success was entirely due to Lei Long's technology and funding. If anything were to happen to Lei Long, it would likely jeopardize the momentum that Sanqing has painstakingly built. Lei Long exhaled a plume of smoke, reassuringly stating, "It's nothing serious. I will be departing in a few days. From here on, how far you can go depends on your own capabilities." Li Jianxi's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of reluctance. It wasn't so much a matter of affection. The bond between him and Lei Long was not particularly deep, predominantly tethered by mutual interests. However, with Lei Long's sudden departure, he found himself adrift. Accustomed to having someone to guide him, the prospect of navigating on his own was understandably unsettling. "Mr. Lei, is there anything amiss with the beautiful women or fine wines? I can promptly provide the finest offerings. If you find this place uncomfortable, I can arrange an alternative." Lei Long replied, "No, don't misunderstand. I have other matters to attend to." Li Jianxi paused, taken aback. "Other matters?" Lei Long nodded without elaborating. Li Jianxi refrained from probing further. "Understood, Mr. Lei. Rest assured, I will handle the tasks you entrusted to me, overseeing both Sanqing and Shi Jinxing personally." Lei Long responded. "Very well, be on your way. I hope that by the time I return, you will have reached a level of proficiency that satisfies me." Li Jianxi nodded and promptly exited. In the office of the Jinmin Group, Chairman Ding Qing was indulging in drinks with two beautiful women when he received a call from Lei Long. He immediately ushered the women out, tidied his attire, and sat upright, awaiting Lei Long's arrival. Moments later, Lei Long entered, prompting Ding Qing to rise and respectfully greet, "Mr. Lei." Lei Long nodded and took a seat. Ding Qing personally poured tea, presenting it to Lei Long with both hands. "Mr. Lei, how may I assist you?" Lei Long accepted the tea and stated calmly, "In a few days, I shall be leaving." Ding Qing was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Lei, why such a sudden decision?" Chapter 176, The Charismatic He Chaoqiong. Lei Long did not respond, continuing, "I've conveyed everything that needs to be said. How you proceed from here is entirely up to you." Ding Qing nodded and quickly assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Lei, I understand what to do. Cleaning up, engaging in legitimate business, and moving towards the political sphere. I have taken note of everything you mentioned." Lei Long replied affirmatively, "That is good to hear. Work diligently. I hope one day you can assist me." With that, Lei Long departed. At 8 in the evening, Lei Long arrived at Minister Jin's villa, bearing lavish gifts. His ability to establish such deep roots in Korea was largely due to Minister Jin's invaluable contributions. Without him, reaching this stage would have been quite precarious. Thus, it was essential to express gratitude, as nurturing relationships would facilitate future collaborations. Minister Jin feigned refusal, but, in truth, accepted the check worth 20 million Korean won with great sincerity. Subsequently, Minister Jin personally arranged a banquet for Lei Long. The banquet was overflowing with stunning women, each one a top-tier model, enchanting and alluring. However, Lei Long only participated in the first half, declining the latter half of the festivities. While the women were indeed beautiful, he found them lacking. They were merely a flock of goldfinches supported by Minister Jin. He simply couldn't bring himself to engage. 10 days passed, and the merger of Shi Jinxing into Sanqing was well underway, with approvals from various departments in progress. Li Jianxi was overwhelmed with work. Meanwhile, Lei Long had departed from Korea, but did not rush back to Hong Kong. Instead, he headed to Macau. 10 days prior, He Chaoqiong had informed him that the gambling lord, He Hongshun, had made contact with an arms dealer. Consequently, after resolving matters in Korea, he was headed straight for Macau. The arms trade was a time-sensitive endeavor. Upon his arrival at the He family villa in Macau, the plane touched down at 8 in the evening. He Chaoqiong was there to greet him, standing on the tarmac in a black trench coat, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, swaying in the night breeze like a blooming black rose. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing. After months apart, she found herself yearning for Lei Long's presence, unable to shake her feelings for him. As Lei Long disembarked, he immediately spotted the graceful He Chaoqiong amidst the twilight. She had matured significantly in the past 2 months. The youthful innocence had faded, replaced by a touch of feminine allure. Her figure had become increasingly captivating, with all the right curves accentuated. Indeed, a woman thrives on nurturing. Her poise and charm were palpable. It was no wonder that the esteemed Chow from ancient times had such discernment. Lei Long could only affirm that the ancients did not deceive him. Upon seeing Lei Long, Chow quickly approached. Mr. Lei? Lei Long nodded, taking her in with an appreciative glance. You're even more beautiful. Chow's cheeks flushed slightly, a rare compliment from Lei Long. She entwined her arm around his. Come. Let us get into the car. Inside the vehicle, Chow sat beside him, briefing him on the situation. My father has contacted an arms dealer from the Kingdom of Siam, known as the Doctor, though his real name remains unknown. It is said he has been in this line of work in Southeast Asia for over 20 years, with extensive connections to warlords, drug lords, and armed factions across various nations. His power is formidable, arguably the largest arms dealer in the entire Southeast Asian region. At this, Lei Long's interest peaked. The Doctor. You say? Could it be the Doctor from The Wanderer, a female doctor? A striking image immediately flashed through his mind. Tall, coldly beautiful. If it were indeed her, it would be intriguing. She was not merely a pretty face, but a woman of real capability and talent. Winning over such a woman surpassed the pursuit of 100 infatuated admirers. Lei Long inquired, when can we meet? Where will the meeting take place? Chow replied, I'm not entirely certain. You'll need to discuss the specifics with my father. He doesn't permit me to involve myself in these matters. All I learned about the Doctor was through discreet inquiries. Lei Long tightened his grip around Chow's shoulders. She was proving to be quite resourceful, effectively sharing the burden of challenges. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the He family villa. Hongshan awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Lei Long exit the car, he rushed forward, beaming. Mr. Lei, I've been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Lei Long smiled slightly. Mr. He, apologies for the wait. Hongshan chuckled. Not at all. Your presence is my honor. Come, let us speak inside. The two entered the villa, one an esteemed director from Hong Kong, the other from Macau. Should outsiders learn of their meeting, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Once inside the living room, they settled onto the sofa. Hongshan personally poured tea. His movements deft and graceful, the aroma wafting through the air. Lei Long lifted the teacup, taking a sip. Hongshan was the first to speak. Mr. Lei, I must thank you for nurturing Chow so well over these past few months. I am truly impressed. During the previous Miss Asia pageant, his decision to entrust his daughter to Lei Long served two purposes. Firstly, to curry favor with Lei Long and cultivate a beneficial relationship, and secondly, to genuinely allow Chow the opportunity to learn from Lei Long's vast experience. However, in just a few short months, Chow seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Whether this was due to the circumstances, he could not ascertain. What concerned him was Chow's burgeoning management capabilities. Upon returning to Hong Kong Island for just over a month, Chow exhibited a distinctive prowess. She conducted meetings with poise, demonstrating management acumen that rivaled that of seasoned directors, and her suggestions were increasingly impressive. In this brief span, the business of the Macau casino experienced a remarkable 10 increase in profits. It is crucial not to underestimate this 10 profit for a top-tier business. Even a 1 rise can yield astonishing benefits. Meanwhile, he had been enjoying the ease of being a hands-off manager for over a month. He understood clearly that Chow's current capabilities were largely attributable to Lei Long's influence. Lei Long, unfazed, remarked, Mr. He, you flatter me. Since I have made a promise to you, I shall ensure that the task is executed properly. Hongshan nodded and inquired further, Mr. Lei, have you invested in the Koreans? Lei Long nodded in acknowledgement. What of it? A look of concern crossed Hongshan's face as he replied, to put it delicately. The Koreans are not particularly reliable. They are like ungrateful wolves. If you were to invest on a large scale, I fear they may take advantage of you. He expressed his apprehensions with a degree of subtlety. Lei Long, however, remained unconcerned, saying, Mr. He, I appreciate your warning, but I am confident. It was precisely this confidence that motivated his support for Ding Qing, his attempts to cultivate Minister Jin, and even his reminders to President Shui. All preparations for the uncertainties of the future. Preventative measures. Hongshan nodded, opting not to delve further. Lei Long was the only person he found inscrutable. Continuing the conversation would verge on rudeness, akin to brandishing a broadsword before Guan Yu, a display of ignorance. Lei Long lit a cigarette and inquired, Mr. He, what is the situation regarding the arms? Hongshan set down his teacup, his demeanor turning serious. Mr. Lei, are you truly considering engaging in arms dealings? This is indeed one of the most lucrative industries. A bullet can cost merely a few dozen dollars, yet it can be sold for hundreds or even thousands. In war-torn regions, prices can multiply tenfold, with eager buyers. The profit margins surpass even those of narcotics, with cash flow swifter than that of casinos. However, the associated dangers are immense. Countless individuals have perished in this trade, many under mysterious circumstances. Interpol is vigilant. As are intelligence agencies worldwide, and rival factions keep a watchful eye, one false move can lead to utter destruction. The adage, you can earn a living, but not spend it, serves as an apt epitaph for those in the arms industry. He Hong Sun, have navigated the waters of Macau for decades, engaging in casinos, hotels, and real estate, adeptly maneuvering through both legal and illicit enterprises. I have even dared to dabble in flour. Yet, when it comes to arms, I wouldn't dare touch them. It's not that I am averse to the profits. Rather, I fear for my life in their pursuit. I believe, Mr. Lei, that it is unnecessary to delve into the arms trade for profit. It is simply not worth it. Lei Long responded calmly. Mr. He, do you think I lack money? He Hong Sin chuckled. Mr. Lei certainly does not lack funds. Even in retirement, the wealth in your accounts could sustain you for centuries. He then posed a question. Could it be that Mr. Lei has ulterior motives? Lei Long nodded, his gaze growing profound. Mr. He, after decades in Macau, you should understand a fundamental truth. No matter how much wealth one possesses, without the means to protect oneself, one is merely a fat pig, easily slaughtered by anyone who wishes to. He Hong Sun involuntarily nodded, in complete agreement with Lei Long's assertion. This statement struck at the very essence of the matter. Not only he, but even the wealthiest individual in a county within Macau, a millionaire, would attract the attention of various forces once their wealth reached a certain threshold. Police, gangs, and officials would all take note. If you earn $1 million today, tomorrow someone will seek to claim half of it. He himself had carved a bloody path through both the underworld and the legitimate business world to arrive at his current standing. The gambling king of Macau? The shadow overseer? Such titles are impressive and resoundingly loud. They may appear glamorous, with grand entrances and exits, capable of causing countless individuals to lose their fortunes with a mere word. Yet, he understood that these accolades are fleeting. When authorities seek to take one's life, one is rendered powerless. To achieve absolute safety, one must rely on the might of weaponry. Only firearms represent the unvarnished truth of this world. Everything else, status, wealth, connections, are mere illusions. Lei Long continued, thus, my initial intent in the arms trade, aside from profit, is to possess a card for self-preservation. It may remain unused and hidden in ordinary times, but in critical moments, it can be a lifesaver. The entire hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. He Hong Sun was well aware of this principle himself. He had his own private security forces, yet they were merely a security company. If he were to confront those in power, it would be an impossible endeavor. Furthermore, such matters are exceedingly sensitive and cannot be conducted on a large scale. The powers that be are not foolish, contemplating these invisible shackles that bind both body and mind. He Hong Sun let out a sigh. Mr. Lei, your ambitions far exceed mine. I have merely tended to this small plot in Macau, never contemplating ventures beyond. If trouble were to arise, I would simply leave it to fate. Lei Long nodded. Mr. He, should that day ever come, I will do everything in my power to assist you. It was evident that Lei Long was merely painting a grand picture, fully aware that the gambling king He Hong Sin would not only remain unscathed in the future, but would also expand his empire. The world was vast, and he could go anywhere. There would never come a day when he would be at the mercy of others. Nevertheless, this statement sparked a glimmer of hope in He Hong Sin's eyes. Though the words were light, their weight was significant. With your assurance, Mr. Lei, I am at ease. Frankly speaking, the arms dealer I am communicating with is known as the Doctor. He is the largest in Southeast Asia. Currently, he is situated in the Kingdom of Siam. However, a year ago, for reasons unknown, he abruptly scaled back his arms business, engaging only in transactions with familiar clients. My ability to reach him this time is largely thanks to a friend's introduction. Upon hearing this, Lei Long grasped the doctor's predicament. From the narrative, the doctor's sudden withdrawal from business was not due to a desire to cease operations, but rather because the original doctor had passed away. The current doctor is his widow. With her husband gone, if she does not proceed with caution, she may lose her own life as well. After all, international intelligence agencies, assassin organizations, and mercenary groups do not take kindly to threats. A Southeast Asian arms dealer daring to meddle in global interests would find only a dead end. He Hong Sun continued. By the way, in the presence of this doctor, one must tread carefully. He is no ordinary individual. Those in the underworld speak of his unpredictable temperament, and the blood on his hands is not less than that of a warlord. He Hong Sin refrained from elaborating further, knowing that it sufficed to hint at the gravity of the situation. As for Lei Long's subsequent actions, that was his own affair. Life or death, it was all in the hands of fate. Lei Long flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied, all right, I understand. Mr. He, please provide me with the contact information for this doctor. I wish to meet her in person. He Hong Sin hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a satellite phone from his drawer and handed it to Lei Long, stating, one-on-one communication only. Taking the phone, Lei Long stood up and said, "Thank you, Mr. He. Have a good night." He Hongson also rose and approached the door, saying, "Mr. Lei, take care. Chow Cheong, see Mr. Lei off." He Chow Cheong nodded and linked arms with Lei Long as they departed. Watching their retreating figures, He Hongson's expression grew complex. It seemed his daughter had truly become enmeshed in this world. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Would he unwittingly push her into the flames? The car exited He family villa, with Gao Jin at the wheel. He Chow Cheong leaned against Lei Long's shoulder, her beautiful eyes fluttering, lost in thought. Finally unable to contain herself, she softly asked, "Mr. Lei, are you truly going to collaborate with the doctor?" She had overheard parts of the conversation in the hall. And given He Hongson's tone, this doctor was certainly formidable. She did not wish for Lei Long to come to harm. "Yes," Lei Long replied, gently brushing He Chow Cheong's hair aside. She looked up at him with tender concern, saying, "I'm a bit worried." "What are you worried about?" Lei Long chuckled. She bit her lip and admitted, "I worry that you might get hurt. The doctor is very dangerous." Lei Long shrugged off her concern, stating, "There's no one in this world who could harm me." He Chow Cheong sighed. "Since the doctor is so perilous, why not send someone else instead of going yourself?" Seeing the tears welling in her eyes, Lei Long nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll heed your advice, if that pleases you." Only then did a smile grace her face. Upon arriving at a hotel, the two entered, and once again, it was destined to be a sleepless night. The following day, Lei Long called the doctor. As soon as the call connected, a man's icy voice responded, "Are you the one introduced by the gambling king? May I have your name? We do not collaborate with unknown individuals." Taken aback for a moment, Lei Long quickly deduced that the voice belonged to the doctor's brother, Long. The doctor preferred to remain in the shadows, desiring to keep her identity as a woman a secret and to conceal the fact that the true doctor was no longer alive. All external dealings were handled by Long on her behalf. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lei Long fabricated a name, Ghost. "Ghost?" Long's voice hesitated. "I'm sorry, but I've never heard of you. Whether you've heard of me or not is inconsequential. What matters is that I have goods. And you have channels. Mutual benefit is the goal," Lei Long replied nonchalantly. Long gritted his teeth. "What goods? What do you need?" "I can provide light weapons, heavy arms, ammunition, aircraft, artillery. All can be manufactured. I assure you our quality surpasses the best on the market, and our prices are more competitive." Long sneered. "You have quite the bravado. Why should I trust you?" Unperturbed, Lei Long responded, "I have a base in the Golden Triangle where I produce my own. If you doubt me, you have two options. First, I can send some samples to the Kingdom of Siam. Second, you may send someone to the Golden Triangle for a direct inspection. This is my earnest proposal for our first collaboration." Long fell silent, turning to observe the doctor, who was sipping tea. After a few moments of contemplation, she nodded slightly. Business had dwindled over the past year, and what was sellable had largely been sold. It was time for some substantial goods. Moreover, the fact that the contact was facilitated by the gambling king, He Hongson, indicated that there was indeed strength behind this offer. Otherwise, how could He Hongson act on behalf of another? Long inquired, "Where in the Golden Triangle?" Lei Long smiled. "My men will meet you at the border. Once you arrive, you will naturally know." "All right, we shall meet in 3 days." Long abruptly ended the call. Lei Long then picked up another satellite phone to contact Ague. 3 days later, in the Golden Triangle, the sunlight filtered through the dense jungle, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Ague had long awaited at the border, flanked by 20 armed brothers from the Dark Dragon, concealed amidst the foliage. Leaning against a large tree with a cigarette in hand, he fixated on the dirt road in the distance, one of the few paths cleared by the Dark Dragon's men. After approximately half an hour, the sound of engines reverberated from afar. 3 off-road vehicles emerged from the depths of the jungle, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ague extinguished his cigarette and signaled with a wave. The 20 Dark Dragon brothers emerged from the underbrush, swiftly occupying advantageous positions, their weapons trained on the approaching vehicles. The off-road vehicles halted 50 meters away. Confirming the identities of the occupants, they disembarked, 10 individuals in total. Leading them was a man in his 30s, fierce-eyed with long hair. Exuding an air of confidence, Ague stepped out from the trees, and both parties drew their weapons in unison, pointing them at one another. Ague was the first to speak. "Are you the doctor's men?" Long nodded. "You are the one associated with Ghost?" Ague affirmed, "Come with us." Both groups immediately boarded their vehicles, traversing the jungle. This territory was firmly under the control of the Dark Dragon, having been thoroughly cleared of danger. After approximately 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the military factory. Long disembarked, and a large base came into view. Its scale was considerable, built against the mountains with tight security. Heavy machine guns were mounted at the entrance, and patrols were observed atop watchtowers, while armed Dark Dragon personnel were stationed throughout. All well equipped. Long's eyes brightened at the sight. This scale exceeded his expectations, confirming that the other party indeed possessed substantial strength. A Gue led Long into the base, arriving at the entrance of a warehouse. The goods are inside. Feel free to inspect. Upon entering, Long was taken aback by the sight before him. Shelves stretching endlessly, filled with neatly stacked wooden crates. A Gue coldly remarked, "Pick any one. They can all be inspected." Long glanced around and pointed to a crate. A Gue nodded, and a nearby associate promptly pried it open. Inside lay gleaming AK-47s. Long picked one up, skillfully racked the bolt, inspected the chamber, barrel, sights, and magazine. His movements were decidedly professional. "May I test fire it?" A Gue nodded, leading Long to the shooting range. Long loaded a magazine, aimed at a target 100 meters away, and squeezed the trigger, rat-a-tat-tat. 100 meters away, the impact points remained densely clustered. Aaron set down his weapon, gazing incredulously at the AK in his hands. This firearm. After 2 decades in the arms trade, what kind of weapon had he not encountered? The AK produced in the Bear Country, the modified versions from Eastern Europe, he had handled them all. Yet none could achieve this level of precision. The stability and accuracy surpassed anything available on the market by several tiers. It could even be described as an enhanced version of the AK-47, flawlessly circumventing all the shortcomings of its commercially available counterparts. Beside him, Gue maintained a calm demeanor. There are even better options. He led Aaron to the other side of the warehouse, revealing a separate wooden crate. Inside lay a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. Aaron's eyes widened. "No way. You have this as well." The Barrett, renowned as a cannon sniper, boasts tremendous firepower. This piece of equipment, currently in service with the Eagle Sauce Empire, is capable of penetrating light armored vehicles. On the international arms market, such items are classified as contraband, virtually unattainable, let alone in circulation. Gue nodded. "Our boss has stated that as long as you can procure, we have everything." Taking a deep breath, Aaron lifted the Barrett, initially expecting it to be heavy, only to find it lighter than the typical Thunderbolt model on the market. With no time for further examination, he eagerly approached the firing position, prone on the ground, steadied the rifle, and aimed at a target 1,000 meters away. Adjusting his breath, he took aim. He squeezed the trigger. Boom! The deafening gunshot sent dust soaring into the air, causing those nearby to instinctively cover their ears. The target, situated 1,000 meters away, was obliterated into fragments. Aaron stared ahead, momentarily frozen. The power of this weapon was astonishingly ferocious. If this were available on the market, it would surely sell like hotcakes.